Within the grand palace of the Tang dynasty, the city was adorned in golden armor as the crown prince, clad in a dragon robe, led 30,000 golden-armored soldiers to besiege the imperial palace, initiating a coup against his father. Father, you have grown old. I implore you to act with dignity and abdicate in favor of the worthy. If you relinquish the throne to me, I assure you that you shall enjoy a peaceful retirement. Do not compel me to commit patricide. The crown prince, brimming with ambition, exuded an aura of imperial might akin to a divine ruler descending upon the mortal realm. His gaze, cold and devoid of emotion, fixated upon the elderly figure seated upon the dragon throne, filled solely with a fervent desire for the throne. He had awaited this day for far too long after millennia. The time had finally come for him to claim the seat of power. Emperor Li Feng gazed upon the son he had painstakingly nurtured, his heart heavy with sorrow. Li Feng, once a titan of strength, had ascended to sainthood at 30, achieved the status of a quasi-emperor at 50, and ultimately attained the rank of a great emperor at a century, unifying the celestial domains to establish the Tang dynasty. With his own might, he had quelled the forbidden zones, keeping the demons at bay beyond the Sword Gate Pass. For the subsequent 30,000 years, the Tang dynasty basked in unparalleled glory, standing as one of the most promising empires to achieve immortality across 30,000 realms, destined to endure through countless eons. Yet, alas, even heroes face the twilight of their days. In the latter years of his reign, Li Feng could not escape misfortune. His strength had waned severely, occasionally manifesting in the growth of crimson hair upon his body. Moreover, in his efforts to suppress the malevolent forces beneath the imperial city, his cultivation had plummeted to the realm of transcendent beings. He wandered through his days in a daze, often shrouded in confusion, bearing the title of emperor yet devoid of its essence. But Li Feng had never envisioned that his fate would be so tragic, to be ousted from the throne by his own son, the very prince he had appointed, and banished from the empire he had forged with his own hands. Alas, my dear son, why must you be so impatient? Li Feng sighed deeply, his face etched with bitterness, the weight of his twilight years growing ever more profound. This realm of the Tang dynasty rightfully belongs to you. I have long inscribed your name in the Edict of Succession, sealed behind the plaque of righteousness. I have but a few years left. Can you not wait just a few more? You were born frail and sickly, with inherent deficiencies, and your mother hailed from humble beginnings, yet you have shown me unparalleled respect and filial piety. It seems I have misjudged your character. Were it not for my resolute decision to establish you as the crown prince, you would not possess your current station. Without the essence of the great emperor to reconstruct your foundation, how could you have ascended to the quasi-emperor realm in a mere 5,000 years? Li Feng's voice rang out thunderously, echoing in the ears of all like the roar of a dragon or tiger, emanating the majesty of an emperor. For a fleeting moment, the treacherous ministers and rebels were reminded of that unparalleled emperor who had single-handedly subdued millions of demons at the Sword Gate Pass. Yet, they quickly shook their heads, their gazes turning to disdain. In this moment, Li Feng was no longer the valiant figure of yore. He was on the brink of dissolution, and his current outcry was merely a futile rage. The crown prince Li Zun's countenance darkened. Li Feng's reference to his ignoble past was undoubtedly a source of humiliation before the literati and martial leaders, a period he regarded as his greatest disgrace. You are correct. For the sake of honoring you, I have even bestowed upon you my most cherished goddess as a consort. I have sacrificed so much, and all that I possess today is rightfully mine. Li Zun's features contorted with rage as he pointed at Li Feng and bellowed. Li Feng shook his head in disbelief. That goddess is the empress of the demon clan. Do you truly think I am so lecherous as to seize love by force? I did it to protect you. Had I not intervened, you would have long been ensnared by her charms, reduced to a mere puppet. However, it appears you do not even require the enchantress to lead you astray. Your own intentions are already corrupt. Li Zun, unconvinced by Li Feng's words, scoffed coldly. Nonsense. Let me ask you, why have you dispatched the fourth prince, Li Shiming, to the borders to command troops? He wields 100,000 soldiers. Even if you were to confer the throne upon me, Li Shiming could still threaten the palace with his army. He is the true heir in your eyes, is he not? Li Feng regarded Li Zun with a look of utter disappointment, recognizing the prince's folly. This heir was not only rebellious, but also foolish. I am nearing my end. If I truly intended to pass the throne to him, why would I send him away to lead troops? Li Shiming has fought valiantly in many campaigns, earning great merit. A significant portion of the court officials are his allies. If he were in the capital, how could you possibly secure the throne? I sent him to the borders out of concern for stability after my passing, and to clear obstacles for you, enabling your ascension. Once you are crowned, should he dare to rebel, you could easily cut off his supplies. 100,000 soldiers deprived of resources, with their families in your grasp, who would dare follow him in rebellion? Li Feng's eloquent words fell on deaf ears, as Li Zun remained unmoved, utterly disbelieving. Your Highness, do not be swayed by his words. Li Shiming harbors ambitions that are all too evident. His Majesty has secretly issued an edict declaring him the crown prince. Please take a look. The Right Chancellor, Lu Fugong, suddenly produced a decree and presented it to Li Zun. The decree bore Li Feng's imperial seal, yet the handwriting was not his own. However, this detail no longer mattered upon seeing the edict. Li Zun's faith in Li Feng was shattered. He resolved to seize the throne that was rightfully his. Well played. To stealthily procure my imperial seal and use it for such treachery, this must be the work of Lu Ruyan. Li Feng's pupils constricted, a heavy weight settling in his heart as he realized that even his most favored consort had betrayed him. Lu Fugong met Li Feng's gaze without a hint of his former humility, calmly stating, Your Majesty, you have grown old. It is time to abdicate in favor of the capable. A wise bird selects a sturdy tree. My Lu family is loyal to the Tang dynasty, not to you alone. Li Zun laughed triumphantly. Once I ascend, the Right Chancellor shall become the Left Chancellor and be granted the title of Duke of Jin. Li Feng could only laugh in anger. What a loyal minister. Once, you were suppressed by the Grand Commandant and expelled from the examination, left to languish. Were it not for my grace in promoting you, you would have perished at the hands of the Grand Commandant long ago. How could you have risen to the position of Right Chancellor, sitting among the court? Now you speak so grandly of loyalty to the Tang dynasty for the sake of a Left Chancellor's position. You so shamelessly betray your sovereign. What face do you have left to live in this world? Lu Fugong maintained an impassive expression, indifferent to the accusations. After serving in governance for thousands of years, he had mastered the art of a thick-skinned demeanor, uninterested in debating with a dying man. Lu Ruyan, cease your concealment and reveal yourself. What treachery have you committed against me? Li Feng taunted, directing his scorn towards the curtain behind the imperial throne, where a graceful silhouette could be faintly discerned. Your Majesty, I have not betrayed you. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens. Lu Ruyan gracefully stepped forth from behind the curtain, her breathtaking visage adorned with the familiar smile that Li Feng recognized, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. What promises has Li Zun made to you? In times past, Li Feng would have embraced her tenderly, showering her with affection, but now he could only feel revulsion. If the crown prince ascends the throne, I shall become the Empress Dowager, a position far more esteemed than that of the Empress. For you have yet to declare me as such, Lu Ruyan remarked, her voice dripping with mockery as she covered her mouth with a hand, letting out a sarcastic laugh. Moreover, the crown prince has granted me permission to cultivate the Huangji Emperor's Sutra, a treasure I have sought for centuries without success. Were I to master it, I would have long transcended to the realm of quasi-emperors. Gazing at Lu Ruyan, whose eyes sparkled with ambition, Li Feng shook his head in pity. He had repeatedly explained to her that her fate was frail, and she could not be named empress otherwise. Her life would be drastically shortened. The Huangji Emperor's Sutra required one to possess the divine phoenix physique for cultivation. Otherwise, rapid initial progress would ultimately lead to a complete loss of power, rendering one powerless even with the most potent elixirs. To think that he, who had only her best interests at heart, would be met with such resentment. Truly, she was a creature lower than swine or dogs. This time, Li Feng resolved not to counsel Lu Ruyan further. Let this ungrateful wretch face the wrath of heaven for her betrayal. Since we all envision such a brilliant future, I declare that I can no longer remain on the throne. I shall take this decrepit emperor's sword with me, and from this moment forth, all matters of the great Tang Empire shall no longer concern me. I only hope you will not regret your actions today. With a stooped posture, Li Feng rose, drawing the emperor's sword from the throne, and strode purposefully towards the palace exit. At that moment, he seemed utterly forsaken, his figure a portrait of desolation. Unbeknownst to all but Li Feng, the instant he withdrew the emperor's sword, he felt the entire imperial city tremble slightly. Beneath the imperial seat lay 10 formidable demon beasts, bound by the power of the emperor's sword. Without its suppression, the demons would emerge, and the entire imperial capital would face annihilation. Since this empire no longer belonged to him, Li Feng would no longer waste his lifespan in subduing these demons. Let Li Xun, this wayward son, bear the brunt of their fury. Your Majesty, we implore you to abdicate in favor of the crown prince. This is the collective wish of the people. Suddenly, the voices of the populace resonated throughout the city, pleading for Li Feng's abdication. Such a chilling revelation pierced Li Feng's heart. Over the years, what had he truly safeguarded? Had it not been for his selfless protection amidst the tide of darkness, the imperial city would not exist today, and the people would not enjoy their peaceful lives. It was he who had ensured their survival. Yet they were now united in forcing him to relinquish his throne over mere empty promises of tax exemption from Li Xun. It appears that saving 10 lives pales in comparison to the grace of being exempted from taxes for a year. After all, while life has been preserved, the wealth remains unclaimed. Li Feng let out a self-deprecating smile as he sauntered out of the imperial city. Soon, the entire imperial city was enveloped in jubilation. The announcement of Li Xun's ascension to the throne, coupled with the promise of a year's tax exemption, transformed the city into a vibrant spectacle adorned with lights and decorations, radiating festivity. The populace swiftly forgot the aging emperor who had devoted his life to the Tang dynasty, eagerly anticipating that the new sovereign would usher in an era of renewed prosperity. However, as Li Feng exited the imperial city, an abrupt pang gripped his heart. He felt the swift passage of his remaining lifespan, realizing that his time was drawing to a close. At that moment, a few lines of small text materialized before his eyes. Ding! System loading successful. Congratulations to the host for binding with the late bloomer system. System function. For each additional year the host survives, 1 point of comprehension, 1 talent point, and 1 skill point in various arts will be awarded. Note: an ordinary individual possesses merely 1 point of comprehension and 1 point of spiritual root. The host is currently 38,000 years old, having accumulated 38,000 points of comprehension, spiritual root talents, and 38,000 skills in various arts. Due to a system loading malfunction, the host's lifespan was nearly exhausted before unlocking. As a special provision, the host is granted a singular opportunity to retain the current talents and spiritual roots, reversing their biological age to 18. However, their realm will also regress to that of an 18-year-old. Will the host proceed with the reversal? The delayed greatness system has arrived. Dog system, I am on the brink of death, and only now do you come forth? However, this delayed greatness system seems more suited to my current self. Li Feng intended to complain, but suddenly realized that he had inadvertently activated the system. Had he obtained the delayed greatness system from the very beginning, he might have had to endure the trials of age before achieving profound success. It is likely that he would have grown complacent due to having the system, neglecting the rigorous training that has allowed him to live to his current age. Now, however, he begins with 30,000 years of lifespan, returning to the age of 18 with the qualifications bestowed by the delayed greatness system, an unparalleled talent. Reverse my biological age to 18. Li Feng immediately responded to the system. In the next moment, he felt all the decrepitude within him dissipate, replaced by a vibrant vitality coursing through his entire being. His lost youth reemerged, and the flourishing sights of life returned to his eyes. As Li Feng regained his 18-year-old form, his physique became erect, his appearance handsome, and his skin fair. No one would suspect that he was once an elderly emperor who had lived for over 30,000 years. Before him materialized the system interface that depicted his current status. Name: Li Feng. Age: 18. Cultivation: Semi-Holy Realm. Technique: Tao Te Ching. Imperial Grade. Fragment. Can be repaired to Celestial Emperor Grade with 10,000 skill points. Physique: 5 elements ordinary body. Metal Spiritual Root. 3 points can be added. Wood Spiritual Root. 3 points can be added. Water Spiritual Root. 3 points can be added. Fire spiritual root. 3 points can be added. Earth spiritual root. 3 points can be added. Other spiritual roots. None. Comprehension. 38962. Distributable talent points. 38,962. Distributable skill points. 38,962. Delayed greatness system. For each additional year of life, the host gains 1 point of comprehension, 1 point of spiritual root talent, and 1 skill point. Note: ordinary individuals possess only 1 point of comprehension and 1 point of spiritual root. This is the current data on Li Feng's interface. Upon traversing to this world, although Li Feng was merely a mortal, he relied on his scant memories of the Tao Te Ching to rise against the heavens, overpowering all adversaries and attaining the status of an emperor. Little did he expect that the talent points he currently possessed could actually repair the technique to celestial quality. A tremendous delight. Celestial grade techniques far surpass imperial grade ones, not to mention those at the celestial emperor level. If Li Feng had previously possessed the celestial grade Tao Te Ching, he would already be a true celestial being. Such a grand opportunity lay before him, and Li Feng eagerly sought to repair the Tao Te Ching. Boom. The next moment, after deducting 10,000 skill points, the grade of Tao Te Ching transformed into celestial emperor level, instantly triggering a terrifying phenomenon that reverberated across 30,000 realms. The boundless azure sky of the heavenly domain was suddenly cloaked in an infinite expanse of purple chi. This was no ordinary auspicious cloud, but the primordial chaos purple chi, condensed to near liquid form. A vast and formidable force surged forth from the void, transforming into a resplendent river of violet that stretched across the heavens. Its source unfathomable and its terminus unknown, extending for countless millions of miles. All cultivators, regardless of their realms, felt their spiritual energy boil uncontrollably, instinctively bowing in reverence towards the approaching purple aura, as if in the presence of a descending celestial emperor. Within the major forbidden zones, several figures, long buried beneath the dust of time, their essence akin to withered stones, suddenly opened their eyes. Their gaze, clouded yet reflecting the cataclysmic torrent of violet energy outside, bore witness to the phenomenon. The purple aura advanced for 30,000 miles. Could it be the manifestation of the Taoist source? An ancient figure, resembling a desiccated corpse, trembled with disbelief, his parched voice quivering as he attempted to calculate the occurrence. Yet, in an instant, his fingertips shattered, oozing putrid black blood. The celestial mechanisms were chaotic and turned against one who had severed his own path. What terrifying karmic energies had he entangled with? The old monsters were filled with astonishment. Too fearful to continue their calculations, they hastily buried themselves once more within their imperial coffins, reinforcing their caskets with nails tainted by the curse of the burial pit of immortals. On Mount Sumeru, the contemporary Buddha, seated in deep meditation, abruptly lifted his gaze. His eyes, with the swastika golden wheel, spun wildly as he attempted to sense the essence of the purple aura. Yet, all he perceived was a realm of chaos and void, as if he had gazed upon an irrefutable existence. With a muffled groan, a trickle of faint golden blood escaped his lips, and he swiftly closed his eyes, reciting the name of Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha Buddha, the great Tao is in turmoil. A being of celestial origin has emerged. Could it be that the long-awaited era of cultivation is about to unfold? Across the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, countless ferocious beasts prostrated themselves in abject terror, emitting mournful wails. Innumerable dormant bloodlines of ancient ferocious beasts were forcefully awakened, trembling under the overwhelming pressure of the supreme Tao rhythm. In the central region, at the Tianyin sect, the stargazing platform stood as a sacred ground for divining celestial mechanics and predicting all things. At this moment, the imperial treasure, the Tianyin compass, hovered above the platform, spinning wildly. The celestial gems embedded within it exploded one after another into powder. The 7 venerable elders, their white hair billowing, faces flushed like blood, infused their immense spiritual power into the compass without hesitation, striving to capture the source of this earth-shattering transformation. Investigate, at all costs. Uncover the origin of the purple aura that has descended from the eastern sky. The sect master bellowed hoarsely. The profound Tao contained within this phenomenon was so elevated that if they could grasp even a sliver of its true essence, the Tianyin sect would surely revel in a millennium of glory. However, Just as the compass's needle struggled to point towards a nebulous region, it suddenly shattered. With a loud crash, a great terror struck. The 7 elders and the sect master were simultaneously struck by a cataclysmic force, spewing blood. The ground of the stargazing platform, paved with primordial divine jade, cracked open with countless spiderweb-like fissures. Unknowable, uncalculable, inexpressible. The sect master clutched his throbbing brow. His eyes filled with sheer horror, his voice trembling in fear. This is undoubtedly the supreme principle that touches the realm of the celestial. Any who dare to spy shall face divine retribution. Halt all conjectures. Seal the mountain gates. Activate the highest defensive formation. Quickly. The shock within him was immeasurable. Since the ancient times of the immortals, countless epochs have passed, and at last, a cause and effect related to the celestial has emerged in the 30,000 realms. Purple chi spread across the skies above the capital of the Great Tang, and upon witnessing this, ministers such as Lu Fuguang were filled with elation as they congratulated Emperor Li. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your ascension to the throne has summoned such an extraordinary phenomenon. Surely it is your divine destiny. However, upon witnessing the spectacle, Li suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations and dread, as if his very heart were being gripped in a vice, causing him to collapse upon the jade steps leading to the dragon throne. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I have already outwitted even the old fool. What else can prevent me from ruling the world? Li suppressed the pain, pushed aside the eunuch who supported him, and struggled to ascend the dragon throne, addressing Lu Fuguang below with a chilling tone. My father voluntarily abdicated, as his son. I cannot neglect him. Immediately send someone to find him and ensure his protection. From this day forth, I do not wish to hear a whisper of his whereabouts. The ministers were taken aback, their hearts sinking. Li intended to send someone to kill his own father. As you command. Lu Fuguang, seemingly having anticipated this, bowed and reported. The old minister has already dispatched General Lu Zhanxiao to pursue the Grand Emperor and provide close protection. The ministers could not help but feel a chill. For General Lu Zhanxiao was a formidable being at the first level of the Holy King realm, far surpassing the ailing Li Feng by several great realms. Sending him to kill Li Feng would surely lead to his certain demise. As for Li Feng, he remained unaware that he was being pursued by his unfilial son. With the transformation of this Tao Te Ching into an emperor-level cultivation method, Li Feng's prowess surged instantaneously, allowing him to break through to the Saint realm, rectifying all the cultivation deficiencies caused by his previous incomplete methods. In the 30,000 realms, there are 9 levels of cultivation, ranging from low to high: Bitter Sea, Divine Bridge, Other Shore, Celestial Being, Saint, Holy King, Great Saint, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor. Beyond the Emperor, there are the Red Dust Immortal and True Immortal. Yet, since an unspeakable being unilaterally severed the path of immortality eons ago, the way to ascend has been completely blocked. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Feng was still dissatisfied with his current cultivation. He turned his gaze toward the options for spiritual roots. Spiritual roots 1 to 3 are classified as inferior, 4 to 7 as medium, 8 to 9 as superior, and 10 as exceptional. Above the exceptional, there exist various special physiques. Based on Li Feng's estimations, the strongest divine body in the 30,000 realms possesses at most a few hundred points of spiritual root aptitude. Previously, Li Feng could only alter his spiritual root aptitude through rare materials and exceptional elixirs, treasures that are undoubtedly the prized possessions of every holy lineage. Even imperial medicines could only enhance spiritual root aptitude by a few dozen points at most. Yet now, Li Feng possessed over 20,000 points of spiritual root aptitude. How could he not seek to enhance his physique? Each spiritual root aptitude shall be increased by 2,000 points. As Li Feng's thoughts stirred, he beheld the system panel where his spiritual root points had surged to an astonishing 2,003. The instant his innate talent surpassed the threshold of 2,000. It felt as though billions of chaotic stars had ignited within him. Boom! The resonance of the 5 elements, closest to the essence of the Tao, erupted from the deepest recesses of his being, from each cell and every strand of his soul's origin. A blinding golden light burst forth from every pore of Li Feng's body, coalescing into tangible symbols of divine weaponry, swords, spears, halberds, clashing melodiously and effortlessly tearing asunder the fabric of space, conjuring a swirling tempest of gold that relentlessly cleaved through all. In the void, countless golden runes, embodying the laws of the element, materialized into colossal weapons that resonated with a thunderous hum, exerting an immense pressure upon the heavens. Following this, a rich torrent of verdant life surged forth, so dense it seemed to defy dissolution. Beneath Li Feng's feet, the void instantaneously burgeoned into a primordial forest, its towering trees, reaching heights of 10,000 feet, bore leaves that shimmered like stars. Their gnarled branches twisted like dragons, exuding an overwhelming vitality. The air was suffused with the fragrant scent of flora, each breath imbued with the essence of longevity. Azure essence, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, entwined with the golden storm and emerald forest, flowing with a dynamic rhythm. At times, it transformed into a gentle, nourishing rain, while at others, it morphed into a tempestuous sea, swirling into abyssal vortices that threatened to consume all. Fiery crimson flames erupted from Li Feng's 7 orifices and every bone, igniting half the celestial dome in an instant. This was no ordinary fire. It bore the primordial hue of chaos, radiating terrifying heat capable of incinerating laws and purifying all matter. Amidst the flames, faint silhouettes of golden crows and fire phoenixes could be discerned soaring through the inferno. Finally, a profound and earthy yellow light enveloped him, embodying the boundlessness and weight of the earth. Beneath Li Feng, the void appeared to transform into an ancient continent, with countless towering mountains rising, emanating an overwhelming gravitational field that suppressed the universe and bore all creation. These 5 manifestations, representing the quintessence of the universe, fused wildly within Li Feng. Buzz! An extraordinary resonance reverberated across the realms. The violent elemental phenomena surrounding Li Feng surged into his very being. The spiraling lights of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow whirled chaotically, weaving strands of primordial chaos that filled every cell of Li Feng, even transforming his hair into a riot of colors. This was the fabled chaos body. Li Feng could sense that his absorption of the world's spiritual energy now exceeded his previous capabilities by more than 1,000-fold, and his comprehension of the 5 elements had transcended even the Emperor's realm. The cultivation obstacles that had once perplexed him during his imperial stages now unraveled effortlessly, leaving only the need for potent elixirs and resources to propel him into the Emperor's domain. With sufficient resources, he could ascend to become an emperor in an instant. Boom! Li Feng endeavored to channel the Tao Te Ching, and the terrifying cultivation speed of the chaos body manifested instantaneously. The ethereal energy, spanning thousands of miles, coalesced into a terrifying vortex that descended from the heavens, flooding into Li Feng's body. As if that were not enough, the few sacred herbs he carried swiftly melded into his meridians. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into the purest spiritual energy, surging into Li Feng's dantian, facilitating a rapid breakthrough in his cultivation. From the first layer of the Saint Realm to the 7th, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint King Realm. Li Feng's cultivation soared until it reached the zenith of the first layer of the Saint King Realm, only halting due to a lack of resources to sustain further advancement. Just as he was about to retract his aura, an unexpected calamity unfolded. With a thunderous roar, the space before Li Feng was violently rent apart, revealing a burly general clad in ominous black armor, wielding a fearsome war spear, and mounted upon a dragon-scaled beast. The newcomer was none other than Lu Zhanxiao, the son of Lu Fugong, dispatched to hunt down Li Feng. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the chaotic valley below, left in disarray by Li Feng's breakthrough, his brow furrowing slightly. The residual aura here was exceedingly tumultuous and ferocious, stirring a flicker of trepidation even within this battle-hardened general. His eyes fell upon the youthful figure in the valley, a boy of 17 or 18, strikingly handsome with a tranquil countenance, yet exuding an air of noble superiority. This demeanor was reminiscent of what Lu Zhanxiao had only sensed in Li Xun. Yet what of it? This lad was so young. How formidable could his cultivation truly be? Lu Zhanxiao scoffed disdainfully, remaining mounted, his customary arrogance and scrutiny evident as he addressed Li Feng. Boy, have you seen an ailing old man pass through here? Sword in hand. Lu Zhanxiao had never witnessed the exuberant youth of Emperor Li Feng, or he would not have dared to speak so flippantly in his presence. Li Feng slowly lifted his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ah, I never expected my own son to possess such a treacherous heart. daring to engage in the heinous act of betraying his sovereign and slaying his father. Truly, my efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. Lu Zhanxiao's entire being trembled, the dragon-scaled beast beneath him growling uneasily. His pupils constricted, fixated on Li Feng's unnaturally youthful visage, his expression becoming grave. This boy audaciously proclaimed himself as I, and was aware of the usurpation by Prince Li Zun. Even if he could not be Li Zun, he was undeniably linked to him. Preposterous. This arrogant child dared to utter blasphemies against the emperor, deserving of death. Lu Zhanxiao scolded fiercely, brandishing his spear, intent on slaying Li Feng. He could not fathom that the decrepit, red-haired emperor, exuding an ominous aura and having fallen to the depths of despair, could transform into this resplendent young man. Impersonating the emperor was a crime worthy of death. Speak, where's that old wretch? Instinctively, he perceived Li Feng as mocking him or as a mere illusion conjured by that old man. However, just as the spear descended, an unforeseen change occurred. Li Feng made his move. There was no earth-shattering display, nor any superfluous motions. Li Feng gently unsheathed the emperor's sword, beckoning it lightly towards the void. A resounding and vibrant sound of the sword echoed, and suddenly, a sword shadow entwined with chaotic energy cleaved through the heavens, splitting the sky in twain. The sword in Li Feng's hand epitomized the unparalleled imperial authority of the Tang dynasty. It was inconceivable. Lu Zhanxiao, recognizing the sword's significance, was immediately filled with dread. He yearned to roar, to defend himself, to channel all his sacred kingly powers. Yet it was all too late. With a mere flick of his wrist, Li Feng executed a swift motion. In an instant, Lu Zhanxiao felt the world before him spin upside down. He beheld a headless, imposing figure clad in familiar dark armor, slowly descending from the back of a dragon-scaled beast. The severed neck was as smooth as a mirror, with no blood splattering, as if a supreme force had instantaneously extinguished all vitality. He could even vividly see his steed leaping high, and the young man's cold, indifferent gaze, as if looking down upon ants. Why must you be him? This was Lu Zhanxiao's final thought as his head soared away, consciousness fading into oblivion. To his dying breath, he could not comprehend why the information had indicated a fallen emperor in his twilight years, desperately struggling, had transformed into such a youthful and terrifying figure. Why, as a fellow sacred king, was he unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance before being so effortlessly decapitated, as one would crush an ant? Could it be that Li Feng had indeed transcended to become the second incarnation of the legendary emperor? The notion of returning to youth. How could such a defiance of fate exist in this world? Thud. Lu Zhanxiao's bloodied head tumbled to the ground, his unseeing face still etched with shock and disbelief. The headless sacred king's body collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The dragon-scaled beast beneath him was also caught in the residual chaotic sword energy, and along with its master's corpse, silently disintegrated into fine powder. Li Feng regarded this scene with indifference. Slaying a sacred king, Ant did not stir his emotions. Once, he had slaughtered emperors as one would butcher dogs. The emperor's sword, now suffused with chaotic energy, emitted a soft hum before returning to Li Feng's essence as he became its sheath. With a casual gesture, he retrieved Lu Zhanxiao's remaining storage ring and the remarkable battle spear, then took a step into the void, vanishing without a trace. Impossible. That dying red-haired creature could not have slain a sacred king. Surely, he must have had rebels protecting him. Send more men to pursue him, alive or dead. I want to see him. Upon learning of Lu Zhanxiao's demise, Li Zun was consumed with fury and immediately prepared to dispatch more formidable assassins to hunt down Li Feng. Unfortunately, before he could mobilize his forces, the imperial city beneath him trembled. A horde of dark demons surged from the depths, beginning to ravage the imperial city, devouring everything. For it was futile to regret. The bustling capital of the Tang dynasty was now engulfed by an unprecedented despair. Boom. The earth groans and turns, as magnificent palaces collapse with a thunderous roar. The resplendent glazed tiles rain down like a torrential storm, while the intricately carved pillars shatter and fall, raising clouds of dust that instantaneously obscure the sky. A suffocating malevolence and ominous mist assail the senses. Protect the emperor. Quickly, protect the emperor. Oh heavens! The earth dragon has turned. No, it is the aura of malevolence. Such terrifying malevolence. Panicked screams and desperate cries rise and fall amidst the swirling dust. As the guards flail about like headless flies, and civil and military officials, pallid with fear, flee in disarray, their elaborate court robes torn and tattered by flying debris. The newly enthroned Emperor Li Xun, having occupied the dragon throne for scarcely half a day, stands bewildered by the sudden calamity. Gripping the armrests of the throne tightly, his nails dig painfully into the cold metal, his knuckles turning ashen. What is happening? Why does such a dreadful malevolence lurk beneath the capital of the great Tang dynasty? Crack! Suddenly, at the heart of the imperial city, before the Tai Chi Hall, the iron-hard obsidian ground erupts with a thunderous explosion, creating a terrifying chasm of immense proportions. The pitch-black abyss yawns like a portal to the netherworld. Roars and shrieks of malevolent creatures surge forth from the unfathomable depths. As dark sound waves sweep across the remnants of the palace, those unfortunate souls, palace maids, eunuchs, and low-ranking guards, caught too close, are instantaneously vaporized by the sonic shockwave. From this abyssal maw, 10 colossal and fearsome demon bodies rise, shrouded in a viscous, ink-like malevolence that engulfs the heavens. This torrent of malevolence blots out the light of day, its overwhelming power surpassing even that of quasi-emperors. Indeed, these are 10 demon sovereigns. The aura they exude is potent enough to crush stars and obliterate the very path of existence. The foremost among them is the notorious Moro demon emperor, whose formidable stature looms like a mountain, and whose malevolence is forged from the grievances of countless beings. It has consumed entire regions by its own might. Had it not been suppressed by Li Feng, who knows how many more atrocities it would have committed. A low, malevolent laughter escapes from the fetid maw of the Moro demon emperor, as thunderous rumbles reverberate above the ruins, causing the remaining fragments of walls to tremble and sending Li Xun's heart racing, nearly leaping from his throat. Look who we have here, the Moro demon emperor taunts, casting a mocking gaze upon Li Xun. Isn't this our illustrious and valiant new emperor of the Great Tang? Are you so frightened you might soil yourself? Its massive claws crush the shattered square beneath, cloaked in a tempest of malevolence, as it advances step by step toward the throne where Li Xun sits. At this moment, Li Xun is utterly paralyzed by fear, slumping in the dragon chair, unable to grasp the imperial weapon crafted from countless treasures by Li Feng. His face a mask of terror, his quasi-emperor cultivation is utterly shackled by the overwhelming presence of these demons, rendering him as powerless as an ordinary mortal. The true dragon has indeed given birth to a wretched pup. The demon emperor of Moro suddenly raised his voice, laced with disdain and mockery. In the days of your father, Li Feng, was an unparalleled force. He single-handedly subdued the heavens, his imperial sword suppressing myriad realms. What a hero he was, eclipsing all others. Had he not sacrificed his own lifespan to protect us, the great Tang Empire would have long since become a breeding ground for our kind. He opened his cavernous mouth, revealing a set of fearsome, dagger-like teeth, and his roar shattered a vast expanse of crumbling palace walls. And look at you now, a worthless wretch who cannot even wield a blade. A pitiful creature cowering on the dragon throne. That old curmudgeon Li Feng. How could he have sired such a failure like you? The moment these words were uttered, they sent shockwaves through the survivors of the imperial capital. Who could have anticipated that the so-called useless old emperor, viewed as a hindrance to the empire's prosperity, had been safeguarding the entire vast Tang Empire with his own life? We had all misunderstood the late emperor. He was indeed the greatest sovereign of our Tang dynasty. I am not human. I have erred. I am ungrateful and treacherous. How could I conspire against the crown prince? I shall take my own life to atone. Oh, late emperor, please return and continue to protect your people. We have recognized our mistakes. The lamentations of remorse intertwined, as countless citizens and ministers mourn their past slanders and rebellions against Li Feng. Your Majesty, the heavenly martial emperor, your subjects have realized their errors. We beseech you to show mercy to the innocent populace and save us once more. The common folk cried out for Li Feng's title of heavenly martial emperor, imploring him to descend from the heavens as he had during the demonic tide, effortlessly vanquishing the chaos and saving their lives. Alas, by this time, Li Feng had already lost all hope. Even if he were still within the imperial capital, he would merely observe with cold indifference, scoffing to himself. For the heavenly martial emperor is no more. You have chosen your path. Let Li Feng come to your aid. Many ministers, overwhelmed by guilt, committed suicide on the spot, seeking forgiveness through death. The Chancellor Wei Yan, his face marred with blood, widened his murky eyes in shock, his bloodshot orbs nearly bursting from their sockets. He suddenly recalled those moments in court, when that imposing sovereign sat upon the dragon throne, the fatigue and desolation in his brow unmistakable. He remembered Li Feng remaining alone in the vast hall late at night, his silhouette rendered profoundly lonely by the flickering candlelight. The actions once whispered about in contempt, of a ruler reluctant to relinquish power, were, in truth, sacrifices made to protect the welfare of all. With a sudden burst of anger and grief, Wei Yin coughed up a torrent of hot blood, splattering against the broken walls like vibrant crimson plum blossoms. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented his past decisions, howling to the heavens. I am guilty, deserving of death 1,000 times. I have blinded my heart, allowing myself to follow that unfilial, treacherous son Li Feng in his rebellion. I shall atone with my life. He cried out, striking his own heart, collapsing to the ground lifelessly. Around him, those who had participated in the coup or remained silent during Li Feng's usurpation, even those who had stoked the flames of discord, now stood frozen in shock. A profound sense of remorse engulfed their hearts as they gazed upon the lawless specter of the demon, their faces obscured as they cried out in anguish. The Tang dynasty has fallen. We have wrought destruction upon this empire with our own hands. They finally comprehended that the ruler they had long defamed was, in truth, the solitary guardian who bore the weight of the entire imperial capital and the very existence of their realm. It was their own folly and ambition that had severed the towering pillar that held back the abyss of hell. Alas, it was all too late. Li Feng would not return, and they were bereft of any opportunity for repentance. No, it is not my fault. The emperor, engulfed in madness, shook his head violently. It was them, it was Lu Fugong, it was Wei Yin. It was the entire court of civil and military officials that compelled me to rebel. He suddenly tumbled from the dragon throne, kneeling pitifully upon the cold rubble, tears streaming down his face as he prostrated himself before the demon emperor, beseeching for mercy. Your Majesty, the demon emperor, spare me. Spare me. I do not wish to. I am willing to serve you as my lord, to offer up the entirety of the Tang dynasty. I implore you, grant me the mercy of a mere dog's life. I am willing to be your most loyal servant, to follow you faithfully. He cast aside all dignity of an emperor, resembling a pitiful, tail-wagging cur. His forehead battered and bloodied against the sharp stones, crimson blood mingling with tears and snot, smearing his once proud countenance. This was the standard visage of a deposed monarch. Yet he had only just ascended the throne a mere half-day ago. How ludicrous it was. 5. The fall of the imperial capital. You, a worthless wretch, are not even worthy to lick the dirt from my toes. What right do you have to be my servant? The cruel Moro sneered as he raised his enormous claw, descending upon Li Xun with a thunderous crash. Bang! With a resounding thud, the commander of the Imperial Guard, who had rushed to protect him, was crushed into a grotesque mass of flesh and armor. Scalding blood and shattered entrails splattered across Li Xun's pale face. Ah! Li Xun shrieked in terror, scrambling backward, his trousers instantly soaked, emanating an unbearable stench. In a state of despair, he frantically looked around, crying out for help. Do not kill me, I beg you. Father, save your son. I recognize my mistakes. Please save me, Father. In the face of death, his instinctive cry was for the father he had driven away. Li Xun recalled the countless times he had been bullied by other princes. Always finding solace in Li Feng's intervention, he had developed an innate dependency on his father. Yet now, in this moment of utmost peril, he could no longer call upon his father for salvation. That kind-hearted father would never return. Father? The demon Emperor Moro erupted into maniacal laughter, mocking him. You were the one who forced him away, usurped his throne. Did you not recall that he was your father then? And now you wish for him to save you? It is too late. Li Feng, that old wretch, owes us a blood debt, and you, unfilial son, shall repay the interest. He turned abruptly, roaring at the throng of demons behind him. Tear him apart from me. A chorus of terrifying shadows surged forth, advancing upon Li Xun. Lu Fugong, Lu Qing, come quickly to save me. In the throes of despair, Li Xun unleashed a piercing roar, summoning every ounce of strength within him. He recalled the solemn vow once made by Lu Fugong, who had pledged to accompany him to death should their coup fail. Yet, now that the moment of life and death had arrived, Lu Fugong had vanished without a trace. The only sounds that responded to his cries were the thunderous collapse of palace walls and the frenzied howls of demons. Li Xun's desolate gaze swept across the chaotic ruins, searching in vain for the presence of Qin Fugong and his loyal confidants, the man who had once elevated him to the throne, fervently assuring him of his control over the empire, had abandoned him without hesitation at the onset of the terrifying demonic energy, fleeing to save himself. Deceivers. They are all deceivers. The last flicker of hope in Li Xun's eyes extinguished, leaving only an abyss of resentment and regret. He was engulfed in remorse. A profound regret like none he had ever experienced. Regret for believing in slander, regret for his own insatiable ambition, regret for everything he had done to his father. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. On this day, no one could save him. With a chilling sound that sent shivers down his spine, a gigantic claw, covered in dark bristles, pierced through his chest. The claw yanked outward violently. A heart, drenched in warm blood, was forcefully extracted, laid bare in the dim, malevolent atmosphere. Li Xun's lifeless form was hurled away, crashing heavily onto the remnants of the dragon throne, his once vibrant eyes now devoid of life. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The heart, grasped tightly in the clutch of the claw, suddenly erupted with a blinding black light. This darkness seemed capable of devouring all, forcibly drawing in the swirling demonic energy around it, consuming everything in its path. The blood on the heart's surface was swiftly absorbed, revealing its obsidian core underneath. Countless intricate and bizarre demonic patterns danced wildly across the surface of the heart, pulsating and resonating with the surrounding space, producing a deep and sinister thrum, akin to the war drums of ancient demon gods. The aura emanating from the heart was the purest essence of darkness and destruction. The Bloodbat Demon Emperor, poised to devour this heart, suddenly froze in disbelief, a look of incredulity etched upon his large face. It was indeed the 10 evil demon heart, the legendary supreme core of the chaotic demonic source. Innately aligned with the essence of all demons, this wretched being possessed such an extraordinary demonic root. Truly, a boon from the heavens, a favor from the demon realm. The Moro Demon Emperor stepped forward, seizing the demon heart, his eyes ablaze with vengeful flames that pierced the void. Li Feng, I refuse to believe you could perish so easily. You have suppressed my kin for millennia, exhausting the imperial bloodline's lifespan. Yet did you ever anticipate that the spawn you birthed would carry the supreme 10 evil demon heart of my realm? Moro cast a glance at the fading life of Li Xun, scoffing coldly as he took the body of this worthless being along with the demon heart. Only he could bond with the heart. Li Feng, you must survive. For when this demon heart matures and the demon seed awakens, it shall herald the day of your father and son's mutual destruction and the onset of universal ruin. The capital of the great Tang Empire has been reduced to ruins, sending tremors throughout the entire dynasty. The princes have begun their quest for supremacy. However, for Li Feng, this turmoil bears no relevance. He has now arrived in the realm of Dao, prepared to seek initiation into the ancient sacred land of Dao. The threshold for accepting disciples in the ancient sacred land is exceedingly high, requiring one to possess a superior spiritual root or above for entry. Several millennia ago, Li Feng had attempted to gain entry, but as a mere mortal with a mixed spiritual root, he was dismissed in the first round of testing. Within the ancient sacred land lies not only the cultivation resources that Li Feng urgently needs, but also a rare and incomplete elixir known as the Nine Deaths Rebirth Grass, which possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead. The greatest regret of Li Feng's life is not the usurpation of the throne by a treacherous son, but rather the image of his beloved, who perished before him in an attempt to save him, leaving him utterly powerless. His refusal to appoint a queen stems from his unwavering love for but one, Shen Xinlan. In his past, when Li Feng was merely a mortal with a mixed spiritual root, it was Shen Xinlan, the daughter of the Grand Marshal of the Demon Suppression Army, who rescued him from the tide of demons without regard for his humble origins and meager talents. She supported him through thick and thin, leading to the rise of the great Tang Empire under the reign of Emperor Tianwu. Li Feng. Tragically, fate was unkind. Despite her unwavering devotion, she could not inhabit the grand palace that Li Feng had promised her. Just as Li Feng was poised to ascend the throne, 10 demonic emperors conspired against him. Shen Xinlan bravely defended him from a surprise attack by one of these demons, sacrificing her life before his eyes. This event drove Li Feng to the brink of madness, as he plunged into the demon realm to exact vengeance, annihilating millions of demons. Yet, he could not retrieve his beloved Empress Shun. In his desperation, he sealed her body and soul with the essence of his imperial power, vowing to resurrect her upon acquiring the elixir. The Nine Deaths rebirth grass in the ancient sacred land is the only elixir known to Li Feng. He had once, as an emperor, knelt before the gates of the ancient sacred land for 5 centuries, beseeching them for a fragment of the elixir, only to be met with merciless rejection. The ancestor of the ancient sacred land personally explained the ancestral decree that the elixir is reserved solely for the sacred son of the ancient sacred land. To aid in his ascent to the imperial realm, no disciple outside the ancient sacred land may be granted so much as a fragment of the elixir. At that time, Li Feng sought to join the ancient sacred land, but was denied entry on the spot. Disciples must begin their journey in childhood to ensure loyalty. Even his status as an emperor could not sway them. Now, having reversed his bone age, Li Feng is finally able to enter the ancient sacred land and obtain the elixir to resurrect Shen Xinlan. His arrival will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the ancient sacred land. If they intend to reserve the elixir for the sacred son, then I shall become that sacred son. The path to the ancient sacred land is suffused with rich spiritual energy, resembling a flowing jade ribbon illuminated by celestial light. Occasionally, streaks of light traverse the sky, driven by young prodigies riding on various exotic beasts, converging upon the gates of the sacred land. In stark contrast to these opulent modes of transport, Li Feng, journeying alone on foot, appears somewhat destitute. Dressed in simple white robes, he walks steadily, his gaze calm and composed, concealing all his brilliance and imposing presence. He appeared to be an unremarkable young man at this moment. He gazed at the system panel before him, feeling somewhat speechless. The system had malfunctioned once again. Just yesterday, it had reversed his biological age to 18, and now it issued tasks based on this new age, compelling Li Feng to achieve milestones in his life. It was unclear whether the system sought to cover up a long-standing oversight or was simply acting erratically. Name: Li Feng. Age: 18. Cultivation: Saint King. First level. Technique: Tao Te Ching, Celestial Emperor. Fragment: can be repaired to the level of Ancestor with 1 billion artistic points. Physique: 5 elements mortal body, chaotic body. Metal spiritual root: 3 points available, 2003. Wood spiritual root: 3 points available, 2003. Water spiritual root: 3 points available, 2003. Fire spiritual root: 3 points available, 2003. Earth spiritual root: 3 points available, 2003. Other spiritual roots: none. Comprehension: 18, 3, 8, 9, 6, 2. Available talent points: 18, 2, 8, 9, 6, 2. Available artistic skill points: 18, 2, 8, 9, 6, 2. Late bloomer system: for each additional year of life, the host gains 1 point in comprehension, 1 point in spiritual root talent, and 1 artistic skill point. Note: ordinary individuals possess only 1 point in comprehension and 1 point in spiritual root. Growth task: the host has reached 18 this year. It is time to join a sect for training. Given that the host possesses only mixed 5-element spiritual roots, it is recommended to join a yellow level force to develop cautiously, endure the passage of time, and accumulate strength. Of course, if the host can join a higher level force, that would be even better. Please complete the entry achievement to join a sect and commence cultivation. Rewards will be issued based on the level of the force joined. Joining a yellow level force rewards a mystical foundation pill. Joining a mystical level force rewards an earth level pill, and so forth. Joining a Holy Land level force rewards an Emperor level foundation pill. Had this been thousands of years ago, bound to the late bloomer system with my then qualifications, I would have had no choice but to join a yellow level force, settling for the most basic rewards. After reviewing the system's task, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Now, with a chaotic body and cultivation at the Saint King level, joining a Holy Land level lineage would be effortless, and the Emperor grade pills were as good as mine. Suddenly, intense arguing broke out nearby. Luoyi, stop right there. A young man blocked the path of a stunningly beautiful woman. The man, named Huang Zhong, was flushed with anger as he vehemently debated with her. Our families have long been betrothed. Though my Huang family is currently in a predicament, I possess a superior spiritual root. Once I enter the ancient Holy Land, there will surely be a day when I rise. You must give me a clear answer today. Will you honor the engagement and marry, or do you truly wish to break it? If you choose to break the engagement, You must return the betrothal gift of the mystical Yin Jade essence that my Huang family presented. Luo Yi hailed from the prestigious Luo family, renowned for its formidable celestial warriors, and possessed the rare spirit stream physique, promising an illustrious future. She had long desired to annul her engagement. Not only did she intend to dissolve the betrothal, but she also sought to appropriate the betrothal gifts from the Huang family. In response to Huang Zhong's inquiries, Luo Yi was filled with disdain and impatience, as if besieged by a beggar. Huang Zhong, how long do you intend to pester me? Luo Yi scoffed coldly. An engagement? Merely the fanciful musings of our elders. Look at the state of your Huang family. Do you truly think you deserve to mention the Xian Yin Jade essence? That trinket has long been relegated to the dusty corners of our storeroom. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You, a fallen scion of a once noble house, destined to struggle at the bottom even if you were to enter the sacred land, dare to aspire to my Luo family? Such delusions. You. Huang Zhong trembled with rage at her scathing remarks, pointing at Luo Yi as he stammered. How can you be so ungrateful? It was our Huang family that assisted you during your family's decline, enabling your current standing. That was then, this is now. Luo Yi interrupted impatiently, her gaze disdainfully sweeping past Huang Zhong's face. One should not expect gratitude for favors done, nor should one bestow kindness expecting recompense. To think you are not only worthless, but also of such poor character. How could I ever consider marrying you? Having just insulted Huang Zhong, she then spotted Li Feng nearby and, pointing at him, mockingly addressed Huang Zhong. Do you see that pitiable wretch? Even if I were to marry him, I would never marry you, Huang Zhong. It's time for you to abandon this foolish hope. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression immediately turned icy. What a cunning diversion. This vile woman cared little for Li Feng's identity. She merely sought to humiliate Huang Zhong and redirect his ire toward Li Feng, allowing her to slip away unscathed. In an instant, Huang Zhong's humiliating gaze, along with the pitying or mocking glances from onlookers, converged upon Li Feng. Li Feng halted his steps, unabashedly revealing his disdain for Luo Yi, and retorted, Vile woman, you court death. Such public humiliation caused the triumphant smile on Luo Yi's face to freeze instantly. Accustomed to being the center of admiration due to her talent and beauty, she had never before endured such humiliation, her face flushing with indignation. With a countenance so grotesque, you dare to seek to exploit my position? You are unworthy even to wash my feet. Li Feng continued mercilessly. Luo Yi trembled with rage, her finger quivering as she pointed at Li Feng. You, a base creature without even a fine steed, clearly a delusional rustic, could never ascend to the ancient sacred land. Beside her, Luo Zhou was furious, having secretly allied with Luo Yi, and he stepped forward to defend her. You dare insult Miss Luo Yi? Kneel and beg for forgiveness, or sever your own limb. Otherwise, I shall crush your bones and teach you what true suffering is. Luo Zhou sneered, fists clenched, glaring haughtily at Li Feng. The onlookers, the talented youths, instinctively recoiled, fearful of being caught in the fray. Huang Zhong, fearing that Li Feng might suffer, hastily advised him, Little brother, let it go. These two scoundrels come from affluent families. We cannot contend with them. The Luo family is far more powerful than the Luo family, with an ancestral sage among them, a formidable presence in our realm. Moreover, the Luo family has members training in the ancient sacred land. Offending them would lead to dire consequences. Li Feng's gaze turned icy, disregarding Huang Zhong's cowardice. A mere swarm of ants dared to bark at him, even contemplating violence? With just a single thought, these two foolish individuals, oblivious to their own insignificance, would be reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. As for the notion of being undermined, once his potential was unleashed, who would dare to hinder him? Humph! All of you, cease this at once. Yet, before Li Feng could act, a cold snort echoed through the air. A figure cloaked in the garb of an elder from the ancient sacred land appeared several meters above the crowd. This was an elderly man with piercing eyes, exuding the formidable aura of a sage. The presence of the elders silenced the crowd, rendering them motionless with trepidation. Outside the sacred land's gates, any form of private conflict was strictly prohibited. Anyone who dared to fight, regardless of the reason, would instantly lose their qualification for the entrance examination, be expelled down the mountain, and never be accepted again. The elder's gaze swept over the crowd, lingering momentarily on Luo Zhou and Li Feng, laden with warning. Luo Zhou had no choice but to relent, glaring fiercely at Li Feng and coldly remarking, Umph. You've merely stumbled upon good fortune. He directly communicated through thought, threatening Li Feng. With the elder present, it only prolongs your miserable existence. You, a mere country bumpkin, are likely to possess a mixed elemental root. Once the examination begins, the first test of spiritual roots will expose your true nature, and you will be cast out. At that point, should we decide to eliminate you, no one will come to your aid. Li Feng paid no heed to the barking of these insignificant pests. Knowing that once the spiritual root assessment concluded, they would be terrified by their own words. 7. Exceptional golden spiritual root. Li Feng joined the throng, entering the plaza outside the ancient sacred land. Towering ancient jade pillars, each a different hue, stood majestically, serving as the instruments for assessing spiritual roots. A long queue had formed before the pillars, predominantly comprised of young individuals dressed simply, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Occasionally, a richly attired person would appear, yet even they could not conceal their nervousness. Luo Zhou and Luo Yi had already completed their assessments, standing at the forefront of the crowd, proudly holding their heads high, basking in the awed and envious gazes of those around them. With a superior single attribute fire spiritual root, young Master Luo's future was exceedingly bright. Upon entering, he would surely become an inner disciple. Young Master Luo, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Many gathered around Luo Zhou, fawning and flattering him. Miss Luo Yi, possessing a superior water spiritual root in conjunction with her spiritual stream physique, would likely achieve even greater heights than young Master Luo. The two truly were a perfect match, a harmonious pair. Listening to these flattery-laden remarks, Luo Zhou's chin lifted even higher, while Luo Yi could hardly conceal her joy. Together, they appeared as an exquisite couple. Luo Zhao turned toward Li Feng, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he silently mouthed the words, "Country bumpkin, do you see? This is power. Even in the sacred grounds, I have my allies. How could you possibly contend with me?" Li Feng maintained a tranquil demeanor, dismissing him as nothing more than a bothersome insect. The elder responsible for organizing the testing order was none other than Luo Zhao's great ancestor, Luo Senator. This venerable figure, with his snow-white hair and beard, donned a gray steward's robe that exuded an air of impartiality. However, when his gaze swept over Li Feng, it was laced with malice. He leisurely checked the roster, directly relegating Li Feng to the very last position. As the moments ticked by, the jade column emitted only faint glimmers of light. Occasionally, a mid-grade spiritual root would surface, inciting a minor stir, but nothing more. The illustrious top-tier prodigies had long since surpassed the initial test. Those still engaged in testing their spiritual roots were predominantly ordinary individuals, with no exceptional talents making an appearance. Most participants exited in disappointment, securing only the status of menial disciples, or were outright eliminated. At last, the path ahead was clear, and it was Li Feng's turn to test his spiritual root. He stepped forward, his expression serene as he approached the jade column. "Oof, what a pretense," Luo Yi scoffed, crossing her arms and deliberately raising her voice for those around to hear. "A pauper who can't even afford a mount. How dare he embarrass himself in the ancient sacred grounds? He'll be lucky to reveal a low-grade miscellaneous spiritual root." Luo Zhao immediately chimed in, his eyes filled with disdain. "Sister Luo Yi, why bother with someone like him? Once the results are announced, he will be exposed for what he truly is, cast out like refuse. We have ample time to devise our plans against him." He licked his lips, a fierce glint in his eyes. "At that time, I shall ensure he wishes for death, yet cannot attain it. The lower classes should tread lightly. Provoking the nobility invites dire consequences." Having remained silent and watchful, Huang Zhong felt a flicker of guilt at these words. It was because of him that Li Feng was facing such unwarranted adversity. He could not stand idly by, watching as Li Feng was harmed. After a moment of internal struggle, Huang Zhong took a few steps forward and bowed deeply to Luo Yi. "Miss Luo Yi," he implored with a pained smile, "it is I, Huang Zhong, who is unworthy of your grace. We, the Huang family, shall forfeit the Xian Yin Jade Marrow. I only beseech you to show mercy and spare this innocent young man. His plight has nothing to do with our grievances." "Humph." Luo Yi laughed disdainfully, her face betraying her contempt for Huang Zhong. "You foolish do-gooder, have you reached the end of your rope? What gives you the right to negotiate with me? If you wish for me to spare him," she pointed at Li Feng, her tone turning sharp, "he must kneel before me this instant, bow 3 times, and call me any thrice. Otherwise, he is as good as dead." Luo Yi, your kindness is overwhelming. Luo Zhao guffawed from the side, reveling in his triumph. Li Feng halted, casting a surprised glance at Huang Zhong, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that this fellow still possessed a semblance of goodness. What merit did Luo Yi have to deserve such loyalty? Suddenly, Li Feng's icy gaze shifted towards Luo Yi, and he scoffed, "You too, wretched souls. Even if you beg for mercy on your knees later, I shall not grant you clemency." Huh, such defiance before death, what a pretense of bravado. Luo Yi, unnerved by Li Feng's piercing stare, feigned calmness and retorted, "I am eager to see if, after you ascertain your abysmal spirit root talent, you will still have the audacity to boast." Li Feng disregarded the barking behind him and strode directly to the first golden attribute spirit root testing pillar. The outer sect disciple tasked with recording the results wore an expression devoid of hope, as it was already an extraordinary occurrence to witness even two top-tier single spirit roots today. Most onlookers had long diverted their attention. What spectacle could a nameless young man provide? Merely another figure departing in desolation from the ancient sacred grounds. Elder Rosen, responsible for supervision, smirked mockingly, stroking his beard with an air of indifference, observing Li Feng as one might a lifeless corpse. He merely awaited the conclusion of the test, anticipating the demise of this audacious little figure who dared to provoke the Luo family. Li Feng calmly extended his hand, his slender fingers gently pressing against the jade pillar representing the golden attribute spirit root. Suddenly, a resounding hum erupted from within the pillar. With a crackle, the previously dim jade pillar erupted into a dazzling brilliance. The light was extraordinarily pure, as if a second blazing golden sun had abruptly ignited, blindingly radiant. The nearest recording disciple was the first to suffer, letting out a cry as his eyes were painfully assaulted by the fierce light. Tears streaming down his face as he instinctively shielded his eyes with his sleeve. My eyes! Good heavens! What kind of light is that? Never had he witnessed such a glaring golden glow emanating from a golden attribute pillar. Could it be malfunctioning? The square erupted into chaos, all present rendered speechless by the sudden surge of light. This unprecedented golden radiance had even left Elder Rosen in a state of shock, frozen in place. Was this a top-tier spirit root? No. During the top-tier spirit root test, the pillar merely illuminated halfway, yet this light was spilling forth. The entire pillar radiated brilliance. It was at least 100 times brighter than when young Master Luo Zhao tested, indicating it was undoubtedly a superior gold spirit root. An outer sect disciple, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered incoherently, "It is absolutely superior. A gold attribute spirit root." Another elder beside Rosen turned crimson, unable to contain his astonishment. The entire square erupted in a clamor, all eyes fixated on the figure in white, filled with awe and envy. This was merely an outer sect test. Thus the tools could only assess to the level of superior spirit roots, yet even this was astonishing. Such a radiant display unequivocally signified that Li Feng's spirit root talent was at least of superior caliber. A spirit root of this quality would grant immediate entry into the inner sect, and if it were a singular spirit root talent, it could very well lead to becoming a true disciple. In an instant, all gazes turned to Li Feng with reverence and admiration. While Luo Yi and Luo Zhao stood there, utterly dumbfounded, they exchanged a glance, both astonished by the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. They never anticipated that the inferior being they had scorned would possess an extraordinary golden spiritual root. Impossible, this simply cannot be. It must be an illusion, without a doubt. He was merely a provincial fool who could not even afford to purchase a spirit beast. How could he possibly be endowed with a superior golden spiritual root? Luo Zhou stood dumbfounded, unable to suppress his murmurs. His once prized upper-grade fire spiritual root paled significantly in comparison to Li Feng's exceptional golden root. This is disastrous. They had unwittingly provoked a prodigy who must not be offended. Elder Luo Sen's lips trembled as a heavy dread settled in his heart, an icy chill permeating his very bones. Immediate action was necessary to mend the relationship with Li Feng. Otherwise, not only Luo Zhou, but the entire Luo family could befall catastrophic misfortune because of this young man. The chaos of spiritual roots, a revelation of the sacred land. Oh, remarkable. He has indeed unveiled a superior spiritual root talent. Huang Zhong displayed even more excitement than Li Feng, bouncing around like a madman. Now, Not only had Li Feng preserved his own standing, but he had also salvaged Huang Zhong's very life. How could Luo Zhou and Luo Yi, that pair of scoundrels, dare to trouble them any longer? Awakened from their stupor, Luo Yi and Luo Zhou scrambled to Li Feng, and under the watchful gazes of countless onlookers, they fell to their knees before him. Brotherly, we were blind to your worth. We have disrespected you. Luo Yi repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. As humble as a stray dog, we beseech your magnanimity, spare us. From this day forth, we shall never oppose you again. Luo Zhou, trembling in fear, knocked his head against the ground fervently. Brotherly, esteemed elderly, please treat me as mere heir. I implore you, show mercy and spare my life. From now on, I shall obey your every command, loyal as your most devoted hound. Tears streamed down his face, erasing any remnants of the haughty demeanor he once possessed as a scion of nobility. Elder Luo's son hastened to Li Feng's side, wearing the most humble expression he had ever mustered, bowing deeply in apology. Brotherly, I, the old fool Luo's son, have failed in my duties, leading this wretched child to offend you. I am truly deserving of death. Should Li Feng become a true disciple, even if his cultivation surpasses mine, I would still respectfully address him as brother. The hierarchy of the ancient sacred land was strict, where outer disciples were insignificant before true disciples. You blind fool! How dare you offend brotherly? Luo's son fiercely kicked the prostrate Luo Zhou, then turned to Li Feng, presenting a delicate jade box with both hands. As he opened the lid, 3 dragon-eye-sized azure pills, suffused with spiritual energy, emerged, exuding a captivating fragrance. These are 3 high-grade, earth-level nourishing spirit pills, beneficial for solidifying one's foundation and nurturing the soul. It is but a small token of my apology for this wretch, and I sincerely hope that brotherly may overlook his foolishness. Luo Sen's demeanor was exceedingly lowly, his expression tense, drawing envious glances from the surrounding new disciples towards Li Feng. All are children of humble origins, just recently arrived to undergo the spirit root test, while we still gaze up at the outer sect elders. Yet, Li Feng has already commanded the respect of the elders. Luo Zhou feels no shame. His mind is as clear as ice. With the terrifying talent displayed by Li Feng, once he enters the sacred land, his status will soar to great heights, far surpassing that of this outer sect elder. If he does not bow now, the Luo family may face dire consequences in the future. I implore you, Senior Brotherly, to complete the spirit root test first. The Luo family has significant gifts to present later. Seeing Li Feng disregard him, Luo's son awkwardly smiled and quickly stated that he would prepare more gifts to atone. Li Feng signaled to Huang Zhong, saying, Huang Zhong, please collect these elixirs. Consider it compensation from the Luo family. Since Luo Zhou had wronged Huang Zhong, compensation was indeed warranted. Given that Huang Zhong had interceded on Li Feng's behalf, Li Feng acknowledged this favor, helping him recover some losses. Huang Zhong was instantly filled with excitement, thanking Li Feng profusely. Thank you, Senior Brotherly. The worth of these elixirs surpasses the betrothal gifts the Huang family offered to the Luo family. I never imagined I would recover them in my lifetime. Soon, Li Feng's hand gently touched the second wooden attribute jade pillar. The onlookers whispered among themselves, having already acquired a top-grade gold attribute root. Even a low-grade wood spirit root would suffice, as he only needed to cultivate the gold attribute root. The weaker the other spirit roots, the better. Senior Brother Li only needed to focus on a singular spirit root to become a true disciple, but we fervently hope it is not another top-grade spirit root. Everyone gazed at Li Feng with envy, while Huang Zhong silently prayed. If the second spirit root were also a top grade, it would hinder Li Feng's cultivation speed. A high-grade single spirit root would be preferable. Buzz. Worries manifested, and a vibrant green light shot up, as rich as the previous one, erupting before Li Feng. The surface of the jade pillar was adorned with countless vine-like light patterns, wildly extending upwards. This is bad. It's another top grade with spirit root. Huang Zhong's voice trembled, his face paling in an instant. Luo Zhou, kneeling on the ground, abruptly looked up, his expression of dread transforming into surprise. He stared intently at the green light pillar, exclaiming, "Haha, a dual top-grade spirit root. It is even inferior to my high-grade fire attribute single root." Luo Yi's reaction was swifter. She stood up, pointing at Li Feng and sternly declaring, "So, it turns out you possess dual top-grade spirit roots. The one who should kneel is you." Luo Zhou sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his knees, the awe in his eyes replaced by sheer elation. For him, it was truly a miraculous turnaround. Ha ha. Luo Zhou suddenly burst into laughter. I thought you were a peerless genius, but it seems you are still a waste. The cultivation speed of dual top-grade spirit roots is even inferior to that of ordinary disciples. You can barely qualify as an outer sect disciple. Luo's son was quicker in his actions, swiftly moving to Huang Zhong's side, his skeletal hand gripping Huang Zhong's wrist like an eagle's talon, demanding, "Boy, return my elixirs." The resounding clang of the bell signaled Huang Zhong's pain, causing the jade box to fall to the ground. 3 azure pills rolled out, swiftly collected by Rosen with a wave of his hand. Li Feng observed this scene with cold indifference. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. How could a mere outer sect steward recognize the nature of chaotic spirit roots? Soon, there would be others to settle the score. Continue the assessment. Rosen, having pocketed the pills, cast a taunting smile at Li Feng, eager to ascertain whether he truly possessed the legendary Supreme Mixed Spirit Root. The so-called Supreme Mixed Spirit Root comprised all 5 elemental attributes, yet its cultivation speed lagged far behind that of single-attribute spirit roots. Such a talent, upon entering the ancient sacred land, would be relegated to the status of a mere servant disciple, condemned to a lifetime devoid of opportunity. A stir erupted in the training arena, accompanied by various sighs of disappointment. What a pity! They had hoped for a prodigy to emerge from humble origins. But it seemed yet another unfortunate servant disciple had appeared. How could he possibly possess a supreme mixed spirit root? Such misfortune seemed unfathomable. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Li Feng remained unfazed, turning to approach the water attribute jade pillar. As his palm made contact, a deep blue light erupted, sweeping through the arena with the force of a tsunami. The 3rd supreme spirit root. Before the crowd could voice their astonishment, Li Feng had already moved to the fire attribute jade pillar. The crimson glow erupted like a volcanic explosion, forcing the front row of disciples to retreat in haste. For attributes of supreme spirit roots. Seeing this spectacle, Rosen and his companions were elated, barely able to contain their glee. Indeed, it was a supreme mixed spirit root. Such a worthless individual, even if this elder allowed him entry into the sacred land, could only remain a servant disciple for life. Soon thereafter, the final earth attribute jade pillar lit up with a dazzling yellow glow, confirming the presence of all 5 elemental attributes. Each a supreme spirit root. This was the epitome of a supreme mixed spirit root. All hope was utterly extinguished for Huang Zhong, whose face turned ashen, hands tangled in his hair, despair written across his features. Rosen, regaining his haughty demeanor, strode confidently before Li Feng, sneering with disdain. Li Feng, you insignificant wretch. What ability do you possess to contend with me now? Once you enter the sacred land, I shall relish in your demise. He carelessly tossed a servant-disciple token to the ground, mocking, Li Feng, take your servant-disciple identity token and swiftly depart to the servant peak. Do not linger here to irritate us. Li Feng, however, did not even spare a glance at the token on the ground. Misinterpreting this as defiance, Rosen pointed at him, angrily berating, you refuse the servant-disciple token? Do you truly aspire to obtain a true disciple token? If you disdain the role of a servant disciple, then be gone. The ancient sacred land does not lack for wastes such as you. Since Li Feng refused to heed his warning, Rosen had no qualms about expelling him from the mountain, thereby relinquishing responsibility for Li Feng's fate. How could a toad aspire to court a swan? He was scarcely worthy of being a true disciple. To even enter the ancient sacred land as a servant was a stroke of fortune for him. And yet he dared to challenge the elder's judgment, truly a case of inviting punishment by refusing wine. As the scornful banter of Rosen and Luo continued, a subtle sound of cracking suddenly resonated throughout the venue. Bang! In the center of the square, 5 mystical pillars quivered violently, their surfaces cracking like spider webs, swiftly spreading. Amidst the terrified gazes of all present, the 5 pillars shattered simultaneously. The radiant essence of 5 elemental roots twisted and entwined, ultimately merging into a chaotic, towering beam of light that soared into the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the ancient sacred land. The protective formation of the entire ancient sacred site was activated, with countless ancient runes shimmering in the air. What was happening? Observing this extraordinary spectacle, Rosen wore a look of bewilderment. Although he could not comprehend the unfolding events, It was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon, and he naturally assumed that Li Feng had damaged the sacred site's mystical artifact. Without hesitation, he reached out with his large hand, intending to seize Li Feng. This audacious little creature dared to harm the treasures of the ancient sacred land. It would be impossible for him to escape unscathed. The sacred land would ensure he could neither live nor die. Unbeknownst to him, in the depths of the sacred site, several terrifying presences were awakening. Within the most ancient bronze hall, an elderly man in gray robes suddenly opened his eyes, and within them, the cycles of destruction and rebirth echoed with ancient, majestic voices that resonated throughout the sacred land. The chaotic spiritual root has manifested within our ancient sacred site. It is indeed the blessing of our ancestors. Everyone, hasten to welcome it. No, I refuse to be a pawn, since you are unwilling to serve as a mere attendant. This elder shall expel you from the ancient sacred land according to the law. Rosen's palm was mere inches from Li Feng's collar. A twisted smile of malice distorting his features as he envisioned Li Feng subdued before him, begging for mercy. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light cascaded from the heavens, like a celestial river pouring down, enveloping Rosen instantly. The terrifying pressure contained within the golden light left all present gasping for breath, as if an ancient divine mountain pressed upon their chests, making it difficult to inhale. Ack! Rosen emitted a shrill, anguished scream as his hand shattered within the golden light. Flesh and blood flying, swiftly transforming into a mist of crimson. The golden light continued its inexorable descent. Rosen's body, as fragile as porcelain, disintegrated within the radiance, ultimately erupting in a thunderous explosion, scattering blood like rain across the sky. The once arrogant Elder Rosen was thus slain at his doorstep. No one could have anticipated such an occurrence, and the eyes of all present nearly bulged from their sockets. Who possessed the audacity to execute an elder of the ancient sacred land? All gazes turned in unison toward the resplendent golden glow. Hail, the Holy Master! A keen-eyed disciple recognized the figure shrouded in the golden light, and terror-stricken, his face turned pale, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees. Seeing this, the others hastily followed suit, kneeling in unison to pay their respects to the Holy Master. In the void, a towering silhouette gradually materialized, clad in golden robes. His countenance was imposing, with eyes as deep as the stars, emanating a terrifying pressure that could suffocate even those at the sage level. The one who vanquished Rosen was none other than the contemporary Holy Master of the ancient sacred land, the Xiantian Holy Master. His gaze fell upon Li Feng, and he was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a single stride, he appeared before Li Feng in an instant. The Chaos Spiritual Root. Indeed, it is the Chaos Spiritual Root. Without the need for cultivation, spiritual energy surged into his dantian at an astonishing pace. The voice of the Xiantian Holy Master trembled uncontrollably, as if he had witnessed a legendary celestial phenomenon. He turned to the prostrating crowd, his voice crashing down like thunder. Do you comprehend why I must eliminate that blind fool, Rosen? The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to respond. The rules of the ancient sacred land were stringent. Even the Holy Master must adhere to them when taking a life. Yet, the Xiantian Holy Master suddenly erupted in fury, slaying an elder without explanation. Why? Because he was foolish. The Xiantian Holy Master scoffed, his beard bristling in indignation, seemingly unsatisfied even after killing Rosen. What Li Feng possessed was not the ordinary 5 elements mixed spiritual root, but rather the legendary and rarely seen chaos spiritual root. Such an unparalleled prodigy. Yet he sought to expel him from the ancient sacred land. Had the Holy Master not arrived in time, it would have resulted in the greatest loss since the founding of our sect. The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress their shock. The phrase "the greatest loss since the founding of the sect" carried immense weight. Even when the former ancient divine body betrayed the sect, the Holy Master had never uttered such words. Could it be that the chaos spiritual root was even rarer than the ancient divine body? That entity ranked among the top in the 10 great divine bodies. Dare I inquire, Holy Master, what exactly is the chaos spiritual root? Another elder asked, wiping sweat from his brow, unable to contain his anxiety. He had failed to recognize the chaos spiritual root earlier, but fortunately refrained from attacking Li Feng. Otherwise, he would now be among the deceased. Humph! The Xiantian Holy Master scoffed, casting a fierce glare in his direction. The chaos spiritual root is an unparalleled, once-in-an-eternity gift, embodying all 5 elements, existing in harmony and conflict, evolving chaos. Those who possess such a root cultivate at a pace far beyond the ordinary, unhindered by the limitations of a singular attribute, able to practice the 5 elemental techniques simultaneously, achieving unmatched combat prowess. Moreover, those endowed with the chaos spiritual root are likely to cultivate into the chaos divine body, which naturally immunizes them against the anomalies of other divine bodies, placing them in an invincible position, destined to attain the status of a great emperor and embody the essence of immortality. His voice grew louder and more fervent. Our ancient sacred land has stood for millennia, and throughout the generations, our ancestors have never encountered a chaos spiritual root. Its emergence in a newly initiated disciple today is truly a divine blessing for our sect, a certain path to enlightenment, the essence of immortality. The weight of these declarations was understood by all, and the gazes directed at Li Feng transformed into profound reverence, as if mere mayflies gazing up at the vast sky. Now, while they could still exchange a few words with Li Feng, soon he might ascend to the status of the sacred son of the ancient sacred land, leaving them to kneel before him in response. The position of the sacred son is equivalent to that of the holy master. No, it can't be. How could a lowly person like him possess the chaos spiritual root? Luo Zhou muttered, his complexion instantly paling, unable to accept this reality. I am finished. Luo Yi collapsed onto the ground, nearly fainting from fright. The Xiantian Saint Lord cast a cold glance at the two, then waved his hand commandingly, instructing, "Bring forth these 2 ignorant wretches, incapacitate their Dantians, and expel them from the sacred land. Their family shall be expelled as well, and from henceforth, no members of these 2 families shall be permitted to enter the ancient sacred land. Spare us, Saint Lord. We did not mean to offend. We recognize our errors." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhou and Luo Yi were immediately struck with terror, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Should their Dantians be destroyed, their lives would be irrevocably shattered. Furthermore, their families would cast them out, leaving them as powerless individuals destined to perish at the hands of their enemies. They had always been arrogant and dismissive. Having offended countless adversaries, surely they could not escape death. The Xiantian Saint Lord paid no heed to the pleas of the two, not even sparing them a glance. In comparison to Li Feng, the lives of these 2 were of no consequence. Several law enforcement elders promptly stepped forward, dragging the 2 away as though they were lifeless dogs. After removing the eyesores, the Xiantian Saint Lord turned to Li Feng, his demeanor warm and inviting. "From this day forth, you shall be the son of the ancient sacred land, exempt from any further tests, standing on equal footing with me. What say you to this?" The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. The title of son, that was the embodiment of true talent within the sacred land. Li Feng, a mere lower-class individual who could not even afford a mount, was about to soar to greatness. As the son, he would receive unparalleled cultivation and resources from the ancient sacred land. Should he flourish, he would become its most formidable asset, potentially surpassing even the Saint Lord in status. If the opportunity to become the son of the ancient sacred land were presented to any of the new disciples present, they would eagerly nod in agreement, prostrating themselves in gratitude for the Saint Lord's generosity. Yet, Li Feng remained composed, instead confronting the Saint Lord. "I appreciate your kindness, Saint Lord, but the elders of your esteemed sacred land have already expelled me. How can I endure such humiliation and accept the title of son? Shouldn't the Saint Lord provide me with an explanation?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Li Feng would audaciously reject the position of son, demanding a justification from the Xiantian Saint Lord. Insanity. This was far more shocking than the Saint Lord executing Rosen. Everyone stared at Li Feng in disbelief, as if he were a fool. In the millennia since the establishment of the ancient sacred land, had any disciple ever dared to speak to the Saint Lord in such a manner? Many elders were witnessing a young man with no sense of his own limitations daring to confront the Saint Lord. While his talent was undeniable, he had yet to realize it. The Saint Lord could extinguish him with a mere flick of his hand, yet he still dared to demand an explanation. Daring to defy the Holy Master in such a manner, Li Feng's fate may well be even more tragic than that of Rosen. However, they have all underestimated the astonishing talent of Li Feng and the high regard in which the Xiantian Holy Master holds him. The imposing figure of the Xiantian Holy Master displayed not a hint of anger on his face. Rather, He wore an awkward smile. Young friendly Feng. This incident is indeed a lapse on the part of the Holy Land. It is my failure to maintain discipline that allowed a fool like Rosen to offend you. Rosen has been executed, and his family will undergo complete eradication as a warning to others. Those two ignorant youths have also had their cultivation abolished, and their family shall never again have a member step into the Holy Land. Are you satisfied with such punishment, young friend? He paused, noticing that Li Feng's expression remained calm and unperturbed, which only heightened his anxiety. The chaos spiritual root, a peerless immortal seed that had not graced the ancient Holy Land for millennia. If he were to leave in a huff and be taken by another Holy Land, or even a demonic sect, the Xiantian Holy Master would be condemned as a historical sinner of the ancient Holy Land. Thus, he felt compelled to sweeten the deal, willing to spare no expense to retain Li Feng. Young friend, I fully understand that today's events have caused you distress and dissatisfaction. Should you choose to remain in the Holy Land and become our Holy Son, the ancient Holy Land will spare no effort to compensate you. Elixirs, secret techniques, paradisiacal realms, and treasures from the Holy Land will be at your disposal. Whatever the Holy Land possesses, I shall not hesitate. Your every request will be met with utmost diligence. The Holy Master was actually apologizing, pleading with Li Feng. The elders and disciples of the ancient Holy Land exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. What manner of being was the Holy Master, who commanded immense power and whose words were law? Yet here he was, lowering himself to retain a new disciple, disregarding his own dignity. Those unaware might think Li Feng was the illegitimate child of an esteemed ancestor. All the disciples watched Li Feng with wide-eyed curiosity, speculating what demands he might make. Placing themselves in his shoes, they imagined they would be anything but modest, demanding the most powerful techniques and the rarest elixirs. Despite their efforts to conceive of the most precious treasures, they were still taken aback by Li Feng's request. I desire the 9 Deaths Rebirth Herb. Li Feng unabashedly revealed his true intention, having come specifically for this remnant of an immortal medicine. The 9 Deaths Rebirth Herb, the ancient Holy Land's most treasured elixir. It is said to encompass the mysteries of life and death, capable of reviving the deceased, restoring flesh to bones, and aiding in the comprehension of the path to transcendence, elevating one to unparalleled realms. The entire Holy Land likely possesses only half a stalk, representing its genuine foundation. This lad truly dares to ask for such a thing. As soon as Li Feng's words escaped his lips, a cacophony of murmurs erupted. He truly dares to make such a demand. That is the most precious treasure of our ancient Holy Land, one even the Supreme Elder is unworthy to use. It is rumored that a once great emperor knelt outside our mountain gate for centuries without obtaining even a single leaf. This lad is indeed audacious. Your demands are quite audacious. One might as well bestow upon you the ancient sacred land directly. The smile upon the face of the Xiantian Holy Master instantly froze. This lad truly lacks decorum. Were it not for Li Feng's remarkably prodigious talent, he would have relished the idea of slapping him into a pulp to cultivate the 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb. However, in his endeavor to retain Li Feng, the Xiantian Holy Master adopted a gentler tone, explaining, Young friend Li Feng, it is not that this Holy Master is miserly. The 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb is an unparalleled elixir, of utmost significance, according to the ancestral precepts of our sacred land. This half-stock of divine medicine is reserved for our realm's contemporary foremost prodigy to breach the imperial gate and attain the emperor's path. This is a grand design of the sacred land spanning millennia, and it cannot be trifled with. Li Feng declared with great bravado, what of being the foremost prodigy? I am destined to be invincible in this age. He asserted that he was merely claiming the reward that rightfully belonged to him ahead of time, urging the Xiantian Holy Master not to take it too seriously. The onlookers regarded Li Feng with peculiar expressions. It was indeed a rare sight to witness a disciple so brazen even before entering the fold. The Xiantian Holy Master also perceived that Li Feng's bravado had gone too far and sternly cautioned, Young friend, though you possess a chaos spiritual root, you are not a chaos body. Your elevation to the role of prodigy is already a significant exception, a precedent never before established. The potency of the 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb is unparalleled across the cosmos, far beyond what your current realm can withstand. To consume it forcibly may result in catastrophic consequences. Would it not be wiser to choose something else? Within our sacred land's treasury lies a myriad of divine medicines and ancient divine weapons for your selection. The Xiantian Holy Master's reasoning was sound, and his refusal entirely justifiable. While a chaos spiritual root is indeed rare, it pales in comparison to a true divine body. Implicit in the Holy Master's words was the notion that Li Feng's talent did not reach such celestial heights, and his demands were excessive. Li Feng suddenly smiled with intrigue. Who informed you that I am merely a chaos spiritual root? Are you still clinging to the notion of a chaos body? The Xiantian Holy Master incredulously retorted. The chaos body is the pinnacle of the 10 divine bodies, existing solely in legend, rarely beheld throughout the ages. How could it be encountered so easily? Li Feng remained silent, gently extending his arms, and in that instant, the manifestation of the chaos body unveiled itself. His form ascended abruptly, akin to an immortal sovereign gracing the heavens, standing tall above the firmament. An endless tide of chaotic energy surged forth from the void, tinting the heavens and earth behind him in a hue of chaos. At the heart of the roiling chaos, a glimmer of emerald light suddenly ignited. The radiance swiftly expanded, transforming into a jade-like, resplendent green lotus, inherently imbued with the essence of the Tao, taking root in the chaotic void. 3,000 lotus leaves gently swayed, each leaf representing a universe. Upon each leaf, indistinct yet profound Taoist runes emerged. A single leaf embodied a distinct path. The Chaos Seed Green Lotus. This was the supreme manifestation inherent to the chaos divine body, utterly irreplicable. Thud, thud. Under the overwhelming presence of this chaos body manifestation, every disciple on the plaza, including those venerable elders of the Saint Realm, fell to their knees. The golden robe of the Xiantian Holy Master billowed without wind, rustling dramatically. A radiant protective light emanated from his entire being, resisting the terrifying pressure of the chaotic body, yet his heart was tumultuous, revering Li Feng as if he were a deity. The manifestation of the chaotic divine body was indeed the arrival of the chaotic divine body into the world. This was the source of myriad paths, the supreme being of all heavens. The Xiantian Holy Master gazed up at Li Feng in the sky, unable to contain his astonishment. 11. The ancestral coffin lid can no longer hold. As the Xiantian Holy Master's mind surged, the entire ancient holy land erupted in fervor. Many ancient and slumbering powerhouses, sealed for millions of years, began to rise from their coffins, drawn towards the extraordinary phenomenon of the chaotic seed green lotus. Buzz, crack, caw. The remnants of their profound paths suddenly tore through the fabric of the ancient holy land space. A solitary figure, elevated and proud, shattered the void, surrounded by the radiant light of destruction and rebirth, resembling a demon lord descending upon the earthly realm. A bronze ancient coffin violently crashed through a divine mountain deep within the holy land. The coffin lid was flung open, and an emaciated elder, as skeletal as a corpse, sat up within. The 2 flames of soul burning within his sunken eye sockets pierced through the chaos, locking onto the obscured azure sky above. A celestial crane, vast as the sky, let out a long cry, tearing through the clouds. Upon its back sat an elder with hair as white as snow, yet her visage was youthful. With a gentle flick of her dust brush, she swept back the chaotic mist. Moreover, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, radiant like the sun, with sword energy spanning millions of miles, halting directly above the square, revealing a vague yet formidable figure within the sword light. Countless reclusive powerhouses were awakened, their colossal shadows looming over the ancient holy land, gazing towards the mountain gate. The chaotic body and I share a fateful connection. Who dares to contest with me? I shall urinate upon their coffin lid. The voice of the elder, who shattered the void, resonated like a bell, shaking the very fabric of reality, sending ripples through the 3,000 pathways. Nonsense. You, the reincarnation old ghost, ought to have some dignity. The voice of the emaciated elder from the bronze coffin was hoarse, akin to metal scraping against metal, his fury causing the flames in his eyes to nearly leap from their sockets. Only I, the ancestral master, possess a coffin lid here. Why not address me directly by name? If it means taking this young man as a disciple, what matter if I give you my coffin lid for your night pot? Humph, withered bone old demon, do not frighten the child with your half-dead appearance. Young friend, I am the sword ancestor of Tianxian. Observing your extraordinary manifestation resonates with my sword path. The voice of the figure within the sword light was resounding, and as he spoke, His sword energy had already cleaved the sky, creating a neat rift. Follow me to learn the sword. With a single strike, the chaos shall part, and all paths shall bow. How delightful! Sword madman, what do you know of the chaotic path? Young friend, do not heed their nonsense. The voice of the elder on the crane was melodious, instantly endearing her to the listeners. I am Yun Miao Xianlao, most adept at nurturing the foundation of the Tao, harmonizing the chaos. Join my sect, and with the divine maiden senior sister, you shall cultivate together, ensuring your path is smooth and your foundation unparalleled for eternity. These revered beings, typically resting deep within the Holy Land, regarded as living fossils and supreme existences, now emerged without regard for their status, clamoring in a heated dispute over the opportunity to take Li Feng as their disciple. The conditions proposed were astonishing, with heated arguments almost leading to physical altercations. Yet, where was the semblance of legendary masters among them? Li Feng discerned that these four old men had encircled the area from four distinct directions, ensuring that anyone daring to snatch him away would be immediately thwarted. Even if Li Feng wished to depart, it seemed likely that they would effortlessly restrain him. Clearly, these old fellows placed immense value on his chaotic body. The entire ancient Holy Land was in an uproar. All the elders and peak masters felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. The legendary chaotic body, reputed to be unparalleled throughout history, had manifested within the ancient Holy Land, truly a divine blessing from their forebear. The elder responsible for testing Li Feng's spiritual roots could hardly conceal his elation. To identify the world's foremost divine body would be an unparalleled achievement, a feat he could boast about for a lifetime. Originally, he was to share the credit with that impertinent Rosen, but now that Rosen had met his demise, the glory was his to claim entirely. Good riddance indeed. The esteemed ancestor, Xiantian Saint Lord, composed himself and prepared to mediate the escalating chaos. Silence. This disciple belongs to me. Nonsense. Prepare to fight. The clamor of the ancestors drowned out Xiantian Saint Lord's voice, nearly slicing his garments with a wave of sword energy. They were too engrossed in vying for a disciple. Anyone daring to interrupt them would be courting trouble. As the ancestors continued their fruitless bickering, a sudden commotion erupted at the periphery of the ancient Holy Land. Dozens of figures descended from the sky, each emanating an astonishing aura, unmistakably the unparalleled prodigies of the ancient Holy Land. Humph, a chaotic body. Such a grand title, yet it is often difficult to live up to. Merely possessing a chaotic body does not guarantee invincibility, scoffed a young man clad in purple gold battle armor. His eyes sparkled like lightning, and behind him floated a golden divine halo, marking him as one of the top disciples of the ancient Holy Land. I am eager to see just how formidable this so-called first divine body truly is. My master actually wishes for me to cultivate alongside him. A white-clad woman, holding a jade flute, spoke with indifference. Divine radiance enveloped her, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. These prodigies, the elite of the ancient Holy Land, typically competed against one another, yet now they seemed to form an implicit alliance due to Li Feng's emergence. Jealousy and hostility flickered in their eyes, clearly viewing Li Feng as their most significant threat. Who would not be wary of the legendary first divine body? At that moment, the ancestor of reincarnation, who had shattered the void to arrive, suddenly addressed Li Feng. The 9 Deaths Resurrection Grass cannot be granted to you, but I propose an alternative condition. I assure you, should you choose to join my sect and ultimately become the foremost divine son, the 9 Deaths Resurrection Grass shall surely be yours. Upon hearing this, Li Feng realized that obtaining the 9 Deaths Resurrection Grass today was futile. These ancient beings were all great emperors, and even if he refused to join the ancient Holy Land, he would likely find it difficult to extricate himself from this predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he had no choice but to settle for second best, raising his head to declare, "In that case, I demand the seed of time." Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The seed of time was a precious relic left behind by the ancestors of the ancient sacred land after their ascension. If successfully refined, it would grant one the essence of time and could even evolve into a divine body of time. Hearing this, the talented sons and daughters of the ancient sacred land voiced their vehement opposition. They had dedicated themselves to this realm for an extended period and had achieved numerous merits. Yet none had been able to attain such a treasure. How could Li Feng, a mere newcomer, be deserving of it? Preposterous. shouted a son clad in golden battle robes. "The seed of time is a supreme treasure of our sacred land. Even we, the sons, are unworthy of it. What gives you, an outsider, the right to claim it? Indeed, you have yet to step through the threshold, with no accomplishments to your name. How dare you make such grandiose demands? You are utterly deluded." The assembly of prodigies chimed in with their rebukes, their fury intensifying. Even several elders displayed expressions of difficulty. "My young friend, you are unaware," sighed the immortal Yun Miao. "The seed of time requires an imperial-grade foundation establishment pill for its refinement, a pill that even our ancient sacred land lacks. Even if we were to grant you the seed of time, it would be of no use to you." The gathered prodigies cast scornful glances at Li Feng, an ordinary individual without any backing. How could he possibly possess such an imperial pill? 12, a goddess? Unworthy of being my servant. Ha! That is an imperial-grade foundation establishment pill. Do you think a rustic like you could ever produce one? One son, adorned in purple gold robes, stepped forward, his eyes brimming with derision. He was Xiao Tianjua, hailing from the ancient family of the Xiao clan, raised amidst the finest resources and acutely aware of the pill's rarity. Since the passing of the Pill Emperor of the Pill God sect, no one in the world has been able to forge an imperial-grade foundation establishment pill. Xiao Tianjua's gaze was filled with disdain. In the entire Xianyuan great world, perhaps only a few immortal lineages such as the Taishu Dao sect and the Chongqing Celestial Dynasty possessed one or two, all regarded as treasures of the sect, far beyond the reach of a nameless nobody like you. Indeed, another son scoffed, "How precious is the imperial-grade foundation establishment pill? Even our ancient sacred land possesses not a single one. Who do you think you are? Humph, a country bumpkin, utterly unaware of your own insignificance." A stunning goddess cast a disdainful glance at Li Feng. The value of the imperial-grade foundation establishment pill was such that entire sacred lands would exhaust their resources to contend for it. "If you possessed one, I would willingly serve you as a maid." "Ha ha," boomed another rugged son. "If you truly possess an imperial-grade foundation establishment pill, I, Chu Kuanga, would gladly be your follower, serving you faithfully." "Brother Chu, what gallantry!" Someone in the crowd jeered. "But this lad probably doesn't even know what an imperial-grade foundation establishment pill looks like." "Exactly," another son ridiculed. "When the imperial-grade foundation establishment pill appears, the heavens resonate, and the fragrance of the pill can extend one's lifespan by a millennium. If he truly had one, he would have long been under the watchful eyes of powerful beings, and would not be standing here unscathed." The assembly of prodigies exchanged barbs, their words dripping with contempt and ridicule. They are all eminent figures from the ancient sacred land, each backed by either venerable clans or reclusive sects, and are acutely aware of the rarity of the imperial-grade foundation establishment pill. In their eyes, Li Feng is merely a fortunate individual who has stumbled upon the awakening of the chaotic body, utterly unworthy of possessing such a treasure. However, in the face of their mockery, Li Feng remained composed and indifferent. He cast a disdainful glance over the crowd and declared, "You are not even worthy to be my maid, let alone my followers." Upon hearing his words, the young prodigies erupted in astonishment. This brash young man truly had an audacious spirit. The goddess Xiao of our ancient sacred land, renowned as one of the top 10 beauties of the Dao domain, is revered by countless extraordinary talents. Yet, in Li Feng's view, she does not even qualify to serve as his maid. Who does he think he is, an immortal in the mortal realm? Moreover, that Chu Kuanga, a prodigious talent listed among the true dragon rankings, exudes an imperial aura, and Li Feng dares to claim he is unworthy to be his follower? Such arrogance is beyond comprehension. Xiao, thoroughly provoked by Li Feng, huffed, "Humph. You speak as if you truly possess the imperial-grade foundation establishment pill. You look down upon this and that. If you have the ability, then present the imperial-grade foundation establishment pill." After deliberating among themselves, several elders nodded in agreement, stating that if Li Feng could produce the imperial-grade foundation establishment pill, they would bestow upon him the Dao seed of time. Even they found it challenging to obtain such a pill and could scarcely believe Li Feng would be able to do so. It is merely a pill. What is so remarkable about it? Li Feng slightly shook his head and promptly clasped his fists towards the Xiantian Holy Master, declaring, "From this day forth, I, Li Feng, shall join the ancient sacred land." The Xiantian Holy Master beamed with delight and eagerly nodded. "The ancient sacred land welcomes your membership." As he nodded in approval, A line of small text appeared before Li Feng. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement of joining a faction, successfully joining the ancient sacred land. Reward: 1 Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill, stored in the system space. Usable with a mere thought. With a mere thought. The Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill materialized in the palm of his hand. Behold, is this not the Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill? Li Feng opened his palm, revealing a purple-golden pill adorned with 9 swirling dragon patterns, exuding an overwhelming imperial might. In an instant, a brilliant golden light surged into the sky, dyeing the entire sky of the ancient sacred land in gold. As soon as the pill appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge wildly, and a rich medicinal fragrance permeated the air. The moment everyone present inhaled even a hint of its essence, they felt their internal spiritual power boil, as if their cultivation bottlenecks were subtly loosening. This was undoubtedly an imperial-grade pill. The immortal Yun Miao recognized the pill at a glance and exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill. The reincarnation ancestor's pupils constricted sharply. He had once used such a pill. The other 2 elders nodded in agreement, confirming it was indeed the Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill. The entire square fell into an instant silence. The once mocking holy sons and daughters now stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit within. The one who brazenly declared himself a follower was utterly incredulous. He could not fathom why the Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill, which even he could not acquire, had appeared in the hands of a mere rustic. If Li Feng truly possessed a formidable background, he would not have attended the most elementary spiritual root examination, nor would he have been subjected to the petty harassment of an outer sect steward. What on earth was this youth's true origin? It left him perplexed. Impossible. This cannot be. The golden-robed holy son screamed in a fit of hysteria, unable to believe that he had indeed lost the wager. The Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill had long since become extinct. How could someone of your status possibly possess it? Li Feng cast a cold glance at him. A frog at the bottom of a well, daring to speak of the vastness of the world? The object lay before your eyes, yet you dare not believe it. No wonder you can only remain a worthless holy son. You. The golden-robed holy son was so infuriated by Li Feng's words that his face turned a shade of liver, yet he did not dare to make a move against him. Nearly fainting on the spot. Well, I did not expect you to possess such fortuitous luck. The ancestor of reincarnation regarded Li Feng with admiration. The greater Li Feng's fortune, the more prosperous the ancient sacred land would become. He felt a sense of delight. Since you have produced the Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill, I shall honor my word. The Time Dao seed will belong to you. This shall serve as compensation for the ancient sacred land's neglect. From this day forth, you must not harbor resentment towards the sacred land. As he spoke, he reached out, and a rift opened in the void, from which a crystal-clear seed slowly emerged. The seed was entirely silver-white, with mysterious waves of the Time Dao rippling across its surface. Upon its appearance, the surrounding space began to distort bizarrely, as if the flow of time itself had suddenly altered. Hold on. Just as the Time Dao seed was about to land in Li Feng's hands, a chilling voice suddenly resonated. A figure clad in a black robe approached, emanating a sinister aura of law. He was evidently a quasi-emperor-level powerhouse. Bow before the elder of the underworld. The disciples hurriedly paid their respects. The elder of the underworld chuckled ominously. The Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill is exceedingly precious. This youth's origins are unclear. He may have obtained it through theft. In my opinion, we should first ascertain the pill's provenance before deciding whether to bestow the Time Dao seed, lest we attract trouble and the ancient sacred land bears the brunt. He was the master of Chu Kuanga, intent on preventing Li Feng from entering the sect, thereby disrupting his scheme to acquire the 9 deaths and resurrection herb. Upon hearing these words, several ancestors frowned. Although they valued Li Feng, the Imperial-grade Foundation establishment pill was indeed far too precious, and its origins warranted investigation. Li Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. Who are you to question me? Who dares claim this pill belongs to him? Hold! The elder of the underworld roared in fury. How dare a mere novice disciple show disrespect to a supreme elder? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the sacred land. As he spoke, he unleashed a palm strike, summoning gusts of eerie wind, wailing spirits, and dark energy that spread across the sky, manifesting the renowned technique, Underworld Ghost Hand. The power of this strike was astonishing, evidently aimed to kill. 13. The Emperor's weapon recognizes its master. The Holy Sun stands. A pitch-black, giant hand obscured the sky, revealing countless terrifying ghostly visages within its palm. The strike came with such swiftness and ferocity that even the venerable ancestors were caught off guard. Just as it seemed that Li Feng would be reduced to mere pulp, an explosion of resplendent golden light erupted from within him. Clang! The melodious sound of a sword echoed through the heavens. A beam of golden sword energy shot forth from Li Feng's brow, momentarily eclipsing the world around him. The onlookers could only blink in astonishment as the ominous ghostly hand, which had obscured the sky, was effortlessly cleaved in twain by the sword energy. As if it were mere parchment, the sword's momentum remained unabated, and the expression of terror on the elder of the underworld quickly froze upon his face. A slender line of blood suddenly split open at his brow, and before long, his entire being was cleaved in half with perfect precision. Thud! The two halves of his corpse fell heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. It was only then that the clouds in the sky began to part slowly, revealing a vacuum-like sword scar that stretched for miles. In the distance, 3 mountain peaks silently split into halves, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors. The arena was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes were drawn to the golden sword that hovered before Li Feng. The blade was inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars, while its hilt was entwined with a 5-clawed golden dragon. The sword energy it exuded sliced through the surrounding space, leaving intricate black traces, a true imperial weapon of unparalleled might. The sword of the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. Yuan Miao Xian Lao's voice trembled as she recognized the sword's origin. This was the treasured sword of the Emperor of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. The ancestor of reincarnation's pupils constricted as he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "So you are of the imperial lineage of the Great Tang, young master. Surely your pilgrimage to the ancient sacred land is to fulfill the late emperor's wishes and obtain the 9 Deaths rebirth herb?" Not long ago, the new emperor of the Great Tang, Li Xun, had declared that Li Feng had already perished, followed by the devastation of the entire imperial capital by the demon emperor. Now, across the 30,000 realms, tales spread that the celestial martial emperor Li Feng had met his demise. Many millennia ago, the image of the celestial martial emperor Li Feng kneeling outside the ancient sacred land in pursuit of the 9 Deaths rebirth herb still lingered vividly in memory. It was entirely reasonable for him to send his descendants to the ancient sacred land to seek the herb after his transcendence. The elders could scarcely fathom that Li Feng was the true embodiment of the celestial martial emperor, for he appeared far too youthful, merely 18 years of age, radiating the vibrant vitality of life. Such a fresh essence of being could not be feigned. Moreover, Li Feng possessed the chaos body. Had the celestial martial emperor possessed such a body, he might have already ascended to immortality, rendering these two individuals as fundamentally distinct. Upon uncovering Li Feng's true identity, every prodigy present turned pale, especially the once mocking Chu Kuanggu, who now bore a countenance of horror. Those who had previously derided Li Feng for his humble origins were now filled with trepidation. It turned out that Li Feng hailed from such esteemed lineage. Although the Great Tang Dynasty had but one celestial martial emperor, he had once overshadowed the entire 30,000 realms, rendering their immortal doctrines powerless. The celestial martial emperor of the Great Tang was infamous for his unmatched ferocity, a figure who had swept through the 30,000 realms millennia ago and had once slain the ancestors of the 9 great demon domains with a single strike. Li Feng's identity was not merely unremarkable, it surpassed theirs. After all, Li Feng had inherited the imperial weapon of the celestial martial emperor, a testament to the significance the emperor placed upon him, while none of the other prodigies present could boast such a legacy. Given the proclivity of these individuals for imaginative speculation, Li Feng remarked that excessive explanation was unnecessary. He clasped his hands and stated, "The ancestor of this young man is indeed Li Feng. He has transcended into the Tao and, before his demise, bequeathed the imperial sword to this lad, which contains the full essence of 3 formidable sword energies. I was compelled to utilize one of these energies just now." Despite his assertions, the gazes of the gathered crowd were filled with apprehension. Even the venerable ancestors were not exempt. Who could ascertain whether Li Feng was speaking the truth? The precise number of sword energies within the imperial sword remained a mystery known only to him, and none dared to wager against it. The elders exchanged glances. their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. The invincible heavenly martial emperor had indeed fallen. Yet, the authenticity of the imperial sword was irrefutable. It could only recognize a master of blood kin. At this juncture, none could obstruct Li Feng from acquiring the fruit of the time Dao, or rather, they lacked the courage to do so, unless one could withstand the edge of the imperial sword. The ancestor of reincarnation extended his hand, presenting the fruit of the time Dao to Li Feng. Since you possess the imperial foundation pill, this fruit of the time Dao rightfully belongs to you. Take it. Li Feng, showing no hesitation, first consumed the imperial foundation pill and then grasped the time Dao fruit, immediately commencing its refinement. As his fingers closed around it, the essence of the time Dao blossomed in radiant silver light within his palm. The flow of time in the entire plaza abruptly became chaotic. Ancient towering trees swiftly shed their withered branches and sprouted new shoots, while many elderly elders found their white hair turning into youthful strands. Some disciples, in terrified realization, discovered they were rapidly aging and then rejuvenating. With a crisp and melodious sound, the shell of the Dao seed shattered. Li Feng, without a moment's pause, swallowed both the imperial foundation pill and the time Dao seed simultaneously. In an instant, golden and silver radiance erupted from his every pore. His left eye manifested the sun's wheel while his right eye crystallized the moon's shadow. His hair floated without wind, radiating waves of divine light. Did he dare to ingest the Dao seed directly? Xiao Tianjue gasped in astonishment. Previous prodigies who had obtained the Dao seeds from their predecessors typically engaged in centennial seclusion for gradual refinement. Who would consume it as one would a mere candy? Even with the imperial foundation pill's harmonization, this seemed excessively reckless. The elders exchanged glances, bewildered. They had yet to instruct Li Feng on the nuances of refining the Dao seed, and here he was, having swallowed it outright. This was not an innate possession. Forcibly refining it would inevitably provoke a rejection response from the Dao seed. Who, outside of the imperial realm, would dare withstand such a force? Fortunately, Li Feng did not meet the catastrophic fate they feared. However, the ancestor of reincarnation suddenly trembled with excitement, pointing at Li Feng, who was suspended in midair with closed eyes. Look, Li Feng's chaotic body is devouring the fruit of the time Dao. Before them, a swirling vortex of chaos appeared on Li Feng's chest, consuming the violent energies of time. Ethereal silhouettes of ancient hourglasses began to materialize around him, while minute particles of temporal crystal dust coalesced into profound patterns upon his skin, intricately engraving the essence of the time Dao fruit within the very marrow of his being. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as 9 purple lightning bolts rent the heavens asunder, heralding the descent of the heavenly Dao's tribulation. In the midst of the thunder, a blurred silhouette of a knife-wielding figure emerged. This was the fabled Time Guardian, possessing the might of a youthful emperor. Time, revered above all, is influenced by the celestial calamities that intervene in the grand design of the universe. Li Feng, with a cold smile, raised his head. A third eye suddenly split open on his forehead, and the chaotic gaze emitted a gray radiance, immobilizing the thunderous figure in midair before it disintegrated inch by inch. The Time Divine Body. This was a portent of the emergence of the Time Divine Body. Yun Miao, the celestial matriarch, experienced a surge of excitement, her chest heaving violently as she pointed at the extraordinary phenomenon that erupted behind Li Feng. Not only had Li Feng forged the Time spiritual root, but he had also evolved it into the Time Divine Body, akin to the primordial patriarch of the ancient sacred land. A transparent long knife, spanning the heavens and the earth, gradually manifested behind Li Feng. The blade shimmered with the illusory flow of the river of time, seemingly capable of severing even time itself. The moment the blade's shadow took shape, every soul present trembled, feeling as though their time had been momentarily stripped away. The time-slashing heaven knife phenomenon. The supreme master of Shantian clenched his fists in delight, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This was a legendary power capable of severing one's lifespan, attainable only through the Time Divine Body. As the time-slashing heaven knife appeared behind Li Feng, signifying the successful condensation of the Time Divine Body, a sudden boom resounded from the depths of the ancient sacred land. The ancient bell, silent for millennia, unexpectedly chimed, flying out of the sacred ground to hover above Li Feng's head, spinning with fervor. It seemed to acknowledge him as its master. By my decree, As the ancestral patriarch of reincarnation witnessed his imperial weapon being claimed by Li Feng, he hastily ascended into the air and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Li Feng shall be the 9th son of the ancient sacred land, enjoying a status and authority equal to that of the sovereign." The rejection of the emperor's disciples had indeed come to fruition. He had achieved the extraordinary feat of embodying 2 of the 10 divine bodies, a true prodigy. Apart from the traitorous ancient divine body, none within the ancient sacred land could rival his innate talents. Alas, to be born in the same era as Li Feng was a lament for all the talented individuals. Many sons of saints were astonished, never anticipating that Li Feng could so effortlessly refine the essence of the time Tao, expressing their awe. Not only had he forged the elusive time spiritual root, but he had also evolved it into the time divine body. Possessing 2 rare divine bodies made him an unparalleled talent in this age. Yet, they remained unaware that the effect of an imperial-grade foundation pill had merely enabled Li Feng to establish the time spiritual root, while the time divine body was a result of his investment of 10,000 talent points. Name: Li Feng. Age: 18. Cultivation: second layer of Sacred King. Technique: Tao Te Ching, Celestial Emperor. Fragment: can be consumed for 10 billion arts points to repair to the level of Tao Ancestor. Physique: 5 elements common body, chaos divine body, time divine body. Metal spiritual root: 3, can allocate points, 2003. Wood spiritual root: 3, can allocate points, 2003. Water spiritual root: 3, can allocate points, 2003. Fire spiritual root: 3, can allocate points, 2003. Earth spiritual root: 3, can allocate points, 2003. Time spiritual root: 0, 10,000. Other spiritual roots: none. Comprehension: 18, 38962. Allocatable talent points: 18, 18962. Allocatable art skill points: 18, 28962. Great Achiever Late Bloomer System. For each additional year of survival, the host can gain 1 point of comprehension, 1 point of spiritual root talent, and 1 art skill point. Note: ordinary individuals possess only 1 point of comprehension and 1 point of spiritual root. Growth task: congratulations, host. You have fortuitously joined a sacred land-level Tao lineage. Now, you must select a technique for yourself and diligently cultivate. It is recommended to practice techniques that extend life. As the longer you live, the stronger your talents will become. Of course, it would be even better if the host could cultivate a more powerful technique. But with your comprehension of 18 points, it is likely challenging to grasp techniques beyond the yellow level. Please complete the selection of a technique achievement to obtain a cultivation technique. Based on the level of the technique you cultivate, rewards will be distributed. Cultivating a yellow level technique rewards 1 acre of Xian level spiritual field. Cultivating a Xian level technique rewards 1 acre of earth level spiritual field, and so forth. Cultivating a celestial level technique rewards 1 acre of golden immortal level spiritual field. Li Feng had just been established as a son of God, and the ancestors were eager to take him as their disciple, leading to a fierce dispute, resulting in swollen faces all around as they surrounded him, urging him to choose a master. Grateful for the kind intentions of the ancestors, Li Feng understood their goodwill. In the square, facing the 5 exceedingly eager ancestors, he resolutely clasped his hands in rejection. His abrupt refusal astonished all present. These were all ancestors of the Emperor realm. The news of any one of them seeking a disciple would cause countless prodigies to scramble for the opportunity, yet Li Feng turned them all down. Even the Xiantian Holy Master felt that Li Feng was somewhat ungrateful, his brow furrowing as he said, "Li Feng, do you realize what you are saying? Any one of these ancestors could guide you and save you from 1,000 years of detours. Do you understand how precious this opportunity is? Once you take them as your master, even I must respectfully call you senior uncle." Indeed, the kind-hearted Yun Miaoxian Lao smiled gently. "My yin-yang harmony heavenly art is an emperor-level technique. If you join my sect, I can have my divine maiden cultivate with you, allowing you to directly access the roots of the great Tao and expedite your path to emperorhood." Several venerable ancestors presented enticing offers, with promises of bestowing imperial weapons, opening their secret realms for cultivation, and even granting the opportunity for dual cultivation with divine maidens. The disciples surrounding them listened with envious eyes, yearning to accept on Li Feng's behalf. Particularly, The proposition from the Yunyao immortal matriarch stirred countless hearts, as her direct disciple, Xiao, is one of the 10 goddesses of the Tao domain. To share even a fleeting moment with her would be worth facing death the very next day. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming temptations, Li Feng merely smiled serenely, expressing his temporary disinterest in apprenticeship and gratitude for the elder's kindness. The reincarnation ancestor regarded him with astonishment, questioning how he could cultivate without a master. Li Feng could not reveal his possession of the Tao Te Ching. Instead, he solemnly declared his desire to comprehend the ancient Immortal Sutra. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one anticipated Li Feng's ambitions to be so grand, specifically choosing to pursue the most challenging of practices. What? The Xiantian Holy Master's expression turned incredulous. That was a fragmentary, immortal scripture. Since the ancient emperor's ascension, no one had been able to unravel its mysteries. The square erupted into chaos. Arrogance. Chu Kuanga shook his head with a derisive smile, thinking Li Feng overly impressed by a distant ancestor. The ancient Immortal Sutra remains untouched to this day. Those who dared approach it faced shattered souls and madness, while others had perished in its backlash. Just moments ago, Li Feng had publicly slain his master. Yet he faced no repercussions and continued to bask in the admiration of others, much to Chu Kuanga's chagrin. Lacking the courage to confront Li Feng directly, he settled for a few mocking remarks. Xiao Tianju aside, Li Shidi, do not mislead yourself. The practice of the fragmentary immortal scripture is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of your Tao foundation. You are now the divine child of our ancient sacred land, bearing the weight of its prosperity. Xiao shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, do you think such a declaration could pique my interest? I harbor disdain for those who overestimate themselves. She assumed Li Feng had acted out of a desire to attract her attention with such audacious behavior. The prodigies of the ancient sacred land shared a collective bewilderment. For although Li Feng possessed extraordinary talent, the ancient Immortal Sutra had become significantly fragmented over time, making it nearly impossible for even an emperor to restore it fully. No matter how exceptional Li Feng's comprehension might be, how could he possibly complete the scripture? An incomplete immortal scripture would be of less value than a complete imperial scripture. The elders also urged him to reconsider, suggesting he could apprentice under multiple masters if he wished. However, as a former emperor, Li Feng was disinclined to take on multiple mentors of the same realm. He resolutely declined their offers. He dismissed the astonishing rewards they proposed, declaring his sole desire for the immortal scripture. With a calm gaze, Li Feng continued, should I fail to master the ancient Immortal Sutra, I willingly renounce my title as divine child. This is nothing short of obstinacy, leaving everyone utterly astounded. The ancestor of reincarnation exchanged glances with the others and finally sighed. Very well, since you are so determined. Perhaps you are indeed the fated one the ancient celestial scripture has awaited. We shall protect you, and even if you fail, we will ensure you suffer no harm. Xiantian, open the 9th level of the scripture pavilion and allow him to comprehend. The 9th level of the scripture pavilion is perpetually shrouded in chaotic mist. Here lies the most essential inheritance of the ancient sacred land, the original text of the ancient celestial scripture. Upon entering this realm, Li Feng beheld a weathered bamboo slip, gleaming with a bronze sheen, suspended above the central stone platform. Though appearing unremarkable, this tattered bamboo slip emanated an enigmatic aura of the path of time, resonating with Li Feng's temporal divine body, causing the surrounding time to freeze instantaneously. Unless he departed, time here would remain eternal. The symbols upon it were incomplete, with certain sections conspicuously erased by the heavenly Tao, as if even the heavens were reluctant to allow such celestial scripture to endure. Anything touched by the path of time is deemed taboo. Indeed, the omissions were significant. Li Feng closed his eyes in concentration, recognizing that nearly 70% of the content was missing. Were a common person faced with such a predicament, despair would surely ensue. Yet, a smile graced Li Feng's lips. Fortunately, he possessed numerous artistic points that could directly remedy this. Without hesitation, he input the known portions of the ancient celestial scripture into the system panel. The panel displayed that restoring the ancient celestial scripture would require the expenditure of 1,000 artistic points. Li Feng, undeterred, deducted the points and fully restored the scripture. At the moment Li Feng completed the restoration of the ancient celestial scripture, the entire 9th level of the scripture pavilion trembled violently. A resounding, ancient chime echoed from the depths of the ancient sacred land, instantly reverberating throughout the entire Dao domain. The ancient bell returned, hovering above Li Feng's head, showering him with countless divine rays. It sensed the re-emergence of the ancient celestial scripture and began to resonate spontaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The bell tolled 9 times, each chime resonating as if it had traveled from epochs long past, imbued with a profound antiquity that sent tremors through the hearts of countless cultivators. The 9 tolls of the ancient bell. The ancestor of reincarnation abruptly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment. Only the ancient celestial scripture could invoke such a phenomenon. How could this be? Xuantian's expression shifted dramatically, whispering in disbelief. Since the ancient emperor's ascension, the ancient bell has never tolled on its own, let alone 9 times. This imperial artifact symbolizes the ancient sacred land, yet it has largely served as mere adornment. No one other than the ancient emperor could wield it. However, now, this ornament seemed poised to showcase its might once more, proclaiming to the world the reasons the ancient sacred land stands as the pinnacle of the Dao domain. Yet, even more astonishing phenomena were yet to unfold. Above the scripture pavilion, the river of time surged tumultuously, coalescing into a magnificent phantasm that spanned the heavens and the earth. He was an ancient emperor clad in bronze armor, treading upon the river of time, his gaze seemingly encompassing the vast transformations of the world and the rise and fall of the universe. The remnant soul of the eternal emperor was irresistibly drawn back by the familiar imperial scripture. Yun Miao, the celestial matriarch, was utterly astonished and could not help but speculate. Could it be that the resonance between the celestial scripture and the imperial essence has summoned the emperor's lingering spirit? Has Li Feng truly completed the eternal celestial scripture? At this moment, the entire Dao domain erupted in fervor. Beneath the glaciers of the northern underworld's sacred land, an ancient being that had been slumbering suddenly opened its eyes, gazing southward, filled with astonishment. The sound of the eternal bell tolling 9 times. Could it be that the legendary eternal emperor, most likely to ascend to immortality, still lives? Deep within the imperial palace of the Void Divine Dynasty, the current divine lord rose abruptly, his eyes ablaze with divine light, commanding, "Investigate immediately. What has transpired in the sacred land of eternity?" In the celestial demon ancestral court, the ethereal visage of a formidable demon emperor manifested in the realm's skies, its gaze piercing through the infinite void, revealing a flicker of trepidation. The emergence of the celestial scripture. Will the eternal lineage produce another invincible emperor? The heavens do not favor my demon tribe. At this moment, Li Feng was enveloped in boundless celestial radiance, and as he slowly raised his hand, he found himself mirroring the movements of the eternal emperor's ethereal image. Boom! The spiritual energy of the entire sacred land of eternity surged wildly, coalescing above Li Feng's head to form a bronze celestial gate that spanned the ages. With the appearance of the celestial gate, the path to immortality had opened. The reincarnation ancestor trembled with excitement. This was the manifestation of ascension. Chu Kuanga's face turned pale, filled with envy and jealousy as he beheld the scene. The eternal emperor had once opened the celestial gate. What merits did Li Feng possess that he could invoke such an extraordinary phenomenon before even becoming an emperor? Xiao Tianjue was utterly convinced, his eyes brimming with admiration, deeply sighing. So this was the confidence that had led him to refuse to take on a mentor. Indeed, he could master the eternal celestial scripture. How many in this world are worthy to be his master? The manifestation of the celestial gate instantly ignited the excitement of the venerable ancestors throughout the Dao domain. Various supreme consciousnesses clashed fiercely in the void, and soon several sacred-level sects dispatched envoys bearing grand gifts to express goodwill towards the sacred land of eternity. Congratulations to the divine heir for comprehending the celestial scripture. As the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated, the Lord of Xintian was the first to bow and salute Li Feng. Following suit, all elders and disciples, except for a few ancestors, knelt in reverence. The divine heirs who had once mocked Li Feng were now filled with shame, bowing their heads, unable to gaze upon his otherworldly, transcendent figure. Suddenly, strains of celestial music echoed from the horizon. 9-headed Qilins drew a heavenly palace through the void, and upon the palace's banner, the words Yaoqi fluttered in the wind. This was the imperial weapon of the Yaoqi sacred land, the Yaoqi heavenly palace, a gesture of immense significance in visiting the sacred land of eternity. The Yaoqi sacred land came to congratulate, celebrating the re-emergence of the celestial scripture. A regal and elegant woman, accompanied by numerous palace maidens, descended from the heavenly palace, smiling warmly at the Lord of Xiantian. Upon hearing that an extraordinary young talent had emerged from eternity, our Yaoqi is willing to offer a divine maiden in marriage, and the dowry is already prepared. What are your thoughts, esteemed sacred land? The proclamation ignited a fervor within the ancient sacred land, drawing envious gazes from all disciples towards Li Feng. Who could be unaware that the divine maiden of the Yaoqi sacred land possesses the most ethereal charm? Among the 10 greatest maidens of the Dao domain, 3 hail from Yaoqi. Countless exceptional talents have sought her hand in marriage, bringing precious gifts in vain. Yet now, a marriage dowry is being offered to Li Feng. Before her words could fully resonate, the sound of a phoenix echoed from the east. 7 colorful phoenixes descended, bearing a jade palanquin, from which emerged a veiled woman. Though her visage remained obscured, her transcendent aura rendered the sun and moon dim. The matriarch of the 9 heavens, Xian Nu Palace, expressed her desire to unite with Li Shengzi as a Dao partner. Her voice was cold yet resonant, radiating celestial light, exuding an air of noble grace. Her immediate declaration of intent to wed Li Feng suggested she was well informed about the momentous events unfolding in the ancient sacred land. Furthermore, this was not a mere union with an ordinary female disciple, but a proposal from a potential empress. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly shock the world. It implied that if Li Feng were to acquiesce, he would partake in a life of luxury that countless male cultivators could only envy. With a potential empress by his side, he could comfortably ascend to the status of a quasi-emperor. Before the disciples of the ancient sacred land could fully absorb this revelation, representatives from esteemed sects such as the Taishu sect, Zixiao sect, and Yin Yang sect arrived in succession, each seeking matrimonial alliances. The maidens they brought forth were all exceptionally gifted and stunningly beautiful, ranking among the top 10 divine maidens of the Dao domain, none lower than Xiyao. It is clear that these sects were acutely aware of the illustrious reputation of Shi Yao from the ancient sacred land, which made them hesitant to present any maiden of lesser caliber. In the square, Shi Yao stood silently, her complexion having turned pale at some point. Yun Miao Yuan Lao whispered words of caution. "Child, I have long foretold that this young man is extraordinary. I intended to give you a head start, yet you have been obstinate. Now, you must compete with so many divine maidens. This is a grave predicament." "I will not marry," Shi Yao retorted through gritted teeth. "It is merely a celestial scripture. I can create my own in the future." Yet, her trembling hands betrayed her true feelings. From the moment she saw Li Feng attracting the attention of the celestial realms, she had been captivated, awed by his talents. However, after a lifetime of pride, how could she retract her words? As she witnessed the Yaoqi divine maiden extend an olive branch to Li Feng, an unprecedented wave of bitterness surged within her heart. "Have I truly misjudged?" Shi Yao mused, her eyes closing in anguish as she beheld Li Feng, the center of admiration. 16. Let us join forces. A single hand shall suppress you all. Just as the Yaoqi and 9 heavens, Xian Nu Palace were extending their goodwill, and even the enigmatic matriarch of the 9 heavens, Xian Nu Palace, unveiled her face to Li Feng, an unexpected turmoil erupted. With a thunderous crack, the sky seemed cleaved by an invisible axe, unleashing a pitch-black war spear, radiating a terrifying aura of malevolence from the rift in the heavens. Boom! The war spear was thrust violently before the majestic gates of the ancient sacred land, causing the earth to tremble violently, fissures spreading across the land in an instant. The square, which had just been enveloped in celestial light and tranquility, was suddenly shrouded in an overwhelming aura of bloodshed. A fragment of a scripture, whose authenticity remains dubious, has drawn you all like moths to a flame, eager to sell your daughters for fleeting glory. Absurd. A chilling voice resonated, unmistakably heralding ill intent. A youth clad in fearsome crimson armor shattered the void as he approached. Behind him, a torrent of bloodlight filled the skies, reminiscent of a formidable demon emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The palpable intent to kill was unmasked, overwhelming many disciples of the sacred land with lower cultivation levels, leaving them pale and breathless. It was the blood god cult's divine son, Li Wuxia. Some recognized him, their faces draining of color. This name alone epitomized bloodshed and carnage. The blood god cult, long at odds with the ancient sacred land, could no longer contain itself and was the first to provoke trouble. Li Wuxia's gaze fixated on Li Feng, and he began to mock him. So, you are the newly appointed divine son of your ancient sacred land? Huh. A mere 18-year-old novice has been exalted as an unparalleled prodigy by your sect? Truly, the ancient sacred land is in decline, unable to hold its ground. Witnessing Li Wuxia's arrogance, the ancestor of reincarnation's expression darkened immediately. You little brat from the blood god cult, today is a momentous occasion for the ancient sacred land. Are you seeking death? As he spoke, the ancestor of reincarnation struck at Li Wuxia with a mighty palm, causing the very essence of the heavens and earth to convulse, ancient trees bowing in reverence. Boom! A bloodied hand suddenly pierced through the void, countering the ancestor's strike. The overwhelming imperial might neutralized. A figure cloaked in black from the blood god cult had appeared before Li Wuxia, a hoarse voice emanating from beneath the robe. Old reincarnation. Why trouble yourself with a child? Today, the blood god cult comes to celebrate with you, but our gifts are never given freely. As long as your newly appointed divine son proves himself worthy, we shall present you with 3 superior sacred herbs as a congratulatory offering. But I fear your ancient sacred land might merely be all talk and no substance, and that your new divine son lacks the qualifications to receive such gifts. The blood god cult's intentions were clearly to sow discord, yet their words resonated with many sections. All were aware that the new divine son of the ancient sacred land had unveiled the ancient celestial scripture. But this did not necessarily prove his exceptional talent or extraordinary strength, did it? Especially those factions seeking to forge alliances with the ancient sacred land. Who wouldn't wish to ascertain Li Feng's potential, to see if he truly warranted such an alliance? Just as several elders of the ancient sacred land were poised to erupt in fury, the formidable figures from the Tai Su divine dynasty and the heavenly demon ancestral court emerged, creating a standoff. Ancient sacred land elders, there is no need for haste in your anger. We are here to provide an opportunity for your new divine son to gain renown, Li Wuxia taunted, casually raising his hand. Behind him stood a formidable warrior clad in heavy black iron armor, wielding a colossal axe. His presence was as potent as a volcano, causing the ground to tremble beneath his weight, unmistakably a pinnacle cultivator of the other shore realm. The fierce aura honed in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood surged forth, instilling fear in the hearts of numerous disciples from ancient sacred grounds. The divine offspring expressed no interest in tormenting an infant recently weaned. Li Wuxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. Let my inept subordinate test your mettle, should he survive 3 of his strikes. Our blood god sect will present a congratulatory gift and take our leave. The implication of humiliation in refraining from personal combat and dispatching a subordinate was unmistakable. Li Wuxia, you are pushing your luck. An elder from the ancient sacred ground, known for his fiery temper, bellowed in outrage. Ha! Then let us each take our turn to gauge the depth of this vessel of celestial scriptures. Coincidentally, the Taishu divine dynasty also has a congratulatory gift to offer. Let us see if the new divine offspring of the ancient sacred ground is worthy of acceptance. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping the contemporary divine offspring of the Taishu divine dynasty in an ethereal glow, his voice indifferent, laced with a condescending disdain. Indeed, let us see if he is a genuine steed or a mere donkey. It would be a shame for certain sacred grounds to create such a commotion only to reveal their hollow strength, inviting ridicule. On another side, a surge of demonic energy erupted as a pure-blood creature from the heavenly demon ancestor court manifested its true form, joining the mockery with a cold smile. This was a colossal golden-winged rock, its expansive wingspan obscuring the sky, exuding a fierce aura akin to 1,000 swords, compelling many disciples and elders to brace themselves with all their might. Immediately following, several other sects with historical grievances against the ancient sacred ground, or simply eager to kick a man when he was down, sent forth prominent prodigies or representatives. Their unified objective was to provoke the ancient sacred ground and test Li Feng's capabilities. In the square, Chu Kuanga openly reveled in this spectacle. Let us see how he extricates himself from this predicament. With arms crossed and a smirk playing upon his lips, he mused on the folly of an 18-year-old neophyte, recently initiated, and though possessing 2 divine bodies, how much strength could he truly wield? having yet to cultivate the celestial scriptures and lacking time to hone his skills. How formidable could his combat prowess be? Those who stand out in the forest are often the ones targeted by the wind. Displaying too much brilliance ultimately invites disaster. One divine offspring shook his head lightly, his tone tinged with subtle bitterness, delighted at the prospect of Li Feng facing adversity. This new disciple has drawn too much attention today. Many shared this sentiment, for Li Feng had only just begun his journey. What strength could he possibly possess? Cloaked in the celestial sword of the Emperor, his true capabilities remained obscured, leading others to assume he was no more than a fledgling of the other shore realm. The holy master of the profound sky furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his face. He quietly transmitted a message to Li Feng, wary of his impulsive actions. Li Feng, do not act rashly. These prodigies are all peak cultivators of the other shore realm, some even on the cusp of the holy realm. Your foundation is not yet solid. Endure for now, devote yourself to cultivation for several years, and the time to reclaim your honor will come. The Holy Land shall shield you from these trivial disputes. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Li Feng remained unfazed, akin to an observer watching a troop of buffoons. What storms had he not weathered? If mere words from these inept individuals could provoke him, then he might as well have lived for millennia within the belly of a dog. Dignity resides solely at the edge of the sword. A swarm of ants may bark, but with a single act of intimidation. They shall learn to tuck their tails and bow their heads in submission upon their next encounter. Before the assembly, Li Feng merely extended a hand and spoke with indifference. A group of inept fools. What more can you do apart from barking? Come at me together. With a single hand, I can subdue you all. 17. Let the two divine bodies exhibit their might. The square fell into a hushed silence, disbelief etched upon every face. The goddess of the Yaoqi parted her crimson lips in astonishment. The mistress of the nine heavens, however, glimmered with admiration. She appreciated such spirited resolve in a young consort. Unflinching in the face of danger, gazing defiantly at the heavens. A man may possess nothing, but he must never lack in spirit. The Shintian holy master felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly choking on his breath. They were still trying to mediate, and this young man was deliberately stoking the flames. Li Feng's demeanor rendered his allies speechless, while their adversaries were seething with rage. This 18-year-old lad, perhaps still entangled in the depths of hardship, dared to belittle the world's heroes. He truly was unaware of his own insignificance. Arrogant, an ignorant child, seeking his own demise. Li Wuxia was the first to react, his face turning a shade of crimson. Li Feng's mockery of others was one thing, but to include him in such disdain was intolerable. Li Wuxia felt the dignity of his status as the blood god sect's scion trampled beneath foot. He had not yet gained renown equal to Li Feng's. And yet Li Feng dared to scorn him as well. Unaware of the world's vastness and the hardships of cultivation, he had the audacity to provoke us. Today, we shall strip you of your pride, and from henceforth, you shall only dare to walk a different path upon encountering us. The golden-winged roc let out a piercing shriek, its wings thrumming violently, stirring a fearsome gale. Capture him. Let him learn that there are realms beyond realms. The voice of the Taishu divine son was frigid, his gaze venomous. Strike. Let this divine son first silence his insolent tongue. Li Wuxia could no longer contain himself and commanded his subordinates to act. Kill. Dozens of formidable divine warriors, already poised for battle, surged toward Li Feng simultaneously. Blades slashed through the air, sword energies intertwined in a deadly dance, while demonic energies morphed into ghastly claws, echoing with howls of despair. Various ferocious divine techniques and fierce weapon energies converged into a cataclysmic torrent, vibrant yet laced with lethal intent, engulfing the very space where Li Feng stood. This audacious lad, his fate was surely destined to be tragic. A smirk of cold amusement nearly spilled from Chu Kuanga's lips, eager to witness Li Feng's demise in that moment. To many, the outcome seemed predetermined. A young novice, whose cultivation barely reaches the threshold of the other shore realm, stands no chance against the furious assault of dozens of similarly ranked, even superior, warriors. Just as Li Feng finds himself besieged, the system announces a new growth task. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement task for your cultivation technique. Reward: 1 acre of golden immortal level spiritual land, now placed in system space. Growth task: congratulations, host, on fortuitously practicing a celestial scripture. You now stand within the influence of a sect. Although your talent is lacking, survival through diligent cultivation is paramount. Avoid provoking trouble, yet do not fear it. Otherwise, endless troubles will ensue. Please, host, defeat your provocative enemies to establish your reputation. Complete the reputation establishment achievement, and rewards will be granted based on your performance. Defeat an unnamed enemy for the reward of Xian-level alchemy. Defeat a genius of the inner sect for the reward of Earth-level alchemy. Defeat a direct disciple genius for the reward of Heaven-level alchemy. Defeat a son of the saint genius for the reward of saint-level alchemy. Defeat a son of the god genius for the reward of emperor-level alchemy. Fortuitously, just as Li Feng prepares to sweep away these geniuses, the system's rewards manifest. In the very moment when the cataclysmic torrent threatens to engulf him, many hold their breath for Li Feng, with several elders ready to intervene at any moment to save him. Yet, Li Feng remains unfazed. He raises his hand, fingers slightly apart, palm facing down, and gently presses downward against the surging tide of destruction. It is as if an invisible, primordial divine mountain falls from the heavens, causing the vast and boundless sea of stars to collapse beneath his palm. Boom! The space suddenly warps and trembles violently, time in this realm momentarily freezing. The violent torrent capable of obliterating mountains is entirely stilled mere feet before Li Feng. This is the terrifying aspect of the ancient emperor scripture. It can even halt time. Then, Li Feng's formidable power in the Sacred King realm is unveiled in its entirety, transforming the surrounding 100 miles into his sacred domain. He continues to lower his palm, and the myriad assaults dissolve into nothingness. Subsequently, a colossal hand descends from the heavens, beneath this sacred domain. Those mere ants who have yet to reach the celestial realm are crushed instantly, reduced to mere dust. Rumbling. A series of thunderous sounds reverberate as space itself is contorted and reshaped by the immense hand. The dozens of peak warriors in the other shore realm, unable to react in time, are crushed like ants beneath a primordial mountain, exploding into clouds of blood mist. The plaza falls into an eerie silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, gasping in shock at this scene. This is impossible. He is only 18 years old. How could he be in the Sacred King realm? Chu Kuang's face pales, his lips trembling as he takes 2 steps back. He has cultivated for 500 years and has only just barely broken into the Sacred King realm. How can someone so young, not even a tenth of his age, have entered this domain? Amidst the overwhelming aura of sanctity, Li Feng stands immaculate, his white robes untainted. He slowly withdraws his hand, his gaze electrifying as it sweeps towards Li Wuxia and the others. With such limited skills, do you dare to wreak havoc in my ancient sacred land? You wish to measure the worth of this divine child? Then come forth. Li Wuxia's countenance turned ashen, veins protruding from his forehead, as he gazed in astonishment at Li Feng. You are also at the Saint King realm. A mere Saint King realm. What is there to be astonished about? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Li Feng scoffed disdainfully as the power of his chaotic divine body erupted within him. As this chaotic divine body awakened, a hazy world, yet to emerge from chaos, materialized behind him. Amidst this ocean of chaos, a verdant lotus swayed gracefully, exuding an aura of terrifying boundlessness. The chaotic phenomenon expanded instantaneously, enveloping Li Wuxia, the Taishu divine son, the golden-winged rock, and all other challengers within its grasp. How could the legendary chaotic lotus phenomenon manifest upon this boy? Li Wuxia recognized the apparition behind Li Feng, instantly struck with disbelief. This is bad. This is the supreme manifestation of the chaotic divine body. He actually possesses a chaotic divine body. The Taishu divine son gasped in alarm, his divine light surging as he attempted to break free, only to find his cultivation suppressed to the brink of immobility. The golden-winged rock emitted a mournful cry, its vast wings flailing wildly, yet it felt as if it were mired in a quagmire, unable to proceed. They were all aware that Li Feng had repaired the ancient emperor scripture, yet they remained oblivious to the terrifying nature of this prodigy's divine body, now rendered utterly disconcerted. The chaotic divine body is the foremost divine body of all time, never before witnessed. They could never have imagined themselves fortunate enough to be mere witnesses. Furthermore, the first battle of the chaotic divine body manifesting in this realm would be against them. Is this what frightens you? Then behold this. Li Feng commanded again, awakening his second divine body, the time-severing blade, a transparent long sword, forged from the laws of time, materialized from the void, cleaving through the chaos, its blade shimmering with the ephemeral images of the river of time, capable of severing the very flow of time. Li Wuxia, do you not wish to test my worth? Li Feng stepped forward, treading upon time itself, instantaneously appearing before the son of the blood god sect. Witness the weight of this strike. The time-severing blade sliced through the chaotic sea, piercing space. And in the horrified gaze of Li Wuxia, it cleaved through his body. Quick. It was far too swift. He had barely perceived the blade's light before his divine body was shattered beneath it. 18. A single strike to slay an emperor. Li Wuxia possessed the slaughtered divine body. Able to transcend boundaries in battle, yet beneath the time blade, he was as fragile as tofu, instantly sliced apart, blood spilling into the void as he fell. Even in his haste to summon the blood god battle armor for defense, the power of time penetrated through the armor directly. Sacred level armor could hardly withstand the laws of time. Li Wuxia let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground. A gaping wound visible to the bone appearing upon his chest. More terrifying was the sight of the flesh surrounding the wound decaying at an observable rate. This was a wound of time, the manifestation of the time divine body. He possesses two divine bodies. The prodigies of the underworld demon sect retreated in fear, yet they could not escape the confines of the chaotic domain. Li Feng descended upon the flock like a tiger among sheep, and with the swift stroke of time, a formidable genius lay gravely wounded, on the brink of death. The protective divine light of the Taishu divine sun was as fragile as paper, his spiritual power completely drained, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self, gasping for breath while clutching his wound. The feathers of the golden-winged great Peng fell away in droves as Li Feng mercilessly dismantled it, reducing it to a featherless, wretched creature that wished for nothing more than to burrow into the earth. The underworld demon son fared even worse, collapsing to his knees in terror before Li Feng could even make a move, begging for mercy. The ancestral figure of the underworld holy land, witnessing this, was seething with rage, yanking the underworld demon son over and publicly humiliating him by stripping him and administering a spanking, leaving the onlookers exchanging bewildered glances, struggling to suppress their laughter. In mere moments, all of Li Feng's challengers lay sprawled upon the ground, wailing in despair. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? In the square, the powerful figures from various factions were left in shock, their pupils dilating with disbelief. An 18-year-old Saint King, possessing dual divine bodies. As long as he does not fall, he is destined to become an unparalleled emperor in the future. The Yaoqi goddess, with slightly parted crimson lips, displayed an array of emotions in her beautiful eyes. The master of the nine heavens, Xian Nu Palace, hidden behind her veil, allowed the corners of her mouth to lift ever so slightly, increasingly convinced that Li Feng was her destined prize. Her discerning eye had proven correct. This childhood husband was indeed to be claimed. Meanwhile, the Xiantian Holy Lord stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, "Is this the new disciple we almost expelled from the Xiantian Holy Land?" The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Had they truly allowed that scoundrel Rosen to drive Li Feng away, the ancient Holy Land would surely be filled with regret. Summon forth my orders. Immediately annihilate the Rosen clan, eradicate the 10 families. The Xiantian Holy Lord commanded a bloodbath upon the Rosen family to relieve his frustration. Impossible. The ancestor of the blood god cult, having stabilized Li Wuxiang's injuries, looked at Li Feng in disbelief. How could an 18-year-old possibly reach the Saint King realm? Even the first prodigy, the celestial martial emperor Li Feng, only attained the saint realm at 30 years of age. Are you more monstrous than he? And it is inconceivable that you possess 2 legendary supreme divine bodies. The old ancestor continued, who exactly are you? Are you some ancient being that has seized another's body to cultivate anew? At this utterance, the crowd erupted in astonishment, many nodding in agreement. Indeed, Li Feng's displayed prowess was far too extraordinary, surpassing all reason. The reincarnation ancestor huffed dismissively, blood-handed old ghost, unable to accept defeat, you resort to slander? Our ancient Holy Land's assessments are infallible. Li Feng's bone age is indeed 18, and his soul and body are in perfect harmony. There is no question of body seizing. And how do you explain his cultivation then? The ancestor of the blood god cult retorted, unwilling to relent. Yun Miaoxian Lao chuckled lightly. Because he is a descendant of the celestial martial emperor. The celestial martial emperor even bestowed the emperor's sword upon him. It is only natural for his talents to be remarkable. This revelation left the major Holy Lands even more astounded. No wonder this young man shared a name with the celestial martial Emperor Li Feng. It turned out he was of the same lineage. To be regarded as a successor by a once great emperor, Li Feng's extraordinary abilities became all the more comprehensible. As the voice of the ethereal, immortal mistress faded, a melodious sword cry suddenly resonated from within Li Feng, and the imperial sword soared forth, landing beside the ancient bell atop his head. The blade radiated a resplendent golden light, while a phantasmal dragon circled the sword, exuding an imperial might that could instill trepidation even in the hearts of emperors. The weapon, imbued with spirit, could only be wielded by its rightful master. An elder from the Void Spirit Palace gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was the legendary imperial sword. The ancestor of the Blood God sect wore a countenance of fluctuating emotions, a glimmer of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Behind him, Li Wuxia clutched his chest where time had inflicted injuries, casting a venomous glare at Li Feng, secretly transmitting, "Ancestor, if this child is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a great calamity in the future." Silence. The ancestor of the Blood God sect rebuked sharply, yet his gaze brimmed with an ever-intensifying murderous intent. He exchanged a knowing glance with several other ancestral figures from rival factions. With Li Feng's prodigious talent and mastery over an imperial weapon, if they did not act swiftly to eliminate him, he might one day emerge as an unstoppable emperor. Li Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking in the entire scene. As the heavenly martial emperor, having endured countless battles, he was acutely aware of their intentions. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he silently activated the ancient emperor scripture and the Tao Te Ching, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Even as the heir of the heavenly martial emperor, he would not allow the Blood God sect to easily dismiss today's affront. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Blood God sect bellowed, his body engulfed in a crimson aura that soared into the heavens, inciting the surrounding elders of various sects. Fellow Taoists, if this child grows stronger, will we have a place to stand? Almost simultaneously, 5 sovereign-level powerhouses from the Void Divine Dynasty and the Nether Demon sect launched their attacks. The might of 5 emperors shattered the very fabric of this realm, hurtling toward Li Feng. Child, prepare to meet your demise. The Bloodhand Emperor, an emperor in his own right, unleashed a palm imbued with an imperial might capable of shattering stars. How could a mere Saint King withstand such force? The square erupted into chaos. No one anticipated that these formidable factions would so shamelessly conspire against a mere youth. How dare you? The ancestor of reincarnation erupted in fury. Yet he was blocked by other emperors, unable to rush to Li Feng's aid. Just as everyone believed Li Feng was doomed, the imperial sword above his head suddenly transformed into a transparent blade, morphing into a sword of time that cleaved through the river of time. With a resounding clang, the sword cry echoed through the skies, its brilliance cascading like a galaxy, illuminating the entire ancient sacred ground. The imperial might contained within the sword far surpassed that of the Bloodhand Emperor by 100-fold, causing all present to tremble. Unable to resist the urge to kneel and worship, the entire ancient sacred ground trembled for millions of miles due to the imperial sword. In a swift moment, the Bloodhand Emperor, caught beneath the sword's radiance, was cleaved in twain as if he were made of paper. The sword's momentum remained unyielding, piercing through the center of the Bloodhand Emperor's brow, obliterating his imperial Tao fruit. Impossible. This is the full might of the heavenly martial emperor. The Bloodhand Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as his body began to disintegrate inch by inch. Unless the Emperor of Heaven personally arrives, how could the full power of the heavenly sword be unleashed? With a single stroke, a mighty emperor was obliterated. The heavens and earth echoed with mournful cries, and blood rained down from the skies. Today, an emperor has fallen. The residual might of the sword swept through the air, causing the remaining malevolent emperor-level figures to spew blood and retreat, nearly losing their standing. One sword transformed the tide of battle, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. 19. The union with the Divine Maiden? I shall claim them all. After slaying the emperor, the heavenly sword circled in the air before returning to hover above Li Feng's head, while he remained only slightly soiled at the hem of his garment. Yet the cascade of imperial blood, the shattered rivers, and the trembling void served as a stark reminder of the recent events. The imperial weapon autonomously awakened to protect its master. An elder from the supreme void divine palace trembled with fear. The bond between Li Feng and the heavenly sword was astonishingly profound. If Li Feng could consistently wield such power, how would he differ from the living emperor of heaven? Another elder from the Blood God sect appeared ashen, trembling uncontrollably. The Bloodhand Emperor was a cornerstone of the Blood God sect, and he had been severed by a single sword? Regret gnawed at him. Had he known this would occur, he would never have intervened. Do you wish to continue? This divine son shall accompany you to the end. Li Feng scoffed, and the two imperial weapons above him emitted a resounding roar, silencing all the emperors. They dared not. The elder of the Netherworld Demon sect was the first to kneel in supplication. Divine Son Li, your extraordinary talents have been underestimated by us. We have offended your majesty and are willing to present ample gifts as an apology. The other major factions hastily followed suit, sweat beading on their foreheads as they scrambled to produce their treasured possessions. Rare herbs, sacred materials, all offered without hesitation. Fearful of incurring the wrath of this harbinger of doom, Li Feng glanced at the mountain of treasures, nodding indifferently and waving his hand dismissively. Begone. These two words unleashed a wave of relief among the once mighty elders, who fled with their disciples, disappearing into the horizon like frightened dogs. The events of today would undoubtedly reverberate across 30,000 realms. The newly established divine son of the ancient sacred land had slain a long-revered emperor and repelled the joint assault of several sacred lands, a truly astonishing feat. Everyone from the ancient sacred land gazed up at Li Feng in shock. He had bestowed upon them countless surprises today. Without him, their reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. If news spread that a divine son was slain at their doorstep, how could the ancient sacred land maintain its standing in the Dao domain? Li Feng, you are the savior of our ancient sacred land. Today, you have rescued us, and I have decided to elevate your rank to the 8th divine son. The ancestor of reincarnation spoke solemnly to Li Feng. All the disciples looked upon him with intense envy. For to ascend to the rank of 8th divine son upon entering the sect was an unprecedented honor in the ancient sacred land. It is essential to note that the 9th divine son is none other than Chu Kuanga, who has dedicated several centuries to his cultivation, achieving the formidable rank of 9th Heaven Saint King. He has contributed countless merits to the ancient sacred land. Yet he has been surpassed in ranking by a newly initiated disciple in an instant. However, none would dare to contest this. Li Feng's ranking is undoubtedly well-deserved, as his talent and accomplishments are truly worthy of the 8th divine son's position. Thank you, ancestor of reincarnation. Li Feng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. With the crisis averted, a light atmosphere enveloped the square. Those forces that had previously maintained a neutral stance now approached to offer their congratulations, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Li Divine Son possesses extraordinary talent. He is destined to ascend to the throne of the great emperor. Our Tianyin Pavilion wishes to forge an everlasting alliance with the ancient sacred land. Might the Divine Son consider joining our holy maiden as a partner? Our Yaoqi is willing to present 3 sacred herbs, hoping that the Divine Son might visit Yaoqi for philosophical discussions at his leisure. Surrounded by these overly enthusiastic cultivators, Li Feng became the center of attention, akin to a coveted delicacy. Everyone awaited his decision, eager to forge closer ties with this youthful sovereign. Esteemed guests, I am grateful for your overwhelming affection. Li Feng raised his hand to signal for quiet. As for the matter of marriage alliances, I have my own views. He deliberately elongated his tone, surveying the crowd to gauge their reactions. The stunning figures of the Yaoqi goddess, the master of the 9 heavens Zuan Palace, and the holy maiden of Tianyin Pavilion all gazed at him with eager anticipation in their enchanting eyes. None wished to be overlooked, each displaying their most exquisite selves, akin to blooming celestial flowers vying for attention. Suddenly, Li Feng extended his palm, clenched it tightly, and with a bold smile declared, "I want them all." Those 4 words sent shockwaves through the square. An immediate silence fell, as all present believed they had misheard. Even the ancestor of reincarnation widened his eyes in astonishment, nearly stumbling. Did the Divine Son just say? Li Feng erupted into hearty laughter, his majestic demeanor reminiscent of a sovereign. What I mean is, I, Li Feng, desire all these divine maidens. The path of cultivation is long, and what joy it brings to have beautiful companions. As one who once possessed a harem of 3,000 beauties, Li Feng has always embraced the notion that the more, the merrier, and he would never feign modesty. A true hero should cherish both the realm and its beauties. Were such words uttered by an ordinary person, they would have been branded a lecher. Yet, when spoken by Li Feng, complemented by his otherworldly presence and the formidable might he just displayed, it seemed entirely reasonable. What was even more astonishing was that the maidens named did not respond with anger. Instead, their eyes sparkled with delight, their cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. The Yaoqi goddess gently bit her lip, her voice a mere whisper. If the divine son does not mind, Yaoqi wishes to become his partner. The master of the Nine Heavens Xuanf Palace was even more direct, seizing Li Feng's sleeve and resting his head against her ample bosom, declaring her claim. I have long stated, this childhood husband shall be mine. Witnessing this, the other divine maidens cast aside their modesty, readily expressing their willingness to enter into marriage alliances. Amidst the tumultuous scene, the delicate figures of maidens encircled Li Feng, nearly tearing his garments as chaos erupted around them, leaving the male cultivators nearby wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this truly permissible? A son of an ancient sacred land muttered to himself, unable to suppress an expletive. Had I known I could be so imposing, how could my junior sister possibly refuse me? Enough of this. A companion rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, do you possess even 1/10 of Li's prowess? In the crowd, the divine maiden Xiao stood still, her expression a blend of emotions as she observed Li Feng, who was now the center of attention. She recalled her initial disdain for him and her reluctance when her master suggested a union. Now, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Master, I may have truly erred, she murmured, her voice trembling slightly. The ethereal elder Yun Miao smiled knowingly and teased. So, have you come to your senses? I must recover what I have lost. Xiao took a deep breath, summoning her courage to approach Li Feng. She recognized this as a singular opportunity in her life. Should she miss it, she might forever bear the weight of regret. As she traversed the crowd, they parted to grant her passage. Li Shixiang, Xiao greeted, a slight blush gracing her fair features. I am willing to heed my master's wishes and become your partner in the way of the Tao. Upon uttering this declaration, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and she felt a newfound lightness. Li Feng regarded the divine maiden before him with indifference, stating, there is no need for such formalities, junior sister. We shall be family henceforth. For now, serve as my maid, and depending on your future conduct, we may discuss the matter of our union later. Given her previous disdain for him, Li Feng was not inclined to forgive her easily. However, given her status as a prominent divine maiden within the Tao domain, having her attend to his needs could be seen as a utilitarian arrangement. Thank you, Li Shixiao, for granting me this opportunity. I shall care for you with the utmost attention, Xiao declared, undeterred by the demotion, her excitement palpable. Aware of her unfavorable impression in Li Feng's eyes, she recognized the rarity of this chance and vowed to cherish it wholeheartedly. After all, Li Feng possessed the potential for ascension. Even as a mere maid, she could rise alongside him when he transcended to the celestial realm. At this moment, a notification resonated in Li Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving the status of authority by defeating a son of the divine. Reward, Imperial level alchemy technique. As a waste with a mixed elemental root, to prolong your life, you must acquire skills for survival. Please concoct a batch of elixirs for sale. Rewards will be granted based on their quality. Create yellow tier elixirs. Receive a mysterious level alchemy furnace. Create mysterious level elixirs. Receive an earth level furnace, and so forth. Create imperial grade elixirs. Receive a celestial level furnace. 20. Seize the imperial elixir. Once the representatives of the various sects departed, the ancient sacred land returned to a semblance of tranquility. The remnants of imperial blood still lingered upon the square, and the atmosphere remained thick with a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, the figure of the reincarnation ancestor wavered, and a stream of dark golden blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the white jade ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. Ancestor, exclaimed the Shintian Holy Master, alarmed, as he hurried forward to offer support. Following closely, both Ancestor Yun Miao and Sword Ancestor Tianxian also spat blood, their auras rapidly waning. Their once rosy complexions deteriorated at a visible pace, wrinkles crawling across their faces, rendering them lifeless, akin to frail, ailing elders on the brink of extinguishment. We old bones can no longer endure, sighed the Taishu ancestor, his voice hoarse and laced with resignation. Not long ago, he had single-handedly contended against two great emperors. and coupled with his advanced age and forced exertion, his Tao foundation had sustained damage. They had faced several sects, and aside from Li Feng, who could fend off multiple adversaries, even their efforts to withstand two opponents had been a mere struggle. They had persisted until now solely to avoid revealing their injuries to those sections. The Xiantian Holy Master's countenance grew grave as he surveyed the disciples around him. Speaking solemnly, from this day forth, the ancient Holy Land must conduct itself with utmost discretion. The elders should refrain from engaging in combat. Otherwise, their injuries will worsen, putting them at risk of perishing. Moreover, Li Feng's heavenly sword has already unleashed 2 strands of sword energy, leaving but one final strike. Should several emperors descend upon us, the ancient Holy Land will find it difficult to cope. A somber silence enveloped the square, with all present displaying concern, acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. A Holy Land without the presence of an emperor is akin to a toothless tiger, vulnerable to being devoured by rival factions at any moment. Li Feng furrowed his brow and stepped forward, inquiring, "Is there any remedy to heal your Tao injuries?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the reincarnation ancestor sighed. "We require an emperor-grade Tao restoration pill. This elixir can mend the wounds of the great Tao. However, in today's realm, no one possesses the ability to concoct such imperial pills." He paused, a look of distress crossing his face. "Our Holy Land's treasury contains only a few remnants of imperial herbs, their efficacy insufficient to forge a complete emperor-grade pill. Hand over all the remnants of the imperial herbs to me," Li Feng suddenly declared, his voice calm, yet brimming with confidence. "I can concoct this batch of elixirs to aid in your recovery." At these words, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Ha ha! A cacophony of mocking laughter resonated from the assembly. An elder clad in a green alchemist robe stepped forward, adorned with 9 golden patterns on his chest, signifying his status as a holy grade alchemist. Master Guha, the Xiantian Holy Master, nodded slightly. Alchemists are indeed a rare vocation, deserving of his utmost respect, particularly those of holy grade stature, who are second only to the emperor-level ancestors in the foundation of a holy land. Master Guha stroked his long beard, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Li Godson, alchemy is not akin to combat, won through sheer brute strength. I have spent 1,300 years refining pills and would not dare claim the ability to produce an emperor-grade pill from remnants. You have not even condensed your alchemical flame, have you?" He turned to the several ancestors, clasping his hands in respect. "If these remnants are entrusted to me, I could at least concoct a holy-grade Tao restoration pill. While it may not completely cure the Tao injuries, it could mitigate their deterioration. To waste such resources on an amateur would be a grievous folly." The elders exchanged glances, engaging in a hushed discussion. The Ancient One of Withered Bones shook his head and remarked, "Although Li Feng possesses unparalleled talent, the art of alchemy demands years of diligent accumulation. It cannot be achieved overnight. Relying solely on his assertions, it is difficult to discern truth from falsehood." Indeed, the master of the celestial sword concurred, stating, "For the sake of prudence, it would be best to entrust this matter to Master Gu He. We, as aged beings, cannot afford any missteps. We must stabilize our injuries first." Only the ancestor of reincarnation pondered for a moment and proposed, "Li Feng has already accomplished numerous miracles today. Why not grant him an opportunity? Let us do this. Master Gu He shall concoct the elixir from the 8 remaining herbs, while 2 shall be awarded to Li Feng, allowing him a chance to hone his skills. This also serves as a reward for his previous defense against the intruding enemy." "Very well." The Emperor of Withered Bones nodded slightly. This compromise was immediately met with unanimous approval. Gu He cast a smug glance at Li Feng. As the sole saint-level alchemist of the eternal sacred land, he wielded control over nearly all the medicinal materials therein. Once he successfully crafted the elixir, he would retain the majority for sale. Such a lucrative venture could hardly allow a mere youth to interfere. Li Feng did not dispute, but calmly stated, "Since these 2 herbs serve as my prize, should I succeed in refining the emperor elixir, others, apart from the ancestor of reincarnation, must pay a corresponding price to utilize it." "Ha ha!" Gu He scoffed repeatedly. "What audacity! If you truly manage to concoct the emperor elixir, I shall kneel and implore you to sell me one." The other ancients could not suppress their amusement, and the master of the celestial sword playfully patted Li Feng on the shoulder, jesting, "Very well, if you can indeed accomplish this, we shall purchase it at full value." They had all tacitly accepted that the two incomplete emperor herbs were essentially lost, with no expectation of any returns. Li Feng chose not to elaborate further and accepted the two flawed emperor herbs. One, the 9-nether dark orchid, with only 3 leaves remaining, and the other, the sun god vine, with most of its roots severed. Despite their damaged state, these herbs still emanated an astonishing aura of medicinal potency. Even if consumed directly, they could elevate Li Feng through several realms, prompting envy from the surrounding elders and divine sons, who gazed at him with longing. In their minds, Li Feng's acquisition of these 2 emperor herbs would surely lead to a rapid enhancement of his cultivation. He had struck gold. Upon returning to his 8th divine sun peak, Li Feng immediately entered his secluded chamber. With a thought, he accessed the system space. System, activate the golden immortal level spiritual field. Ding. The golden immortal level spiritual field has been activated. Please place the medicinal materials for cultivation. A flash of golden light revealed a plot of land, measuring an acre. Before Li Feng, the soil shimmered with a resplendent array of colors, and the entire space was enveloped in a mystical aura, akin to a celestial realm. This was the golden immortal quality spiritual field, capable of nurturing even golden immortal level herbs. Planting a single incomplete celestial herb could yield dozens of complete celestial medicines. He carefully planted the 2 flawed herbs and needed not to concern himself further. He merely awaited their natural growth. For the next month, Li Feng diligently visited to observe the progress of the herb's growth. To his astonishment, merely 3 days later, the 9-nether dark orchid sprouted new leaves, and the roots of the sun god vine, which had been severed, had completely healed. By the 10th day, both medicinal plants had fully recovered, their potency exceeding their original strength. Truly, this is a field of extraordinary quality, worthy of a golden immortal. Li Feng marveled at the exquisite products of the system. Had he merely possessed a mixed elemental root from tens of thousands of years ago, he would likely have only acquired a basic spiritual field, devoid of such delight. Thus, it appears that the system's tardiness has its own advantages. Even more astonishing transformations lay ahead. On the 20th day, new seedlings began to spontaneously sprout around the 2 imperial herbs. By the 30th day, the once barren acre was now densely populated with 9 nether dark orchids and sun god vines, yielding a total of 36 complete imperial herbs. Ding! Imperial herb cultivation successful. The host may harvest at any time. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, harvesting 10 of the medicinal plants while leaving the remainder in the field to continue flourishing. As he awaited their robust growth, he envisioned sustainable gains from his endeavors. Upon exiting the system space, he overheard voices discussing matters outside. Gu He truly deserves his title as a master alchemist. Within just 3 months, he has concocted a batch of elixirs to stabilize the injuries of the elders. It is a pity my aptitude is lacking. Otherwise, I would surely seek him as a mentor. He possesses genuine skills, unlike our 8th divine son, who has yet to produce any news of his alchemical endeavors. One would fear he has consumed the imperial herbs himself, displaying utter selfishness. Keep your voice down. Even if he were to covet the imperial herbs, it is not within our purview to intervene. Let us not forget his heavenly sword and the sword energy that can cleave even emperors, who would dare not tremble in fear. At that moment, news spread that Gu He had successfully refined a sacred-grade restorative elixir, halting the path injuries of several elders. There were even rumors that Li Feng could not possibly refine pills himself, concocting excuses to hoard the imperial elixirs for his personal cultivation, exhibiting extreme selfishness. 21. 3-patterned imperial elixir. My lord, allow me to wipe your hands. Xiao approached with a basin of spiritual spring water, gently assisting Li Feng. Having overheard the gossip within the sect, she expressed her concern for his feelings, offering words of comfort. My lord, do not stoop to the level of those gossiping fools. With your talent, if you require resources for cultivation, you need not seek excuses. The sacred land will surely respond to your needs. I believe you can indeed refine the imperial elixirs. This time is merely preparation. Once the elixirs are complete, their faces will be thoroughly smacked. Observing Xiao, who once carried herself with the pride of a swan, now considering his perspective, Li Feng couldn't help but nod slightly. It seemed his recent guidance had borne fruit. She had finally grasped her role. What is an imperial-grade elixir? Go take a bath first. By the time you finish, I shall have completed the elixir as well. Then, I will present you with a grand treasure. He caressed her cheek before turning towards the secret chamber. As she gazed at Li Feng's retreating figure, Xiao felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with admiration, and she softly murmured to herself, truly deserving of being this goddess's master. Even his silhouette exudes such elegance. In the secret chamber, Li Feng flipped his palm, and 10 complete imperial herbs levitated before him, emanating an astonishing aura of medicinal potency. The leaves of the 9 nether dark orchid were as dark as ink, capable of devouring light, while the sun god vine shimmered with golden radiance, as if harboring a blazing sun within. System, extract the imperial-grade alchemy technique, Li Feng silently intoned. This was a reward from the system, a technique that could be summoned at will, proving exceedingly convenient. Moreover, it was a method directly enhanced by the system, far more substantial than those painstakingly cultivated through hardship. In an instant, a vast reservoir of alchemical knowledge surged into Li Feng's mind, encompassing the properties of various herbs, the mastery of flame control, and the techniques of pill crafting, as if he were innately familiar with them. A moment of enlightenment flickered in his eyes, and his hands formed a complex alchemical seal. What flame could possibly rival the chaotic divine fire? Li Feng extended his palm, and a torrent of chaotic divine fire erupted from his hand. In alchemy, the essence of pill fire lies in achieving the perfect equilibrium of the 5 elemental forces, and the chaotic divine fire epitomized such harmony. Apart from the chaotic divine body, no other constitution could boast such exceptional advantages. Even the pill god body could not compare in terms of innate conditions. A wisp of grayish flame appeared in his palm, seemingly gentle and devoid of heat, yet concealing the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. This fire could incinerate all things while simultaneously nurturing life, making it the ideal catalyst for refining imperial pills. Li Feng retrieved an ancient alchemical furnace, a treasured relic from his past, as the once dominant celestial martial emperor. While it could not compare to an imperial-grade furnace, it remained serviceable. With chaos as the fire and time as the fuel, he flicked his fingers, sending the chaotic pill fire to the bottom of the furnace, causing the temperature of the chamber to rise dramatically. One by one, the 10 imperial herbs were cast into the furnace, gradually transforming into pure medicinal liquid under the refinement of the chaotic fire. Li Feng's hands danced like butterflies among flowers, weaving hundreds of alchemical seals, all of which were long-lost imperial-grade techniques, with no place in the contemporary world to learn them. Under the guidance of the seals, the chaotic divine body morphed into various divine beast forms, with true dragons and white tigers soaring around the furnace, swiftly melting the imperial herbs into liquid. The medicinal liquid within the furnace blended harmoniously under the auspices of the dragon and phoenix like chaotic divine fire, releasing an enticing fragrance that wafted through the chamber, soothing the soul. Even low-ranking cultivators, with just a whiff of the aromatic vapors escaping from the furnace, could instantly break through their realms, establishing a solid foundation for their paths. After 3 days and nights, the furnace trembled violently, and the lid was blown open by a radiant aura. 9 beams of golden light surged into the sky, each encasing a pill the size of a dragon's eye, adorned with 3 ethereal, cloud-like patterns, exuding a fragrance that permeated the entire chamber. The 9 imperial pills, freshly refined, were imbued with sentience, yearning to escape. Return. Li Feng uttered a light admonition, summoning the ancient bell to subdue the 9 imperial pills, compelling them to obediently descend into the jade vial he had meticulously prepared. He extracted one for careful examination. The pill was resplendent in golden hue, adorned with 9 natural patterns, precisely the fabled 3-pattern restoration pill, boasting effects several times more potent than ordinary imperial-grade restorative pills. It was time to fulfill his promise. Li Feng stored the remaining pills, keeping but 1 vial in hand, and strode purposefully out of the secret chamber. Within the sacred Lord's hall, Master Gu He, his face aglow with excitement, reported his alchemical achievements to the Xiantian Sacred Lord. My lord, I have not disappointed the expectations. I have successfully refined all 8 incomplete imperial medicines into sacred-grade restoration pills, yielding a total of 18. This will suffice to stabilize the injuries of several ancestors. As he spoke, he produced a jade box, revealing 18 azure pills nestled within, each emanating a delicate medicinal aura. Undeniably a superior creation among sacred-grade elixirs. The Xiantian Sacred Lord nodded in satisfaction. Master Gu He, your efforts are commendable. These pills will indeed alleviate the ancestors' ailments. You truly deserve the title of the foremost alchemist of our ancient sacred land." The elders in the hall expressed their admiration, eager to curry favor with him. Master Gu He is truly an exceptional sacred pill master. In merely a month, he has managed to concoct such an impressive quantity of sacred pills. Indeed, he surpasses those young braggarts. Experience is invaluable. What a waste of 2 imperial medicines, had they been given to Master Gu He. He could have perhaps refined additional sacred restoration pills. Amidst their discussions, the hall doors suddenly swung open, and Li Feng, accompanied by Shi Yao, entered with purposeful strides. All eyes instantly turned toward him, and whispers fell silent. As long as his heavenly sword retained its aura, none dared to act without trepidation. "Li Feng, what brings you here?" the Xiantian sacred lord inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. He feared a confrontation between Li Feng and Gu He, for both possessed fiery tempers and were of utmost importance to the ancient sacred land. Li Feng offered no reply, instead advancing directly to the reincarnation ancestor, presenting the jade vial. "Ancestor, I have fulfilled my duty. I have refined the imperial restoration pill. Please, consume it." The ancestor, puzzled, accepted the vial and, upon opening it, was instantly shaken, his eyes ablaze with astonishment. "Is this truly an imperial restoration pill? Young Li Feng, you have indeed managed to refine it." A rich medicinal fragrance swiftly enveloped the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it, hastening the circulation of their inner spiritual energy. An imperial restoration pill, and a 3-pattern one at that. The reincarnation ancestor's voice trembled with excitement as he cautiously extracted one pill, its golden radiance illuminating his visage. The profound essence contained within surged into his being, mending his injuries. A stir rippled through the hall as all present craned their necks to gaze upon the pill. The 3 natural patterns were distinctly visible, representing the legendary 3-pattern imperial pill, the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. A single-pattern pill yields double the efficacy, a 2-pattern pill 6-fold, while a 3-pattern pill boasts a 10-fold enhancement. Even with the venerable ancestor of the Dan God sect present, the concoction of a 3-patterned emperor pill remains an unattainable feat. The expression on Gu He's face shifted dramatically as he took a swift step forward, his gaze fixed intently on the elixir in the hands of the reincarnation ancestor. Disbelief etched across his features. Impossible. How could 2 broken imperial herbs yield a single emperor pill, and a 9-turn one at that? He stared at the pill, and suddenly a look of realization dawned upon him, followed by a cold smirk. "Huh, I understand now. This must be the elixir left behind by the heavenly martial emperor. Li Feng, in your quest for face, you dare to pass off your ancestor's relic as your own creation. How utterly shameless." Li Feng remained unfazed, regarding him with indifference. "Master Gu, on what grounds do you make such an assertion?" Gu He waved his sleeve dismissively. 2 broken herbs cannot even yield half a furnace of medicinal catalyst, let alone concoct an emperor pill. Not to mention that a 9-turn emperor pill requires 9 complete imperial herbs as the primary materials. This is clearly an elixir you pilfered from the heavenly martial emperor's treasury. The onlookers in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of disdain towards Li Feng. They were astonished that he would go to such lengths to maintain the facade of being an emperor-level alchemist. However, the reincarnation ancestor shook his head, immediately countering Gu He. "That is not the case. This elixir possesses overwhelming potency, and its fragrance is rich, with a complete Tao rhythm. It is evidently freshly concocted. Were it a relic stored for tens of thousands of years, even in pristine condition, signs of medicinal potency loss would be apparent, and the Tao rhythm would gradually fade." Gu He scoffed. What caliber of individual was the heavenly martial emperor? If he had intended to preserve his elixirs, he would have employed secret methods to maintain their potency. Do not let this young man deceive you. You. Xiao's face flushed with indignation as she could no longer contain herself, glaring at him. "Master Gu, what must we do for you to believe that this elixir was crafted by my lord?" Gu He stroked his beard with a cold smile. Unless he can concoct an emperor pill in front of everyone, how can he gain their respect? The art of alchemy is predicated on genuine skill and knowledge, not merely on ancestral legacy. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes turning to Li Feng, awaiting his response. Truly, one cannot shed tears until faced with the coffin. Suddenly, Li Feng smiled, a hint of coldness lacing his expression. "Very well. I shall fulfill your wish and concoct an emperor pill in public. But if I succeed, what will become of you, Master Gu? Gu He scoffed. If you truly manage to concoct an emperor pill before all, I shall immediately kneel and take you as my master. No need for that. Li Feng shook his head, regarding Gu He with a look of disdain. If I succeed, you may leave the ancient sacred land. Gu He's complexion turned ashen, his anger morphing into a derisive smile. Very well. However, for the sake of fairness, I must summon the 5 elders of the Dan Tower to witness, lest anyone attempt deceit. The Xiantian Holy Master furrowed his brow, speaking helplessly. Master Gu, this is ultimately a family matter of the ancient sacred land. There is no need to cause such a commotion. Yet Gu He, in his fury, had already shattered a communication jade slip. The 5 elders of the Dan Tower are the foremost authorities in alchemy today. Their presence is essential to ensure fairness. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. 3 days later, I shall publicly refine elixirs in the Holy Land Plaza. I trust Master Gu will not go back on his word. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the crowd in the hall exchanging glances. The news swept through the ancient sacred land like a tempest, spreading outward with astonishing rapidity. Have you heard? The 8th divine son intends to refine the Emperor Elixir in public. What a jest! How old is he? Master Gu has spent over 1,000 years without producing the Emperor Elixir. Yet, the injuries of the reincarnation ancestor have indeed healed. Who knows where that elixir comes from? It might very well be a remnant of the celestial martial emperor. Such debates bubbled throughout the sacred land, with some firmly believing in Li Feng's potential for miracles, while many others thought he was bound to fail spectacularly. 3 days later, in the Holy Land Plaza, a grand platform had been erected at its center, where Li Feng sat, with the sacred alchemical furnace gifted by the reincarnation ancestor before him. The ancestor was resolute in his belief that Li Feng could concoct the emperor-grade elixir and vowed to support him at all costs. In truth, he had long harbored disdain for Gu He's monopolization of the sacred land's medicinal materials and elixirs, yet no one could replace Gu He. So he had chosen to turn a blind eye. If Li Feng could indeed produce the emperor-grade elixir today, then Gu He would have to bow his head in humility. The crowd surged with anticipation as not only the disciples of the sacred land gathered, but also numerous external cultivators, including many prominent figures from the sacred land. Look, that's an elder from the Taiyin sacred land. Even the leader of the Zixiao sacred land has arrived. Over there, the 5 venerable elders of the Dan Tower are all present. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as 5 figures descended from the sky. Their presence was profound, each exuding the aura of an emperor. Clad in white robes embroidered with the image of an alchemical cauldron, they bore 8 golden insignias on their chests, symbolizing their status as peak alchemists. The Dan Tower is the most authoritative alchemical institution across 30,000 realms. Without their issued badges, no alchemist could gain recognition. Indeed, it is the 5 elders of the Dan Tower. Someone exclaimed. Even they have been stirred. Today, whether the divine sun shines or falters, all shall be revealed. Gu He hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. It is indeed an honor for this junior to have the 5 esteemed elders witness this event. The elder with white hair, leading the group, nodded slightly. Young friend Gu He, I received word that someone intends to publicly refine the Emperor Elixir. Such a momentous occasion warrants our presence. Since the demise of the Dan God Sek's ancestor, it has been a long time since an emperor-grade alchemist has emerged in the 30,000 realms. His gaze shifted to Li Feng atop the platform, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Is this young friend truly the one attempting to refine the Emperor Elixir? He seems rather young. Gu He sneered indeed. This child, barely initiated into the ancient sacred land, boasts of his ability to refine the Emperor Elixir. I suspect he is merely a charlatan, which is why I invited the 5 esteemed elders to preside over the matter, lest anyone accuse me of taking advantage of the young. The 5 elders exchanged glances, each perceiving the doubt reflected in the other's eyes. Having devoted themselves to the alchemical arts for millennia, they were merely esteemed alchemists, fully aware of the arduous nature of crafting an imperial elixir. How could a mere youth achieve such a feat? Even a reincarnated alchemist of the highest order would require time to reacquaint themselves with the intricacies of the craft. The elder with flowing white hair gracefully descended to the edge of the platform and addressed Li Feng with a smile. Young friend, I am Dan Xuanzi, and these 4 are my esteemed disciples, Dan Xinzi, Dan Yunzi, Dan Xiaozi, and Dan Lingzi. Today, We represent the Alchemist Tower to witness your alchemical process and wish you success in your endeavor, that you may achieve renown." Li Feng rose and cupped his hands respectfully. "I am grateful for the efforts of the 5 esteemed elders." Dan Xuanzi nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "In that case, young friend, you may commence. However, allow me to remind you, the path of alchemy demands a foundation of truth and practicality. Should you find yourself at a loss, do not squander the imperial-grade herbs." Li Feng smiled lightly. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed elder. However, since I stand here, I possess the confidence to proceed." He seated himself once more and, with a flourish of his hand, revealed 2 imperial herbs before him, namely, the 9-nether dark orchid, which bore but 3 leaves, and the sun god vine, whose roots were fractured. This time, Li Feng resolved to utilize the imperfect imperial herbs to shatter Gu He's arrogance. "Wait." Gu He suddenly pointed at the flawed imperial herbs in Li Feng's grasp, mockingly exclaiming, "Behold, everyone, these 2 damaged herbs cannot even form a complete imperial herb. How can one possibly concoct an imperial elixir? Li Feng, do you take the alchemists of the world for fools?" A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Indeed, the 2 herbs were in such a state of disrepair that even a common holy elixir would be difficult to forge, let alone an imperial one. The 5 elders of the Alchemist Tower furrowed their brows, and Dan Xuanzi spoke gravely. "Young friend, these herbs lack sufficient potency. Should you be in need of imperial herbs, our Alchemist Tower can provide them." His heart swelled with the desire to nurture talent, even if Li Feng could not produce an imperial elixir. His possession of the chaotic divine fire indicated that, with proper guidance, he could one day become an alchemical master. Yet before Dan Xuanzi could finish his thought, Li Feng had already begun. He formed a seal with his hands, and a radiant, multicolored flame manifested in his palms, illuminating the entire sacred ground in an instant. Indeed, the chaotic divine fire. Dan Xuanzi exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with envy. The other 4 elders also turned pale. The chaotic divine fire was a legendary primordial flame capable of consuming all and birthing life anew, a coveted treasure for any alchemist. Regrettably, apart from those with the chaotic divine body, no one could possess such divine flame. In comparison to the rarity of the chaotic divine body, the chaotic divine fire paled in significance, destined as it was for those fated to ascend to immortality. Li Feng paid no mind to the astonishment around him as he directed the chaotic alchemical fire into the furnace and subsequently cast the 2 flawed herbs into its depths. To everyone's amazement, the herbs began to grow at a visibly rapid pace upon entering the furnace, reviving with the arrival of spring. This was the life-giving power of the chaotic divine fire. Dan Xuanzi trembled with excitement. Having only heard from his master that the chaotic divine fire might compensate for the herb's deficiencies, yet never had he envisioned witnessing such a miraculous event. In a fleeting moment, the 2 remnants of the imperial medicine were fully restored, even more robust than the ordinary imperial elixir. The chaotic divine fire directly collected 30,000 Dao, compensating for the deficiencies of the flawed imperial medicine. Li Feng's hands moved with unwavering precision as he retrieved 8 sacred auxiliary herbs and cast them into the furnace. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu He's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. A flawed imperial medicine could only wither away gradually. How could it possibly reverse its decay? The crowd below erupted into chaos, all astonished and speechless at this miraculous spectacle. The 5 elders of the Pill Tower were particularly enraptured, fixated on every movement of Li Feng, fearful of missing any detail. What kind of alchemy was this, and why had they never encountered it before? The 5 elders exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer. They suddenly realized that Li Feng's alchemical techniques were more refined and profound than the ancient imperial alchemy passed down through the Pill Tower for millennia. The hand seals Li Feng formed resonated with the celestial principles, invoking phenomena such as the golden lotus erupting from the earth and purple qi arriving from the east. The fragrance of the medicine gradually permeated the entire square, extending from the ancient holy land, bestowing benefits upon countless beings. This alchemical technique surpassed that which was handed down from the Pill Tower. Dan Xuanzi murmured, his eyes filled with obsession. Had he not feared interrupting Li Feng's alchemy, he would have eagerly approached to seek guidance. The alchemy persisted for 3 hours, with everyone holding their breath, none daring to depart. Ultimately, Li Feng's cultivation was still too low, and the process of refining with flawed imperial medicine consumed considerable soul power. During this time, he was compelled to swallow imperial pills to replenish his depleting soul and spiritual energy. At last, the furnace suddenly shook violently, the lid bursting open under the influence of the yin and yang dragon and phoenix manifestations, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was about to form the elixir. Dan Shenzi exclaimed with excitement. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the furnace, threatening to explode. This is bad. The 5 elders of the Pill Tower simultaneously changed colors. An explosion during alchemy was the gravest of misfortunes. Lightly, the medicine would be destroyed. Heavily, the alchemist could suffer a fatal backlash. A glint of malice flashed in Gu Hie's eyes, unnoticed by anyone, as he crushed a talisman within his sea of consciousness. He had not anticipated that Li Feng was such a prodigy, capable of refining an imperial pill from flawed imperial medicine. If Li Feng succeeded, how would he manage his standing? Not only would his reputation be tarnished, but the ancient Holy Land would also never forgive him. Thus, to ensure absolute certainty, Gu Hie was willing to lay a hidden danger within the sacred pill furnace of the ancient Holy Land. Even if Li Feng succeeded in refining the imperial pill, he could still destroy the furnace, causing Li Feng to fail at the final hurdle. Exploding furnace. Many disciples widened their eyes, their hearts racing for Li Feng. What a pity, he was so close to success. Xiao Tianjue couldn't help but murmur his regret. Gu Hie sneered coldly, seizing the opportunity to kick him when he was down. Still lacking in skill. A minor miscalculation results in a major failure. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, the cracks upon the divine alchemy furnace spread like a spider's web, unleashing a ferocious surge of medicinal energy that flickered across the high platform. Everyone, protect yourselves and distance from the furnace, commanded the Xiantian Saint Master, his face etched with gravity. Should this divine alchemy furnace explode, coupled with the potency of the imperial medicines within, it would rival the full force of a great saint strike. As the imminent destruction of the furnace loomed, Gu Hie's lips curled into a chilling smirk, feigning sorrow as he shook his head and sighed. What a pity for these imperial medicines. The youth must temper his vigor. Refining imperial-grade elixirs is no trivial endeavor. The 5 elders of the Dan Tower rose simultaneously, with Dan Xuanzizi solemnly raising his hand to conjure a barrier, safeguarding the innocent from the impending blast. His gaze towards Li Feng was laden with regret. Such a gifted young man should not be subjected to the crushing blow of failure due to a moment of arrogance. One could only hope that Li Feng would not succumb to despondency, for it would be a grievous loss for a promising alchemist. Yet, just as all believed the alchemy had failed, a glimmer of silver flickered in Li Feng's eyes, and the essence of the time divine body enveloped the arena. Time stood still. In an instant, centered around the platform, the time within 1,000 feet froze. The surging medicinal energy, the scattered flames, and even the drifting dust were all suspended in midair. The 9 nascent elixirs, on the brink of destruction, were arrested at the threshold of explosion, resembling exquisite fireworks captured in the moment before detonation. Chaos as fire, time as the furnace, condensed the elixir for me. Li Feng formed intricate seals with his hands, and the chaotic divine fire surged forth from his palms, weaving into a transparent flame furnace in the void. The 9 nascent elixirs, held in stasis by the laws of time, slowly entered the furnace, continuing their refinement and gradually coalescing into pills. This is the time divine body, Dan Shenzi exclaimed, his aged face flushed with astonishment. A dual divine body. He realized in awe that Li Feng possessed both the chaos and time divine bodies. The elder alchemists, engrossed in their craft, were often oblivious to the happenings beyond their realm, and since news of Li Feng's dual divine body had yet to reach the Dan Tower, they were utterly astounded to witness his possession of 2 unparalleled divine forms. Time as the sovereign, space as the monarch, and chaos as the path to immortality. Li Feng now embodies 2 supreme divine bodies. The 5 elders of the Dan Tower could not help but suspect he might be a scion of the heavenly Tao, truly worthy of being the son of Li. Even amidst the explosion of the furnace, he can achieve success in alchemy. The so-called Dan divine body likely paled in comparison to his transcendent prowess. To refine elixirs without a furnace, especially imperial-grade ones, was indeed unprecedented. Even if he ultimately failed in his endeavor, this alchemical process would surely be etched into the annals of history. as the crowd erupted in fervor. All were rendered speechless by this unprecedented method of alchemy. Gu He's face turned ashen, staggering back in disbelief. He too was a divine alchemist. Yet the notion of alchemy in the void was beyond his wildest imaginings. Was this truly an alchemist? Or was he a celestial being? At this moment, Gu He found himself drenched in sweat, unable to contain his anxiety. The fact that Li Feng could even concoct elixirs in the void suggested that the possibility of him truly refining the imperial elixir was no longer far-fetched. Oblivious to the commotion around him, Li Feng remained wholly focused on manipulating the void alchemy furnace. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead as he strained to maintain both the suspension of time and the alchemical process, even with the support of his two divine bodies. Fortunately, the alchemical endeavor was nearing its conclusion. After a quarter of an hour, the nascent elixir trembled violently, intricate patterns emerging on its surface. The fragrance of the elixir intensified tenfold, transforming into a tangible golden mist that enveloped the entire plaza. Many cultivators, who had been stuck at their bottlenecks, experienced breakthroughs upon inhaling the fragrant aura, while several elderly elders felt rejuvenated, as if their lifespans had been extended. Success! With a gentle exclamation from Li Feng, the void alchemy furnace erupted, sending 9 beams of golden light soaring into the sky, each beam encased in elixir the size of a longan. Its surface adorned with 3 natural patterns that resembled both wings and inscriptions, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The 3-pattern imperial elixir. It was truly the 3-pattern imperial elixir. Dan Xuanzai, filled with excitement, trembled as he swiftly appeared before Li Feng, gingerly catching one of the descending elixirs. The other 4 elders gathered around, their hands cradling the elixir as they scrutinized it, their awe growing with each passing moment. Dan Lingzi even retrieved an ancient tome, flipping through its pages until he halted, his voice quaking as he proclaimed, "Indeed, this is the legendary 3-pattern repairing the heavens elixir, which is over 10 times more effective than ordinary imperial-grade restorative elixirs. Historical records indicate that no one has ever succeeded in refining it until now. Today, we are all witnesses to a legend, an unprecedented imperial elixir." These words struck Gu He like a thunderclap, shattering his last vestige of hope. His face turned ashen as he stealthily retreated to the periphery of the crowd, akin to a dirty, gray mouse trying to avoid detection while everyone else was engrossed in the elixirs. Where does Master Gu think he is going? The icy voice of the reincarnation ancestor suddenly resonated, having already positioned himself before Gu He, his bony hand gripping Gu He's shoulder like an iron vice. He had been vigilantly watching Gu He, preventing any attempts of escape, setting aside Gu He's persistent antagonism towards Li Feng. The reincarnation ancestor was equally displeased with the years of Gu He pilfering from the ancient sacred land, taking numerous imperial medicines to the point that not a single one could be found in the treasury now, committing such a grave act of theft against the sect. The reincarnation ancestor would not show him any mercy. "I merely sought a quiet place to contemplate the alchemical process just witnessed, and to congratulate Divine Son Li on successfully refining the imperial elixir." Gu He feigned calmness, attempting to bow to Li Feng while forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Contemplate." The reincarnation ancestor sneered, directly sealing the space around Gu He. "I see you wish to flee. Over the years, how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures have you hoarded under the guise of alchemy? 7 imperial medicines have gone missing alone. If it were not for your control over the entire sect's elixirs, I would have already reduced you to ashes." Ancient River's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly cast a pleading glance towards the 5 elders of the Pill Tower. "Esteemed elders, I am wronged. I implore you to speak a good word on my behalf and save my life." Dan Xuanji furrowed his brows and interrupted, "Ancient River, have you truly committed such an act? As an alchemist of the Pill Tower, you must not tarnish its reputation. I am innocent." Ancient River fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Someone must have framed me. My devotion to the path of alchemy is unwavering. How could I resort to theft? How can the actions of an alchemist be considered stealing?" "Silence," Dan Xiaoji barked, retrieving a ledger from his robe. "This is the record of the elixirs you contributed to our Pill Tower 3 years ago, clearly stating 2 imperial herbs. At the time, I wondered how a mere saint-grade alchemist like you could possess such an abundance of imperial herbs." The evidence was irrefutable, and Ancient River crumpled to the ground. Utterly shocked that the 5 elders of the Pill Tower would conspire against him, accepting his offerings only to expose him. Suddenly, Dan Xuanji turned and bowed solemnly to Li Feng. Master Li, your talent in alchemy commands my utmost respect. Might you consider joining our Pill Tower? With your status as an imperial alchemist, you could easily assume the position of Tower Master. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Pill Tower was a sacred ground for alchemists across 30,000 realms, and the position of Tower Master was akin to that of a sovereign. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Feng replied, I would be willing to join, but I have one condition. Please speak. The 5 elders chimed in unison. There can only be one between Ancient River and myself in the Pill Tower. If he is present, I shall not be, and vice versa. That is acceptable. We shall comply with any command from the Tower Master. The 5 elders bowed deeply, seemingly regarding themselves as Li Feng's subordinates. Witnessing the elders' respectful demeanor towards Li Feng, Ancient River suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Compared to a prodigious imperial alchemist like Li Feng, he was indeed insignificant and would inevitably be discarded. From this day forth, Ancient River's status as a saint-grade alchemist was revoked, and he was no longer permitted to wield any privileges associated with the Pill Tower. The 5 elders swiftly distanced themselves from him, expelling him from the Pill Tower and forbidding him from receiving any form of assistance. Ancient River felt as though the sky had fallen, overwhelmed with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from provoking Li Feng, even if it meant enduring a slap to his face. Without the Pill Tower's protection, he was powerless against whatever punishment the ancient sacred land might impose upon him. Unwilling to accept this humiliating end, he suddenly turned to Li Feng, crawling a few steps to clutch his leg, weeping and begging for mercy. Divine Master Li, esteemed master, it was my folly not to recognize your greatness. Please, have mercy on me. Li Feng disdainfully withdrew his leg and kicked him away, sending him flying 100 feet. Coldly, he stated, we had an agreement. If I succeed in refining the imperial elixir, you shall leave the ancient sacred land. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. A fierce resentment flickered in Ancient River's eyes as he abruptly erupted in fury. In the realm of the great sage, a formidable power erupted. As a green glowing palm of poison lunged towards Li Feng's throat, the assailant bellowing with malice, you little beast, if you seek to end my life, then you shall perish as well. In a flash of lightning, the heavenly sword within Li Feng's dantian unsheathed itself, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword light that cascaded like the Milky Way. Just as the ancient hand reached its midpoint, the sword's aura cleaved the figure in two, obliterating even the soul into fragments. One reaps what one sows. Did you not know I wield an imperial weapon? What do you have to contend with me? Li Feng sheathed his sword, casting not a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. His solitary and proud silhouette sparked admiration among many female disciples. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as all were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. A revered alchemist, a powerhouse of the great sage realm, had been vanquished by a single strike. Yet, the elders wore expressions of concern. With the sword's aura now dissipated, Li Feng's safety was precarious. They needed to remain vigilant. For Li Feng was not merely the son of heaven, but also a master alchemist of the ancient sacred land, and any misstep was unacceptable. After becoming the master of the alchemy tower, Li Feng had anticipated a period of tranquility, yet to his surprise, the 5 elders of the tower clung to him, unwilling to depart. These ancient beings, having lived for millennia and regarded as grandmasters by all alchemists, now resembled eager apprentices, surrounding Li Feng daily, leaning in closely to inquire about alchemical techniques. Master, could you demonstrate the chaotic pill condensation technique once more? Dan Xuanzi rubbed his hands together, a beaming smile on his face. Master, what is it that my heavenly sacred pill lacks? Where have I gone awry? Dan Xuanzi held his alchemical furnace, eyes wide with anticipation for Li Feng's guidance. Master, please have some tea to soothe your throat. Dan Xuanzi eagerly offered a cup of spiritual tea, fearing Li Feng might grow impatient and leave. These 5 emperors, who could shake an entire realm with a mere stomp, now served Li Feng like humble attendants, a fact that would be met with disbelief if shared. Xiao observed this scene with barely concealed amusement, her heart swelling with pride. How fortunate she was to have chosen to remain by the young master's side as a servant. Otherwise, she would never have had the chance to witness such grandeur. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Li Feng. Following such a prodigious talent was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of her life. Finally, Having successfully sent the old fellows on their way, Li Feng was able to catch his breath. Teaching them alchemy was akin to teaching pigs to climb trees, an arduous task. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he lamented, prompting a laugh from Xiao, who approached him from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. The alchemical skills of these old-timers were honed through painstaking effort, while Li Feng's imperial alchemy was directly bestowed by the system, rendering his foundation far more solid. The disparity between their skills was vast, making the teaching process feel like a high school student instructing elementary school children, exhausting in every sense. However, the 5 elders of Dantad demonstrated a certain cleverness, recognizing Li Feng's impatience. They presented a plethora of rare medicinal herbs, including a half-remaining celestial herb, the Zhugua. This celestial herb was indeed remarkable. If fully refined into an imperial elixir, it could potentially create numerous great emperors. Observing the ethereal aura emanating from the celestial herbs in the golden immortal level fields, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, reluctantly forgiving those bothersome old men. A few months later, after Li Feng and Xiao had completed their study of the character Kuan, he intended to take a rest. Suddenly, a furious shout resonated from outside the Divine Sun Peak. Li Feng, come out you! The voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire mountain. Xiao frowned, displeased, and remarked, "Who dares to be so bold as to act recklessly outside the Divine Sun Peak? My lord should rest. Allow me to handle this." With that, she donned her attire. Preparing to rise, Li Feng, with a sweep of his divine consciousness, slightly curled his lips in a smile and reached out to stop her. "Oh, it appears that the 8th Divine Sun, no, now the 9th Divine Sun, Yi Qingcang, has returned." He continued, "You have exerted yourself. Take a moment to rest. I shall deal with him personally, which will also silence many of the gossips." Recently, some disciples had been whispering that Li Feng's position as the 8th Divine Sun was unmerited, claiming that his battles relied solely on the heavenly sword. Now that the sword was devoid of its sword energy, they believed Li Feng could hardly defeat Chu Kuanga and was merely occupying the 8th Divine Sun rank due to his past merits. It was understandable that Li Feng had not fought against peers of the same realm, resulting in doubts about his reputation. Although he dismissed these rumors, remaining silent while being openly challenged would certainly paint him as a coward. Yi Qingcang, originally the 8th Divine Sun of the ancient sacred land, possessed the divine combat body, unparalleled talent, and extraordinary combat prowess. Recently, he had been away on a sect mission, slaying a peak Holy King demon, and had subsequently advanced to the 9th heaven of the Holy King realm. He assumed that upon his return, his rank would undoubtedly rise. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that not only had he not been promoted, but he had also been demoted from the 8th to the 9th rank, replaced by a mere newcomer, the 18-year-old Li Feng. This revelation infuriated him. Both he and Li Feng possessed divine bodies. Why should a child stand above him? Why? The more Yi Qingcang contemplated, the angrier he became, ultimately reaching a boiling point. I, Yi Qingcang, have fought valiantly for the sacred land, slaying countless demons. What right does Li Feng have to stand above me? I shall reclaim my position as the 8th Divine Sun. Thus, upon returning to the sect without resting, he stormed towards the Divine Sun Peak, brandishing the severed head of the demon, his demeanor fierce. "Li Feng, if you have the guts, come out and fight," Yi Qingcang declared coldly. "I wish to see what qualifications you possess to rank before me." Outside the Divine Sun Peak, numerous disciples had already gathered, their expressions gleeful. Anticipating the spectacle, Yi Qingcang has returned. This is bound to be entertaining. It is said that he has attained the 9th heaven of the Sacred King, possessing terrifying combat prowess. Although Li Shenxi excels in alchemy, he may indeed find it challenging to contend with the war god body. Hush! Tread carefully. Li Shenxi wields the heavenly sword. The sword energy of the heavenly sword has long been depleted. What does he have left to challenge Yi Qingcang? The crowd murmured, largely skeptical of Li Feng. After all, Yi Qingcang's track record is well known, while Li Feng, apart from his alchemical skills and the now dormant heavenly sword, seems to lack any substantial achievements. At Shenxi Peak, Li Feng lazily stretched and said to Xiao, "Let us go and see this brash young man." Xiao stifled a giggle, remarking that her master was about to bully someone again. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, retorting, "What do you mean by bully? This is education." Outside Shenxi Peak, Yi Qingcang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming aura. He was tall and clad in black, his countenance marked by defiance, with a faint aura of malice swirling around him. Clearly a ruthless character who had emerged from a sea of corpses. Noting Li Feng's absence, he sneered at the crowd. "What's this? Afraid to show your face? It seems the rumors hold true. You, Li Feng, merely flaunt the sword energy of the heavenly sword. Now that it is spent, you cower like a turtle within the peak. Do you even dare to stand alongside me as a fellow son of divinity?" As his words hung in the air, a cold, detached voice suddenly echoed from above. "How tiresome. Do you rely on your tongue to fight? Will your foul mouth smother your enemies?" Li Feng's figure gradually materialized, clad in white, standing with hands behind his back, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, his gaze indifferently fixed on Yi Qingcang. Yi Qingcang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Feng from head to toe. Upon discerning Li Feng's cultivation level, he scoffed. "Only the third heaven of the sacred king? With such meager prowess, how can you claim the title of the eighth son of God? I feel second-hand embarrassment for you. I doubt you could even defeat that useless Chu Kuanga." Chu Kuanga, who was initially reveling in the unfolding drama, suddenly turned ashen upon hearing this. Yet, he knew he could not defeat Yi Qingcang and dared not provoke Li Feng. So he feigned ignorance and retreated into the crowd. Li Feng, uninterested in further banter, casually cleared his ears, stating, "If we are to fight, let us do so without idle chatter." Yi Qingcang's eyes flashed with cold light as he took a step forward, instantly unleashing the might of his divine body. "Arrogant. Today, I shall show you what true divine combat prowess entails." He erupted with a formidable aura, the pressure of the ninth heaven of the sacred king sweeping across the area. A massive phantom of a demonic ape roared skyward behind him, as if to rend the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. It is Yi Qingcang's war god body manifestation. The ape god howling at the sky, gasped a disciple. This was a top-tier divine body, combined with his family's secret technique, the overbearing blood battle art, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. Li Shenzi was in grave danger. What had provoked this calamity? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Qingcang wore a sinister smile as he unleashed a punch, its energy akin to a great star plummeting, enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. "Kneel before me." Such a terrifying strike left many trembling and unsteady on their feet. The battle god physique inherently exudes a terrifying aura of oppression, capable of instantly diminishing the combat prowess of even those of the same realm. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed, merely lifting his foot and bringing it down gently. Boom. In that instant, the Chaos Seed's blue lotus manifestation emerged, a singular blue lotus unfurling to dominate the heavens and suppress myriad paths. Simultaneously, the time-severing blade manifestation appeared, its blade radiating like the endless river of time, severing all that stood before it. The two supreme manifestations converged, effortlessly shattering Yi Qingcang's own manifestation and obliterating his attack. With unyielding momentum, Li Feng's foot landed squarely upon Yi Qingcang's face. Bang! Yi Qingcang barely had time to react before he was sent flying like a projectile, crashing into the earth 300 miles below. The arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle before them, soon followed by a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Was Yi Qingcang, the ninth holy king, truly sent flying by a single kick? It was astonishing. What was anticipated to be a one-sided massacre had indeed turned into a complete rout. Who could have imagined that the so-called invincible Yi Shenzi, undefeated in his realm, could not withstand even a single strike from Li Shenzi? Who said he couldn't withstand it? Did you not see how precisely he received Li Shenzi's foot? Right on his face. After a lengthy discussion, Yi Qingcang finally emerged from the depths of the earth, his face bearing the distinct imprint of Li Feng's foot. His appearance utterly disheveled. "Are you convinced now?" Li Feng cast him a sidelong glance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "I am not convinced." Yi Qingcang glared defiantly at Li Feng as the manifestation of the ape god began to coalesce behind him once more. Li Feng, filled with pity, shook his head and with a single slap, dispersed Yi Qingcang's manifestation. He then seized Yi Qingcang by the collar, delivering a barrage of slaps that left his cheeks swollen and bruised like a pig's head before tossing him to the ground. The onlookers assumed that such humiliation would ignite a fierce retaliation from Yi Qingcang, for the battle god physique was known to grow increasingly ferocious with each fight, never yielding. A monumental clash was anticipated. Yet, unexpectedly, after a prolonged and intense stare at Li Feng, Yi Qingcang suddenly knelt, prostrating himself fully and conceding defeat. Li Shenxi, I yield. I beseech you to accept me as your follower. The crowd was rendered speechless. Even Li Feng stared in astonishment at this individual, questioning whether he had rendered him senseless. Who would have thought Yi Qingsong would submit so swiftly? What of the famed indomitable spirit of the battle god physique? At the summit of the Holy King realm, the disciples at Li Feng's divine sun peak were left agape, exchanging incredulous glances. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed that Yi Qingsong, the ninth divine sun, renowned as the invincible battle god physique of his tier, would so readily prostrate himself, pleading to become Li Feng's follower? The entire eternal Holy Land quaked at the revelation of Li Feng's astonishing combat prowess. As a fellow divine body, he effortlessly subdued Yi Qingsong, transcending 6 minor realms with ease. No one would mock Yi Qingsong for admitting defeat. His achievements require no further validation. The fact that he bowed his head, willingly seeking to become Li Feng's warrior, speaks volumes about Li Feng's extraordinary prowess. Li Feng gazed down at the prostrated Yi Qingsong, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, weren't you just demanding that I come out? Yi Qingsong lifted his head, the imprint of Li Feng's shoe still visible on his left cheek. Yet his expression was one of fervor. I was blind to the true celestial. Li Shenxi possesses 2 divine bodies and can effortlessly defeat me at the 3rd tier of the Holy King realm. Such innate talent is unprecedented. To follow you is the greatest honor of my life. I am willing to be your most loyal follower, accompanying you in battles across the heavens, even entering the realm of immortals. Li Feng chuckled lightly and waved his hand. It seems you possess some discernment. Rise, for since you sincerely submit, I shall accept you as my underling. However, whether you can become my warrior to fight across the heavens will depend on your future performance. Yi Qingsong was overjoyed, hastily bowing deeply. Thank you, Shenxi. I am willing to face any peril for you. This scene left the surrounding disciples utterly astounded. Chu Kuanga, amidst the crowd, wore a fluctuating expression. He had hoped to see Li Feng humiliated, yet instead, Li Feng had gained a formidable ally. He could not fathom why Li Feng was so fortunate, always transforming adversity into opportunity, and now even the combative Yi Qingsong had submitted to him. Who could possibly hinder his meteoric rise from here on? Whispers of discussion arose, filled with awe as all eyes turned to Li Feng. The normally proud Yi Qingsong, who scarcely regarded even the Holy Master, was now so respectful toward Li Feng. What do you understand? Someone interjected. That kick from Li Shenxi would have reduced you to ashes. The fact that Yi Qingsong survived that blow proves his strength. But Li Shenxi is merely at the 3rd tier of the Holy King realm. How could he easily defeat Yi Qingsong, who is 6 minor realms above him? It's utterly absurd. Li Feng surveyed the crowd, suddenly smiling with pride. What is fighting beyond one's rank? For me, advancing my cultivation is as effortless as eating or drinking. Upon hearing this, the venue fell silent once more. Advancing one's cultivation is as simple as eating or drinking. If such words had come from another, they would surely have been ridiculed for their arrogance. Yet, spoken by Li Feng, they left the crowd in disbelief, for he had already wrought too many miracles for anyone to completely dismiss him. Li Shenxi is jesting, an elder chuckled awkwardly. Advancing one's cultivation requires accumulation and insight. Blindly relying on external forces can stifle one's growth. Without offering an explanation, Li Feng casually produced a jade box from his robes. Upon opening it, an overwhelming medicinal aura surged forth, filling the air with myriad extraordinary phenomena. True dragons spiraled, divine phoenixes spread their wings, and Qilins trod upon the sky. This is an imperial-grade elixir. The 5 elders of the Dan Tower appeared by the side, and Dan Zhuangzi's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. What they yearned to concoct was precisely this elixir. Moreover, it was the supreme imperial elixir. Li Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, it was the primordial elixir I refined a few days ago. Consuming just one would elevate one's realm by several levels, and the foundation would be solid. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Imperial-grade elixirs are treasures that could drive even emperors to madness. In this current age of decline, the legendary Great Era has yet to commence, and no one can refine imperial elixirs. They are the hidden treasures of the great immortal sects. Who would dare to squander such a precious resource? To waste an imperial elixir on mere cultivation? It is meant for extending the life of emperors, the ultimate trump card for maintaining the sanctity of sacred lands. They were puzzled as to why Li Feng dared to boast that elevating one's realm was as easy as eating or drinking. It turned out he intended to consume an imperial elixir. Who, after consuming an imperial elixir, would not see their realm soar? Yet, it is not without its drawbacks. A single imperial elixir could allow an ordinary person to directly break through to the great sage realm. But they might also explode due to being unable to withstand the elixir's potency. Li Feng was merely at the Saint King realm. Did he not fear being overwhelmed by the violent effects of the imperial elixir? The young master took out the elixir. Was he truly going to swallow it whole? Xiao speculated, her voice laden with incredulity. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Li Feng gently picked up the elixir, radiating a terrifying aura, and brought it to his lips, calmly asserting, "This divine sun is destined for ascension, invincible in this world. Do you think a mere imperial elixir could cause my demise? Ridiculous." With that, he directly consumed the elixir, causing an uproar around him. "No," Dan Xinzi exclaimed in disbelief, wishing he could reach out and extract the elixir from Li Feng's throat. The potency of the imperial elixir was far too strong. A Saint King realm cultivator could not possibly endure it. Yet, it was too late. The elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth, unleashing a vast, starry expanse of divine substance that erupted within Li Feng. Boom! Li Feng's pores burst forth with resplendent divine light, his entire being radiating like a blazing sun, instantly attracting boundless spiritual energy, forming a vortex that surged into his body. His aura began to ascend wildly, his skin and cells undergoing violent transformations, with his realm skyrocketing at a visible pace. 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. In the span of a breath, he shattered multiple realms. Everyone stood dumbfounded. The elevation of cultivation truly appeared as effortless as eating or drinking. This completely subverted their understanding. How could this be? An elder trembled, gazing at Li Feng's figure as though beholding a celestial being. The effects of a single imperial elixir could cause dozens of Saint Kings to explode. How could he absorb it all? Dan Xuanzi stared intently at Li Feng, his eyes filled with brilliance, rationally commenting, "No, you are not observing closely. The medicinal power within Li Shenzi has been perfectly absorbed, not a shred wasted. This indicates that his foundation is solid to an unimaginable degree. One can only fathom the terror of his combat prowess." As he articulated, every cell within Li Feng's body was greedily absorbing the energy of the imperial pill, with not a trace of it leaking away. All the spiritual essence and sacred substances evolved within his cells into chaotic energy, inscribing profound runes that resembled turtles and snakes, akin to thunder and lightning. His aura grew increasingly potent, his realm ascending step by step, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Saint King. Yi Qingsong stood by, forgetting to wipe the shoe prints off his face, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. He understood better than anyone the terrifying accumulation and comprehension required to transition from the 3rd to the 9th heavenly layer of the Saint King. While an ordinary prodigy might require centuries of arduous cultivation, Li Feng accomplished it in an instant. No wonder he could effortlessly defeat me across realms. My defeat is indeed not unjust. Yi Qingsong murmured to himself, his resolve to follow Li Feng growing ever stronger. Such celestial and extraordinary talent was simply unprecedented. Li Feng's breakthroughs continued unabated. When his aura finally stabilized at the pinnacle of the Saint King, the medicinal power of the imperial pill was wholly absorbed. The sky was filled with wondrous phenomena. The chaotic seed blue lotus and the time-slashing heaven blade, two supreme manifestations, appeared spontaneously and in all of heaven and earth. Only Li Feng's aura dominated. Li Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a glimpse of the primordial chaos flashed within them. He sensed the surging power within him and shook his head with a hint of regret. Alas, a single imperial pill can only elevate me to the peak of the Saint King. Everyone collectively gasped in astonishment, utterly convinced. A single imperial pill, capable of exploding a great saint, could merely allow Li Feng to ascend 6 minor realms? What terrifying foundation must one possess to achieve such a feat? The 5 elders of the Pill Tower exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief and confusion in the other's eyes. They had lived for over 10,000 years and witnessed countless prodigies, yet they had never encountered a being as monstrous as Li Feng. The foundation of the divine son of Li likely surpassed that of the young emperor by tenfold. Dan Xiaozi's commentary was nothing short of shocking. The emperor had become a mere unit of measurement compared to Li Feng, not merely tenfold. Dan Xinzi blushed with excitement, feeling proud of Li Feng, showing none of the gravitas befitting a mighty emperor. Did you notice the extraordinary manifestations that emerged within him during his breakthrough? That is the legendary resonance of 10,000 paths. It indicates that each of his realms has reached the pinnacle of perfection. Xiao stood beside Li Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with pride. She had long known her young master was extraordinary, but each time she witnessed his miracles, she was still taken aback. Li Feng surveyed the crowd, observing their dazed expressions, and smiled calmly. This divine son is not incapable of further breakthroughs. However, to attain perfection within the Saint King realm, I must capture a battle soul in the celestial soul battlefield and integrate it into myself to become a complete Saint King. Otherwise, I could instantly become a great saint. The crowd fell silent, nodding vigorously. Doubt. What a joke. After witnessing such a divine miracle firsthand, who would dare question Li Feng's words? With the prowess of our esteemed Li Shenzi, is it not assured that he shall claim the first position in this celestial soul battleground? It truly evokes a sense of pity and regret for the contemporary prodigies who must compete against Li Shenzi in the arena. They shall undoubtedly experience despair. It should be regarded as their honor to intersect and intertwine their fates with a youthful immortal, a feat they could boast about for a lifetime. The disciples of the ancient sacred land are all murmuring, their confidence in Li Feng surpassing even his own. Among the crowd, Chu Kuanga's visage turned pale, his legs weakened, completely extinguishing any thoughts of vengeance against Li Feng. He has finally grasped the immense chasm that separates him from Li Feng. It is not merely a disparity of talent or resources, but a fundamental difference in the dimensions of life. Even if Li Feng were to cease his training from this day forth, 100 years would not suffice for him to catch up to Li Feng's current strength. Soon, 2.5 months passed, leading to the day the celestial soul battleground was to be unveiled. On the day it opened, 30,000 realms trembled. Numerous prodigious talents, sealed within divine spirit stones, broke free from their confinement, gathering alongside seasoned Saint King realm experts at the periphery of the celestial soul battleground. Only those of the Saint King realm could partake in the contest for the celestial souls, gaining entry into the battleground. In preparation for this grand event, many prodigies, sealed since ancient times within divine spirit stones, emerged to seize this final opportunity before the grand era's commencement. Among them were princes of ancient imperial dynasties, scions of eternal sects, and even legendary beings such as phoenixes and dragon offspring that had fallen from the celestial realm. In such a resplendent era, it is destined for prodigies to bloom in a myriad of splendor, making it difficult for any single individual to overshadow the rest. Above the firmament, countless divine rainbows cleaved through the sky, as flying treasures from various immortal lineages radiated brilliant light. A bronze war chariot traversed the void, drawn by 9 pure-blood sphinxes. A white jade ship sailed across the starry river, manned by a terrifying quasi-emperor elder at its prow. Furthermore, a towering celestial tree pierced the void, its branches home to the legendary Golden Crow. Look, that is the progenitor of the primordial ancient dragon clan. With a gasp of astonishment, the crowd beheld a massive golden dragon tearing through the clouds, upon which stood a youth clad in golden robes, adorned with dragon horns and bearing eyes that encapsulated the sun and moon. Almost simultaneously, a melodious cry resonated from the southern horizon. A 7-colored cloud bore down a true phoenix hatchling, its fledgling wings already hinting at the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Transforming into a maiden in red, her hair shimmered, emanating strands of ethereal essence. An ancient emperor's voice echoed through the void, expressing astonishment. Even beings from the celestial realm have descended. The dragons and phoenixes are said to have tumbled from the fissures of the celestial realm, and upon reaching maturity, they are destined to ascend to the emperor realm. With less than 2.5 years remaining until the legendary grand era's unveiling, an array of extraordinary beings has emerged. On the flying vessel of the ancient sacred land, Yi Qingcang stood behind Li Feng, his expression grave. His combat body trembled slightly, instinctively yearning to showcase its divine might in the face of formidable adversaries. Li Feng stood at the bow of the ship, his hands clasped behind him, a chaotic energy swirling around him, his formidable aura rivaling that of the denizens of the celestial realm. It matters not. Regardless of his imperial lineage, I shall remain invincible. Li Feng spoke calmly, steadying Yi Qingsong's mind. His gaze swept across the ancient prodigies that had emerged from the divine spirit stones beneath him, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Those so-called unparalleled geniuses, in his eyes, were merely slightly larger ants. Should they dare to resist, a mere step would suffice to subdue them. At the entrance of the soul battlefield, a towering monument of pure black stood, the eternal soul power steel. Rising to a height of 100,000 zhong, it resembled a mountain reaching for the heavens. Its surface bore the scars of time, and at its pinnacle, several names radiated an oppressive aura capable of altering the very fabric of the cosmos, each representing an invincible being who had once dominated an era. The ancestor of reincarnation pointed to the eternal soul power steel, explaining to Li Feng and the others, according to tradition, one must first leave a fist imprint on the steel to determine the order of entry into the soul battlefield. This serves as the first trial for cultivators entering the soul battlefield. Those who cannot leave their mark shall have no right to enter. Before his words could settle, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. A group of cultivators clad in the royal garb of the Tang dynasty found themselves encircled by various factions from the celestial domain. The atmosphere was tense, clearly indicating hostile intent. Leading them was a youth with sharp brows and bright eyes. A jade pendant inscribed with the character for Li hanging from his waist, adorned in a robe of 4 dragons, an unmistakable descendant of the Tang imperial family. Unfortunately, the Tang dynasty had crumbled, losing all control over the celestial domain. Various immortal sects had severed ties with the Tang dynasty, reverting to their original names. Thousands of years prior, the celestial emperor Li Feng had forcefully unified the celestial domain, suppressing countless sects, a feat immeasurable in its magnitude. Now, as the Tang dynasty lay in ruins, many sought to seize the opportunity to trample upon its legacy. Did the descendants of the Tang dynasty dare to join the fray? Disciples of the celestial sacred land sneered, the first to step forward to mock them. Without an emperor to govern, do you truly consider yourselves an immortal lineage? What qualifications do you, of the Tang dynasty, possess to enter the soul battlefield? Once, Li Feng had borrowed the celestial sacred land's imperial treasure, the celestial furnace, for research. It was only later that the sacred land realized he had merely used it to roast a great rock, incurring the wrath of both the Rock Clan and the celestial sacred land. Had Li Feng not been invincible at that time, these two immortal powers would have long since sought his demise. Now, as the Tang dynasty fractured, the esteemed sages of the celestial sacred land emerged, seizing the opportunity to trample upon the Li family. Su Jianxian, the heir of the Taiyu sword tomb, stood sword in hand, casting a disdainful gaze at the scion of the Li family. Li Xuanzi, your ancestor, the celestial emperor, has long since passed. The Tang dynasty cannot even produce a single figure of merit. What right have you to enter this soul battlefield? This place is not for just anyone. If you wish to avoid death, you should leave immediately. The youth known as Li Xuanzi clenched his fists until they turned white. Despite being outnumbered, he displayed no fear. Drawing his sword and pointing it at Su Jianxian and the others, coldly proclaiming, "Our Li family, as heavenly martial emperor, will never succumb. The bloodline of the Li family will only die standing, never kneeling in humiliation to seek survival. You, who stand behind your doctrines, dare not exact revenge upon our forebears, and can only target a junior like me, merely a horde of serpents and vermin. The Li family shall not be dishonored. The enmity of our ancestors, I, their descendant, shall shoulder alone. Amongst peers, those who dare to challenge me may come forth to battle." His kinsmen behind him glared fiercely, ready for confrontation, mirroring his fervor, which drew quiet admiration from many powerful figures of various doctrines. Truly, he was the progeny of the heavenly martial emperor, embodying the spirit of his ancestors. Alas, with so many adversaries against him, no matter their courage, it seemed he would inevitably suffer today. How lamentable it was that the hero of the heavenly martial emperor had aged. Otherwise, who would dare to insult a member of the esteemed Li family of the Tang Empire? At that moment, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a thunderous voice erupted. "Enough! All of you, cease this insolence." Yi Qingsong bellowed, his battle spirit radiating golden light, a spectral divine ape pounding its chest in fury at those targeting Li Xuanzi. As the foremost enforcer under Li Feng, he could not hesitate to stand up for his master and pave the way for him. If Li Feng had to personally intervene, what purpose would Yi Qingsong serve as a follower? With the son of the ancient sacred land present, Who dares to insult a person from the Tang Empire? The arena fell silent, all eyes drawn to the direction indicated by Yi Qingsong. It was then that they noticed the figure clad in white aboard the flying vessel of the ancient sacred land, igniting a flurry of intense discussions. Indeed, this individual was also from the Li family of the Tang Empire, wielding the emperor's sword of the heavenly martial emperor, his status undeniably authentic. Now, a splendid spectacle awaited. As Li Xuanze had cultivated for 800 years to reach the pinnacle of Saint Kings, while this individual was merely 18 years old, yet at the same pinnacle, augmented by the emperor's sword. Who would dare underestimate him? Even Yi Qingsong of the ancient sacred land had been subdued by a single move from him. Few among the gathered prodigies could rival this son of Li. The recent accounts of him defeating Yi Qingsong despite the odds had already spread throughout the realms, and even the surrounding territories had heard whispers of his exploits, sparking great anticipation for Li Feng's performance. At this moment, however, Li Feng wore an expression of indifference, casually uttering a few words to Su Jianxian and the others that left them breathless. How do you wish to perish? It was not a question, but a statement of certainty, as if he was convinced that these few would undoubtedly meet their end today. Arrogance, ignorance of your own insignificance. As soon as Li Feng's words fell, the young prodigies from various immortal doctrines erupted in outrage. The distance between the heavenly domain and the Dao domain was vast, and many great powers had never even heard of Li Feng's name. Now, witnessing his brazen demeanor, they collectively turned their hostility toward him. A mere nameless individual dares to speak so boldly here? The saint son of the universal sacred land sneered, looking down upon Li Feng. He summoned the celestial body of the stars, surrounded by an extraordinary manifestation of the cosmic constellations. With a single step, the heavens trembled. Today, you shall learn what it means that beyond the heavens, there are indeed more heavens. The rankings of the celestial domain far surpass those of the Dao domain. Once you step outside the Dao domain, you should learn to tread carefully. Su Jianxian from the Taiyu Sword Tomb pointed his sword menacingly at Li Feng, coldly declaring, "In the Taiyu Sword Tomb, there is no room for your interjections. If you are dissatisfied, come down and be suppressed alongside your allies." They regarded Li Feng with disdain. For the heavenly martial emperor had already passed. Could the Li family truly rise from the ashes? Why use an ox knife to kill a chicken? Yi Qingsong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Feng, the battle spirit of the divine warrior radiating a resplendent golden light, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Do you truly believe that you insignificant insects are worthy of provoking the divine Sun Li? I shall entertain you. Seek death. The celestial son of the universe roared, launching the first strike. With a sweep of his hand, the surrounding celestial manifestations transformed into an inverted galaxy, surging forth to engulf Yi Qingsong, sweeping away all in its path. Yi Qingsong laughed heartily, the phantom of a divine ape howling towards the heavens, as he unleashed a punch that shattered the galaxy above him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the celestial sun of the universe, delivering a sun-like fist that came crashing down. Boom! The celestial sun of the universe was caught unawares. The celestial manifestations around him crumbled beneath the force of the blow, sending him flying thousands of feet, blood spewing from his mouth, utterly disheveled. Is that all you have? How dare you bark at the divine Sun Li? Yi Qingsong sneered, turning his gaze towards Su Jianxian. It is your turn now. Let's see if your words are as resilient as your body. How many punches can you endure? Su Jianxuan's expression darkened as he suddenly unsheathed his long sword, unleashing a breathtaking sword energy that cleaved the sky in twain, slicing towards Yi Qingsong like a streak of flowing light. Such trivial skills. Your sword is neither swift nor sharp enough. Yi Qingsong did not flinch or evade, withstanding the sword energy head-on, merely losing a few strands of fur while remaining unharmed. He stepped forward, seizing the edge of Su Jianxuan's sword and twisting it fiercely. Crack! The long sword shattered, and Su Jianxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, Yi Qingsong's fist struck his chest, sending him crashing into the ground, leaving a massive pit 100 feet deep. Who else dares? Yi Qingsong surveyed his surroundings, letting out a resounding roar, his fighting spirit reaching the heavens, accentuated by the divine ape's phantom behind him, resembling an unparalleled demonic deity. The young prodigies present exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment, none daring to advance. Yi Qingsong's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations, In just 2 moves, he had defeated 2 of the top holy sons. However, at that moment, several terrifying auras suddenly emanated from the distance. Humph! A mere divine warrior dares to be so arrogant here? Today, the divine bodies reclaim their places. There is no room for your existence. The crowd turned towards the sound, witnessing 5 figures stepping through the air, each radiating an ancient and terrifying aura of divine body. They were ancient prodigies who had broken free from the sealed divine spirit stones, the hidden gems of various immortal paths. In the realm of unparalleled prodigies, combat requires no justification. It is solely for the sake of establishing one's name and igniting an indomitable spirit. Thus war shall commence. Behold, the scion of the ancient dragon clan, and there, the fledgling phoenix. Alas, even the remnants of the celestial domain have intervened, placing the war god body in peril. Many guardians of various sects wore grim expressions, for if they were to face these formidable beings on equal ground, they would undoubtedly falter against such monsters. Yi Qingcang sensed the overwhelming strength of the 5 formidable presences, and the war god body grew increasingly furious, yearning to challenge them. Apart from Li Feng, he had never submitted to anyone. Yi Qingcang, stand down. I shall demonstrate to them who the true protagonist is today. Li Feng finally spoke, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, igniting excitement in the Elder of Reincarnation. It appeared that Li Feng was prepared to take decisive action, and the name of the ancient sacred land would undoubtedly resonate throughout the world with his display of might. Li Shenxi, I can still fight. Yi Qingcang protested, unwilling to yield. He desired to prove himself worthy of being Li Feng's warrior. You have performed admirably, Li Feng reassured him, gently patting his shoulder as he cast a calm glance at the 5 extraordinary beings before him. Now, allow me to handle this. Today, I shall reign supreme. Yi Qingcang nodded, stepping aside. As Li Feng's follower, he could not defy his orders or will. Li Feng strode forward, his gaze sweeping over the 5 ancient prodigies. You may come at me together. Do not squander my time. You insolent wretch, you are the first to dare belittle me. And today I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons, roared Ao Jia, the scion of the ancient dragon clan, transforming into a colossal golden dragon and lunging at Li Feng with the intent to seize him with a claw. The fledgling phoenix also let out a piercing cry, transforming into a crimson-clad maiden, conjuring a blazing inferno in her hands. The remaining 3 ancient prodigies simultaneously launched their attacks, converging upon Li Feng. A tempest of chaos unleashed upon the heavens. In that instant, the world darkened, the winds howled, and even those at the Holy King realm were unqualified to spectate. Most would have quaked in fear when faced with such legendary prodigies, but Li Feng remained impassive. Behind him, the manifestations of the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus and the Time-Severing Blade emerged, instantly sealing off the surrounding thousands of miles. Boom! An overwhelming pressure erupted, and the attacks of the 5 ancient prodigies fell into the abyss of chaos, crushed as effortlessly as a clay ox sinking into the sea. What? This Li Shenxi possesses 2 supreme divine bodies. The Chaos Body and the Time Divine Body, both legendary entities, had unexpectedly converged upon one individual. This was no trivial matter. Such talent was truly astonishing, marking him as a youth destined for ascension. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd, many of whom were witnessing Li Feng's divine body manifestations for the first time, feeling as though their throats were constricted, their faces pale with shock. Even the guardians of the Emperor realm displayed complex expressions, their gazes towards Li Feng filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of concealed malice. If such a prodigy were to mature, who among the 30,000 realms could rival him? Li Feng remained oblivious to the fact that his brilliance had rendered him a target of envy. Effortlessly dismantling his opponent's assault, he stepped forward, his form appearing before the Taichu Dragon Prince like a divine monarch, and struck down with a resounding slap. Bang! The Taichu Dragon Prince let out a wretched scream as his massive dragon body was sent flying, scales shattered, blood gushing forth, and he was forcibly reverted to human form, collapsing onto the ground. How could you possibly possess a chaotic body? Such a physique is scarcely seen even in the immortal domain, the true Phoenix Maiden exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury illuminating her features, revealing many startling secrets. It became evident that everyone had underestimated the terror of the chaotic body, a celestial form rarely encountered even in the realms of immortality. Despite her fear, The true Phoenix Maiden transformed the Nirvana flames in her grasp into a long whip, sweeping across the cosmos, aiming to strike Li Feng. Without even a glance, Li Feng retaliated with a swift motion, crushing the fiery whip effortlessly. In comparison, the so-called Nirvana flames paled in insignificance next to the chaotic divine fire. Continuing with an impassive expression, he unleashed a punch devoid of any gentleness or pity. Splatter. The true Phoenix Maiden coughed up blood, her crimson attire stained and her condition utterly disheveled. As Li Feng's fist repelled the true Phoenix Maiden, the space behind him suddenly shattered like a mirror. A figure emerged silently from the void, hand poised like a blade, targeting Li Feng's back with lethal intent. Such an unprincipled ambush against Li Feng. Void Slash. The young voice was chillingly cold, unmistakably belonging to an extraordinary talent. The edges of his palm shimmered with blue spatial fractures, a manifestation of countless layers of space, sharper than any divine sword. This was the cutting blade that traversed the avenues of space, capable of effortlessly shattering the void. It was Zhou Shukong, the inaugural divine offspring of the cosmic Holy Land. Xiao recognized his origins. As Li Feng's maid, she had meticulously recorded the formidable talents to be wary of in this battlefield of celestial souls. Many other prodigies also recognized Zhou Shukong, their faces revealing astonishment as they silently worried for Li Feng. He was still alive? It was said he had secluded himself in the divine source during ancient times, awaiting the opening of the path to immortality in this epoch. The cosmic divine body was renowned as the master of space, rivaling even the divine body of time, and with such a treacherous ambush, Li Feng was in peril. In the blink of an eye, however, Li Feng seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, his figure slightly swaying as temporal ripples flowed around him, momentarily elongating time itself. At the critical moment, he sidestepped this lethal strike. Zhou Shukong's hand blade grazed the hem of his garment, silently cleaving a towering mountain in the distance in two. An ambush? So it was the rodents of the cosmic Holy Land. Li Feng turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by a disdainful sneer. He had dealings with the cosmic Holy Land tens of thousands of years ago. These scoundrels had secretly colluded with the demons of the demon realm, plotting to overthrow the great Tang Empire. Li Feng, considering the fact that they had their divine maidens serve him as a slave, chose to forgive them. He merely borrowed their universe furnace to roast a few golden-winged rock. Yet unexpectedly, these rodents bore a grudge. During his absence, they emerged to wreak havoc across the celestial domain, truly the behavior of vermin. Zhou Shukong, clad in a blue robe, possessed a strikingly handsome visage that seemed almost unreal, with countless diamond-shaped cosmic dimensions swirling within his eyes. He stood within a rift in the void, his form merging seamlessly with space, appearing and disappearing like a specter. This exemplified the formidable power of a space divine body. Even if one could not defeat their opponent, they could conceal themselves within the void, amalgamating countless ethereal spaces, revealing only fragments of their presence, making pursuit exceedingly difficult. To evade my Void Slash, you indeed possess some skill. Zhou Shukong's voice resonated as if emanating from a distance of billions of miles, yet simultaneously felt as close as a whisper. However, today you must pay the price for insulting my universe sacred land. All who bear the surname Li of the great Tang Empire shall perish. Li Xuanzi and the others watched in fervent excitement as Li Feng single-handedly faced off against several unparalleled prodigies, their blood surging with adrenaline. Yet they remained perplexed about Li Feng's origins. Third uncle, which lineage does this divine son Li Feng belong to? Why do I feel a strange familiarity with him, yet hesitate to meet his gaze? Li Xuanzi inquired, his face etched with confusion. The guardian, also a member of the Li family, shook his head with a wry smile. I too am unaware of which branch he hails from, but his bloodline must be exceedingly noble, perhaps akin to the great king. He is a direct descendant of the celestial martial emperor. Despite being at the great sage level, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation in Li Feng's presence. Such feelings were only experienced before the prominent disciples of the Li family. The Li bloodline is indeed peculiar. Regardless of which divine maiden Li Feng unites with, their offspring invariably possess mortal bodies, and the closer the bloodline aligns with Li Feng, the more pronounced their commonality with mortals. This has resulted in the inability for any of his descendants to ascend to the status of an emperor, even after Li Feng presided over the great Tang Empire for millennia. However, today brought an anomaly. this divine son Li Feng, bearing the same name and surname as the ancestor, possessed not one but two divine bodies. Moreover, the oppressive aura of his bloodline surpassed that of an ordinary prince of the Great Tang, leaving the Li family members present utterly bewildered. Before they could deduce the implications, the battle intensified further. Zhou Shukong's figure suddenly manifested 8 identical silhouettes around Li Feng, each one vivid and indistinguishable in breath, rendering it impossible to discern the genuine from the illusion. The manifestation of the space divine body, 8 aspects of the universe, exclaimed an elder with extensive knowledge, utterly astonished. According to legend, this phenomenon of the universe divine body allows the projection of the true form to exist simultaneously across 8 spatial dimensions, unless all are simultaneously obliterated. The true body remains unharmed. In the next moment, all 8 Zhou Zukongs launched their assault, one figure executing a supreme technique of the universe sacred land. Blade-like palms, fist imprints, and piercing fingers surged from all directions, effortlessly tearing apart the heavens and sealing every avenue of retreat for Li Feng. A space divine body? If only it could be collected, it might serve some purpose. A flicker of interest crossed Li Feng's eyes, yet he refrained from retaliating immediately. He contemplated the notion of harnessing the simulated space divine body for his own purposes. One of the distinctive features of the Tao Te Ching is its ability to reflect an opponent's essence and techniques, flawlessly replicating their physical attributes and methods. With a series of hand seals, the verses of the Tao Te Ching flowed around him, a chaotic energy enveloping his entire being, forming a hazy membrane of light upon his skin. The resonance of the Tao echoed through the realms, reverberating with a profound sound that even the emperor found astonishing. As if he were on the brink of enlightenment. Bathed in the scriptures of the Tao Te Ching, Li Feng skillfully evaded the deadly assaults from Zhou Shukong. Never once striking back, he meticulously dismantled the mysteries of the space divine body in increments, imprinting its essence within himself, while a seed of spatial spiritual root quietly took root, poised to blossom into a space divine body. What was he doing? Why did he not retaliate? The onlookers below were utterly perplexed. Even the Dragon Prince and Phoenix Princess, who had lost their fighting strength and were recuperating, wore expressions of confusion. Chu Kuanga expressed skepticism. Could it be that he was completely suppressed by Zhou Shukong, unable to counter? Absolutely not. The eyes of the reincarnation ancestor sparkled with confidence in Li Feng. The chaotic divine body and the time divine body were both ranked above the space divine body. Li Feng could never suffer defeat. His reluctance to secure an immediate victory must be for reasons of his own. While everyone assumed Li Feng was defenseless, Zhou Shukong grew increasingly alarmed with each passing attack. Each strike seemed to be anticipated by his opponent, evaded with minimal movement, regardless of the angle from which he launched his assault. More troubling was the sensation that Li Feng's gaze could penetrate his very being, revealing the fundamental mysteries of the universe divine body. Ah, so that is it. A moment of clarity dawned upon Li Feng as he spoke, his eyes glistening with understanding. He suddenly halted, ceasing his evasions and allowing Zhou Shukong to strike him directly in the chest. With a dull thud, Zhou Shukong was shocked to discover that his hand passed through Li Feng's form as if it struck nothing but air, devoid of any resistance. How could you possibly wield the void divine technique? Zhou Shukong's pupils constricted in disbelief. Li Feng's body began to take on an ethereal quality, merging with the surrounding space. His essence flowing like air through the currents of the cosmos, his aura bearing a striking resemblance to Zhou Shukong's own. The universe divine body is merely this. Li Feng chuckled lightly, the chaotic energy swirling in his gaze. Now, allow me to reveal to you the true path of space. He slowly raised his hands, and a magnificent star map materialized behind him. Countless universes revolving along mysterious trajectories, the densely packed cosmic spaces forming a grand cosmic multiverse map. This is utterly impossible. You cannot command such a manifestation, one that even I have yet to comprehend. Zhou Shukong gasped in astonishment, as his universe manifestation trembled violently before the star map, akin to a firefly before the full moon, on the verge of collapse. It was because of your foolishness. Li Feng's voice echoed from all directions, indistinguishable in its distance and reality. With a thunderous crash, as Li Feng's words fell, the cosmic phenomena surrounding Zhou Shukong shattered violently. Struck as if by lightning, he spewed blood and was hurled backward, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Who could have anticipated that Li Feng not only could emulate the cosmic divine body in battle, but had also evolved in even more formidable manifestation? Such prowess was utterly astonishing. Aside from the seemingly transcendental emperor of heavenly martial arts, no one else had replicated such celestial techniques. Now, who could still doubt that Li Feng was a scion of the Li family? An emperor from the sacred land of the universe gazed at Li Feng's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, as he seemed to perceive in this individual the overwhelming aura of an emperor who once dominated the heavenly domain. No wonder he dared to invoke the name of the heavenly martial emperor. The latter must have regarded him as a worthy successor. It was not the divine body that was formidable, but Li Feng himself. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, a sudden sword cry resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Li Feng, do not grow complacent. Would you dare to receive my sword? From the camp of the Taiyu Sword Tomb, a figure clad in white stepped through the void, radiating a brilliance of sword intent as dazzling as the sun, making it difficult to behold. His countenance was austere, wielding an ancient long sword inscribed with the words extinction. This was none other than the Extinction Emperor's sword, one of the imperial weapons of the Taiyu Sword Tomb. It was Su Hengyu, the third-generation divine son of the Taiyu Sword Tomb, rumored to possess an innate clarity of sword heart, a transcendent sword body, and unparalleled talent in the sword path. The ancestor of reincarnation recognized him and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Legend has it that the extinction sword in his hand once demonstrated the imperial sword scripture: one sword opens the heavenly gate under his father's guidance, severing the projection of a true immortal. Does this imply that Li Feng is in peril? Once again, Li Feng finds himself in danger? Some ancestors of the sect chuckled, yet they held Li Feng in higher regard. They had all witnessed the extraordinary nature of Li Feng. If it had been once or twice, one might attribute it to luck, but how many consecutive victories had he amassed? Even if the opponent were indeed the child of a true immortal, they would still speculate that Li Feng could contend with him. The murmurs surrounding them did not sway Su Hengyu's sword heart. He remained silent, simply lifting his long sword slowly towards Li Feng, who hovered high in the sky. As he made this gesture, the entire realm began to tremble, and countless sword energies emerged from the void, converging at the sword's tip, igniting a scorching sword aura akin to the sun. As a sacrifice, I offer my 3,000 years of lifespan, Su Hengyu declared resolutely, viewing Li Feng as his greatest adversary and resolutely unleashing his most potent strike. This sword shall open the heavenly gate. With a thunderous roar, in the next heartbeat, the sword energy spanned 3,000 miles, and the heavens suddenly split open with a rift, through which a golden light cascaded, infusing Su Hengyu's sword. In an instant, the sword radiated a blinding brilliance, its formidable sword energy causing the surrounding space for thousands of miles to warp, with the sword's projection everywhere. One sword shall open the heavenly gate. Su Hengyu unleashed his sword, transforming the sword energy into a golden long rainbow, surging skyward. The fabric of space was meticulously cleaved as if it were mere parchment, revealing an abyss of inky void. This singular strike truly breached the boundaries of space and time, akin to the opening of celestial gates. All the prodigies present felt an overwhelming sense of despondence upon witnessing this sword. One could hardly imagine facing such a blade. Certain demise would surely await them. It was terrifying. The swordsmanship of the Taikong Sword Tomb was indeed the most formidable lineage across 30,000 realms. Even Su Hengyu, in wielding this sword, had to expend 3,000 years of his lifespan, a testament to its dreadful power, rendering Li Feng's defeat entirely justifiable. This strike represented the essence of a youthful sword saint's 3 millennia of vitality. What could Li Feng possibly employ to counter it? Whispers of speculation arose, and even the emperors who had previously favored Li Feng now deemed his defeat inevitable. Yet, in the face of this astonishing sword, Li Feng merely smiled softly. As the omnidimensional universe map unfolded behind him, a splendid opportunity had presented itself. Within the omnidimensional universe map, countless universes commenced their rotations, each serving as an invisible bastion of defense, layered and woven, forming a tapestry of barriers against the sword's aura. With each layer of the cosmic boundary breached, the swords might diminish incrementally. Could 3,000 years of vitality truly obliterate such a myriad of defenses? As the sword energy shattered the final barrier, its once apocalyptic force was rendered nearly impotent. Ultimately, The blade merely grazed the tips of Li Feng's hair, severing a single strand. The hair fell like a willow leaf, plunging the arena into a profound silence. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The mightiest sword forged from Su Hongyu's 3,000 years of vitality had merely severed a strand of Li Feng's hair? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. A being of the Sacred King realm could not possess such strength. Su Hongyu's countenance turned ashen, staggering backward a few paces, his once jet-black hair now a ghostly white. He struggled to come to terms with the reality that his unparalleled sword, obtained at the cost of 3,000 years of life, had only managed to cut a single hair from his opponent. This strike was capable of gravely injuring a great sage, perhaps even slaying one. Yet it had inflicted no damage upon Li Feng at all. Was the spatial divine body truly that formidable? Why did the power exhibited by Zhou Shukong pale in comparison to Li Feng's? An emperor from the universal sacred land muttered in astonishment, unable to comprehend why the same divine body manifested such drastically different strengths in Li Feng and Zhou Shukong. Who, then, was the genuine spatial divine body? It was not the divine body that was powerful, but Li Feng himself. The reincarnation ancestor beamed with pride, declaring that today, Li Feng had swept through his adversaries, leaving all prodigies unable to raise their heads in his presence, and he, alongside the ancient sacred land, shared in the glory. Who would dare to contest this? Li Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating like the whispers of deities, echoing throughout the entire battlefield of the immortal souls. All the prodigies exchanged glances, rendered speechless. It was absurd. Even the most formidable of them had faltered. Who would still wish to humiliate themselves? At that moment, beneath Li Feng's feet, Zhou Shukong lay bloodied, his cosmic divine body in shambles. Su Hongyu, now with hair as white as snow, appeared akin to a forlorn old man, having lost 3 millennia of vitality. In the distance, the true Phoenix Maiden and the Dragon Prince had long since lost their will to fight. Tending to their wounds and licking their injuries, their eyes filled only with terror. The once restless prodigies now fell silent, like cicadas in winter. Many among them were the strongest of their respective eras, having secluded themselves in the divine source, anticipating this lifetime to seize a sliver of celestial opportunity in this golden age, only to encounter such a monstrous being. Competing against Li Feng was indeed the lament of all prodigies. A being concealed within a mist of celestial energy could not help but let out a heavy sigh. Just as everyone believed the dust had settled, a pressure so overwhelming it could suffocate even the great saints suddenly descended from the heavens. Young one, you are far too arrogant. The void split open, and a colossal claw, covered in golden dragon scales, emerged, reaching out to grasp Li Feng. Ancient runes were inscribed upon its scales, resembling a creature that had crawled out from the chaos. This was undeniably a true emperor-level divine dragon, having survived for countless millennia, now disregarding its status to strike at a mere junior. The mere claw was as massive as a great peak, instantly collapsing the surrounding space, its shadow obscuring the sky. It was the emperor of the Dragon Clan. It had personally intervened, intent on crushing Li Feng in the Sacred King realm. Li Feng's prodigious talents unsettled these remnants of the celestial domain, compelling them to snuff him out in his cradle, unable to bear witness to his growth. With the Dragon Clan taking action, other factions would surely not remain idle. Li Feng, this budding celestial, was likely to perish today. Before the shock could settle among the onlookers, simultaneously, another direction in space began to warp. A figure, engulfed in 7-colored flames, melted through the void. The eternal flames of Nirvana incinerating all in their path. Those who insult my Phoenix clan shall be punished. Its voice was frigid, belonging to the protector of the true Phoenix Maiden, a fellow emperor-level entity. The sacred land of the universe shall not be desecrated. A third voice emerged, that of an elderly man in blue robes, standing with his hands clasped behind him atop the cosmic furnace. The dignity of the Taiyu sword tomb must be cleansed with blood. A fourth emperor appeared, bearing an ancient stone sword, though stooped. A sword aura capable of cleaving the heavens surged forth from his crown. Within mere breaths, several emperor-level figures had simultaneously materialized, completely sealing off Li Feng's escape routes. They were either venerable ancestors of various great traditions or guardians of ancient races, now casting aside their dignity to confront a mere junior. This was a fatal trap aimed squarely at Li Feng. 30, easily slaying dragons, shameless. The ancestor of reincarnation bellowed, stepping in front of Li Feng to absorb much of the imperial pressure. You all are emperor-level beings, having lived for over 10,000 years. Yet you conspire against a mere junior. Do you not have any shame? Reincarnation, you would do well to step aside. The voice of the dragon ancestor thundered, dismissive of any debate. This child possesses an alarming potential. Should he be allowed to grow, none in this era would be able to restrain him. Having forged enmity, how can we not eradicate the root? Indeed, the cold voice of the emperor of the sacred land of the universe echoed in agreement. He astonishingly possesses the ability to emulate another's divine body, a skill akin to that of the celestial martial emperor, which must be extinguished in its infancy. The celestial domain cannot permit the emergence of another unrestrained and unchecked celestial martial emperor. Li Xuanzi and the other members of the Li family stepped forward, standing resolutely alongside Li Feng, united in their enmity. Such a caliber of battle was beyond their capacity to intervene. Yet, as descendants of the Li family and heirs to the celestial martial emperor, Li Feng found himself ensnared in peril because of them. How could they stand idly by? Son of Li, even if we face death today, we shall stand before you, unequivocally refusing to retreat a single step. Li Xuanzi declared, his eyes aflame with determination. In the midst of the battlefield, Li Feng cast an appreciative glance at Li Xuanzi, surprised to find that among his descendants, there were indeed some with commendable spirit. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xuanzi felt a surge of excitement at being acknowledged by this younger generation, as if receiving praise from an elder, causing him to involuntarily rejoice. He was bewildered, unsure of the reason behind his elation. However, Li Feng soon turned away, merely patting his shoulder, instructing him to step back. You all should withdraw. These old fools cannot harm me. Today, whoever dares to reach out shall have their claws severed by this divine son. Li Feng refused to feign strength, aware that the emperor's sword had lost its sword chi and was no match for them. The ancestor of reincarnation hastily reached out, attempting to dissuade Li Feng, unwilling to see him take such risks. He recognized Li Feng's unparalleled talent, yet he had not yet ascended to the emperor's realm, and against the assault of 8 emperors, his chances of victory were none. In the past, Li Feng could still intimidate the emperors with the emperor's sword, but the 3 sword chis within it had been exhausted. Rest assured, ancestor, Li Feng replied with a slight smile, emanating an aura of invincibility. With these old fools, my life is not in peril. Before the ancestor of reincarnation could continue his counsel, the 8 emperors simultaneously launched their assaults. Dragon Emperor's Claw. Phoenix incinerates the heavens. Universe Annihilation. Sword opens the heavenly gate. Various imperial-level divine abilities erupted simultaneously, causing the laws of heaven and earth to become utterly chaotic. The great Tao fluctuated, the void shattered like glass, and the river of time vaguely manifested. This was the true might of world annihilation, capable of reducing a vast world to dust. The ancestor of reincarnation immediately shielded Li Feng, but could only barely open 6 gates to block 1 or 2 of the divine abilities. The remaining world-ending powers still enveloped Li Feng, threatening to turn the area he occupied into powder from tens of thousands of miles away. Master, Xiao cried out in despair, tears blurring her vision. Just as everyone believed Li Feng was surely doomed, a beam of golden light suddenly erupted from within him. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword echoed throughout the realm as an ancient long sword materialized in Li Feng's hand. The blade was inscribed with the characters for Emperor, revealing it to be the previously depleted Emperor's sword. How could the Emperor's sword still possess such sharpness? The Emperor of the Taiyu Sword Tomb was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "The sword of the Son of Heaven has clearly exhausted 3 strands of sword energy. How can it still emanate imperial might?" With a graceful wave of his left hand, Li Feng summoned a dazzling array of divine lights that soared into the heavens. Were those imperial elixirs? Such an abundance of imperial elixirs. It appeared as though he had raided the most hidden treasures of several sections. How could one sect possibly amass such a quantity of imperial elixirs? What sorcery had Li Feng employed? If I were to obtain even a single one, I might well ascend to the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm in my lifetime. When has the ancient sacred land ever been so lavish, bestowing such wealth upon a mere divine son? Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, breaths quickened, and pupils dilated as gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the assembly. Those divine lights were, in fact, complete, emperor-grade divine medicines, each radiating an intensely rich essence of divinity. The fragrance of the elixirs permeated beyond the battlefield of the immortal souls, invigorating all living things with newfound vitality. With the imperial elixirs as a catalyst, the sword of the Son of Heaven was poised to unleash its full power in a single strike. This strike would embody the entirety of the elixir's profound energy. What could you possibly use to defend against it? Li Feng spoke softly, and as he absorbed one of the imperial elixirs, the sword of the Son of Heaven erupted with resplendent light, illuminating the domain. The sword light surged forth, a dominating force cutting across time and space, sweeping away the divine abilities of several emperors as if they were mere snowflakes melting in the sun. The crisis averted. Moreover, the momentum of this sword energy did not wane. Even before the potency of one elixir had been fully expended, it continued its relentless descent upon the ancestral dragon. No! The true dragon ancestor cried out in terror, hastily attempting to retract his claws, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, blood spilled into the air, painting the heavens red. The imperial, domineering sword energy first cleaved through the dragon's claws, its scales, harder than the stars, torn asunder like parchment. Next, the dragon's arm and body were rent apart, culminating in the severed head of the colossal dragon plummeting from the sky, its eyes frozen in disbelief. In a single strike, the head of an emperor-grade true dragon lay severed. The remaining 7 emperors retreated in horror, each employing their own life-preserving techniques to escape the reach of the sword energy. Even so, they bore varying degrees of injury. The most unfortunate, an emperor from the cosmic sacred land, had half of his body severed, the sword energy relentlessly eroding his foundational essence, rendering him incapable of recovery in the near term. The sword energy continued its onslaught, tearing through the firmament, bringing down several distant stars, before dissipating like fleeting light into the boundless cosmos. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure wielding the sword and the slowly descending carcass of the true dragon. No one had dared to imagine that a true dragon, having existed for hundreds of thousands of years, could be effortlessly slain by the 18-year-old Li Feng in a single stroke. Would you care to test the sharpness of my treasured sword? Li Feng surveyed his surroundings, his gaze imperious. This divine son still possessed several imperial elixirs, enough for all to savor the flavor of the sword of the Son of Heaven. With that, he retrieved a collection of uniquely shaped imperial elixirs, playfully toying with them in his hands. Each of these imperial herbs is worth its weight in gold, capable of inciting a bloodbath among the emperors if placed in the outside world. Yet, at this moment, they are treated with the casual disregard of mere wild grass in his hands, causing the hearts of many aging emperors to bleed with despair. If they could possess just a single imperial herb, they would cherish it like a revered ancestor, never daring to squander it as Li Feng does. Among these legendary herbs, thought to be long extinct, is it truly the renowned Iceheart grass? My heavens! Is there really a sword void vine with thousands of years of medicinal efficacy still in existence? Could the one Li Feng has twisted into a spiral be the long-lost 10,000 paths Linglong ginseng from ancient times? The knowledgeable figures, akin to living fossils, gasped in astonishment, recognizing the origins of these imperial herbs. These unparalleled divine medicines, which ought to have vanished in the annals of history, have now simultaneously appeared, and in such abundance, all within the grasp of an 18-year-old boy. Yet, not a single soul dares to seize them from his hands. As the emperors lowered their heads, Li Feng's gaze was like lightning, sweeping across every emperor present, and not one dared to meet his eyes. Even the emperors evaded his piercing stare, clearly wary. I, from the Taiyu Sword Tomb, concede defeat. In my old age, I humbly apologize to the divine son Li for this child's reckless ignorance. The elder burdened with a stone sword was the first to speak, his voice dry. To seek mercy is akin to swallowing a needle, and for one of his stature to apologize before the various sects to a mere youth is a profound humiliation. Trembling, he produced a sword-shaped jade pendant, cradling it in both hands as an offering to Li Feng. This is the fragment of sword heart jade, treasured by our sword tomb, a remnant of the ancient sword emperor's sword, containing supreme sword intent. I present it to the divine son Li as an apology, hoping he can overlook today's events. The surface of the jade pendant was marred with cracks, yet the fierce sword intent swirling within was discernible, igniting envy in the hearts of many sword cultivators. A talented swordsman, well versed in the sword path, gasped, If I were to possess this treasure, I would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a sword emperor. Li Feng narrowed his eyes. This was indeed a valuable item, albeit imperfect. I, from the cosmic Holy Land, also concede defeat. I implore the Divine Sun Li to show magnanimity and not hold a grudge against the younger generation. The elder in a blue robe gritted his teeth. Producing a battered bronze furnace, addressing Li Feng as if he were a peer, completely disregarding the disparity in their ages. For the cosmic Divine Sun, Zhou Shukong. This was a tremendous indignity. Zhou Shukong bit his lip in shame, lowering his head, afraid to show any displeasure, lest Li Feng should retaliate with a sword strike. This is a replica of the cosmic furnace. Though it pales in comparison to the genuine article, it still possesses the ability to manipulate space, making it a premier artifact. One by one, these damaged imperial treasures were presented, each once formidable, now reduced to fragments. Yet Li Feng accepted them all without hesitation, collecting them into his possession. The Divine Sun Li is magnanimous. I am in awe, sighed the emperor of the true Phoenix clan, relieved as he produced a crimson herb, offering it to Li Feng. This is the Dragon Blood Herb, a supreme quasi-imperial medicine treasured by our clan. The dragon race wishes to forge an everlasting friendship with the Divine Sun Li. Li Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, displaying remarkable magnanimity as he remarked, "Since you show filial piety, I shall not accept such a bounty from you all. Instead, let each of you present 3 flawed imperial medicines, and we shall consider this matter settled." Unthinkable. We would never dare to offer flawed imperial medicines to the Divine Sun Li. The great emperors gestured fervently, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. In the distance, the various prodigies watching exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of Li Feng's intentions. Why did the Divine Sun only desire flawed imperial medicines? A single complete quasi-imperial medicine held a value far greater than these. What do you understand? An elder cultivator whispered. The Divine Sun is merely preserving the dignity of the great factions. If he were to demand complete quasi-imperial medicines, it would sever their foundations for millennia. The Divine Sun is repaying grudges with virtue. Moreover, did Li Feng truly lack these trifles of orthodox traditions? He possessed divine medicines in quantities akin to wild grass. In an instant, the crowd grasped the situation, their gazes towards Li Feng filled with even greater reverence. Little did they know, Li Feng was secretly amused. Within his system space lay a vast celestial-level medicinal field, where any defective spiritual herb could be restored to its original form, even proliferating abundantly. Flawed imperial medicines bore no distinction from quasi-imperial medicines in his hands. Thus, the 3 flawed imperial medicines he held were equivalent to 3 imperial medicines. What others deemed inferior products would swiftly transform into a dozen complete imperial medicines under his care. Soon, the various orthodoxies presented 3 flawed imperial medicines, anxious that Li Feng might reconsider. After accepting the imperial medicines, Li Feng nodded slightly, stating, "Since you all are so perceptive, let us put this matter behind us." With the Grand Era's commencement approaching, the true foundations of each orthodox faction would soon resurface, and ancient beings of immense power would emerge. There was no need for him to irreparably offend these traditions. The current situation remained within acceptable bounds. After all, it was merely a dispute among the younger generation, not extending grievances to the battle of orthodoxies. The Emperor of the Universal Sacred Land clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Divine Sun Li, for your magnanimity. Your might today is unparalleled. We beseech you to be the first to leave your fist imprint on the eternal soul power steel, lest no one else dares to take the lead." The surrounding orthodoxies echoed in unison, urging the Divine Sun to be the first to test the eternal soul power steel. Li Feng's gaze inevitably fell upon the towering stone steel at the entrance of the immortal soul battlefield, the very steel that was the eternal soul power steel. The steel was entirely black, soaring into the clouds, its surface engraved with countless names. Each name represented an extraordinary prodigy who had left their mark upon the steel. The closer the rank, the more terrifying the potential. It was said that those ranked within the top 100 would inevitably become immortal emperors, while the top 10 might even touch upon the immortal path. Some names inscribed had already ascended to the celestial realm, becoming legends and taboos. Let the Divine Sun be the first to test. The ancestor of reincarnation proclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Today would undoubtedly be the day Li Feng's name resounded throughout the world, bringing glory to the eternal sacred land. The crowd parted, creating a path, and no one opposed. The strength Li Feng had displayed had conquered all. He was undoubtedly the rightful first to attempt this, for who else would dare claim such a privilege? Li Feng approached the stone tablet with hands clasped behind his back, each step deliberate and measured. As he drew near, the surface of the tablet quivered slightly, and the names inscribed upon it began to illuminate, as if responding to the extraordinary presence of Li Feng. Among these names, one stood out, his own, Li Feng, ranked 99th, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. Thousands of years ago, he had inscribed his name upon the eternal soul power tablet with his mortal body, ranking 99th and shaking the world to its core. That era remained vivid in his memory, and now, endowed with the powers of 3 divine bodies. How high could he ascend in the rankings? A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. He was eager to discover where he now stood among the celestial prodigies of antiquity. Coming to a halt before the tablet, Li Feng unleashed his full potential without reservation, readying himself for a monumental strike. Chaotic energy surged from within, coalescing behind him into a swaying azure lotus, each petal embodying a universe. The manifestation of the chaotic seed azure lotus instilled a sense of trepidation even among the great sages. The time divine body flowed forth, transforming into a colossal blade that spanned the heavens. The time-slicing celestial blade was so sharp that even the finest of swords would pale in comparison. With the eruption of spatial power, the cosmic map unfolded gradually, capable of morphing into an abyssal cut or fortifying as an impenetrable cosmic wall, establishing an invincible stance that melded offense and defense. The 3 supreme manifestations appeared simultaneously, causing the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. As 30,000 pathways converged into radiant rainbows beneath Li Feng's feet, the union of these 3 exalted phenomena was unprecedented throughout history. Could he possibly ascend to become the foremost being of all time? Even if the first rank belonged to the legendary transcendental immortal body, it would be a formidable challenge to overshadow the power of the 3 divine bodies. Regardless, Li Feng's ranking was undoubtedly destined for greatness, and he would soon break into the top 10. The emperors engaged in fervent discussions, each acknowledging Li Feng's formidable strength, imagining his rank soaring ever higher. Li Feng paid no heed to the external discourse. He concentrated all his energy into his right fist, the verses of the Tao Te Ching surging like a torrent within him, as the 3 divine bodies manifested as deities roaring upon the opposite shore. With a resounding shout, Li Feng struck the stone tablet with his fist. This blow transcended the sun and moon. At the very moment his fist descended, the great achievement system presented a new quest. Li Feng silently accepted the task, and the chaotic divine fist crashed heavily against the eternal soul power tablet. The entire monument trembled violently, sending ripples across 1,000 miles, as if the very fabric of reality were on the verge of collapse. Countless names on the tablet shone with brilliant radiance, and Li Feng's rank ascended like a shooting star. 100,000, 50,000, 10,000. The speed was astonishing. The illustrious name of Li Shenxi has surged into the top 10,000. It is essential to recognize that these names represent unparalleled geniuses throughout the annals of time, and Li Feng has effortlessly surpassed them. While his terrifying talent was already known, the extent of his prodigiousness has taken everyone by surprise. Today, we may witness the birth of a legend. Countless prodigies cannot contain their astonishment, and even the titans of the Emperor realm are rendered speechless, overwhelmed by Li Feng's potential. At the very moment Li Feng's ranking broke into the top 10,000, a shadow of inky darkness materialized above the steel, obstructing his fist imprint. This apparition resembled a colossal, bull-headed giant with twin horns, its form enveloped in a tempest of demonic energy, as if it sought to shatter the ancient soul power steel. The first trial has emerged, and the entity ranked at 10,000 is none other than the great bull demon emperor. The expression on the face of the reincarnation ancestor shifted dramatically, a look of grave concern crossing his features. 3 million years ago, this unparalleled demon emperor had obliterated an entire domain with the great bull demon fist, earning a fearsome reputation as an unrivaled sovereign. The bull demon's apparition roared skyward, its muscular arms bulging like mountains, unleashing a punch that fractured the very fabric of space like an eggshell. This was the once renowned Great Bull Demon Fist, which had subdued emperors of various races. How dare this mere shadow impede me? Li Feng scoffed, his fist's momentum intensifying rather than diminishing. Chaotic energy swirled around his fist, as if he were on the brink of creating a new universe from the void. Upon collision, the bull demon's fist disintegrated like foam, its entire form pierced by Li Feng's overwhelming force, letting out a defiant roar before rapidly disintegrating. It could not even withstand the impact of Li Feng's fist for a mere breath. Has the projection of the bull demon emperor been shattered by a single punch? The emperors of the Taiyu Sword Tomb stared in disbelief, if they were of the same realm. Even their most formidable strike would struggle to leave a mark on the bull's hide. Yet beneath Li Feng's fist, the bull demon emperor appeared as fragile as an ant. Before the spectators could close their astonished mouths, Li Feng's ranking continued to soar. 5,000, 3,000, 1,000. As he reached another milestone, the steel trembled once more, revealing a resplendent figure cloaked in golden light. This figure wore a crown of emperors and wielded a golden war spear, surrounded by 9 radiant suns. It was the 9 Suns Emperor. Elder cultivators trembled with excitement. He was a venerable ancestor of the 9 Suns' holy land, and witnessing his ancestral figure stirred profound emotions within them. According to legend, the 9 Suns Emperor was a supreme being who absorbed 9 suns into his being, and his 9 suns burning heaven spear had once evaporated an entire star domain, establishing the eternal 9 Suns' holy land. The 9 suns simultaneously erupted with blinding brilliance, and the war spear transformed into a cascade of golden light, cleaving toward Li Feng's fist imprint. Scorching heat radiated outward, instantly turning the land within 1,000 miles into molten crimson lava. The chaotic energy swirled in Li Feng's gaze, and his fist's momentum suddenly transformed. Flowing like a river of time rushing past, the 9 suns rapidly faded and decayed within the vast expanse of time. Even before the earth-shattering spear could descend, it had already transformed into mere ashes. The potency of time, it seemed, could even extinguish the supreme yang force of the great emperor of the 9 suns. The voice of the true Phoenix clan's emperor trembled, filled with disbelief. At last, he comprehended the true meaning of time's supremacy. Li Feng's fist prints glimmered like flowing light, swiftly advancing through the ranks to break into the top 100. Remarkably, the 99th position was the record Li Feng had set tens of thousands of years prior. Li Xuanze and the others widened their eyes and held their breath, eager to witness if this junior could surpass his ancestors and shatter the record left by the heavenly martial emperor. It could indeed be considered a tale of great significance. Among the descendants of the heavenly martial emperor, a talent emerged that rivaled his own. If the emperor were still alive, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride. The ancestor of reincarnation chuckled softly, harboring a subtle anticipation that Li Feng might surpass the heavenly martial emperor. What was once sought after by the heavenly martial emperor might now be within reach of his descendants. With Li Feng's exceptional talent, becoming the foremost divine offspring of the eternal sacred land was merely a matter of time. Boom! The heavenly martial emperor's sword, wielded by Li Feng, erupted from the ancient soul power monument, cleaving the heavens, yet it was still dispersed by a single punch from Li Feng. All the emperors who had fallen to the sword's aura felt their scalps tingle. They could not help but feel relieved that the current Li Feng was not yet an emperor, merely utilizing the sword aura of his ancestor through cunning means. Otherwise, even in unison, they would struggle to withstand a single blow from Li Feng. Li Feng's fist prints continued to emanate resplendent divine light, propelling him into the ranks of the top 50. Look, it is the Ice Soul Fairy Emperor, the unparalleled enchantress. An emperor pointed towards the newly manifested ethereal figure of a blue-clad woman, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. The woman's beauty was transcendent, and with a gentle lift of her hand, the entire realm was instantaneously encased in ice. This was the legendary empress who had once frozen 300 domains. Her absolute zero could even halt time itself. It was said that she had frozen those hundreds of domains solely to seal away the lingering soul of her elder brother, hoping to bring him into the immortal realm in the future and find a way to revive him. Behind Li Feng, the cosmic diagram unfurled, layers of space overlapping, dispersing the endless chill across countless cosmic dimensions. The momentum of his fist print remained unabated, shattering the ice and obliterating the ethereal figure of the Empress. A hint of astonishment flickered in the Empress's eyes, as if she could hardly believe her swift defeat. 30, 20. Within the top 10, With each rank he surpassed, an extraordinary emperor's ethereal figure emerged to obstruct him. There was the dragon sovereign, master of the true dragon, the underworld emperor, who governed life and death, and the unparalleled sword emperor, who opened the gates to the immortal realm. All were supreme emperors who had dazzled across numerous eras, some of whom had even established the heavenly court, revered as heavenly emperors by billions of beings across 30,000 realms. Yet, without exception, these once invincible existences crumbled beneath Li Feng's fists, for his potential and power were simply too terrifying. How swiftly time has passed. He has already ascended to the third position, and the truly monumental battle is on the verge of commencing. The atmosphere is electrified as the crowd witnesses Li Feng's ranking ascend. For those occupying the top 3 positions are legendary figures who have already transcended to the celestial realm. The chaotic divine fire, renowned for its guaranteed path to immortality, raises the question, can it truly rival the genuine celestial beings? Numerous emperors have invoked their divine powers to project this scene across the heavens, allowing 30,000 realms to witness this spectacular event. A figure emerges from the monument, a man clad in white with striking dual pupils. His otherworldly gaze seems capable of unraveling the mysteries of life and death across the ages. Standing in serene stillness, he radiates an ethereal glow, evoking a sense of transcendent detachment. This is the dual pupil emperor, Chu Yi, a true immortal. The reincarnation emperor's expression darkens with concern, faced with such an extraordinary immortal. He cannot guarantee Li Feng's victory. Although the dual pupil emperor lacks an immortal destiny, he has forcefully carved his path into the celestial domain, achieving enlightenment in the mortal realm. His dual pupil light can obliterate myriad laws. In terms of combat prowess, he is likely to be regarded as the foremost of all time. As Chu Yi's ethereal form opens and closes his dual eyes, beams of divine light intertwine, shattering the laws of the universe along their path. This is the genuine power that approaches the immortal way. Li Feng spreads his arms wide, and the 3 great phenomena simultaneously unleash their utmost divine might. The chaotic blue lotus sways, dispersing an endless stream of chaotic energy, returning all celestial paths to primordial chaos. The time blade resonates, severing the currents of time. The cosmic map spins, evolving the myriad realms. With a powerful strike, chaos is birthed, time reverses, and the multiverse collapses. The light of the dual pupils shatters like glass, and Chu Yi's ethereal form nods slightly in approval before dissolving into a cascade of luminous rain. Can even the full force of the red dust immortal, which was once inscribed on the monument of eternal soul power, withstand Li Feng? This Li Feng is more formidable than his ancestor, the heavenly martial emperor. Once he matures, his influence may extend far beyond ruling a single celestial domain. He could very well recreate the heavenly court and ascend as the unparalleled heavenly emperor. All schemes targeting the Li family are immediately halted. Until they ascertain which branch of the Li family this Li Feng hails from, they must not provoke them. Everyone stands in stunned silence, their hearts racing. Today, they are witnesses to a miracle. This scene transcends the soul domain, sending shockwaves of disbelief rippling through countless beings across 30,000 realms. Li Feng's fist imprint surges like a tidal force, propelling him toward the second place. A blurred celestial figure materializes, yet before it can fully manifest, the entire monument of eternal soul power trembles violently, splitting open with a menacing crevice. The monument has cracked? The crowd gasps in astonishment. The celestial figure appears to be hindered by some unseen force, unable to fully descend. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng's fist imprint breaks through, charging towards the pinnacle. Just as he is on the verge of claiming the highest position, an overwhelming celestial radiance erupts from the summit of the monument. A name shines brightly, completely obstructing Li Feng's ascent. In the realm of ethereal beings, a hazy celestial figure descended, its visage obscured, yet exuding an aura of transcendent grace. With a mere lift of its hand, the divine light emanating from it sparkled as if a miniature universe were born, instilling an overwhelming sense of confrontation with the heavenly principles. A genuine celestial being. Even the mightiest emperors found it arduous to gaze upon this divine luminosity, collapsing to their knees in reverence. The more formidable the being, the more vividly they could perceive the terror encapsulated within this celestial glow. Within Li Feng, a fervent battle spirit ignited, Every cell in his body resonated with the sounds of the Tao, articulating the essence of the three divine physiques. Behind him, three divine wheels manifested, resembling a deity descending into the mortal realm, attracting countless souls to prostrate in worship. This punch encapsulated the entirety of his strength. The powers of the three divine physiques harmoniously fused, and a faint celestial tribulation light shimmered upon his fist, clashing with the divine light in his opponent's grasp. Each force distinctly powerful, making it nearly impossible to ascertain a victor. The collision of these two supreme paths radiated outward, causing the entire soul domain to tremble. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, the two forces of fists mutually negated, achieving a stalemate. Cracks rapidly spread across the ancient soul power monument, culminating in a sharp snap as a fragment from the top broke away and fell. As the dust settled, the onlookers were filled with dread, discovering that Li Feng's name was now prominently listed alongside the ethereal physique of Lin Daoxian in first place. The voice of the reincarnation ancestor trembled with excitement, his eyes bulging in disbelief, while his gray beard quivered uncontrollably. From this day forth, our eternal sacred land shall resonate throughout the 30,000 realms alongside Li Feng's name. Even more astonishingly, the shattered peak of the monument hovered in midair, gradually transforming into a translucent seed that descended into Li Feng's hand. An ancient voice reverberated through the cosmos, unique through the ages, dual crowns side by side. I bestow upon you the root of longevity, hoping for your evolution into the immortal physique, transcending your predecessors. Li Feng was taken aback by the unexpected boon. The reward for reaching the pinnacle of the ancient soul power monument was, in fact, the root of longevity. While ordinary individuals would require 1,000,000 years to evolve this root into an immortal physique, Li Feng was different. He could directly derive it using his innate points. Without hesitation, Li Feng expended 2,000 innate points to manifest the immortal physique. Name: Li Feng. Age: 18. Cultivation: Peak Saint King. Technique: Tao Te Ching, Celestial Emperor. Fragment: can be repaired to the level of Tao Ancestor using 10 billion artistic points. Physique: 5 elements: ordinary body, chaotic divine body, time divine body, space divine body, longevity immortal body. Metal spiritual root: 3, can be allocated, 2003. With spiritual root: 3, can be allocated, 2003. Water spiritual root: 3, can be allocated, 2003. Fire spiritual root: 3, can be allocated, 2003. Earth spiritual root: 3, can be allocated, 2003. Time spiritual root: 0, 10,000. Longevity spiritual root: 2,000, 10,000. Other spiritual roots: none. Comprehension: 18, 38962. Distributable talent points: 18, 8962. Distributable artistic skill points: 18, 28962. Late bloomer system: for each additional year of the host's life, 1 point of comprehension, 1 point of spiritual root talent, and 1 artistic skill point is gained. Note: ordinary individuals possess only 1 point of comprehension and 1 point of spiritual root. Congratulations! Your reputation has spread across 30,000 realms, achieving the world-renowned reputation accomplishment, rewarding you with a piece of celestial grade or purple water immortal copper. At the pinnacle of the eternal soul power steel, Li Feng's name shone alongside that of ascended immortal body Lin Daoxian, resembling 2 eternal stars, overshadowing the chaotic aura emanating from the steel's fracture. At this moment, a prefix, chaotic time-space body Li Feng, appeared before his name. It was evident that Li Feng's recent strike had combined the traits of 3 divine bodies into one, earning him the title of chaotic time-space body, far surpassing a singular chaotic physique. Remarkably, he had accomplished it. Though the grand era had yet to commence, Li Feng, the divine offspring, already possessed the potential for immortality. If this world were to truly unveil the path to transcendence, Li Feng would undoubtedly be the seed of immortality. Such terror embodied in the chaotic time-space body was astonishing. The entire soul domain fell into an eerie silence, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. At this moment, across the 30,000 realms, Li Feng's name resonated. Countless gazes were fixed on those 2 parallel names, as if witnessing another immortal ascending. The unparalleled talent of the ages. The emperor from the Taiyu Sword Tomb trembled in disbelief, extinguishing any thought of seeking revenge against Li Feng. A seed of immortality should be befriended, not offended. Li Xuanzi danced with excitement, completely forgetting royal protocols. If the ancestors were to witness the Li family son reaching the pinnacle of the eternal soul power steel, they would surely smile down from the heavens. Heaven bless the Li family. Li Xuanzi's chest swelled with pride, more joyous than his own breakthrough to the Saint King realm. His face aglow with honor and glory. The brilliance of his ancestor, the heavenly martial emperor, once shone brightly, but that was in the past. At this moment, Li Feng's brilliance radiated like a burning star, destined to illuminate the vast river of time for eternity, elevating the Li family to unprecedented heights. At 35, who in the world does not recognize him, standing side by side with the ethereal beings? This Li Feng is destined to defy the heavens. He is one of us from the Li family. Throughout the celestial domain, members of the Li family roared with fervor, their excitement palpable as they slapped their thighs in joy. This was undoubtedly the most uplifting event for the Li family since the turmoil began in the Great Tang Empire. Many forces that had intended to trouble the Li family, upon witnessing Li Feng's remarkable display, immediately recoiled, allowing the celestial domain to once again fall under the control of the Li clan. No matter how tumultuous the meet may be, the Li family shall remain at the forefront of the celestial domain. Who dares to oppose? Speak to the sword of the divine son, Li Feng. Unprecedented, unparalleled. The soul monument trembled under the weight of his talent. As long as he survives, this young man is destined to ascend to immortality. The ancestors of the ancient sacred land pounded their chests in exhilaration, tears streaming down their faces, utterly speechless. They had reached the pinnacle of potential, with their only hope resting on the emergence of a true immortal from the ancient sacred land. The Li family is poised to revive the glory of the era of the celestial martial emperor. No, they shall surpass the celestial martial emperor. A chorus of astonishment surged forth, sweeping across the entire soul domain, even through the profound techniques of the mighty emperors that reflected across the heavens. This shockwave spread to every corner of the 30,000 realms. Li Feng's name ignited like a wildfire, instantaneously engulfing the heavens. From this day forth, the name Li Feng shall indeed be known to all. Alas, his visage remained obscured by chaotic energy, preventing the beings of the 30,000 realms from recognizing him. Countless lineages, sacred lands, and ancient clans, regardless of their locations, found themselves mesmerized by the spectacle illuminating the heavens. Ancient beings, long dormant, opened their eyes, their gazes piercing through the void, fixating on the name of Li Feng atop the eternal soul monument, forever etching this young man in their memories. Following this all, prodigies from various lineages approached to test their might against the eternal soul monument, hoping to etch their names alongside Li Feng's. Yet reality proved harsh. Even Zhou Shukong, possessing a spatial divine body, could only secure the 9,327th position on the eternal soul monument. In the grand tapestry of eternity, such a rank is indeed commendable, marking him as a peerless prodigy destined for greatness. Yet Zhou Shukong felt disheartened, realizing he could barely glimpse Li Feng's shadow. He was doomed to an ever-widening chasm between them, possibly relegating him to merely gazing up at Li Feng as he ascended to immortality. Unable to compete, he resolved to join, recognizing that the celestial sacred land was already an auxiliary force of the Great Tang Empire. Choosing to follow him was no shame. Zhou Shukong swiftly altered his mindset, his gaze now resolute. He approached Li Feng and knelt before him. Li Feng, I was once ignorant of your worth. Our initial encounter may have been marked by conflict, yet it is evident that you are destined to ascend into the celestial realm, leaving behind an everlasting legacy for generations to admire. I have no sovereign of my own, and if you do not mind, I wish to become your devoted follower, accompanying you in your conquests across the heavens. As they gazed into the vast void, the remaining prodigies, unwilling to be outdone, knelt in unison before Li Feng, eager to follow in his footsteps. Among them were notables such as true dragons and phoenix maidens, remnants of the celestial realm, who could remain unmoved by Li Feng's extraordinary talents once they had beheld them. For those astute individuals, Li Feng welcomed them all with open arms. His ambitions were vast, as he aspired to establish a celestial realm anew and unify the 30,000 domains. These adherents would prove to be of great utility. There is a saying in my hometown, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Since you all are willing to follow me, You are now my own. Henceforth, we shall share both glory and misfortune." Li Feng smiled and waved his hand, effortlessly lifting those prodigies who could etch their names upon the eternal soul power monument. They were utterly powerless to resist Li Feng's might, and their resolve to follow him grew ever stronger. "We vow to follow the divine son Li to the death, sharing both glory and misfortune." Buzz. At that moment, an immensely grand fissure unexpectedly traversed the firmament of the soul domain. It was not the inky blackness of a spatial rift, but rather a profound, viscous hue of deep azure, resembling a frozen river of the underworld suspended in the heavens. Countless ancient and intricate runes flickered and flowed along the edges of the crack, emanating a disquieting aura of celestial might that weighed heavily upon the emperor, rendering him unable to lift his gaze. This was the breath of a battlefield from the ancient realm of immortals, echoing with the starkness of iron and the passage of endless ages. The battlefield of immortal souls has been unleashed. It is rumored that the celestial soul battlefield serves as a prison, having fallen from the celestial realm to the 30,000 realms, where various remnants of demon souls are confined. Within the celestial soul battlefield exists a world of its own, nurturing the residual souls of ancient celestial beasts, ranging from the weakest of birds and beasts to the most formidable remnants of celestial realms. The more powerful the celestial beast remnants captured by a Saint King level expert, the more complete their integration into oneself, thus enhancing their mastery within the Saint King realm. Several millennia ago, upon arriving at the celestial soul battlefield, Li Feng, despite his limited strength, managed to capture a remnant of a great saint-level fire Qilin. Even so, this achievement allowed him to forge the path of King's sacred domain, rendering him nearly invincible among the younger generation of the heavenly domain. Now, his sole ambition is to capture the remnants of ferocious celestial beasts and to forge the sacred domain of Celestial Path. The most formidable beast within the celestial soul battlefield is a remnant spirit known as the Nine Nether Hound. Devoid of consciousness, it exists solely for the purpose of slaughter, claiming dominion over an expansive territory. Anyone unfortunate enough to enter its domain, even an emperor, is assuredly doomed. The cultivators who venture into the celestial realm are all at the Saint King level. Who among them would dare provoke such a creature and risk their life? Once the rift between heaven and earth stabilizes, a portal to the battlefield of celestial souls opens. Upon this gateway, the names inscribed on the ancient monument of soul power illuminate in order of their rankings. Entry is permitted solely according to this hierarchy, lest one be crushed into dust. All eyes were fixed upon Li Feng, eagerly awaiting his moment to be the first to push open the grand door. The divine Sun Li, the saintess of the lunar sacred land, suddenly took a step forward, her graceful figure embodying the unattainable goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. At this moment, she bowed deeply before Li Feng, her voice clear and melodious. "The battlefield of the celestial souls is fraught with peril. I, a humble maiden, wish to follow the divine Sun Li, ready to heed your command." Countless others echoed her sentiments, with the saint son of the Nine Suns sacred land following closely behind. Surrounded by 9 ethereal suns that flickered around him, exuding a searing aura, he clasped his fists toward Li Feng, his eyes brimming with unabashed fervor. "Only the divine sun shall lead us. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall not hesitate. Divine Sun Li, grant me the honor of following you. Divine Sun, take us with you." A cacophony erupted, as an innumerable throng of prodigies surged toward Li Feng, each striving to be the first, fearful of being turned away should they lag behind. In mere moments, a dense crowd gathered behind Li Feng, and upon cursory examination, it was clear that there were tens of thousands. These once proud and unruly paragons of heaven now willingly surrounded Li Feng, fully aware that in this unpredictable battlefield of celestial souls, aligning oneself with the strongest was the greatest path to survival and opportunity. Li Feng recognized that many sought to exploit him, yet he too intended to utilize these individuals as cannon fodder to pave the way ahead. "If you are truly sincere, then follow me and execute my commands without question. Can you do that?" Li Feng smiled at the gathered prodigies. In unison, they nodded and declared, "We shall. And we will follow the divine sun's every instruction." With no further words, Li Feng gently waved his hand, pushing open the gates to the battlefield of celestial souls and stepping inside first. As they crossed the threshold of the spatial rift, an overwhelming stench of ancient blood and lingering resentment assaulted their senses. The world before them was a grotesque spectacle that defied all logic. The sky was a dark red, the color of congealed blood, with 12 incomplete blood moons suspended high above, casting a chilling, lifeless glow. The ground was not covered in soil, but instead blanketed by a thick layer of crystallized bones, vibrant in color and varying in shape. The leg bones of colossal beasts rose like hills, while the wing bones of avian creatures resembled shattered cliffs. With each step, the sound of cracking bones echoed as the remnants of beasts were reduced to dust. In the distance, the undulating mountains were formed from massive dragon spines, their scales long devoid of luster, appearing fossilized and drab. As the throng of prodigies landed, they were immediately struck by the hellish sights and the pervasive aura of malevolent souls, many turning pale, instinctively activating their protective techniques while casting wary glances around. Li Feng stood atop a vast platform formed from a giant skull, the manifestation of a chaotic azure lotus flickering above him, repelling the encroaching malevolent flames and resentful spirits. He turned to the crowd and offered a gentle smile. They should all be aware that the stronger the beast souls integrated within the realm of the Holy King, the more robust the foundation of the sacred domain would become, paving a broader path for future endeavors. He paused slightly, his gaze directed towards the depths of this blood-red expanse, where lay an area of absolute darkness that seemed to consume all light. My objective on this journey is to capture the remnant soul of the celestial beast, the Nine Nether Hound. Li Feng openly declared his intent. The Nine Nether Hound? That is a creature from the battlefield of celestial souls, one that has not been dared to be provoked for eons. Even the ethereal beings must steer clear of it. Is the Divine Son perhaps overestimating himself? It is said to be an ancient ferocious beast, its ruthlessness rivaling that of true immortals. Though its remnant soul lacks sentience, its instinct to kill remains, exuding an overwhelming menace. Setting aside the question of whether we can hunt a celestial beast's remnant soul, even a remnant soul of the imperial realm is likely beyond our reach, isn't it? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, exchanging incredulous glances as they beheld Li Feng in disbelief. Divine Son, what did you say? You intend to hunt the Nine Nether Hound? The holy maiden of the void's sacred land paled in fright, her voice trembling. Impossible. With our strength, we cannot possibly contend with the Nine Nether Hound. The sun god cried out, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. That is the most terrifying taboo of the celestial soul battlefield. Even when the ethereal being Lin Daoxian graced us with his presence, he only dared to linger at the periphery of the dark domain, never venturing into the core to provoke that monster. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. That is a celestial-level remnant soul. A celestial level. Divine Son. We are but at the Holy King realm. Even if we were to fight beyond our means, we could at most match a nascent remnant soul of a great sage. With a mere thought, the Nine Nether Hound's celestial might could obliterate our souls into ashes. The timid holy maiden of the ice-cold sacred land spoke in a quavering voice, almost in tears as she implored Li Feng. A wave of panic swiftly swept over the multitude. Just moments ago, they were fervently pledging to follow Li Feng to the death, but now, faced with the peril of the Nine Nether Hound, they were suddenly inclined to turn back. Li Feng observed their reactions, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed. It is in the face of life and death that one's true nature is revealed. Those unwilling to follow him need not be coerced. Why the panic? He spoke softly, instantly silencing all the tumultuous chatter. You need only to clear away the troublesome remnant souls along the way, should we encounter remnant souls beyond the Great Sage realm. This Divine Son will personally handle them. Once the Nine Nether Hound is vanquished, rewards will be duly allotted. This Divine Son will ensure you are not wronged. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the assembly. Should anyone fear for their lives, feel free to depart now. This Divine Son will not retain you against your will. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the crowd exhibited clear signs of unrest and hesitation. Following Li Feng promised boundless prospects, a consensus among them. Yet, hunting the Nine Nether Hound alongside him, what difference was there between that and leaping naked into a furnace? Li Feng had truly become arrogant to the point of losing all sense. Just because he recently stood alongside the ethereal being on the ancient soul power monument, claiming the top spot. Did he believe he could truly slay celestial beings? Had the ethereal being dared to provoke the Nine Nether Hound back then, he would not have ascended to immortality but instead would have been reduced to mere dung by the hound. After a brief silence, the crowd swiftly divided into two factions, with the majority opting to withdraw. Divine Son, forgive us. My abilities are limited, and I fear I may hinder the Divine Scion. Therefore, I shall take my leave first. The countenance of a scion from a medium-sized Holy Land shifted through various expressions before he gritted his teeth, hastily bowing towards Li Feng, turning his back without hesitation, leading his sect disciples away towards a direction far from the ominous domain. The aspirations of the scion are beyond our reach. I bid you farewell. Another figure detached from the crowd, fleeing as though from venomous serpents. Fools and imbeciles would follow you to certain doom, someone muttered in disdain, merging into the throng of departing individuals. In a matter of mere moments, the once dense gathering of several tens of thousands of prodigies dwindled by nearly half. Those remaining stood anxiously in place, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they gazed at Li Feng. Some were bound by their faction's stringent orders to accompany him. Others were swayed by his previous invincible demeanor, harboring a sliver of hope that they could retreat should the situation turn dire. There were also genuine fervent believers who regarded Li Feng's words as sacred edicts. Li Feng observed the retreating figures with an ambiguous expression. Their insincerity and cowardice were a blessing in disguise. Their departure would prevent further chaos. Approximately 15,000 remained, which sufficed for clearing lesser foes. Follow me into the ominous domain. Upon the completion of our task, I shall bestow upon you rewards beyond your wildest imaginings. He spoke no further, stepping forward as chaotic energy surged forth, forcefully parting the barriers of the ominous domain, advancing directly into its darkened expanse. Everyone, follow closely, the scion of the universe bellowed. The first to trail behind, Yi Qingcang shot him a fierce glare, thinking to himself that this scoundrel truly knows how to perform. He is merely echoing my words. We vow to follow the divine scion Li to the death. Yi Qingcang, unwilling to lag behind, emitted a low, resonant cry, and the prodigies behind him surged forward in a torrent, pursuing Li Feng's silhouette into the perilous battlefield of the celestial souls. Stepping into the territory of the ominous domain felt akin to crossing into another realm. Light vanished completely, and immense lifeless stars hung in the void, exuding an oppressive chill, while the air was infused with a maddening aura of malevolence. A piercing shriek shattered the oppressive silence as several distorted shadows, enshrouded in sinister winds, erupted from the side of a colossal ribcage mountain. These were remnants of night owl-like holy kings, their crimson eyes ablaze, claws glimmering with an eerie light. Lunging towards the flanks of several prodigies. Form a formation. Defend against the enemy, commanded a disciple of the Taishu divine dynasty, stationed on flank duty. The prodigies, already on high alert, reacted instantaneously, various magical artifacts illuminating the air, intertwining to create a net to intercept the night owls. Boom, boom, boom. The violent clash of spells erupted in the darkness, with brilliance flickering and vanishing, as several night owl remnants howled and disintegrated under the concentrated assault. They had not anticipated such an outcome. These intruding beings dared to unite and breach the ominous domain with such order, forming a formation to confront their foes. This was merely the beginning, like a disturbance in a hornet's nest. The restless souls lingering at the edge of the ethereal realm sensed the presence of this vast contingent of living beings, rushing towards them in a frenzy. The intruders sought to hunt them, yet the souls yearned to devour the outsiders. By consuming these interlopers, they could awaken their own divine spirits, potentially recalling their past lives and experiencing rebirth. Various distorted forms of beastly souls, emanating a fierce aura, as well as some battle spirits retaining vague human shapes, surged forth from the crevices of bones, the depths of the earth, and even the dead stars above. To the left, beware of the bone spike vine. Behind, a swarm of soul-devouring beetles. Use fire attacks. In the sky, blood-winged ghost bats. There are too many. A cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted instantaneously, turning the once silent edge of the ethereal realm into a tumultuous battleground. The 15,000 elite individuals remaining were indeed the finest from various factions. Though startled, they remained composed. Without intervention from Li Feng, they instinctively formed battle formations of varying sizes, utilizing the terrain for mutual support, engaging in a fierce struggle against the torrent of restless souls. Li Feng walked at the forefront of the group, a chaotic azure lotus hovering above his head. casting a soft, luminous glow that crushed any errant souls attempting to approach him. His pace was unhurried yet remarkably steady, resembling a leisurely stroll. As his gaze penetrated the layers of darkness, fixating on the two massive orbs in the depths of the ethereal realm, like ghostly moons. These two cerulean spheres, shrouded in darkness, were the eyes of the nine nether behemoth. Upon their arrival, they had already captured its attention. The thunderous clashes behind him were merely a necessary trial for these future warriors in Li Feng's eyes. He held little regard for individual elites. Yet a cooperative force of 10,000 skilled soldiers intrigued him. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from a mountain constructed from countless colossal beast skulls, situated to the right front of the formation. The violent sound waves shattered several stars, instantly sending dozens of elite individuals flying. Following this, an aura far more ferocious than any soul encountered thus far erupted violently, the unique imperial might of a quasi-emperor pressing down with overwhelming force. A few of the nearest Holy King elites spat blood, their faces turning pale as their protective spiritual light shattered in an instant. The skeletal mountain ahead exploded, and a gargantuan creature burst forth. It resembled a giant ape, yet its body was cloaked in dark golden scales, with menacing bone spines sprouting from its back, and its head bore a decayed visage with a dragon's skull, from which ghostly green soul flames flickered in its eye sockets. The savage aura swept through like a tempest, instilling dread and terror in the hearts of countless elites. It was the soul of the Quasi-Emperor's dominator Dragon Ape. Xiao recognized this monstrous entity, her expression turning grim. This dominator Dragon Ape had utterly lost its emotions, its remaining sanity submerged beneath its ferocity. With a sweep of its massive claws, it tore through space, directly targeting the battle formations below. Despair filled many eyes as they hurriedly scattered. It was over. In the heart of the battlefield stood a divine offspring, witnessing the colossal claws that obscured the heavens descending upon him, a chill enveloping his heart. The wrathful strike of a quasi-emperor was not something they, mere saints, could withstand. At this critical juncture, a figure appeared, swifter than lightning. Li Feng did not even glance back. He casually raised his right hand, fingers slightly curled, and with an effortless motion, unleashed a punch towards the Batian Dragon Ape. Spanning millions of miles of void, a fist, honed to perfection, reminiscent of a chaotic seal capable of piercing through myriad realms, surged forth. This fist, as grand as the stars, contained the supreme power to forge chaos and conclude epics. It disregarded the distance of space, arriving before the attack, impeccably striking the palm of the Batian Dragon Ape's massive claw. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed like thunder. The colossal claws of the Batian Dragon Ape, capable of shattering stars, along with the hardened scales encasing them, disintegrated upon contact with the chaotic fist imprint, crumbling into fragments. Dark golden bone shards and shattered scales erupted into the air. A howl of anguish erupted from the Batian Dragon Ape, resonating throughout the cosmos. As its immense body was pierced through the chest by a single punch, splintering like porcelain, its dragon head, ablaze with soul fire, fixated on Li Feng's silhouette, eyes brimming with disbelief and fear. This punch nearly obliterated its very soul, reducing its power to a mere fraction. Li Feng did not pause, continuing his leisurely stride into the depths of the shadowy realm, leaving behind a statement that ignited fervor among all the prodigies. This Batian Dragon Ape is your reward. The now incapacitated Batian Dragon Ape was merely at the great sage level. With so many prodigies present, it could easily be overwhelmed. All the prodigies' eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Feng's disdain for the remnants of a quasi-emperor was an immense opportunity for them. If they were to hunt alone, acquiring a remnant of a great sage would require tremendous effort. Yet now, a quasi-emperor's remnant lay before them, ripe for the taking, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. In light of such a grand opportunity, Li Feng's single punch that obliterated the quasi-emperor's remnant was not the most astonishing aspect to them. After all, Li Feng was the man who boasted of vanquishing the 9 underworld's predator. Was it truly surprising for him to annihilate a quasi-emperor's remnant with one blow? The answer was indeed remarkable, challenging their perceptions. Li Feng's cultivation was merely at the Saint King level. To slay a quasi-emperor with a single fist, even an immortal physique could not achieve such a feat. Was this truly a Saint King? He appeared as a deity or demon walking among mortals. Many prodigies rushed to seize the remnant of the quasi-emperor Batian Dragon Ape, while only the cosmic divine son, Zhou Shukong, observed Li Feng's retreating figure, inwardly astonished. He became increasingly convinced that his choice was correct. Being alongside Li Feng meant that miracles could manifest at any moment. Li Divine Son, your might is unparalleled. The prodigies fervently called out to Li Feng's back, their doubts replaced with absolute reverence and fervor. Let us follow the Divine Son. A magnificent future lies ahead. In the Sword Tomb, Su Hongyu suddenly regained his senses, a surge of heroic spirit igniting within him, as he let out a thunderous roar. The sword aura in his hand soared into the heavens, swiftly slashing through a nearby remnant soul of the sacred king realm. All the prodigies ignited like barrels of gunpowder, their combat fervor escalating as they followed closely behind Li Feng, sweeping away all remnants of the nether domain. Li Feng remained at the forefront. Whenever a formidable remnant soul of the quasi-emperor realm emerged, he would obliterate it with a single punch, leaving the cleanup to the heroic forces behind him. Should a remnant soul of the emperor realm appear, Li Feng would unleash the celestial sword, cleaving it in twain with a single stroke. With his golden immortal-level spirit field already brimming with imperial herbs and even dozens of celestial medicines, he had no fear of depleting his resources. Li Feng forged ahead without a moment's hesitation, his eyes unwavering. At this juncture, the two azure-hued celestial bodies in the distance finally stirred, and the entire nether domain reverberated with the sound of grinding bones, as if a vast star realm was awakening. The body of the Nine Nether Beast loomed as grand as a galaxy. 38. The Nine Nether Beast? Merely a trifling creature. In the depths of the nether domain, the two azure stars suddenly blazed with light. The entire bone continent crumbled like dust, the void fracturing like shattered glass spreading across the expanse. A chilling well, laden with unfathomable malice, crushed the souls of all living beings. Insects, who dares disturb my slumber? The roar of the Nine Nether Beast erupted on the level of all prodigies' souls, sending many into a state of terror, their legs weakening and their weapons slipping from their grasp. This ancient, immortal beast's remnant soul, which had resided in the nether domain for countless epochs, had gathered a semblance of consciousness amidst endless slaughter. If left unchecked, it would inevitably be reborn in annihilation. Under the ferocity of the Nine Nether Beast, none could escape. The celestial son of the universe, Zhou Shukong, was the first to bear the brunt. His spatial form twisted violently, golden divine blood erupting from his 7 orifices. As he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a mountain made of divine and demonic skulls, his fate uncertain. The massive battle formation composed of tens of thousands of prodigies teetered on the verge of collapse. Those of lesser cultivation could not even utter a cry before being transformed into a mist of blood, their very souls greedily devoured by the nether domain. An invisible celestial might loomed like a world-ending millstone, poised to grind intruders into cosmic dust, form the myriad celestial barrier. Yi Qingsong's eyes brimmed with fury, his voice laced with blood. Behind him, 15,000 surviving prodigies unleashed their final potential, their various life-bound treasures and Taoist radiance soaring into the sky, intertwining to form a resplendent net that enveloped the star realm. They could not afford to attack. Their sole desire was to survive. For all hopes of victory rested upon Li Feng. As long as Li Feng lived, they too would endure. Should he fall, they would meet total annihilation. How dare you, mere insects, intrude upon the realm of immortals? To slay you would sully this sacred ground. The disdainful mockery of the Nine Nether Beast resonated in their minds. In an instant, a colossal claw, as vast as a star realm, tore through the fabric of space-time, enveloped in the aura of death that annihilated all, and ruthlessly struck down upon the defensive formations of all the prodigies. The terrifying pressure shattered the bones of hundreds at the perimeter of the battle array, their souls on the verge of rupture. Look here, wretched beasts. In the midst of despair among the celestial champions, Li Feng's resonant voice pierced through the vast expanse of the universe. With a flourish of his sleeve, 3 distinct celestial herbs burst forth from the void. One emanated a purple mist, coiling like a dragon. Another flowed with crimson radiance, akin to a phoenix bathed in flame. The last shimmered with a verdant glow, brimming with boundless vitality. The rich fragrance of these divine herbs instantly overwhelmed the decay and bloodshed of the shadowy realm, akin to 3 resplendent stars igniting the dark cosmos. The omnipresent essence of the celestial way caused many remnants of emperors and quasi-emperors to falter, their spirits. Now akin to the deceased, rendered vulnerable to the inexorable destruction brought forth by such potent substances. The colossal nine nether beast came to an abrupt halt, its massive form akin to a star domain, turning its gaze towards Li Feng. An instinctual greed, born from the depths of its soul, compelled its destructive claws to alter course, reaching out with terrifying force towards the three herbs, exuding a deadly allure. Its immense eyes glowed with pure desire. As a celestial beast, these herbs promised to be a grand supplement. Come if you dare, but do not fear the peril of overindulgence. Li Feng's eyes gleamed with icy brilliance, and an ancient azure light surged forth from his brow, swelling in the wind. A bronze bell, engraved with the patterns of sun, moon, and stars, as well as the rituals of myriad ancient tribes, thunderously manifested. It was none other than the eternal bell of the primordial sacred land. With these herbs as fuel, I shall ignite the millennia of silence. Primordial celestial scripture, restrain. Li Feng formed several seals with his hands, invoking the forbidden arts of the primordial celestial scripture. The overwhelming essence of the celestial herbs transformed into a kaleidoscope of kindling, infusing the colossal bell that overshadowed the heavens. With a resounding clang, reminiscent of a sound emanating from the very source of time, the bell tolled throughout the shadowy realm. Invisible ripples swept across the fabric of space and time, causing everything to freeze in an instant. Blood droplets hung suspended in the air, retaining their splattered trajectories. The colossal claw of the nine nether beast, poised just 3 paces from the celestial herbs, displayed every intricate scale of its dark armor. The astonished expressions of Yi Qingcong and others were likewise frozen, as if the entirety of time had morphed into an unchanging tapestry. Time itself had been forcibly halted. This was the forbidden technique recorded in the primordial celestial scripture, a method that exacted the practitioner's lifespan as a toll to seize a moment of eternity. Even emperors would hesitate to wield such power. Yet Li Feng could substitute the consumption of his lifespan with the essence of the celestial herbs, allowing him to act without restraint. As everything remained frozen, Li Feng's figure moved. His hair billowed, treading upon the frozen currents of time. Clutching the heavenly emperor's sword, he unleashed a deep dragon roar that reverberated through the cosmos. Upon the ancient blade, runes flowed. Only Li Feng could decipher their meaning, representing the forbidden arts within the Tao Te Ching. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. Li Feng raised the heavenly emperor's sword and struck downward with a motion so simple. It resembled a woodsman cleaving a wayward branch or a farmer cutting weeds in the field, each action in perfect harmony with the grand Tao. This is a return to simplicity, embodying the ruthless essence of the Tao, which regards all beings as mere fodder. Encapsulated in the supreme truth of the Tao Te Ching, the dog-slaying sword technique. All things are but straw dogs. How much less can the nine nether hound, a creature of the canine family, stand in the way? The emperor's sword silently cleaves through time and space, slicing through the neck of the nine nether hound as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The blade of the emperor's sword is exceedingly sharp, causing the frozen river of time to ripple like stones cast into still waters. Howl! The frozen time and space shatter with a resounding crash. Dark blood, akin to an ocean, bursts forth from the neck of the nine nether hound, spilling across the entire nether realm. The bone continent collapses entirely, and countless dormant remnants of imperial and quasi-imperial souls are reduced to ashes by the ensuing shockwave. The seemingly minor sword mark on its neck spreads uncontrollably, weaving countless web-like runes of the Tao Te Ching. Golden symbols manifest as thunder, annihilating its celestial essence and preventing any healing. The spilled celestial blood is lethal poison to cultivators of the sacred king realm. Mere contact would dissolve their souls. However, due to the nourishing effects of celestial herbs, the prodigies behind Li Feng, bathed in this radiant downpour of supreme principles, feel their souls repeatedly tempered, loosening their cultivation bottlenecks, with many finding their foundations unexpectedly solidified. All things are but straw dogs. How much more so for one who is inherently a dog? Today, this deity shall be the butcher of dogs. Li Feng's visage is stern, disregarding the rapidly depleting celestial herbs, continuously invoking forbidden techniques from the celestial scriptures. He once more treads against the current of time, the dog-slaying sword technique piercing forth with simple elegance. The second strike penetrates one of the nine nether hound's eerie blue eyes. The third strike pierces through its heavily armored heart. The fourth strike severs a colossal leg rooted in a black hole. Each time, the ancient bell freezes time. A tenth of the celestial herb is consumed, yet Li Feng's combat prowess grows stronger. With every additional strike, a portion of the 9 Netherhound's vast form disintegrates. Its celestial blood cascading like a waterfall, filling an entire star domain. The 9 Netherhound is utterly humiliated, for it, a proud remnant of a celestial beast, is now suppressed by a mere child, powerless to retaliate. A single attack on Li Feng would allow this ant to reincarnate dozens of times. Yet, it is precisely this inability to move that subjects it to the relentless slaughter of its own demise, one sword strike after another. 39. Even the Emperor is unworthy of equality. Fortunately, the 9 Netherhound's humiliation is nearing its end. After consuming 3 celestial herbs, Li Feng's Emperor's sword finally pierces the dark soul core in the center of the 9 Netherhound's brow, shattering the soul it has accumulated for eons, leading it to once again lose itself. Do not destroy me. I can be your dog. I beg you, spare my life. The last vestiges of the 9 Netherhound's consciousness plead in panic, only to be completely obliterated under Li Feng's indifferent gaze. You are of no significance to me. Your existence is inconsequential. What Li Feng seeks is the essence of the 9 Netherhound's soulless remnants. If it retains its own will, how could he possibly integrate it into his sacred domain? Boom. The remnants of the ancient beast, akin to a crumbling mountain, erupted spectacularly, transforming into a radiant light that illuminated the entire cosmos. The battlefield of celestial souls trembled in mourning due to the fall of the beast's spirit. As a wielder of the mixed elemental roots, even with the assistance of a late-blooming system, one must lay a solid foundation with steady progress, thus achieving the accomplishment of a sacred domain at the Saint King level. Possessing a yellow-level sacred domain rewards one with earth-level crafting techniques. A profound-level sacred domain grants earth-level crafting techniques, and so forth, culminating in the imperial-level techniques awarded by the kingly sacred domain and the true immortal-level techniques bestowed by the imperial sacred domain. While the celestial sacred domain rewards golden immortal-level crafting techniques. At this moment, the late-blooming system revealed its benefits once more. Li Feng sat cross-legged at the center of the Sea of Light, beginning to absorb his spoils. The chaotic azure lotus, the temporal long knife, and the cosmic map of myriad dimensions simultaneously manifested around him, as if a celestial king had descended upon the mortal realm. The newly acquired immortal body of longevity also exhibited a manifestation. An ethereal figure of an immortal emperor stood against the backdrop of the cosmos, illuminating the heavens. This was the Azure Emperor's manifestation in the 9 heavens, of the longevity immortal body. With this manifestation, the entire universe erupted with a vast verdant vitality, as dense green plants sprouted from the lifeless stars, showcasing a scene teeming with life and the flourishing of all things. Celestial sacred domain, manifest, Li Feng exclaimed. As the essence of the colossal sacred domain, resulting from the disintegration of the 9 nether beast, was forcibly drawn into his body like rivers converging into the sea. Crack! It was as though the first thunderclap of the universe resonated within Li Feng, as an unprecedented celestial sacred domain exploded forth around him. Within this domain, chaotic energy permeated, and the scenes of the creation of heaven and earth unfolded in succession, with the river of time flowing endlessly, intertwining past and future, and countless stars flickering in birth and demise, while the embryonic forms of myriad worlds oscillated and transformed. Moreover, a magnificent vitality, akin to an indomitable source, nourished all living things into growth. The ultimate paths of chaos, time and space, and longevity blended flawlessly within Li Feng, forging a unique celestial sacred domain. In the fleeting moment of the domain's formation, an overwhelming pressure that transcended the Saint King realm surged from Li Feng, stirring the myriad paths of heaven and earth. As his tightly shut eyes opened, the entire nether realm transitioned from obscurity to brilliance. He was undeniably the sole deity of this realm. The Great Sage realm had been attained. Congratulations, host, for establishing a celestial sacred domain. Reward: golden immortal level crafting techniques. Simultaneously, outside the battlefield of celestial souls, this phenomenon stirred the 30,000 realms. 30,000 pathways of runic symbols, like dragons and lightning, spanned across the soul domain. colliding with one another and producing resonant sounds akin to chimes, reflecting the rise and fall of the myriad worlds, exuding an ancient aura that left even emperors breathless. The 30,000 pathways clamored. The eyes of the reincarnation ancestor trembled, grasping at his few remaining strands of beard, whispering in disbelief. Such a manifestation can only occur with the arrival of a true immortal. What sacred domain has Li Feng truly forged? He has no doubt that no one but Li Feng could provoke such a terrifying phenomenon on the battlefield of celestial souls. The ancient ancestors and living relics of the other great paths have long become desensitized. Even if Li Feng were to ascend to immortality instantly, they might accept it with equanimity. Unless the legendary prodigies of bygone eras were to re-emerge, this era is destined to be Li Feng's. Within the battlefield of immortal souls, the surviving prodigies, each bearing injuries, exuded an aura far more formidable than when they had entered. Yi Qingsong fortuitously encountered a stunned remnant soul of an imperial being, which he swiftly captured and refined using secret techniques, thus forging an imperial domain. Although Zhou Shukong was gravely wounded, he clutched a strand of dark golden mane tightly in his hand. Hailing from the back of the Nine Nether Beast, it was the most resilient of hairs, imbued with the power of spatial slicing. Should it be refined, it would yield extraordinary results. The prodigies, typically left empty-handed, were astonished to discover that the core essence of quasi-imperial souls floated beside them. Some fortunate individuals even stumbled upon the core essence of imperial souls, completely altering their fates. As for the essence of the remnants of the great sage realm, it was as plentiful as grass, nearly available to each individual. These treasures, which they had scarcely dared to dream of, rained down like droplets in the aftermath of Li Feng's cataclysmic sword aura, easily collected by them. The exit of the battlefield shimmered with brilliance. Li Feng was the first to step out, his aura as profound as the ocean, akin to confronting a primordial beast. Despite merely having entered the great sage realm, he instilled a sense of dread in the ancestors of the various holy lands awaiting outside. According to reports from disciples of the immortal soul battlefield, this young man was capable of obliterating quasi-imperial beings with a single punch even at the Sage King realm. Now that he had broken through to the great sage realm and refined the remnant soul of the Nine Nether Beast, he could likely contend with emperors. The ancestral figures of the Jinwu divine dynasty were astounded, while the emperor of the universal Holy Land could not help but exclaim, "Truly a monstrosity. I have never regarded the great sage realm lightly, but in the face of Li Feng, I dare not be the slightest bit careless. He has already attained the qualifications to stand on equal footing with us." The reincarnation ancestor cast a disdainful glance at him, sneering, "What nonsense are you thinking? He has already vanquished the remnant soul of an immortal beast, and you still fantasize about standing alongside him? Have you lost your senses?" The emperor of the universal Holy Land was momentarily taken aback, cold sweat breaking out as he recalled this fact. With Li Feng's current strength, he could easily rival the heavenly martial emperor of the great Tang dynasty. Behind Li Feng stood his followers, each radiating vitality and exuding an aura several times stronger than when they first entered the battlefield of immortal souls. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of prodigies who had initially fled in fear of the Nine Nether Beast were gradually returning from other regions of the battlefield. Most bore grievous wounds and appeared weary, with survivors numbering less than half. These prodigies clutched remnants of ordinary Sage King souls, their faces smeared with dirt, and only a few could be seen controlling the remnants of the great sage realm, a testament to the brutal battles they had endured. Initially filled with a sense of survival and joy from their gains, they were instantly rendered speechless upon sensing the overwhelming pressure of the sacred domain emanating from Li Feng and his companions, tenfold, even 100-fold, more terrifying than their own. How was this possible? How could you survive in the jaws of the Nine Nether Beast? In the sacred land of Taishu, the goddess appeared as if she had encountered a ghost, staring incredulously at the ethereal Xiao beside Li Feng. Now, she was disheveled and even missing an arm. Her former grace as a goddess entirely diminished. In stark contrast, Xiao radiated an otherworldly aura, exuding the oppressive force of the imperial Tao, nearly overwhelming the Taishu goddess to the point of kneeling. This juxtaposition rendered the goddess akin to a mere jester, instinctively lowering her gaze. Unable to meet Li Feng's eyes. Once, Li Feng had offered her an opportunity, which she failed to cherish. Now, even with a heart full of regret and anguish. She found no way to turn back the clock. 40. The Quasi-Emperor is akin to striking a sun. Is that the aura of the celestial beast, the Nine-Nether Hound? Quasi-Emperor? Not the Imperial realm. They possess remnants of Imperial souls. Good heavens, what have we overlooked? Far inferior to my companions. Yet they have now coalesced into the Royal Dao's sacred domain. Upon witnessing the transformation of Li Feng's followers, they could not help but pound their chests in despair, their voices tinged with a lamenting tone. The Taishu goddess suppressed her feelings of inferiority, straightened her somewhat disheveled attire, and adorned her face with a bewitching smile capable of captivating hearts. She stepped forward, bowing gracefully to Li Feng, her voice soft and melodious, laced with flattery. O divine Sun Li, your might is unparalleled, and your celestial elegance is unmatched. I, who once lacked discernment, failed to follow you, and it has become my greatest regret. I humbly beseech your grace to allow me to serve you, as a maid or a servant. I implore you, divine Sun Li, to take me in. Her words abruptly ceased, her expression turning to one of terror as a battle spear suddenly crossed before her. The icy blade poised perilously close to her delicate neck. Yi Qingtsong stepped forward, his gaze piercing like that of a towering ironclad deity, coldly declaring, "The divine sun has decreed, those who are cowardly and treacherous shall never be used again. How dare you, fickle ones, seek to join the divine sun's ranks?" He brandished the spear, gesturing toward the formidable group of fierce followers behind him, their presence shaking the heavens. "First, ask our weapons if they consent." "We do not consent." All the prodigies who had stormed into the Nether Realm alongside Li Feng and emerged alive straightened their spines, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Their cold glares fixed upon the traitors as they united in a synchronized roar of anger. This tremendous aura not only startled the Taishu goddess and her companions, but also caused the ancient emperors of the various sacred lands to change countenance. They had not anticipated that Li Feng could quietly amass such a formidable foundation. These were renowned prodigies within their own territories, yet they willingly chose to follow Li Feng. In the future, more than half of them would ascend to become emperors, and with thousands of emperors united, what force could possibly stand against them? Li Feng maintained a serene expression, his ink-black hair flowing gracefully, as chaotic golden lotuses naturally circled around him, embodying the essence of Tao. He spoke slowly. "I once granted you an opportunity, but you rejected it. Once unfaithful, forever unusable. Those who swear their allegiance to me shall be rewarded with sacred herbs and quasi-emperor elixirs based on their contributions today." As Li Feng's words faded, a myriad of sacred and quasi-emperor herbs descended like snowflakes from the heavens. Such a grand gesture was nothing short of astonishing, surpassing even the wealthiest of sacred realms. These were quasi-emperor herbs. Not only the prodigies, but even some emperors were consumed by envy. They lamented their past decisions, realizing that had they steadfastly followed Li Shinzi earlier, they could have altered their fates, potentially attaining the realm of the sacred kings. Just one quasi-emperor herb could save them years of arduous cultivation. The prodigies who had betrayed Li Feng were now filled with regret. They all knelt in unison, hoping to win back Li Feng's favor, but alas, he would no longer spare them a glance. Gazing at Li Feng's ethereal figure, and then at the imperial aura radiating from Yi Qingtsong and the others, they comprehended that they had missed the most pivotal opportunity to change their destinies. What Li Feng could bestow upon them was not merely boundless wealth, but the stairway to a new era. To follow Li Feng meant that even as a sacred king, he would reward them with quasi-emperor herbs. How could he then disregard them when it came time to attain enlightenment without the necessary imperial herbs? Many were consumed by their regret, their hearts heavy with sorrow, leading to the emergence of inner demons that shattered their Tao hearts. The events on the Celestial Soul battlefield sent shockwaves throughout the realm, and beyond the ancient sacred land, another tempest was brewing. Upon their return to the ancient sacred land, Li Feng and his companions were met with a scene of chaos. A dense fog of conflict engulfed the area, where numerous outsiders were locked in fierce combat. Once adorned with ethereal mist and auspicious creatures, the sacred land's perimeter was now ravaged by tumultuous currents, with runes of the laws shattering like glass. The thunderous explosions and shouts echoed, obliterating the tranquility of the sacred land. Several figures were embroiled in intense battle, stirring the winds and clouds for miles. "Li Xian, you treacherous wretch, how dare you covet the emperor's sword?" If my father had left a decree, it would not fall to you. A robust prince clad in a red-gold dragon robe of the great Tang dynasty, his hair and beard bristling with fury, swung a massive hammer with the ferocity of someone confronting a relentless enemy. Opposite him, a prince known as Li Xian bore a sinister countenance, his movements elusive like shadows. Darting through the rifts of space, he blocked the hammer, sneering, "Li Yan, cease your clamor. The emperor's sword is a national treasure of the Li clan. How could it fall into the hands of outsiders? Li Feng is but 18. He cannot be one of us brothers. What right does he have to wield it? Quickly hand it over to me and return it to the imperial court." Nonsense. Li Shinzi wields the emperor's sword to restore the glory of our great Tang. As is destined, we shall recognize him as the new sovereign of the great Tang and restore the dynasty. Another elegantly dignified prince retorted, wielding a jade tablet. His aura of righteousness formed layers of scroll-like barriers, repelling attacks from all directions. The scene was utterly chaotic, clad in dragon robes and jade belts. The princes of the great Tang, all at the quasi-emperor level, led thousands of troops to the ancient sacred land, engaging in a brawl at its gates like ruffians in the marketplace. The chaotic clash of divine energies and the aftermath of imperial might cause the nearby floating mountains to tremble precariously. The attendants and guards who accompanied them retreated, silenced by fear, none daring to intervene in this celestial conflict. How shameful it is for you, as heirs of the Tang dynasty, to lose face here. A cold, authoritative voice suddenly resonated, akin to a chilling spring from the heavens, bringing composure to the several princes involved in the fray. Li Feng had mysteriously appeared above the heart of the battlefield, clad in a flowing azure robe, his dark hair billowing. Behind him, several extraordinary manifestations of divine bodies erupted forth. He stood there silently, enveloped in an aura of celestial authority, unleashing a terrifying pressure that transcended even the quasi-emperors. With a thunderous crash, it was as if a starry realm had fallen, causing the entire ancient sacred ground to quake. The contending quasi-emperor princes froze, their divine powers drained. Utterly unable to resist, under the celestial domain, even an emperor would find it difficult to escape unscathed, let alone they, the quasi-emperors. They struggled to turn their eyes towards the azure-clad figure above, a profound shock resonating within their hearts. Is this truly the scion of the Li family, capable of subduing the prodigies of 30,000 realms with mere strength? His prowess was astonishing. With his cultivation at the great sage level, he effortlessly suppressed several peak quasi-emperors. Such an anomaly could not be the product of mere talent. It must be the legendary emperor's sword that granted him such might. If I were to wield the emperor's sword, how could I not ascend to the emperor realm and unify the Tang dynasty? Though the princes varied in thought, they found themselves rendered speechless, completely subdued by Li Feng. They could only gaze up at him, awaiting his judgment. Li Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the faces of the astonished princes, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of disappointment flashed within his eyes, a sentiment they found incomprehensible. Suddenly, the crisp sound of slaps echoed, unexpected and shocking, landing on each prince's face. The resounding slaps left some princes' faces swollen, filled with indignation and humiliation. These were venerable beings, with lifetimes spanning millennia, now publicly struck by an 18-year-old boy, leaving them utterly embarrassed. They were the most esteemed figures in the Tang dynasty, and who dared to strike them besides Li Feng? Even the likes of the reincarnation ancestor were taken aback, recognizing Li Feng's overwhelming dominance. These princes were, in fact, his ancestors, yet now they were treated like children. "Father, you are not dead." In a moment of confusion, several princes felt as though Li Feng's figure overlapped with the memory of their father, the emperor of martial arts. That undeniable, supreme pressure, capable of suppressing all with a mere gesture, was strikingly similar. An instinctual reverence and fear surged from the depths of their bloodlines, rendering them cold. And they forgot to retaliate once Li Feng rescinded the celestial domain. "What do you wish to do? Step forward and speak." Under the gaze of all, Li Feng let out a cold snort, his expression darkened. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the door to the cave dwelling atop the divine sun peak swung open. An overwhelming force enveloped the bewildered princes, drawing them in like sandbags tossed into the air, and they were unceremoniously pulled into the hall. The ancient bell suddenly transformed into a colossal chime that cast a seal, shrouding the entire divine sun peak and isolating it from the outside world. Even those at the emperor level would find it challenging to glimpse the happenings within. The inhabitants of the eternal sacred land exchanged glances, and the ancestor of reincarnation felt compelled to dismiss the gathering, as he was reluctant to interfere in Li Feng's domestic affairs. Inside Li Feng's cave dwelling, several princes struggled to regain their composure, sitting on the ground in disarray, their faces swollen and still in shock as they looked toward Li Feng, who sat majestically at the head of the table. He drove the coveted emperor's sword into the ground, casting a formidable gaze upon them. The fourth prince, Li Xian, was the first to confront Li Feng, his expression stern and resolute. Li Feng, though you are the ancient divine son, you are also a member of the Li family. We are princes of the great Tang, representing the imperial lineage, perhaps even your ancestors from many generations past. To humiliate us thus is an act of treason. Come down and kneel to seek our forgiveness. He took a deep breath, his eyes greedily fixed on the emperor's sword in Li Feng's possession, his voice rising sharply. This emperor's sword is the national treasure of the great Tang, embodying the destiny of the realm. Only those of the true bloodline of the great Tang are worthy to wield it. This is the unchanging law of our forebears. I know not what trickery you employed to deceive our father into relinquishing the sword to you, but return it now, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, you will sever your ties to our ancestors and the great Tang. Should the great Tang fall because of you, you will be a sinner whose crimes against the Li family cannot be atoned for even in death. He extended his hand toward Li Feng, as if claiming an irrefutable right. If Li Feng refused, it would be akin to committing an unforgivable sin. The expressions of the other princes varied. The seventh prince, Li Yan, clad in a crimson dragon robe, furrowed his brow, displeased by Li Xian's impatience, and erupted in anger. Since our father entrusted the emperor's sword to him, he is the designated heir. Fourth brother, your disrespect toward him is a slight against our father. You are the true sinner of the great Tang. Were it not for the fear of receiving another slap from Li Feng, Li Yan would have kicked Li Xian right there. The scholarly ninth prince, Li Xian, regarded Li Feng with a complex expression, hesitating to voice his thoughts. The other princes remained silent, eager to observe how Li Feng would respond. All eyes were fixed upon him. Li Feng slowly raised his gaze, suppressing his rising anger, and looked at Li Xian with a hint of mockery. Oh, from your words, it seems that if I do not return the emperor's sword to you, if I refuse to heed your commands, the great Tang is destined for ruin? That is a bold claim. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine under Li Feng's gaze, yet he steeled himself to respond. If you do not return what rightfully belongs to its owner, our Father in the heavens will never forgive you. Li Xian invoked Li Feng's name in an attempt to coerce him into submission. Return what belongs to its rightful owner? Li Feng was thoroughly amused. This was undoubtedly the most hilarious joke he had ever heard. The heavenly sword was an imperial weapon that he had forged himself. So how could there be any notion of a former owner? Li Xianting stood tall, confidently asserting, this divine weapon possesses a spirit of its own, and it rightfully belongs to our Li family. As the son of the emperor, I too am undoubtedly one of its rightful masters. Li Feng's gaze returned to the heavenly sword before him, and with a gentle flick of his fingertip, it resonated with a clear, melodious chime. A melodious and resonant sound of a sword echoed suddenly. The sound of the blade reverberated like tumultuous waves in the ocean, swiftly spreading throughout the grand hall, compelling several princes to kneel firmly upon the ground. You claim it is your sword. Do you, a foolish swine blinded by greed, truly believe you are worthy to wield this imperial blade? Li Feng scoffed disdainfully, casting the emperor's sword directly before Li Xian. Elated beyond measure, Li Xian immediately lunged towards the emperor's sword. This was the imperial weapon capable of slaying emperors as effortlessly as one would butcher a dog. A symbol of the heavenly martial emperor. With the emperor's sword now in his possession, he was destined to be the sovereign of the Tang dynasty. My sword. This is my imperial blade. No one shall dare to take it from me. Li Xianru, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure of immeasurable worth, appeared almost delirious with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to unsheath the emperor's sword. However, he evidently overestimated his own abilities, as he struggled to even lift the emperor's sword, nearly succumbing to its overwhelming weight in that very moment. Bang! Li Xian was forcefully pinned to the ground by the imperial sword, resulting in a sudden spurt of fresh blood. An imperial weapon is indeed formidable, and when it comes to the imperial sword wielded by a transcendent emperor like Li Feng, how could a mere quasi-emperor hope to control it? Li Feng gazed down upon the flushed face of Li Xian, coldly observing, "Did you not desire the emperor's sword? I have bestowed it upon you. Yet you appear somewhat displeased." Li Xianlian was rendered speechless, resorting to pleading with Li Feng through his divine consciousness. "I was wrong. I no longer desire the heavenly emperor's sword. I beseech you to take it away swiftly." Now he does not even dare to refute when Li Feng refers to himself as I, only by truly experiencing the terrifying magnitude of Li Feng's power. In the face of life and death, will Li Xian come to understand who truly holds dominion over the other? With your greedy and foolish demeanor, do you dare to aspire to be the sovereign of the Tang dynasty? If you possess the ability, then draw your sword and slay me, and you may ascend the throne immediately. Do you truly believe that you, a mere wastrel, are worthy of such an ambition? Li Feng grasped the imperial sword firmly in his hand, drawing it forth with a flourish. The terrifying majesty of the emperor sent shivers down the spines of all the princes, evoking memories of the moment when they knelt before Li Feng, receiving their titles. At that time, Li Feng, too, had held the imperial sword, admonishing them to be benevolent and compassionate towards the people. Otherwise, he would wield the sword to enforce familial law and execute them. The strikingly similar tone and the overwhelming sense of paternal affection compelled them to involuntarily conjure an absurd notion in their minds. The young man before them was none other than their sovereign father, Emperor Tianwu, Li Feng. The two individuals share identical names, and their actions and dealings are strikingly similar. It is rumored that certain great emperors can live out a second life, with the formidable power of their father to subdue an entire domain. Such a possibility is not beyond the realm of imagination. Could it be that you are our esteemed sovereign? Li Yan's expression was one of fervent excitement. He was the prince who most fervently wished for Li Feng's survival, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Li Feng, shedding pretense, instantly transformed into the elderly visage of the emperor of Tianwu, grasping the imperial sword and slowly turning around, his gaze exuding unrivaled authority, his dragon-like demeanor fully revealed. "Open your eyes wide and behold who I truly am." At the very moment when they comprehended Li Feng's current appearance, several princes' faces underwent a dramatic change, hastily prostrating themselves before Li Feng in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Father Emperor." Only Li Xian remained momentarily stunned, his countenance a portrait of disbelief. Staring blankly at Li Feng and stammering in terror, "Father, you are not dead." Li Feng emanated an imperial aura, signifying dominion over the realm, utterly authentic and undeniable. This demeanor was precisely what they had revered and feared most deeply from childhood. The emperor of Tianwu, Li Feng. Though each harbored their own thoughts, they were all enveloped in astonishment. While others might liken terror to an encounter with a ghost, they were indeed witnessing a living specter. According to reports from scouts, Crown Prince Li Zun had staged a coup, and the emperor of Tianwu, Li Feng, had perished at his hands. How could he possibly still be alive? Given Li Zun's ruthless ambition, how could he allow Li Feng, the retired emperor, to survive? "What is it? Are you displeased to see that I am not dead?" Li Feng pressed the imperial sword against Li Xian's throat, instantly causing him to tremble and sweat profusely, hastily pleading for mercy. "I dare not. I only knew that Father Emperor, blessed with longevity, could never be harmed by that heartless wretch, Li Zun." Li Feng cast a cold glance at Li Xian's terrified visage, scoffing, "How could I have failed to perceive your ambition for usurpation? Even if I were truly dead, would you resort to fratricide against your own brothers? I would never dare." Li Xian struggled to bow, yet was immobilized by the weight of the imperial sword. Reduced to weeping in despair, "Father Emperor, please see clearly. I merely wish to return the imperial sword for veneration. I would never dare to claim it as my own. Coveting divine artifacts? That is indeed a treacherous intent. By what right do you think you could ascend as the ruler of the Tang dynasty? Touch your own belly and consider, are you worthy?" Li Feng glared at Li Xian, flicking his fingers, causing the imperial sword to hum and return to his grasp. In an instant, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief, akin to having narrowly escaped the gates of death. Just then, the sixth prince, Li Cheng, kneeling beside Li Xian, suddenly straightened up, a spark of indignation flashing in his eyes. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Xian, declaring, "Father Emperor, fourth brother has committed an egregious offense, daring to show you disrespect. I am willing to undertake any perilous task to slay this villain and restore the honor of our Li family." With that, he truly summoned his quasi-imperial prowess, a gleaming long knife materializing in his hand, poised to strike at Li Xian. He had long harbored grievances against Li Xian, and this was the perfect opportunity for vengeance. Perhaps winning Li Feng's favor could even elevate him to the status of heir to the Tang dynasty. However, before he could revel in his own ambition, a resounding slap echoed sharply in the air. Li Sheng was forcefully hurled across the room, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the cave, causing one side of his face to swell instantly, with teeth mixed with blood flying out. Fool! Li Feng retracted his hand, cursing vehemently. The poem I taught you, beans boil with the beanstalk. We are brothers born of the same root. Why must you hasten to harm one another? With external enemies still at large and our homeland in ruins, instead of uniting, you turn against each other, which utterly disgusts me. Li Sheng lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, having not anticipated that his flattery would backfire so disastrously. It was a relief that Li Feng did not decide to execute him. The other princes remained silent, too afraid to raise their heads. With a gaze like lightning, Li Feng surveyed the crowd and sternly commanded, "Now, all of you, swear to the heavens that from this day forth, you shall not harm one another. Should anyone defy this oath, let them meet an immediate and tragic demise, their soul extinguished." Under the terrifying pressure exerted by Li Feng, the 9 princes did not hesitate, each solemnly taking the heavenly oath. As the last oath was sworn, a mysterious curse surged into their foreheads, searing itself deep into their souls. This was a celestial oath. Any violation would certainly lead to death, even for an emperor. "Now, I shall reward according to merit," Li Feng declared coldly. "Li Xian is to be punished with a century of solitary reflection, and Li Sheng shall be assigned to border duties for a century, pending further evaluation." His gaze softened as he turned to Li Yin and Li Xian. "Li Yin, Li Xian, each shall receive 1,000 imperial crystals and a rare imperial herb." After delineating rewards and punishments, Li Feng resolved to forge an imperial weapon for each of them, aiming to consolidate the Tang Empire. After all, he had amassed a wealth of materials for crafting imperial weapons millennia ago, more than sufficient to forge 9. The Tang Empire cannot remain divided for long. Thus, I shall create an imperial weapon for each of you to help restore our land. Imperial weapons. The 9 princes simultaneously raised their heads. Their eyes ignited with incredulous joy. These were imperial weapons, the most formidable of armaments across the 30,000 realms. Who would not desire them? Compared to the Emperor's sword, a prized possession that could only be admired from a distance, possessing usable imperial weapons would exponentially enhance their combat abilities, allowing them to contend even with emperors. With a thought from Li Feng, the ancient bell enveloping Shenxi Peak suddenly erupted with brilliant radiance, its chimes resonating throughout the Dao domain. The ancient bell expanded against the wind, transforming into a colossal bell that enveloped the entire sacred ground, its surface illuminated with the design of a sundial. The essence of time wafting forth, sealing off all external scrutiny. The entire ancient sacred ground was set abuzz. Countless elders and disciples casting their gazes toward the direction of Li Feng's Shenxi Peak. What was Li Feng about to do now? The reincarnation ancestor wore a look of astonishment, uncertain of Li Feng's intentions. Every time Li Feng stirred, it was never a trivial matter. He had become somewhat paranoid. Given the current situation, it seemed Li Feng intended to forge weapons. The sword ancestor of Tianxian gazed solemnly at Li Feng, who was seated in the void, refining imperial-grade gemstones with chaotic divine fire. The Emperor of Withered Bones gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "He, a peerless prodigy, has already seized the position of the Master of the Pill Tower. Does he also seek to usurp the title of Master of the Tower of Forging Celestial Artifacts? I have scoured ancient texts and found no comparable genius, one who masters the art of alchemy and now dares to meddle in the path of artifact forging. It is truly an affront to other practitioners." Yun Miao, the heavenly maiden, was left speechless in shock. She had endeavored to envision the extent of Li Feng's prodigious talents. Yet reality repeatedly revealed that her imagination was far too limited, unable to fathom his extraordinary gifts. The Son of God must not. The ancestor of reincarnation urgently conveyed his thoughts to Li Feng, fearing for his safety. Crafting an imperial artifact necessitates the theft of Dao imprints from the 30,000 pathways. Attempting to forge such artifacts without having attained the imperial realm would result in dire backlash from the Dao. The sword ancestor of Tianxian also hastened to counsel him. Li Feng now represented the hope of the ancient sacred land, How could they allow him to take such risks? Seated cross-legged in the void, Li Feng responded with unwavering confidence. Do not worry, ancestor. Forging artifacts is but a trivial endeavor for me. If I desire it, all paths shall bow beneath my feet, yielding their Tao imprints. This time, he intended to forge not merely an imperial artifact, but a suite of 9 cauldrons, which when separated would comprise 9 imperial artifacts. Yet when unified would possess the might of half a celestial artifact. As his words lingered in the air, his eyes ignited with chaotic flames, hands forming seals as he pressed into the void. Boom! The overwhelming chaotic flames surged forth, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. 43. Forging celestial artifacts. The entire ancient sacred land buzzed with discussions about Li Feng's endeavor to forge imperial artifacts, gazing in admiration at his gallant figure. How fortunate we are in the ancient sacred land to have such a prodigy as the Son of God. It is as if smoke is rising from our ancestors' graves. Lower your voice. If the ancestors hear you, you may not live to see another day. Yet, it was undeniable that they envied the chaotic divine body. The chaotic flames were simply omnipotent, invincible in battle. Could it be that Li Feng is truly a god of universality? Is it possible that he will forge an imperial artifact? Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Li Feng waved his sleeve, and countless rare materials poured forth like a cascade of stars. These treasures had been amassed over thousands of years by Li Feng's Tang dynasty, more than sufficient for the crafting of 9 imperial artifacts. After all, they were offerings from numerous sacred lands across vast domains. How could they be inferior? Materials such as sun god gold, yin and yang mystical iron, millennial azure sky wood essence, and thunder calamity stones. Each a peerless divine material that could incite fierce competition among emperors, were now carelessly cast into the chaotic divine flames, leaving the elders of the artifact forging hall in awe. Not only did Li Feng forego the need for a forging furnace, but he also produced an abundance of imperial-grade materials. This lad was truly extravagantly wealthy. Heavens, is that a core from the purple moon star? A piece of that size could buy my life. The thunder calamity stone of the 18 heavenly tribulations, which had only existed in legends as a burial item for a certain emperor. Could it be that Li Feng had unearthed the grave of that unparalleled emperor? Such an abundance of imperial-grade refining materials does not appear to be merely for crafting imperial weapons. It is more than sufficient to create several. What could his true intentions be? The elders of the sacred land watched with hearts bleeding, their eyes wide in astonishment, tears of envy trickling from the corners of their mouths. The 9 princes were utterly dumbfounded, for they had never witnessed their father's prowess in weapon crafting. Their admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights. If it were not for Li Feng's insistence on silence, they would have eagerly proclaimed to the world that he is their father, the heavenly martial emperor of the great Tang dynasty. Li Feng remained indifferent to the opinions of others, wholly focused as he transformed his hand seals, the chaotic flames swirling and contracting, causing the divine materials to rapidly melt. With a flick of his hand, 30,000 paths suddenly materialized beneath his feet, their diverse lights shimmering in harmonious brilliance. Indeed, as he had claimed, if he wished, he could command all 3,000 paths at will. The weapon craftsmen were utterly astonished, their chests heaving violently, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Ever since they commenced their studies in weapon crafting, their master had informed them that crafting imperial weapons was the most arduous task, a divine punishment between the weapon craftsman and the imperial craftsman, even at the level of a grandmaster craftsman. Extracting the path seals from among the 30,000 paths to imprint upon an imperial weapon would subject one to the suffering of the divine whip, with a single misstep leading to death and the extinguishment of one's essence. Yet now, Li Feng commanded the 30,000 paths as if they were mere lapdogs, summoning them with ease, plucking the path seals with a mere gesture, and dismissing them back into the void with a wave of his hand. To Li Feng, the 30,000 paths appeared as obedient servants, utterly astonishing in their compliance. Any craftsman, even those of imperial caliber, upon witnessing Li Feng's techniques, would find themselves questioning the very essence of their existence. Before the captivated audience, the runes imbued with the essence of the divine paths were seamlessly inscribed into the weapon molds, as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. As the runes integrated, 9 distinct yet subtly interconnected embryonic manifestations of imperial might began to emanate, hinting at a power that could rival even the ancient bell. With a mere gesture, Li Feng extracted a drop of heart's blood from the hearts of Li Yin and the others, swiftly merging it into the 9 weapon molds. Li Yin and the others suddenly felt their bloodlines surge, their souls interlinking with one of the weapon molds infused with Li Feng's chaotic divine fire. It was as if a divine artifact was being born from the flames, intricately connected to their very fates, manipulable as easily as one could move a limb. Their excitement and exhilaration intensified. Indeed, their father loved them, crafting exclusive imperial weapons just for them, forging celestial weapons through the great paths. Li Feng summoned the 30,000 paths once more, each one resembling a dragon, stretching across the myriad realms, stirring countless sacred lands and ancient figures. The spectacle of the 30,000 paths manifesting together could signify nothing short of the arrival of a grand era. Yet it was not the time for the celestial gates to open. How could they have emerged into the world? The remnants of the first ancestor of the heavenly mechanism Sacred Land stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the celestial abacus, attempting to calculate the heavenly secrets, only to narrowly escape backlash and transformation, prompting him to cease his efforts. The ancestor of the primal beginning Sacred Land shook his head repeatedly, already acknowledging in his heart that this was the handiwork of a semi-divine, living fossil. To master the Grand Avenue is akin to commanding cattle and horses. What a remarkable feat by this enigmatic sage. The great sanctuaries are thrown into chaos, as the 3 myriad paths become disordered. A momentous affair for all practitioners across the realm. Thunderous roars echo. Meanwhile, Li Feng, employing the model of the 3 myriad paths, draws forth 9 colossal stars from the lofty heavens, mere inches from the celestial realm. Under the guidance of Li Feng's chaotic divine fire, these 9 stars, vaster than entire domains, transform into 9 spheres of cosmic essence, descending into the vessel's core, molding, condensing the Tao, forming the cauldron. With a unified gesture, Li Feng encircles the 9 vessel cores with the paths, unleashing a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes of the cauldron reverberate like the dawn of creation, soaring through the clouds and resonating across the 30,000 realms, heralding their emergence. As the chaotic divine fire gradually extinguishes, the 9 majestic cauldrons hover in the void, exuding an overwhelming imperial might. They possess 3 legs and 2 ears, their bodies inscribed with patterns depicting the celestial bodies, the topography of mountains and rivers, and the ancestral activities of humankind. Chaotic energies swirl around them, as Taoist runes flicker in and out of visibility, resonating with the melodies of the Tao. The energies of the 9 cauldrons intertwine, emitting a harmonious resonance, causing the very heavens and earth to vibrate in unison. To forge the 9 cauldrons is to stabilize the celestial domain. Li Feng gazes with satisfaction upon his masterpiece. Speaking slowly, with the unification of the 9 cauldrons, the celestial cauldron emerges. The 9 cauldrons transform into streams of light, coalescing into a colossal phantom cauldron that occupies the entirety of the Tao domain's sky. It resembles the superposition of 9 universes, with the sun and moon in tandem and stars encircling, emanating a terrifying aura that eclipses even imperial weapons, shaking countless great domains under its oppressive presence. Such formidable celestial might radiates forth. This is indeed a celestial artifact. In this era of decline, a celestial weapon emerges. Could there be a true immortal living among us? How could this be possible? Despite Li Feng's prodigious talents, he is merely at the great sage level. How can he forge celestial artifacts? Is this grand age destined for his unrivaled supremacy to dominate the annals of history? The formidable leaders of the 30,000 realms, still reeling from the shock of Li Feng's creation of the 9 cauldrons, are suddenly struck with terror as they witness the cauldrons amalgamate into a celestial weapon under his command, their faces turning pale as death. Crack! Despite the ancient bell's barrier, several celestial mountains on the periphery of the sacred ground crumble under the residual waves of energy. Even the ancient bell retreats, shrinking into a stream of light and returning to Li Feng's sea of suffering. The entire ancient sacred ground plunges into an eerie silence. The ancestor of reincarnation trembles, his lips quivering, eyes wide with disbelief, scarcely able to trust his sight. Above imperial weapons, this is a supreme celestial artifact. Our ancient sacred ground possesses a celestial weapon. The 9 lords have long since prostrated themselves, overcome with emotion to the point of tears. I am not human. I truly am not human. Li Xian frantically slaps his own face, consumed by guilt for his previous ignoble actions. Their father, for the sake of the Tang Empire, has even forged celestial weapons. If they cannot restore the former glory of their homeland and unify the celestial realm, they would be too ashamed to face Li Feng. With a mighty blow, he vanquished the Demon Emperor. It is astonishing that he has truly forged such a weapon. Separated, it serves as an imperial weapon. Together, they even become a celestial artifact. Before the dawn of a new era, a celestial artifact emerges. Who could possibly rival it? Could he be the fabled child of destiny, for whom the grand age of immortality has been specially unveiled? The three myriad realms trembled at the emergence of Li Feng's celestial weapon, as the astonished murmurs of ancient beings echoed endlessly. As a scion of the illustrious Tang dynasty, I shall suppress all foes and restore the grandeur of the Tang Empire. With eyes like lightning, Li Feng stood atop the celestial cauldron, as the divine light of the heavenly martial cauldron shimmered, the very fabric of space beneath him fracturing inch by inch, while the vast mountains and rivers reversed in an instant, forcefully opening a temporal passage. Standing upon the heavenly martial cauldron, he clasped his hands behind his back and entered the time-space corridor. Aside from a few princes, none knew his destination. The prince's eyes gleamed with excitement. With the emperor himself taking action, those demons occupying the imperial capital would surely face reckoning. The contours of the Tang imperial capital soon emerged at the end of the temporal passage, but the former splendor had long vanished, replaced by a hellish wasteland. The once magnificent imperial palace had crumbled into a continuous ruin, its charred walls barely visible amidst the demonic miasma. The sky was shrouded in thick, inky clouds, and the roiling demonic energy coalesced into grotesque faces, emitting chilling roars. 8 terrifying demon figures loomed over the ruins at the heart of the palace. They were the infamous 8 demon emperors of the demon realm. In the past, with his lifespan dwindling, Li Feng could only suppress them beneath the Tang imperial capital. Each was a formidable demon emperor, their names inscribed upon the ancient monument of soul power. These demon bodies loomed thousands of feet away, their scales as formidable as black iron, with barbed protrusions at their joints, exuding foul demonic light. Their blood-red eyes hung high, resembling 8 blood moons tearing through the dark clouds, casting an ominous shadow over the sunless imperial capital. Blood Abyss, your demon spawn are too slow. The ancient turtles of the Southern Territory have yet to be dealt with. The voice of the bone-corroding demon emperor was piercing, laced with a cold chuckle as it reproached the Blood Abyss demon emperor. They had been left in the Tang imperial capital by the Moro demon emperor to eradicate Li Feng and eliminate the root of the problem, completely incorporating the celestial realm into the dominion of the demon realm. The Blood Abyss demon emperor, the most massive among them, sat cross-legged in the center, its blood red, diamond-like scales stirring slightly, enough to whip up a demonic wind. Hearing this, it let out a thunderous laugh. What is the rush? Once this emperor refines the dragon vein of the imperial capital and masters the sea of blood demonic arts, the Southern Territories will fall with a mere flick of my hand. At that time, the entire celestial realm shall bask under the holy might of my kin. Indeed, once we unite our strengths and establish the 9 hells devouring heaven grand formation, centered around this imperial capital, the entire celestial realm will transform into our demonic pasture. Another colossal figure, the abyssal swallowing demon emperor, laughed heartily, while the demons conspired on how to annihilate the celestial realm. A massive spatial passage suddenly erupted above the imperial capital. Boom! A beam of celestial light tore through the dark clouds of the empire with effortless grace, illuminating the desolate ruins of the capital as brightly as day. Where the divine radiance fell, the malevolent aura sizzled and evaporated like snow in boiling water, emitting a spine-chilling shriek as it dissolved in vast swathes. The heavenly martial cauldron hovered high above the firmament, its mouth exuding chaotic celestial mist, while 30,000 paths surged beneath it like roaring waves. Li Feng stood at the cauldron's edge, his dark robes billowing, resembling a celestial sovereign descending to the mortal realm. Today, all of you shall perish, he declared, gazing down at the abyss of darkness below with an indifferent expression, as if observing mere ants in the dust. Arrogant, who dares oppose our demonic realm? The blood prison demon emperor's crimson eyes suddenly narrowed, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged upward like a crimson tide. The other 7 emperors also summoned their malevolent energies, locking their sights upon the being atop the cauldron. As they discerned the youthful visage and the mere aura of a great sage emanating from him, the blood-prisoned demon emperor's tense form relaxed, erupting into a derisive laugh. "Ha ha! I thought a celestial deity had descended. How intimidating! Yet it turns out to be an ignorant great sage ant. With a dilapidated cauldron salvaged from who knows where, you dare trespass upon my demonic domain? You should choose your demise more wisely. There is a trace of the Li family's bloodline within you. You must be one of their insignificant progeny. Do you think that bringing a trinket to feign power can intimidate us?" The bone-devouring demon emperor unfurled its skeletal wings with a thunderous roar, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. The decayed, ashen malevolence surged toward Li Feng like a tidal wave, with mountains and rivers wilting under its influence. The dark tide surged defiantly toward the great cauldron, attempting to seize it from Li Feng's grasp. "This cauldron has an appealing appearance. It would serve as an excellent chamber pot for me." Li Feng remained composed, unperturbed by the encroaching filth of malevolence. Coldly, he remarked, "Such insignificant ants dare to covet the celestial cauldron? You have chosen the path to your demise." He lightly tapped the ancient, weighty cauldron, and an echoing sound reverberated across tens of thousands of domains. Clang! The sound of the cauldron resonated far and wide, instantly sweeping across the cosmos. Celestial ripples emanated from the cauldron's body, rapidly expanding outward. The oncoming tide of the bone-devouring demon emperor collided with the celestial waves, crashing back like a wave against a divine mountain, scattering into oblivion. Today, this divine son forges the 9 cauldrons, capable of subduing demons, vanquishing evil, and extinguishing monsters, thereby securing the grandeur of the Tang Empire for eternity. Li Feng's voice echoed like a divine decree, resonating through the cauldron, where all beings in the celestial realm could hear him clearly. "How audacious! Do you think you are the heavenly martial emperor returned to life? I shall turn you into a pool of pus." The blood-prisoned demon emperor was utterly enraged, its colossal claws tearing through the void, splitting the heavens open with a gaping chasm that revealed the boundless, pitch-black cosmos beyond. From its grasp erupted a nauseating, boundless sea of blood, carrying the terrifying force that corroded myriad laws, cascading down like a torrential flood. A single drop of that blood weighed as much as a mountain, capable of corroding the immortal body of a quasi-emperor in an instant, rendering the sacred domain of the great sage as insignificant as dust. The blood sea of annihilation cascaded down, swiftly enveloping Li Feng. With a stoic expression, he raised a finger. A resonant hum echoed as the celestial cauldron erupted with resplendent light, its opening morphing into a chaotic black hole that devoured the heavens. The vile blood sea, akin to rivers converging into an ocean, was forcibly consumed by the black hole, transforming into a viscous crimson deluge that continuously flowed into the belly of the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the vast blood sea spanning the sky was entirely devoured. Li Feng stepped forward, shattering the void. As his chaotic divine body unleashed boundless divine radiance, his form glistening like crystalline divine gold, the sacred domain of immortality unfolded, instantly ensnaring the colossal figure of the blood-prisoned demon emperor, akin to his celestial body. He became a bolt of chaotic lightning, ripping through the fabric of space, and appeared before the demon emperor's chest in an instant. In the incredulous gaze of the other demon emperors, Li Feng unleashed his chaotic divine fist, tearing through time and space. A resounding roar erupted as chaotic energy fused with celestial essence, coalescing into a lifelike, chaotic true dragon that coiled around the tip of his fist, emitting a dragon's roar that reverberated across myriad realms. With a sickening sound, the blood-prisoned demon emperor's formidable body, capable of withstanding imperial weapon strikes, was penetrated by a single punch. A horrifying gash, over 100 miles in diameter, manifested in its chest. The chaotic true dragon roared as it surged into the demon's body, obliterating everything in its path. The reddish-brown blood of the demon emperor erupted from the massive wound like a torrent of molten lava, transforming into a torrential rain of blood that enveloped the imperial capital. The blood-prisoned demon emperor gazed down at the gaping void in its chest, howling in disbelief and agony. "My demon body is indestructible. How could I perish at your hands?" It lamented. "Do you even comprehend the sacred domain of immortality? You are but an ant, Li Feng's gaze was frigid, granting it no respite. With a mere thought, the celestial cauldron hovering above him radiated blinding light, transforming into an unmatched beam of celestial brilliance. Akin to a colossal axe that cleaved through the realms, descending with immense force. With a swift slash, the demon emperor's gigantic head, fierce as a mountain, was obliterated in an instant, showering the sky with blood mist and shattered bones. A vengeful demonic soul, barely escaping from its corporeal form, was instantly incinerated by the celestial flames surging from the cauldron. A piercing shriek echoed for but half a breath before the demon soul was utterly reduced to nothingness. Its essence dispersed. A formidable demon emperor had succumbed to Li Feng's might without even a single counterattack. This scene instilled terror in the hearts of the remaining demon emperors, as if they had encountered a true celestial being. In a flash, a powerful demon emperor was crushed to ashes by this young human. The remaining 7 demon emperors felt their pupils constrict to pinpricks. This youth was far from an ordinary sage. The bone-eating demon emperor was the first to react, unleashing a frenzied roar. Let us strike together and eliminate him. There is something amiss with this one. We cannot afford to hold back. We must annihilate him with all our might. The looming threat of death awakened the ferocity within these demon emperors. 7 distinctly different demonic imperial laws erupted suddenly, converging upon Li Feng with lethal intent. The world-devouring demonic net, woven from the principles of decay, consumption, tearing, toxicity, and curses, materialized instantaneously, enveloping the entirety of the imperial city's ruins. Even the mightiest of human emperors would find it challenging to withstand such a force. The colossal net, as dark as ink, with its finely woven threads, seemed to sever the very fabric of time and space within the imperial ruins, as if casting it into the depths of hell. Perish, remnants of the Li family. The combined might of the 7 unparalleled demonic emperors, their laws intertwined, was sufficient to inflict grievous harm or even annihilate an emperor of equal rank in an instant. This was a true death trap. Yet Li Feng, standing upon the celestial martial cauldron, remained unscathed, as a wisp of celestial light shattered the united attack of the 7 emperors. His chaotic divine body radiated a brilliant divine glow, countless chaotic runes igniting upon his skin. The celestial domain of immortality unfolded, revealing manifestations such as the chaotic seed blue lotus and the time-slicing celestial blade, leaving the demonic emperors in a state of astonishment. How could such an extraordinary embodiment of divine bodies manifest in one individual? Was this youth truly defying the heavens? He could not possibly be a remnant of the Li family, for all its members were mortal. Who, then, was he to unleash such wrath upon us? When did we incur the wrath of such a prodigy? Had he mistaken his targets? The demonic emperors found themselves questioning their very existence, bewildered by the appearance of this astonishing anomaly. Although he wielded a celestial artifact, he also harbored numerous divine bodies and commanded the celestial domain of immortality, such rarity in any being, even among the esteemed sons and daughters of the celestial realm. In response, Li Feng's eyes blazed with chaotic flames, summoning the powers of 30,000 fundamental laws to resonate with the celestial domain of immortality. The 9 cauldrons of the world. The celestial martial cauldron suddenly radiated with an overwhelming celestial light, splitting into 9 distinct cauldrons. Each majestic cauldron, inscribed with the landscapes of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, simultaneously illuminated, exuding an immense and boundless celestial radiance. The 9 beams of celestial light intertwined, forming an intricate and profound formation that enveloped the heavenly domain. Once the cauldrons established their dominion over the world, Li Feng's celestial domain of immortality would extend to encompass the entirety of the Great Tang Empire. Unless faced with an entity of greater than emperor status, none could escape the confinement of the celestial domain. What manner of cauldron is this? To divide and yet yield 9 imperial cauldrons. The demonic emperors felt as if they were confronting a deity, their very souls ensnared. Killing an emperor was as effortless as slaying a dog. This world had truly gone mad. The demonic emperors swiftly grasped the terror of Li Feng's capabilities. Lamenting their ill fortune, Li Feng shattered the void, appearing before the bone-devouring demonic emperor in an instant. Dare you oppose us from the demonic realm? Even if you are a semi-immortal, you shall meet your demise. The bone-devouring demonic emperor seethed with rage, hastily retreating. Its colossal bone wings snapped shut, resembling two massive skeletal gates, unleashing a torrent of demonic light capable of crushing an emperor, forcefully thrusting towards Li Feng. The edges of its wings were as sharp as imperial weapons, effortlessly rending space, akin to a world-destroying blade, capable of annihilating an entire dynasty. Li Feng, unyielding and unflinching, extended his right hand, fingers curling into claws as ethereal energy enveloped them, materializing into a chaotic dragon claw that struck fiercely at the enormous bone wings descending from the heavens. With a resounding crack, the colossal wings of the bone erosion demon were crushed as if they were mere charred remnants, shattered at the joints beneath Li Feng's formidable grasp. A heart-wrenching howl escaped the bone erosion demon, its body convulsing in agony from the excruciating pain. Seizing the moment, Li Feng pursued relentlessly. His form a shadow that followed closely. His left hand darted out like a bolt of lightning, seizing the massive skull of the bone erosion demon. "Begone," he commanded coldly, his arm gripping the demon's head as if wielding a celestial body, and he brought it crashing down to the earth with tremendous force. The ground trembled violently beneath the impact, as if it were fragile eggshells, collapsing into a vast, bottomless pit with a diameter exceeding 10,000 miles. The demon's body was driven deep into the earth, leaving only a fractured skull protruding from the surface, its dark eyes dimmed, and its vitality nearly extinguished. Li Feng's left hand remained firmly affixed to the skull, as chaotic divine flames erupted from his palm. "Spare me. I will serve you as a dog for eternity." The bone erosion demon pleaded in a state of utter dread, devoid of any semblance of its former dignity. "To be a dog for me? You are unworthy." Li Feng could not show mercy. The chaotic divine flames surged into the demon's skull, igniting its body and consuming its very essence until nothing remained. Witnessing the demise of the bone erosion demon filled the sky-swallowing demon with outrage. It opened its abyssal maw, preparing to devour Li Feng. Indifferent to the threat, Li Feng summoned the Master Ding, the celestial martial cauldron, causing it to resonate once more. A radiant spear of divine light emerged from the cauldron, cleaving the sky-swallowing demon into dust, annihilating it in an instant. "Begone," Li Feng commanded, pointing with a single finger. Temporal slash. With a swift stroke, this temporal blade solidified time itself, cleaving the rift-splitting demon in two within the confines of stilled space, leaving a smooth, mirror-like incision, severing even its soul in an instant. Who could have foreseen the terrifying power of a great sage? With the ability to vanquish 4 demons effortlessly, the remaining 4 demon lords, without hesitation, unleashed their demonic light, attempting to tear through the void sealed by the 9 cauldrons array, fleeing in 4 different directions. Yet, within Li Feng's domain of celestial authority, he was the true immortal, and none could defy his will. "All of you shall remain," he declared coldly, as the 9 colossal cauldrons suspended in the celestial realm erupted with divine light, transforming into 9 radiant chains that pierced the heavens. The chains surged forth like dragons ascending into the clouds, disregarding the spatial distances, and swiftly caught up with the 4 fleeing demon lords. Despite their struggles and the unleashed cataclysmic fury of their demonic energy, they could not shake the chains born of the primordial essence of the cauldrons, which held firm against their every attempt. The celestial chains pierced through their chests, transforming them into a string of gourds, swiftly draining them of their vitality and demonic essence. Thus, the 8 demons of the demon realm were obliterated, and the heavenly domain returned to the dominion of the great Tang Empire, with the 9 tripods affirming the sanctity of the heavenly domain, impervious to the incursions of demons. Li Feng solemnly proclaimed to the world, compelling many who sought to stir chaos in the heavenly domain to retreat, quelling any rebellious thoughts. Even the unparalleled demon emperor of the demon realm was vanquished with a mere gesture from Li Feng. How could these sacred factions contend against the might of the heavenly martial immortal tripod? From this moment forth, as long as the 9 tripods endure, the great Tang's realm shall remain eternal. The news of Li Feng's annihilation of the demon emperor spread swiftly throughout the heavenly domain, leading all factions to submit. Before the celestial artifact, the heavenly martial tripod, unless a demigod intervened, even an emperor was but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Which force in the heavenly domain would dare oppose the great Tang Empire? In the distant demon realm, the blood moon's glow seemed poised to drip with crimson. Deep within the demon palace, a thunderous roar echoed. "Incompetents! All of you are worthless. Even a pack of swine would not be foolish enough to invite their own demise. Yet they were utterly annihilated by a mere child. The demon Emperor Moro sat upon his throne, his face contorted with rage upon hearing the news of the 8 demon emperors' demise, nearly shattering his royal seat. His 8 formidable demon emperors had been crushed by a mere human ant of the great sage realm, akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. This was an affront to the dignity of the entire demon realm. Master, please quell your wrath. Beneath the throne, Li Xun slowly raised his head, offering consolation to the demon Emperor Moro. The grand era is about to unfold. Once I attain immortality, the 30,000 realms shall bow beneath the feet of the demon realm. In Li Xun's eyes, the light of humanity had nearly vanished, replaced by pure malevolent energy. He had transformed from a human into a demon, not only breaking through to the Emperor realm, but also nearing the strength of a demigod. After being captured, Li Xun swiftly acknowledged the thief as his father, taking Moro the demon emperor as his master. Now, Li Xun held no interest in the throne of the great Tang Empire. His sole desire was to achieve immortality and enter the realm of the immortals. Moro the demon emperor's crimson eyes fixed upon Li Xun, nodding in satisfaction. He required such a pure and sharp blade. The demon realm would surely attain greatness through this tenebrous heart of evil. Excellent. Moro's voice deepened, his tone menacing. That Li Feng is suspected to be the child of fortune among the human race. He shall serve as the finest whetstone and offering on your path to enlightenment. Continue to refine the heart of evil. Your current strength is far from sufficient to contend with celestial artifacts. Li Xun humbly bowed his head, obediently following his master's command. He sat cross-legged, the demonic runes on his body suddenly illuminating, drawing forth the most refined source of demonic power from the depths of the palace. Surging wildly into his being, the heart of evil throbbed violently. With each pulse, his aura grew increasingly terrifying, and the final remnants of Li Xun's essence within his soul accelerated their dissolution under this overwhelming force. One day, Li Xun's memories would be completely obliterated, leaving only the title of the 10 evil demon emperor. After Li Feng restored the order of the Tang Empire, he appointed Li Yin as the temporary regent. The Tang Empire publicly proclaimed that Li Feng was the twin brother of the heavenly martial emperor, sealed away thousands of years ago, awaiting the emergence of this grand era to break free from his confinement and attain immortality. This explanation immediately put everyone at ease. The twin brother of the heavenly martial emperor? It was no wonder he was so extraordinary. This revelation rendered Li Feng's formidable power entirely reasonable, considering that the heavenly martial emperor, a mere mortal, was able to unify the heavenly realms. It was only natural that his twin brother, endowed with several supreme divine bodies, could effortlessly defeat emperors in the great sage realm. The ancient beings from various sacred lands could only console themselves with this reasoning. Throughout the eons, individuals possessing combat prowess as astonishing as Li Feng's were exceedingly rare. Even those who had lived for an extensive time had never encountered such a being before. After concluding matters here, Li Feng refined several batches of imperial elixirs, allowing his strength to surpass the pinnacle of the great sage realm, simultaneously elevating the cultivation of his followers, including the divine maiden Xiao and Yi Qingcang, to the great sage realm. His breakthroughs were as effortless as eating and drinking. And even though Yi Qingcang and the others were also divine bodies, they found it challenging to keep pace with him. One day, as Li Feng reclined on a millennium-old cold jade bed, receiving a gentle massage from several divine maidens, a jade pendant beside him suddenly illuminated, its radiance coalescing into a slender beam of light that pointed towards the distant wild domain. Instantly, Li Feng's expression shifted after donning his garments. He opened a spatial passageway in the direction indicated by the jade pendant and hastened forth. This jade pendant had been gifted to him by a mysterious woman he had rescued from the deadly Yin-Yang Hecate poison in his youth. Upon shattering one pendant, the other would resonate with it. Although his intention had been to save her, since she had entrusted her purity to him, she was now considered his woman. Regrettably, the woman had vanished without a trace, and he had been unable to find her. He never anticipated that she would shatter the pendant after several millennia. Given that her cultivation was insufficient to become an emperor, it seemed likely that it was her descendant who had broken the pendant. In the wild domain, within the ordinary Earth-level sect, Yunshao sect, chaos reigned. The mountain gate lay in ruins, the main peak collapsed by more than half, and amidst the remnants of walls, smoke still lingered. Countless disciples and elders lay lifeless, their blood staining the shattered azure stone floor, the air thick with the stench of blood and despair. A mystic-level sect that had stood for centuries was nearly razed to the ground by a mere youth in a brief moment. On the shattered plaza, Lin Yinran knelt on one knee, her moon-white robe sullied and tattered by blood and dirt, revealing gaping wounds down to the bone. Her complexion was as pale as gold paper, her breath faint, with her spiritual energy nearly depleted. A spirit sword of notable quality remained half in her grasp, its severed end still radiating a scorching, violent aura. Before her stood Xiao Yan, with wings sprouting from his back, exuding an aura akin to that of a divine being. He was enveloped in an ethereal, deep azure flame, his aura tempestuous, yet his gaze bore the weight of profound wisdom beyond his years. In his hand, a colossal blade forged from flames pointed menacingly to the ground, its searing heat distorting the very air around it. Lin Yinran, do you see this? This is the price you pay for humiliating me when you called off our engagement all those years ago. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Do you grasp the significance of those words today? Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse, laced with a twisted satisfaction born from vengeance. Were you not proud of your status as the young master of the Yunxiao sect? Today, both you and the Yunxiao sect shall be reduced to ashes. What stance will you adopt to look down upon me now? He offered Lin Yinran no opportunity for rebuttal. 3 years prior, Lin Yinran had presented resources sufficient to rival 10 times that of the Xiao family, merely seeking to dissolve the bond that constrained her pursuit of enlightenment, believing she had acted with utmost fairness. Yet in Xiao Yan's eyes, her act of annulling their engagement was an unparalleled disgrace that trampled on his dignity. He publicly tore apart the marriage contract and proclaimed with fervor, 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. His heart was consumed with a singular fury for revenge against Lin Yinran. He swore that one day he would annihilate her pride and trample this celestial prodigy beneath his feet, fiercely avenging the humiliation of their broken engagement. Initially, Lin Yinran thought his words were mere expressions of anger, dismissing the 3-year pact, especially since he had already accepted the gifts meant to signify their annulment. Little did she anticipate that he would utilize the very gifts she had bestowed to cultivate his strength, ultimately returning to assault the Yunxiao sect. Throughout the intervening years, Xiao Yan diligently honed his skills with the resources provided by Lin Yinran, achieving the realm of Tianren. Moreover, he was endowed with a rare opportunity, housing within him a formidable and terrifying remnant soul, granting him the ability to unleash the terrifying power of a sage in a fleeting moment. 57. An elder of the Dan Tower dares to compete with me? Armed with these formidable cards, Xiao Yan launched an assault on the Yunxiao sect, decisively overpowering Lin Yinran. After her defeat, he recklessly channeled the terrifying strength bestowed upon him by the remnant soul, obliterating this time-honored sect with a single stroke. With one strike, he incinerated the mountain gate, shattered the main peak, and buried a significant portion of the Yunxiao sect's disciples and Lin Yinran's mentors. In an instant, Lin Yinran's world collapsed. At this moment, the madness in Xiao Yan's eyes intensified. He raised his flame-wreathed blade high, the blade radiating an even more blinding and violent deep azure light than when he had annihilated the sect. The aura of the sage locking onto the ruins where Lin Yinran stood. It was not you who cast me aside. It was I who severed our bond. You, a contemptible woman, are unworthy of my regard. Our Xiao clan is a branch of the imperial lineage. How dare a mere young master of an obscure Xin-level sect claim the right to marry me? He sneered as the colossal blade came crashing down. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped Lin Yinran's consciousness. Exhausted of spiritual energy and grievously wounded, she found herself unable to evade Xiao Yan's impending strike. In this dire moment of life and death, Lin Yinran recalled the jade pendant passed down through her ancestors. It is said that this jade pendant is connected to a significant figure who is the true ancestor of the Lin family. After giving birth to her offspring, the grandmother raised the child alone and bestowed upon them her own surname. The family's true name is not Lin, but Li. The ancestral teachings have been passed down, stating that shattering this jade pendant would effortlessly resolve any difficulties. She had always dismissed this legend, but now, faced with imminent death, she could only grasp at hope and muster the strength to crush the pendant. Crack! The crisp sound of the jade shattering resonated through the air, and a beam of light shot forth into the void. This pendant harbors secrets. To whom is it calling for aid? The remnants of the soul within Xiao Yin warned him. Xiao Yin dismissed it, saying, the Lin family has long since fallen. Who could Lin Yinran possibly turn to for help? My master need not concern himself with her. Lin Yinran, even a celestial immortal cannot save you now. Your demise is inevitable, mark my words. Xiao Yin coldly fixed his gaze upon Lin Yinran, his great blade poised to descend upon her. Just as she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, a figure suddenly appeared before her, blocking the searing blade. Not even a celestial immortal can intervene. Could this being be an emperor of the immortals? Li Feng emerged from a spatial rift beneath the blade, effortlessly seizing the massive sword with his hand, mocking with a smirk. Xiao Yin stared in disbelief at the flaming great sword in his grasp, an artifact capable of cleaving mountains, now delicately pinched between Li Feng's slender fingers. With a gentle twist, it shattered like fragile glass. This is impossible, Xiao Yin exclaimed, his hands torn by the force exerted by his opponent. He fixed an intense glare upon the suddenly appeared figure in white, who appeared to be in his early 20s, even younger than himself. What astonished him further was that this youth had shattered his weapon with mere fingers. This was a heavenly grade weapon. Even a sage would struggle to damage it. Who is this young man? Spirit Elder, what is happening? Xiao Yin inquired urgently within his mind, finally recognizing the gravity of the situation. Be cautious. This individual is at least a sovereign. The voice of the soul within him bristled with warning, sensing the threat of death emanating from the young man. A flicker of jealousy crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. He had toiled tirelessly to reach the human celestial realm, even resorting to deceit to secure the support of several well-connected women. With the assistance of Spirit Elder in alchemy and cultivation, he had obtained his current power. Yet this youth, appearing even younger than he, had already attained the sovereign realm? Could he be the legendary prodigy of the sacred lands, possessing a sacred body? Regardless of who you are, daring to obstruct my vengeance shall lead you to your doom. The more Xiao Yin contemplated, the angrier he became, and he bellowed in fury, channeling his spiritual energy to prepare for his most formidable strike against Li Feng. Spirit Elder, lend me your strength. A torrent of immense spiritual power erupted from Xiao Yin, his aura surging to the pinnacle of the sage realm. Xiao Yan's right fist was enveloped in azure flames, unleashing the terrifying heat of this sacred fire towards Li Feng's face. The heaven-incinerating sacred fist. This was Xiao Yin's self-created sacred-level divine ability, which, when combined with the might of the sacred fire, posed a threat even to a saint king. Unfortunately, he underestimated Li Feng's prowess. Li Feng was not a saint king, but a great saint. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Yan's fist abruptly halted Tin Zhang away from Li Feng. An invisible barrier effortlessly blocked his full-force strike, not even disturbing a single strand of Li Feng's hair. The legendary sacred domain, attainable only by those of the great saint realm. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in shock, his face paling instantly. Only great saint warriors could condense a sacred domain. This was a universally acknowledged truth among cultivators. This meant that the young man before him was 2 entire realms above his current state. Elderling, what should we do now? We have provoked a true powerhouse. Xiao Yin screamed in terror within, completely exposing his inherent weakness. Without the assistance of others, he was utterly indecisive and inherently feeble. He relished in his arrogance when successful. Yet in times of crisis, he relied solely on others. Alas, I have always advised you not to be overly arrogant, but you refuse to heed my words. Now you have kicked a steel plate, haven't you? Elderling's voice brimmed with despair, regretting having taken on Xiao Yin as a disciple. Even in his prime, he could not contend with a great saint, let alone now, reduced to a mere remnant soul. He could only rely on his aged visage to plead for mercy, hoping the other would show him some consideration and spare their lives. Xiao Yan's complexion drained of color, his strength dissipating in an instant as he collapsed weakly to the ground. An ancient spectral figure emerged from within him, transforming into the visage of a white-haired elder. Esteemed senior, I am the alchemist Yao Chun of the Dan Tower, a sacred-grade refiner. My master is one of the 5 elders of the Dan Tower. I humbly implore you to show mercy for the sake of the Dan Tower. The elder respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, adopting a posture of utmost humility. However, he still invoked the influence of the Dan Tower behind him, hoping to instill hesitation in Li Feng, preventing him from acting recklessly. After all, the Dan Tower's influence spanned the realms, and many emperors owed debts of gratitude to it. Most sacred lands would think twice before provoking it. The young man before him was undoubtedly a prodigy of a sacred land and must be aware of the Dan Tower's formidable strength. Li Feng cast a dispassionate glance at Elder Ling, shaking his head in disdain. What of the Dan Tower? Do its members possess the right to demand respect from me? Elder Ling initially believed the young man would show some deference, but upon hearing this, he was instantly consumed by rage. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. You are called senior due to your cultivation level. But if we were to discuss qualifications, I was traversing the 30,000 realms while you were still in your mother's womb. If you are unaware of the significance of the Dan Tower, you may as well send a message to your sex elders to inquire about the consequences of desecrating the Dan Tower. If word of this spreads, your master may not be able to protect you. Elder Ling retracted his respectful demeanor, instead casting a sidelong glare at Li Feng, his expression turning cold and severe. It appears that Li Feng has indeed committed an unforgivable sin, one that has repercussions for the underlying lineage. If he were a mere fledgling saint, he might be intimidated by this old fellow. However, Li Feng is far from ordinary. Not only has he lived for tens of thousands of years, but even the 5 elders of the Dan Tower must address him as senior. At present, Li Feng holds the esteemed position of the master of the Dan Tower, compelling the 5 elders to show him the respect due to a disciple. What right does a mere elder, with countless generations of successors, have to threaten him? As the 4 elders of the Dan Tower gathered, Li Feng scoffed with disdain. The prestige of the Dan Tower? Who among you dares to claim such privilege in my presence? Do not accuse me of bullying. I will ensure you comprehend your situation clearly. Present your backing now, and let me see who among the Dan Tower dares to come to your aid. Ha ha, what an audacious young fool. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Xiaoyan burst into uncontrollable laughter. He quickly called out to his master, Elder Ling, please summon your master at once, so that this arrogant individual may learn what it means to be outmatched. The dignity of the Dan Tower must not be trifled with. If he dares to meddle today, he must pay the price. Though Elder Ling felt a vague unease, he found himself in a predicament where retreat was impossible. He could only retrieve an ancient jade slip from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy before shattering it. A golden light shot into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. His master would arrive within half an hour. With a cold gaze fixed on Li Feng, Elder Ling cautioned, young man, it is not too late to retract your words. My master is the 2nd elder of the Dan Tower, a formidable figure at the quasi-emperor level, and a master alchemist of the highest rank. If you withdraw now, I can pretend this incident never occurred. What do you say? Upon hearing this, a playful smile crept across Li Feng's lips. What does the quasi-emperor rank signify? I have vanquished remnants of true celestial beings. And as for a master alchemist, they would kneel before me. Xiaoyan, naturally skeptical of such bravado, sneered, have you lost your senses? There ought to be limits to boasting. Why not claim to be a true celestial yourself? Li Feng dismissed the jester's taunts and turned his attention to the shaken Lin Yanran behind him, gently placing a finger upon her brow. A wave of gentle spiritual energy surged forth, instantly healing all her injuries and restoring her depleted energy. Thank you, senior, for your rescue, Lin Yanran said, bowing gracefully, her eyes filled with gratitude and curiosity. She sensed a connection between herself and this mysterious powerhouse, believing him to be a descendant of her esteemed ancestor. Instinctively, Lin Yanran thought that Li Feng must not be of a much older generation, for this jade pendant had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. If Li Feng were indeed that ancestor, it would be utterly astonishing. How terrifying must his strength be? There is no need for such formalities, Li Feng replied kindly, increasingly reminded of the woman he had encountered in the cave long ago. Although her talent was not particularly high, she possessed remarkable fortitude, never once considering seeking his support. Even after he attained the status of a great emperor and unified the celestial domain to establish the Tang dynasty. Instead, she quietly raised his child to adulthood, refusing until her dying breath to reveal their connection. Li Feng then turned toward Xiaoyan and his master, a teasing smile adorning his face. Since you have summoned someone, I shall also invite a few acquaintances to reminisce and see whose companions are more formidable. As he spoke, he produced a purple gold token from his bosom, inscribed with an ancient character for Dan. The moment the token appeared, Elder Ling's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, Li Feng had already crushed the token. A column of purple gold light surged into the heavens, dazzling 100 times more than the signal Elder Ling had previously emitted. Who on earth are you? Elder Ling's voice began to tremble, his ethereal essence appearing increasingly unstable. He recognized the token. It was a summoning order possessed solely by the highest echelons of the Dan Tower. What background does this young man possess? Could he possibly be a disciple of some ancient figure from the Dan Tower? Li Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling yet remaining silent, which only deepened Elder Ling's unease. Xiao Yin, sensing his master's distress, inquired softly, "Master, what is wrong? Is there an issue with that token?" Elder Ling's complexion turned ashen, his demeanor stern as he replied, "Yinner, we may have attracted grave trouble. That token is the highest level summoning order of the Dan Tower, reserved for the Tower Master and the 5 ancestors. Even my own master does not possess one." "What?" Xiao Yin felt as though struck by lightning, his face transforming in shock. Could his origins truly be so terrifying? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Yin pondered. The Tower Master of the Dan Tower is an ancient being who has lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he be so young? Moreover, did you not say that the ancestor had already passed away? He must have fortuitously acquired the token and is merely using it to intimidate us. Despite his words, Elder Ling remained restless within. Time passed in the tense atmosphere, and Li Feng did not hasten to deal with these two, wishing to let them wallow in despair. Half an hour later, the sky suddenly split open with 2 enormous spatial rifts. From the first rift stepped forth an elder clad in crimson robes, with hair and beard entirely white, a visage of authority, radiating an overwhelming pressure akin to a quasi-emperor. It was none other than the second elder of the Dan Tower, Elder Yao Heng, the master of Elder Ling. Who dares to deceive my disciple? Do they truly believe that my Dan Tower is without defenders, that I have perished? The second elder's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very mountains and stones within a 100-mile radius. He was but a step away from the Emperor realm, a half-step emperor. Elder Yao Heng approached in fury, causing the nearby most prominent sect, the Lingxi ancient nation, to tremble, as the populace panicked, fearing the arrival of a great enemy. Elder Ling, seeing a glimmer of hope, hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Master, it is this individual, relying on his profound cultivation, who seeks to kill my disciple and grandson." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yin added fuel to the fire, inciting, "Moreover, this brat even claimed that you are worthless, saying that even if you came in person, you would have to kneel and pay your respects, not daring to lift a finger against him." The second elder's gaze turned electric, coldly sweeping towards Li Feng. Li Feng did not conceal his cultivation level, and with a single glance, Yao Heng discerned that he was merely at the great sage realm. A scornful smile crept across Yao Heng's face as he thought to himself, "What an arrogant child, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, relying on a modicum of strength to act haughtily and disregard others. I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your elders today, to teach you that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension." Just as he prepared to take action, 5 figures emerged from the second spatial rift, each exuding an aura even more formidable than that of the second elder. Could it be the 5 ancestors? What brings them all here? Ling Lao's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The 5 ancestors of the Pill Tower, each a towering pillar of the organization, were rarely seen, and he had scarcely encountered them in the past. Yet today, they had all assembled. Could it be that they were alerted by his situation and had come specifically to support him? While Ling Lao remained in doubt, Xiao Yin was already brimming with excitement, eagerly complimenting Ling Lao. "Master, did you summon these formidable beings? Their presence feels even more intimidating than that of the ancestor. You truly possess connections within the Pill Tower." "Perhaps so." Ling Lao, flattered, instinctively held his head high, feeling a sense of pride. After all, during his time in the Pill Tower, he too was a prodigy in alchemy. Perhaps, given the current decline of talents in the tower, the 5 ancestors had come to value him even more. Ling Lao could only comfort himself with such thoughts. Otherwise, he could not fathom why the 5 ancestors would mobilize together. Surely they were not here for that arrogant child. Were they? 49. He had no one left. Even the second elder believed that the 5 ancestors had come on behalf of his beloved disciple. He hurriedly approached them, a beaming smile on his face as he said, "My incompetent disciple has inadvertently drawn the attention of the 5 ancestors. I am truly at fault." Yao Heng was a disciple of one of the 5 ancestors, Dan Xiaozi, who, upon seeing his disciple in attendance, displayed a look of confusion. "Yao Heng, what are you doing here? Do you have a connection with the Tower Master?" Dan Xiaozi inquired, initially believing that his disciple had suddenly gained insight and was proactively seeking to align himself with the Tower Master. The Tower Master was the sole imperial alchemist in the 30,000 realms. Any guidance from him would be immensely beneficial for any alchemist. Moreover, Yao Hong was merely a step away from the Emperor realm. If the Tower Master were to bestow upon him an imperial pill, it would undoubtedly facilitate his breakthrough. An extraordinary opportunity indeed. The Tower Master? Where is he? Yao Hong asked, a look of bewilderment on his face as he glanced around. He had been in seclusion for decades, striving to reach the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage, and had only recently emerged, leaving him with little time to familiarize himself with who the Tower Master was. Given his status, he had no qualifications to meet the Tower Master, who was merely a figurehead, delegating responsibilities to the 5 ancestors. It is quite normal for you to be unfamiliar with the Tower Master, having just emerged from seclusion. Come, let us pay our respects to the Tower Master together. He is the only imperial alchemist across the 30,000 realms. Dan Xiaozi shook his head in disappointment and gestured for Yao Hong to follow him to meet the Tower Master, seizing the opportunity to introduce his disciple to Li Feng. A rare occasion indeed. In the next moment, a scene that left the 2 disciples of Master Ling in utter astonishment unfolded before them. The 5 ancestors paid them no heed, treating them as if they were mere air, completely disregarding their presence. They strode directly to Li Feng, and, under the incredulous gaze of Yao Hong, they simultaneously knelt before him, paying their respects. We have come at your command, to pay homage to the Tower Master, and shall obey your orders. This declaration struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Xiao Yin and his disciple stunned, rooted to the spot. How could the 5 ancestors of the Pill Tower truly be bowing to this youth? Were they hallucinating, or had they fallen victim to an illusion? These were the 5 ancestors of the Pill Tower, revered as saints among alchemists, all towering figures at the Emperor level. How could they possibly kneel before a lad who had not yet reached the age of 20? The second elder stood frozen, eventually regaining his senses, trembling as he asked, Elder Ancestor, have you perhaps mistaken the person? How could this young man possibly be the Tower Master? In Yao Hong's imagination, the Tower Master of the Pill Tower must be some ancient being, having lived for tens of thousands of years, wholly devoted to the art of alchemy. With a disheveled appearance and a long white beard, how could it be someone as youthful and handsome as Li Feng? Silence. The white-haired elder, the leader of the 5 ancestors, glared fiercely. Dan Xiaozi, you have taught your disciples well. How dare they offend the Tower Master? What punishment should they face? The second elder, Yao Xian, fell to his knees in terror, exclaiming, Are you truly the Tower Master? I have failed to recognize a true immortal. I beseech your forgiveness. Dan Xiaozi hastily knelt as well, apologizing to Li Feng. Tower Master, forgive me. I have not guided my disciple properly. This is an inexcusable offense. I shall ensure that Yao Hong is severely punished later. Li Feng smiled lightly and teased. Yao Hong, I preferred your earlier arrogant demeanor. Do restore it. I dare not. Yao Hong's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowing his head. Had he known that the person he had offended was the Tower Master of the Pill Tower, he would not have dared act so recklessly even if given 10 lives. We have not disciplined our disciples properly. Please forgive us, Tower Master. The other elders of the Pill Tower, upon hearing this, were equally stricken with fear, hastily kneeling to atone. They were now filled with a desire to eliminate Yao Hong. They pleaded with Li Feng like grandchildren begging for mercy, grateful that he had finally agreed to assume the role of Tower Master. The fact that he was disrespected by an unseeing disciple was a grave affront to the dignity of the 5 ancestors. If Li Feng were to become displeased and shift allegiance to another alchemical force, the Pill Tower's centuries-old prestige across the 3 myriad realms would be utterly obliterated. At this moment, Master Ling had collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, gazing at the unfolding scene as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. He had initially believed that the 5 ancestors were coming to support him, but now it seemed they might very well be here to attend his own funeral. The Master of the Dan Tower, a position of unparalleled authority, found himself overshadowed by Li Feng, who stood above even him. Xiao Yin, once proud and confident, now felt as though he had plummeted into an icy abyss. The very foundation of his arrogance crumbled before this young man, rendering him as pitiful as a dog. Senior, Xiao Yin stammered, trembling as he knelt before Li Feng in a desperate plea for mercy. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I beseech you, considering my master is also a disciple of the Dan Tower, to let us go as if it were a mere whim. I vow never to appear before you again. nor dare to oppose you or Lin Yanran for all eternity. What apology do you offer? Li Feng retorted sharply, his gaze piercing through Xiao Yan. Did you not claim that even a great Luo golden immortal could not save Lin Yanran? Did you not demand I pay a price for your appeasement when the towers might arrive? How is it now that you cower? If your connections are indeed formidable, should it not be I who kneels in supplication? Or perhaps, Li Feng continued, turning his icy glare towards the 5 ancestors of the Dan Tower. You old fools intend to stand up for him and challenge me. In that moment, Li Feng unleashed his celestial aura, enveloping the ancient emperors within its grip, instantly leaving them paralyzed with fear. Their imperial might shattered, they stood on the precipice of annihilation. Only then did the 5 ancestors realize that Li Feng was not merely a Dan emperor, but a transcendent powerhouse capable of severing celestial souls and vanquishing the 8 demon emperors. To truly provoke him was to invite not just the risk of losing their standing within the Dan Tower, but also the very real threat of their lives. Faced with Li Feng's overwhelming power, Xiao Yan's complexion drained of color, his pride dissipating into a vortex of despair. His accomplishments, a mere 20-year-old celestial realm cultivator, a low-tier alchemist, and a master with a prestigious background, were rendered utterly insignificant against Li Feng. This young man not only surpassed him in age, but could effortlessly suppress the might of the 5 ancestors, commanding the respect of all alchemists across the realm. In comparison to such a prodigy, Xiao Yan felt as though he had led a life of futility, utterly unworthy of consideration. It was laughable that he had once believed he could exact revenge on Li Feng through the Dan Tower. Now even the 5 ancestors were reduced to kneeling before him, awaiting their fate. Lin Yanran gazed at Li Feng, who radiated an aura of divine authority reminiscent of a celestial king. Her heart swelled with pride, her breath quickening with excitement. It became evident why the ancients had said that shattering the jade pendant would free one from all worries. It was not merely that, but a gateway to boundless freedom. Master of the tower, spare us. The 5 ancestors implored, prostrating themselves against the ground, their foreheads pressed against the earth. Drenched in cold sweat, the venerable Dan Xiaozi trembled, fearing that Li Feng might, in a fit of rage, eliminate both Yao Heng and himself on the spot. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he prepared to strike down Xiao Yan when suddenly, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Task triggered. Congratulations, host, for encountering the Child of Fortune. With your innate talents, it is advisable to foster a close bond, as there are numerous benefits in doing so. However, given that Xiao Yan harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you, quantified at 100, he is defined as an irreconcilable foe. As such, should you instigate feelings of defeat in the Child of Fortune and disrupt his auspicious opportunities, rewards shall be granted. Note: directly eliminating him yields no rewards. Ding. It has been detected that due to the host's suppression, the Destiny Child Xiao Yan's luck value has decreased by 20 points, leaving him with a current total of 80 points. Reward: Thunder Spirit Root. Reminder: reducing his luck to 0 will yield substantial rewards. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback as he perceived the sudden emergence of a purple spirit root within himself, astonished by the unexpected benefits. The Thunder God body is among the top 10 divine bodies, highly esteemed, and even outside the eternal soul power monument, he had yet to encounter one, underscoring its rarity. Now possessing the Thunder Spirit Root, he could potentially cultivate the Thunder God body. The Thunder Spirit Root coiled above his dantian like a languid dragon, occasionally emitting flickers of electricity that pierced through the void. It is said that the Thunder God body can hardly be confined even by the fabric of time and space, possessing formidable destructive power. His thoughts raced, and he instantly altered his course of action. Perhaps it was unnecessary to hasten Xiao Yan's demise. Instead, extracting the last vestiges of his value before leading him to despair and death would be the most cruel fate. However, ignorance is no fault. Li Feng waved his hand. Yao Heng has offended me, but considering it was unintentional, I shall impose a penalty of 10 years of free alchemy service for the Great Tang Empire. After a decade, I will bestow upon you the Imperial Pill to assist you in your ascension to Emperor. Yao Heng felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, overwhelmed with joy. He never anticipated such a minor punishment. The Tower Master was exceedingly magnanimous. This was not a punishment at all, but rather a reward. 10 years of free alchemy, followed by the opportunity to attain the status of Emperor. This was an immense boon for him. Yao Heng hurriedly bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Tower Master. for your benevolence. I shall remember this lesson and serve you faithfully for life." As for the elder Ling, who had wielded power through deceit, misjudged individuals, and tarnished the reputation of the alchemy tower, Li Feng's gaze turned icy as it focused on the frail figure crumpled on the ground. "From this day forth, your cultivation will be revoked, and you are to be expelled from the alchemy tower, never to set foot within again." The elder Ling's countenance instantly turned ashen. Yet he dared not voice a single complaint. All he possessed was bestowed by the alchemy tower, and now that it was being taken from him, what could he do? He was but a remnant soul. Having his power stripped would lead to his immediate demise. Ling Elder did not blame anyone but himself for lacking discernment. Having placed his trust in the arrogant wolf that was Xiao Yan. Once Xiao Yan rose to power, he became brazen and disregarded others, making enemies left and right. The elder had nearly lost his life to him on several occasions. Today, he was finally reaping the bitter fruits of his folly. Jin Tianxiao personally intervened, striking the elder Ling's remnant soul with a palm. With a muffled thud, the elder's soul energy dissipated like a deflated balloon. "Master!" Xiao Yan's eyes widened in rage as he struggled to crawl forward, yet an unseen force firmly pinned him to the ground. Before the towering giants of the great emperors, where could he dare to be so audacious? Li Feng strode toward Xiao Yan, looking down from his elevated position at this once arrogant son of destiny. A disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Yan, you have repeatedly offended me. By rights, you should be put to death. However, considering the arduousness of your cultivation, I shall spare your life today, but I will strip you of your powers. Should you feel aggrieved, you may seek revenge at a later date." "No, please spare me," Xiao Yan exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Before he could finish his plea, Li Feng's finger lightly touched his forehead. "Ah!" Xiao Yan let out a heart-wrenching scream as his dantian shattered, his meridians snapping like brittle twigs. The spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated over many years gushing forth like a flood. His vitality swiftly waned, plummeting from the realm of transcendent beings to that of mere mortals in the blink of an eye. Without a fortuitous encounter, he was destined to remain a commoner for the rest of his life. Li Feng gazed with satisfaction as he observed the clouds of fortune above Xiao Yan thinned further. The system prompt chimed again. Xiao Yan's fortune value decreased by 30 points, remaining 50 points. Reward: lightning root transformed into thunder god body. Begone. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Feng gently sent Xiao Yan flying hundreds of miles away. "Should I see you again, I shall not be merciful." After resolving matters concerning the Dan Tower, Li Feng instructed the personnel to return and then turned to Lin Yanran, a slight smile gracing his features. "Come, lead me to the Lin family." This branch of his lineage piqued his curiosity, and he yearned to see how they fared now. Lin Yanran dared not disobey, bowing respectfully. "It is a privilege for the Lin family to host you, esteemed elder. Please, follow me." Despite her being a few years older in bone age, she refrained from presumption, addressing Li Feng with utmost reverence. With 30,000 realms of masters preceding him, even emperors bowed before Li Feng's might. How could a mere maiden of the transcendent realm dare to be presumptuous? As they traversed the skies, they soon arrived at Linfeng City, where the entire city appeared to be shrouded beneath ominous thunderclouds, purple lightning flickering intermittently. Li Feng's innate thunder root stirred restlessly within him, as if drawn by some force. He pondered, does the Lin family practice lightning techniques? Lin Yanran nodded, responding, "Indeed, esteemed elder. Our ancestors inherited the Thunder Tao, and the primary disciples mostly cultivate the heavenly thunder righteous method. Unfortunately, the family has waned over the past century and has not produced any true masters of the Thunder Tao for quite some time." Just as they were about to enter the city, Li Feng suddenly sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy emanating from within, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. His expression shifted, and he seized Lin Yanran's wrist, dashing into the city. "This is not good. Someone may be killed." In an instant, Li Feng and Lin Yanran appeared above the Lin family's martial arena. Below, a young man clad in black brandished a spear crackling with purple lightning. Its tip poised menacingly at the throat of a burly man across from him. One thrust would surely claim the latter's life. "Lin Leihu, 10 years ago, you ambushed my father for the Thunder Spirit Stone, leaving him crippled. Today, I demand retribution for your blood debt." The young man clad in black, with eyes as red as embers, radiated with an aura of vengeance, surrounded by crackling lightning, as though the god of thunder had descended upon the earth. The formidable figure known as Lin Leihu was grievously injured, a charred wound marring his chest. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Lin Dong." In the grand competition of that year, victory and defeat were determined by skill. Your father was simply outmatched, and I am not to blame. Nonsense. Lin Dong roared, his spear surging with a tempestuous energy. Had you not resorted to treachery, my father would never have fallen to your hands. Today, I will take your life. With a swift thrust, the spear lunged forth, aimed directly at Lin Leihu's heart. Should the strike connect, Lin Leihu would surely meet his demise. In that critical moment, Li Feng appeared on the arena, calling out, "Stop!" At the sound of Li Feng's voice, Lin Dong's thunderous spear abruptly halted in midair, unable to advance an inch. The gathered members of the Lin family looked up in astonishment to see a man and woman suspended in the air. The man, clad in white, effortlessly subdued Lin Dong's full-force assault with mere gestures. Lin Yanran gasped, "Lin Dong, cousin, Uncle Leihu, what are you doing?" Lin Dong gritted his teeth, attempting to break free from the invisible restraint, yet realizing that his spiritual energy was completely stifled. He regarded Li Feng with heightened vigilance, asking Lin Yanran, "Yanran? Who is this?" Li Feng chuckled softly. "If we were to delve into lineage, you would all have to address me as your ancestor." 51. Pay your respects to the ancestor. Ancestor, how dare you insult our forebears? I shall fight you. Lin Dong's grip tightened around his spear, his face a mask of shock as he glared at the youthful man before him, enraged at the audacity of claiming such a title. How dare this insolent wretch belittle our Lin family? Today, I shall not spare you. The entire Lin clan seethed with fury, their eyes blazing with a desire for vengeance. Lin Yanran, fearing an eruption of conflict, hurriedly approached Li Feng, recounting how he had saved her from Xiao Yan, revealing his identity as the master of the Alchemy Tower in an enthralling narrative. Her words unfolded like a fable, each phrase etching deeper astonishment upon the faces of the Lin family. By the end, they stood agape, as if witnessing a specter. The legends of their family's heritage spanning millennia were indeed true, that mysterious jade pendant could summon such a formidable power from their own lineage. If Li Feng truly possessed such extraordinary talents, he must hold a position of utmost significance within the Lin family, making it entirely reasonable for the younger generations to refer to him as ancestor. After all, the Lin family resided in a remote region, unacquainted with the full scope of Li Feng's legendary exploits. The rumors of his ability to subdue saints and emperors left them in profound astonishment. It turned out that their forebear was not only the ancestor of the Lin family, but also the master of the Alchemy Tower. Lin Zhentian, the elder of the Lin family, quaked as he fell to his knees before Li Feng, offering his apologies. I, the younger generation, have failed to recognize the greatness before me. I humbly beseech your forgiveness, ancestor. Given Li Feng's formidable prowess, there was no need for him to jest with them. And thus Lin Zhentian naturally regarded Li Feng with the reverence one would accord to an ancestor. Moreover, considering the terrifying strength and background of Li Feng, even if he were merely a pretender to the title of Lin family's forebear, embracing such an identity and leaning against a great tree could only yield benefits for the Lin family. As the supreme elder of the Lin clan, Lin Zhentian understood well that, in the face of absolute power, dignity becomes negligible. With the supreme elder kneeling, it followed that others quickly fell to their knees in a long row, respectfully acknowledging the ancestor. Only Lin Dong regarded Li Feng with suspicion. As a disciple of the Burning Heaven refining sect, he had undoubtedly heard of Li Feng's renown. Yet, even if Li Feng were indeed the legendary prodigy, there was no justification for obstructing his quest for vengeance on behalf of his father. Li Feng raised his hand in a dismissive gesture and chuckled, "Please rise. Now that I have returned, I shall ensure that you recognize your roots. The resources that rightfully belong to you will not be neglected. Remember, your true ancestor is named Li Feng, the sovereign of the great Tang Empire in the Celestial Domain. The Celestial Domain is once again under our great Tang's dominion, and you are all scions of the royal lineage." Upon hearing this, the initially skeptical members of the Lin family lit up with excitement, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the fabled ruler of the great Tang Empire was indeed their ancestor. In a realm where sacred lands abound, all have yielded to the great Tang Empire, showcasing its immense strength. They felt as though fortune had smiled upon them from the heavens, granting them, without any effort, the status of imperial descendants, enjoying privileges that would rival those of any disciple from a sacred land. Was this not a divine blessing? Lin Zhentian, overwhelmed with joy, found himself at a loss for words, continuously rubbing his hands in exhilaration. This is magnificent. Today, under the guidance of our ancestor, we have come to understand where our roots lie. I, the unworthy descendant Lin Jintian, no, I shall be known as Li Jintian, am ever willing to lead my kin back to the grand family of the great Tang Empire in the celestial domain. The Lin family members echoed in unison, their excitement palpable. Li Feng, regardless of the authenticity of their sentiments, would treat his descendants with equal care. The vastness of the celestial domain rendered the addition of several thousand kin inconsequential. With the cultivation resources he had amassed over the years, he could easily sustain the disciples of the Li family, and with his celestial-level medicinal fields and exceptional alchemical skills, as long as future generations demonstrated diligence, there would be no fear of a lack of successors. Look at you, already 300 to 400 years old, yet merely at the semi-saint level. Here are several dozen bottles of entry to Saint pills for you. I expect you to break through to the Saint realm within 3 days. Li Feng casually tossed dozens of bottles of elixirs to Lin Jintian, instructing, from now on, any member of the Lin family who reaches the pinnacle of the celestial realm shall be rewarded with entry to Saint pills. Those without Saint-level cultivation should not claim to be elders of the Li family. Lin Jintian's face flushed with modesty as he carefully accepted the entry to Saint pills. Your unworthy descendant shall obey. All members of the Lin family gazed upon Li Feng as though he were a deity. After all, these were entry to Saint pills. Such elixirs often exist solely within the esteemed hands of celestial sects. Even if the entire Lin family were to be sold, they could not afford one. Who now dares proclaim that Li Feng is not their ancestral patriarch? They would never acquiesce. Li Feng relished the adoration of the Lin family members. To be revered by his descendants brought him immense joy as their venerable ancestor. I carry no elixirs inferior to the saintly conception pill to bestow upon you. Yet I can grant each of you the Thunder spiritual root, which aligns perfectly with your cultivation of Thunder-based techniques. This shall be your distinguishing trait. Upon your return to the great Tang Empire, formidable family members will undoubtedly provide you with ample resources for your training, ensuring you will not suffer any losses. Upon hearing Li Feng's assurances, all disciples of the Lin family felt an overwhelming surge of hope, and they fervently bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your bestowal, ancestor. Long live the ancestor. Li Feng's expression darkened as he jested. What a bunch of fools. Whom do you curse? How could I possibly have lived for merely 10,000 years? The assembly exchanged glances, hastily amending their words. The ancestor's longevity is equal to the heavens. May he enjoy eternal blessings. After dispersing the clan members, Li Feng inquired into the enmity between Lin Dong and Lin Lei Hu. Speak up, what is the matter? How could you, as kin, turn against each other? Lin Dong gritted his teeth and recounted the events from a decade prior during the clan's grand competition, where Lin Lei Hu, in a bid to seize the Thunder Spirit Stone that Lin Dong's father had fortuitously acquired, had resorted to underhanded means, poisoning his father, leading to his eventual degradation to a state of incapacitation. May the ancestor discern the truth. This Thunder Spirit Stone was rightfully obtained by my father from an ancient ruin. Lin Lei Hu, in his greed, resorted to vile methods to harm my father and steal this treasure. Lin Dong's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Lei Hu. Lin Lei Hu, pallid and shaken, retorted defiantly. The Thunder Spirit Stone is a treasure of the Thunder Path. It rightfully belongs to the strongest member of the family. Lin Dong's father is of mediocre talent and unworthy of possessing such an artifact. Preposterous. Li Feng's voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of lightning, causing Lin Lei Hu to cough blood. Do you still justify your pillaging? To harm a fellow clansman is an even graver sin. He gestured with his hand, and a glimmering purple crystal soared from Lin Lei Hu's grasp. It was indeed the Thunder Spirit Stone that had incited this conflict. The crystal hovered in Li Feng's palm, resonating powerfully with the Thunder God body within him, radiating a dazzling light. This object was truly remarkable, containing a trace of the essence of the Thunder Path. Li Feng examined it momentarily before turning his gaze towards Lin Dong. Where is your father now? 52. Reward him with the art of celestial talisman crafting. Lin Dong was taken aback, then his excitement surged. My father is in the back courtyard recovering. Lin Dong's heart leaped with joy. The ancestor, being the master of the alchemist tower, must possess the means to heal his father. Lead the way. The group arrived at a humble straw hut in the Lin family's backyard. Upon opening the door, they found a gaunt middle-aged man lying upon a bed, his breath faint. As he caught sight of the intruders, he struggled to open his murky eyes. "Donger, what is this?" "Father, the ancestor has come to see you." Lin Dong knelt beside the bed, his voice choked with emotion. Li Feng stepped forward to investigate and discovered that Lin Dong's father had suffered a complete rupture of his meridians and a shattered dantian. That he had survived until now was nothing short of miraculous. Fortunately, as long as there was breath, he could be saved. With a soft sigh, he retrieved a pill the size of a longan from his bosom. The moment the pill emerged, the room was filled with an enchanting fragrance, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar. It was the legendary Imperial-grade resurrection pill. Lin Dong gasped in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. This was a treasure capable of reviving the dead, thought to be a lost relic of legend. As one of the chosen ones, he was also an alchemist, and had long known that the few pills capable of saving his father were precious treasures, many of which were already lost to time, impossible to refine. Thus, the sudden appearance of the fabled Imperial Resurrection pill in Li Feng's hands left Lin Dong utterly astounded. Is it merely a pill? What is so remarkable about it? Li Feng smiled faintly, placing the pill into Lin Dong's father's mouth, while simultaneously pressing his palm against the man's crown, continuously infusing the essence of the immortal body. Before long, Lin Dong's father trembled violently as fine black impurities surfaced upon his skin, and his once withered visage regained color at a visibly rapid pace. With a roar, Lin Dong's father abruptly sat up, his spiritual energy surging, remarkably recovering from a state of utter incapacitation to that of a sage. "Am I truly healed?" He gazed at his hands in disbelief, then suddenly knelt before Li Feng, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor, for granting me rebirth." Lin Dong also knelt, filled with profound respect, expressing his heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, ancestor, for saving my father. From this day forth, Lin Dong's life belongs to you, to command as you wish." Opportunity triggered. Congratulations to the host for encountering the fated son Lin Dong. With the host's talents, it is best to befriend him, as there are numerous benefits in doing so. The fated son's goodwill towards the host will yield rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a goodwill level of 100 with fated son Lin Dong. Current goodwill level, reverence. Reward, celestial grade talisman, crafting technique, secret record of heavenly talismans. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Li Feng's mind, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. It appeared that being an ancestor of a fated son had its advantages. A small act of kindness could elicit profound gratitude from him. Investing early in a fated son certainly bore great benefits. Moreover, as his own descendant, who else would nurture him if not himself? He turned and handed the Thunder Spirit Stone to Lin Dong, smiling as he said, "This is merely my duty as an ancestor. This item rightfully belongs to its original owner. From this day forth, you shall be the divine son of the Li family, enjoying the same cultivation resources as a prince." Upon hearing this, those around them cast envious glances at Lin Dong. The treatment akin to that of a prince in the Great Tang Empire was, in essence, no different from the support provided by a sacred land. The entire Great Tang Empire dominated the heavenly realm, yet had only 18 princes, all of whom were direct descendants of the ancestor. Lin Dong had truly soared to unprecedented heights, more esteemed than merely becoming a divine son of a sacred land. As for how they were aware of such matters, it was due to Li Feng directly imparting essential information about the Great Tang Empire to everyone. It would not do to have them blindly assimilate into the empire without knowledge. Lin Dong stood frozen, looking helplessly at Lin Jintian. Having just received immense grace from Li Feng, he was now astonished by such a grand reward. The old patriarch nodded with satisfaction, recognizing the wisdom of the ancestor. Lin Dong was exceptionally gifted. With proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable candidate for the path of the great emperor. Lin Dong, kneel and express your gratitude to the ancestor. Lin Dong promptly knelt, bowing deeply 3 times to Li Feng. "Thank you, ancestor, for your cultivation. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strive to bring glory to the Li family in the future." Li Feng then turned his gaze toward the ashen-faced Lin Lehu, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "As for you, your selfish desires have harmed your kin, a crime unforgivable. Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Lin family, never to set foot in Linfeng City again." Li Feng abhorred seeing his descendants harm one another. Only a family devoid of virtue would allow such fratricide, and this individual was a slap in his face. With a mere gesture, Lin Lehu let out a pained cry as his spiritual power dissipated, aging him by decades in an instant. No, my cultivation. Lin Lehu collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. At that moment, a raucous laughter echoed above the Lin family. Ha ha, Lin Dong. Who would have thought you would dare to leave the alchemy sect and return to your clan? Today marks your demise, and I shall annihilate your entire family with you. Before he could finish, for overwhelming presences descended from the sky, led by a young man clad in fine garments, followed by 3 deeply formidable elders. The youth looked down upon the Lin family with a sinister gaze, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. Zhao Tingjun. Lin Dong's expression changed drastically as he coldly retorted, "You dare to follow me?" Zhao Tingjun was a prodigy of the Burning Sky alchemy sect, possessing the Flame Emperor's sacred body, and had always been at odds with Lin Dong, as they were rivals for the position of Holy Son. Unlike Lin Dong, who hailed from humble beginnings, Zhao Tingjun came from a prestigious family with a quasi-emperor among their ranks. Thus, upon seeing him appear at the Lin family, Lin Dong's complexion paled. In the past, he would have feared bringing calamity upon his family, but now he felt no concern whatsoever. With the esteemed ancestor Li Feng present, even the emperor's own child, Lin Dong, had no reason to worry. Zhao Tingjun sneered. How else could I find the opportunity to eliminate you, the Holy Son candidate? I shall clear the path for myself. A mere impoverished wretch like you has no right to compete with me for the position of Holy Son. Not only will you die today, but the entire Lin family shall be buried alongside you. Lin Jintian sensed the overwhelming aura of the adversary, his face paling in shock. There were even 3 saint-level protectors among them. A wave of panic swept through the Lin family. The Saint Realm represented the pinnacle of power in this remote little city. To have 3 appear at once was unprecedented. This is disastrous. Our Lin family has only one saint, Lin Dong's father. How can we confront them? An elder sighed deeply. Alas, we have only just returned to our ancestral roots. And now we face the threat of annihilation. The youthful descendants wore faces of despair, tears of hopelessness filling their eyes. Suddenly, Lin Jintian realized something and turned to Li Feng, exclaiming with excitement, "No, our lineage originates from the imperial family of the Great Tang Dynasty. And with the ancestral master of the Dan Tower present, what does the Saint Realm even signify?" Lin Yinran chimed in with a light-hearted laugh. "There is no need for concern, everyone. With our ancestral master here today, no one can trouble the Lin family." Humph, such arrogance. Zhao Tingjun laughed maniacally upon hearing this, as if he were the master of the Dan Tower. If he were truly the master, then I would be a transcendent immortal. None of you will leave here alive today. Elders, act swiftly. At that moment, the 3 elder saints unleashed their formidable power, casting a terrifying pressure over the entire Lin family. However, just as their lethal strikes descended, a calm voice resonated. "Mere ants of the Saint Realm dare to act so brazenly before me? Your family has no need to continue existing." Li Feng stepped forward, and in an instant, a surge of lightning enveloped him, piercing through the void as if the thunder god had descended upon the mortal realm. Without any visible movement, he merely waved his hand, and 3 bolts of purple lightning fell from the void, transforming into a thunder spear, a thunder blade, and a thunder hammer, crashing down upon the heads of the 3 elder saints. Ah! 3 agonized cries echoed simultaneously. The 3 powerful saints had no chance to resist and were reduced to ashes amidst the tempest of thunder. Zhao Tingjuan's smile froze on his face, his legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. He could hardly fathom the terrifying power of the young man before him, capable of instantly slaying 3 saints. Surely, even the divine son of the fiery heaven refining sect could not possess such strength. Who on earth was this anomaly? Could it be that he truly was the master of the Dan Tower, possessing the capability to annihilate the Zhao family? Please spare me, senior. I did not recognize the true immortal before me and am willing to offer everything as an apology. At this moment, Zhao Tingjun was engulfed in regret. Had he known the Lin family had such a terrifying powerhouse, he would never have dared to confront them. Li Feng did not even glance at him, turning instead to Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, how should we deal with this person?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong clasped his fists, saying, "It is entirely up to the ancestral master's discretion." "Then let us execute him," Li Feng replied nonchalantly, snapping his fingers. A bolt of lightning pierced through Zhao Tingjuan's forehead, and the prodigy of the fiery heaven refining sect did not even have time to scream before his soul was shattered. There was no need for the Zhao family to exist any longer. One who dared to threaten the annihilation of my entire clan must see their own family become pawns on the betting table. Willing to gamble must be prepared to lose. The entire scene fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a singular thought coursed through their minds. What an imposing ancestral master. What a captivating ancestral master. To annihilate 3 saints with but a snap of the fingers. What terrifying prowess. Moreover, he was unafraid of retaliation, declaring that the destruction of a millennia-old family was as trivial as squashing a mere insect, showcasing both protectiveness and dominance. Lin Dong was the first to regain his composure, raising his arm high and proclaiming, "The ancestral master is unrivaled under heaven, sweeping through the ages. The ancestral master is unrivaled under heaven, sweeping through the ages." All the clan members echoed in jubilant celebration. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to assist Lin Dong to his feet. "Arise, for you possess the Thunder Spirit root and have been recognized by the Thunder Spirit Stone. I shall aid you in condensing the Thunder God body. I hope you will diligently cultivate." With that, he pointed a finger at Lin Dong's brow, directly imparting his insights regarding the Thunder God body. Lin Dong trembled violently, feeling an influx of profound scriptures manifesting in his mind, each imbued with the supreme essence of the Thunder Path. If he could digest these scriptures, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled Thunder God. "Thank you, Ancestor, for bestowing this knowledge," Lin Dong exclaimed, his body quaking with excitement. The comprehension of the Thunder God body that Li Feng had transmitted far surpassed any techniques he had encountered previously at the Burning Heaven Refining Sect. As Lin Dong expressed his gratitude, a cold female voice emanated from a broken talisman within him. "Your ancestor is truly remarkable. He possesses at least 3 legendary divine bodies. Perhaps he is the being most likely to ascend to immortality in this realm." Lin Dong thought excitedly, "That is truly splendid." The cold voice seemed displeased that Lin Dong idolized Li Feng more than herself, haughtily retorting, "However, you need not belittle yourself. If you follow my guidance, you may also achieve the Tao through talismans and become a talisman immortal. Your ancestor is merely 18 years old, no matter his prowess. He cannot possibly comprehend the affairs of the immortal domain better than I do." Lin Dong, possessing high emotional intelligence, promptly praised, "Master, both of you are extraordinary individuals. I shall heed your words carefully, striving to become a legendary immortal and attain eternal life." This broken ancient talisman was Lin Dong's greatest secret. The woman within claimed to be a true immortal from the immortal domain, having fallen into the realm of 30,000 worlds while being pursued by enemies. It was her assistance that allowed Lin Dong, as an ordinary being, to rise from the Lin family's branch to his current status. Li Feng waved his sleeve, enveloping the entire Lin family in a resplendent golden light. Countless formations intertwined in the air, forming a colossal teleportation array. "Rise," with a gentle command. Everyone from the Lin family, along with their homes, instantaneously vanished from their location, directly transported to the imperial city of the Tang dynasty in the celestial domain. Is this the prowess of the ancestor? Lin Yinran's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her speechless. Lin Dong was equally dumbfounded. Although he had witnessed numerous formidable techniques at the Burning Heaven Refining Sect, he had never seen such effortless teleportation of an entire family across countless domains. In truth, Li Feng was not without effort. Had he not been able to remotely control the celestial martial immortal cauldron and harness its power, he would not have been able to accomplish such an extraordinary feat without breaking through to the Emperor realm. "Come, let us visit the Zhao family. Having declared our intent to annihilate them, we must not go back on our word." Li Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a time-space severing blade manifesting beneath his feet, carrying the two through layers of space. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family, Zhao Shanhe, the patriarch, was merrily toasting with Mo Tianqing, the third elder of the Burning Heaven Refining Sect. "Elder Mo, I am immensely grateful for your support. It is thanks to you that my grandson has been able to establish himself in the refining sect." Zhao Shanhe beamed, raising his cup in salute. Mo Tianqing stroked his beard and chuckled. "Zhao Tingjun possesses extraordinary talent and the sacred body of the Flame Emperor. He is destined for greatness. However, Lin Dong is no ordinary opponent. If he can successfully eliminate Lin Dong, The position of the Holy Son will undoubtedly be his. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his expression suddenly changed, and he leapt to his feet, tearing through the fabric of space to flee. This is bad. There's murderous intent. We must leave quickly. Boom. A colossal golden palm print descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Zhao family ancestral grounds within its grasp. It was as if a single hand could block the sky, rendering even an ant immobile. The pressure of a quasi-emperor. Who among our adversaries would act so ruthlessly? Striking without warning? Zhao Shanna's heart shattered in despair, and without hesitation, he too tore through space to escape. Mo Tianqing hastily invoked a life-saving secret technique, following Zhao Shanha into the void. Just as they had fled 1,000,000 miles away, they heard an earth-shattering explosion behind them. Turning back, they beheld the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, reduced to an unfathomable pit by a single golden giant palm. Who dares to unleash such a lethal attack upon my Zhao family? Zhao Shanha watched helplessly as his entire clan was annihilated, his eyes wide with rage and despair, his body trembling as the very fabric of reality around him began to collapse under the weight of his fury. Mo Tianqing, equally incensed, coldly remarked, "Such audacity! To dare strike at a family under the protection of my burning heaven refining sect. Truly, they seek their own demise." With bloodlust ignited, they returned to the ruins, where they saw a white-clad youth standing with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by Lin Dong and Lin Yanran. "You three little wretches dare to bring death to my Zhao family?" Zhao Shanha could scarcely believe his eyes. The earlier display of power had emanated from three barely grown youths. Mo Tianqing concentrated, sensing Li Feng's aura, and furrowed his brow. Great Sage Realm? Impossible. That strike was clearly the work of a quasi-emperor. Who is the master of your family? If you dare to act, do not hide like a turtle. Let him come forth immediately to apologize to this elder. Li Feng scoffed dismissively. For dealing with you, the Great Sage Realm suffices. What are you? To demand an apology from me? Arrogance. Zhao Shanha's fury twisted into a mocking grin. A mere Great Sage dares to speak so boldly. Today, I shall have your blood for your family's transgressions, leaving none alive. He unleashed his quasi-emperor level aura, summoning a blood-red long sword that glimmered like blood, tearing through the air. The blade's crimson light morphed into a river of blood, cascading toward Li Feng and his companions. Unfazed, Li Feng raised his right hand, allowing the sacred domain of immortal Tao to ripple forth, ensnaring all beings beneath the realm of immortals. With a mere flick of his fingertip, a time-space slashing sword materialized within the sacred domain, entwined with the arc of thunder that shattered the void, piercing through Zhao Shanha's brow in an instant. What kind of divine power is this? How many divine bodies do you possess? Zhao Shanha's rage and murderous intent transformed into sheer terror. He was no fool and understood that the more divine manifestations fused within the sacred domain, the more formidable it became. Li Feng's celestial blade of time and space has merged two divine manifestations, complemented by the thunderous arcs that pierce the heavens. This young man possesses at least 3 formidable divine bodies. Zhao Shanha has vaguely discerned Li Feng's true identity, but alas, it is too late. His formidable quasi-emperor physique was effortlessly pierced by a mere finger from Li Feng, reducing him to dust in an instant. He made not a single attempt to resist, and with a soft puff, he dissipated into the ether, leaving no trace behind. A quasi-emperor, who had roamed for millennia and ranked among the elite in countless realms, has thus fallen, his essence and spirit extinguished without a remnant. Hiss! Mo Tianqing inhaled sharply. A bone-chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, as if his very blood were on the verge of freezing. He witnessed a quasi-emperor being crushed before Li Feng, as insignificant as an ant. The nonchalance with which Li Feng regarded such a powerful figure was profoundly shocking. His legs trembled, and he felt a desperate urge to flee. Yet, his position as an elder of the burning heaven refining sect and a flicker of hope compelled him to glare defiantly at Li Feng, while he weakly shouted at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, as a disciple of the burning heaven refining sect, how dare you conspire with outsiders to slay Zhao Shanha of our affiliated family? Do you comprehend the immense calamity you have wrought? If you wish to avoid a fate of being flayed alive, surrender him immediately and return with this elder to plead for forgiveness. Do not presume that you have found a protector. The burning heaven refining sect has stood the test of time, its depth beyond your imagination. With 10 Imperial weapons unleashed, we could annihilate any emperor. Moreover, the ancestral relic left by our forebears, a celestial weapon embryo that suppresses fortune, possesses earth-shattering power. Even a semi-immortal would not dare to provoke us lightly. Your actions today amount to a declaration of war against the burning heaven refining sect, a cost you cannot bear. Your Lin family will be extinguished because of you. It is in your best interest to surrender and accompany me back to the sect to seek atonement. Perhaps your entire clan may yet have a sliver of hope. Mo Tianqing's voice trembled, yet he endeavored to make his words sound resolute. Hoping that the esteemed reputation and terrifying foundation of the burning heaven refining sect would intimidate his adversaries, Lin Dong quietly conveyed to Li Feng, "Elder, perhaps we should reconsider. The burning heaven refining sect is renowned for its mastery of weaponry, even surpassing the Pill Tower. With 10 imperial weapons and a celestial weapon embryo to suppress fortune, no one dares challenge the burning heaven refining sect unless they are true immortals." However, Li Feng merely cast a sidelong glance, waved his hand dismissively, and regarded Mo Tianqing with indifference, as one might regard a bothersome fly. A confident and disdainful smile graced his lips. The burning heaven refining sect? Huh. Even if they possess 10 imperial weapons, or 100 or 1,000, what does it matter as long as they do not involve the celestial? As for your celestial weapon embryo, to my knowledge, no one has yet been able to wield it. What threat does it pose? Li Feng never engages in battles without certainty. He has long since discerned the intricacies of the burning heaven refining sect. He stepped forward, and the oppressive aura of the celestial Dao sacred domain descended upon him like a collapsing sky. Mo Tianqing felt as though he were an ant, pinned down beneath a foot, on the verge of being crushed into a bloody pulp. You, the burning heaven refining sect, may not seek me out, but I shall come to demand an explanation, he declared, questioning how they could tolerate their disciples' brazen arrogance and their propensity to annihilate entire clans while acting under the banner of the burning heaven refining sect. The cold glint of murderous intent in Li Feng's eyes sent a shiver down Mo Tianqing's spine. He was utterly convinced that if Li Feng wished to kill him at that moment, he would not survive even a heartbeat longer. He had never imagined that someone would dare to so blatantly disregard the burning heaven refining sect. Who did this young man think he was? You are mad. Utterly arrogant and ignorant. Just wait until the celestial army of our sacred sect arrives. We'll see what you can do then. Suddenly, Mo Tianqing crushed a blood-red jade pendant at his waist, calling for aid from his sect. He was determined to summon powerful reinforcements to suppress this fiend at any cost. Humph, seeking help? Li Feng's gaze turned icy, tinged with impatience. My time is precious. I have no interest in waiting for their slow arrival. I want you to witness firsthand that even if I storm into the burning heaven refining sect, they will be powerless against me. Before he finished speaking, Li Feng's right hand reached out, and in an instant, a colossal hand appeared from thin air, disregarding the distance of space, and firmly grasped Mo Tianqing in its palm. Ah! Mo Tianqing let out a piercing scream, his quasi-imperial cultivation level rendering him no different from an ordinary mortal before Li Feng. Let me go? The burning heaven refining sect will not spare you, he roared from within the giant hand. Li Feng, however, did not even spare him a glance. He turned to Lin Dong, and Lin Yanran beside him, and said calmly, "Let us go. Since he refuses to yield, I shall personally pay a visit to the burning heaven refining sect. I wish to see what price they can offer that would be intolerable for me." Lin Dong and Lin Yanran nodded eagerly. Yes, ancestor. With a mere thought, Li Feng enlarged the time-space, slashing sky blade beneath his feet, transporting the three of them through layers of space. In his other hand, he lifted Mo Tianqing as one would a chick, and despite his struggles, he could not escape Li Feng's grasp. Ha! You foolish child, you are merely seeking your own demise. Though captured. Upon hearing Li Feng's intention to actively approach the burning heaven refining sect, Mo Tianqing felt a surge of wild joy. You tread the path to heaven but refuse to walk it. You crash into hell without invitation. The burning heaven refining sect is the sacred ground of all refining arts, fortified by myriad formations, as solid as a fortress, with 10 imperial weapons at the ready and the celestial artifact embryo suppressing the core. We possess the power to easily obliterate an emperor. Furthermore, our reclusive ancestor, the Pillar of Heaven, stands guard, an unmatched entity nearly at the threshold of true immortality. You shall undoubtedly perish. I await your screams of despair, trapped within the burning heaven purgatory for millennia. Mo Tianqing laughed maniacally, as if he could already envision Li Feng disintegrating beneath the terrifying foundations of the burning heaven refining sect. To him, Li Feng's actions were akin to a moth fluttering towards a flame, foolishly naive. He anticipated witnessing the downfall of this arrogant individual with his own eyes. Li Feng remained indifferent to his boisterous proclamations, deftly wielding the celestial blade of time and space, traversing through the intricate layers of spatial passages with unparalleled speed. Behind him, Lin Dong and Lin Yanran stood anxiously yet eagerly, their unwavering faith in their ancestor mingled with a tinge of trepidation. For the formidable reputation of the burning heaven refining sect loomed large in their minds. As they crossed several vast domains, a magnificent spectacle abruptly unfolded in the void ahead. 72 active volcanoes, each erupting with vibrant, true flames from the Earth's core, were meticulously arranged in a profound celestial formation. Encircling a grand sect suspended above an endless sea of fire, the territory of the burning heaven refining sect. On the continent, resplendent palaces and jade towers stretched endlessly, while colossal refining furnaces, akin to stars, exhaled flames of myriad hues, casting a kaleidoscopic glow across the sky. At the very moment Li Feng and the three others arrived at the mountain gate, an extraordinary sound resonated. 9 resounding chimes of a bell. The bell's toll carried no hostility. Instead, it brimmed with warmth, as if welcoming exalted guests of the highest order. The 9-chime bell was a ceremonial greeting reserved for immortals. The exuberant laughter of Mo Tianqing, who was held in Li Feng's grasp, abruptly froze. His eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. This ceremonial bell, the highest token of hospitality from the sect, would typically ring thrice even for an emperor. Yet, this young man before them was honored with 9 resounding chimes. Such a grand salute was bestowed only upon benefactors who had conferred immense blessings upon the sect or upon true immortals of even loftier realms. In the thousands of years since Mo Tianqing joined the burning heaven refining sect, he had never witnessed the 9 chimes ringing in unison. Following this, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Mo Tianqing and all those roused by the pealing bell, rushing forth from various refining chambers and abodes within the sect. The gates of the burning heaven refining sect swung open dramatically, revealing a crimson carpet extending 1,000 miles from the peak of the main hall, sprawling through the void and leading directly to Li Feng's feet. This was no ordinary carpet. It was woven from countless strands of pure solar, true fire, emanating a warm glow and flowing with the principles of utmost brightness. The energy expended to activate such a treasure could forge an imperial weapon. Should a cultivator tread upon it, their body would undergo countless trials, healing hidden injuries and ailments, even tempering their divine physique, offering immense benefits even to those at the emperor level. In the next instant, 12 figures radiating terrifying imperial might and unfathomable presence appeared on either side of the crimson carpet as if teleported. These 18 individuals were none other than the reclusive supreme elders of the burning heaven refining sect. Among them, several had reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, regarded as ancient titans. More importantly, they were all imperial-grade refining masters, their statuses immensely esteemed, with countless emperors indebted to them for their favors. At this moment, the 18 venerable elders bore solemn expressions, their eyes reflecting a near-reverent respect as they collectively bowed deeply towards the ethereal figure of Li Feng, welcoming his arrival. In unison, they proclaimed with resounding voices that echoed across the land. The burning sky refining sect humbly welcomes the master of the Pill Tower, the keeper of the celestial martial cauldron, the supreme of the eternal soul power monument, Lord Li Feng, who graces us with his presence. We beseech your forgiveness for our inadequate reception. The arrival of Lord Li Feng illuminated the entirety of the burning sky refining sect with unparalleled glory. The thunderous voices reverberated throughout the sect, causing countless disciples to be astounded, their minds reeling in disbelief. The master of the Pill Tower? Is this young man truly the legendary Li Feng, the sole master alchemist of the 30,000 realms? They murmured, the foremost of the eternal soul power monument. At merely 18 years of age, he vanquished the remnants of celestial beasts in the soul battlefield, rumored to be the scion of the ancient sacred land, possessing several divine bodies and combat prowess rivaling that of a half-immortal. You are all misinformed, compared to the monumental feats he has accomplished. His identity as a scion pales in significance. Not long ago, he even forged a celestial weapon, annihilating 8 formidable demon emperors with it. The disciples buzzed with excitement. And with the final utterance, an epiphany washed over them. Good heavens, he has forged an imperial weapon. No wonder the sect rang the 9 bells in unison, and the 18 elders bowed in deference. This occasion surpasses even the previous welcome for that living fossil at the brink of true immortality by 100-fold. It seemed the sect aimed to curry favor with Li Feng, hoping he would assist in completing the crafting of that half-finished celestial weapon. Should they succeed, the Burning Sky Refining sect would bask in the protection of a celestial artifact, gaining a stronger voice in the grand world. A solemn elder remarked, "It may be even more significant than that. I have heard the sect leader mention on numerous occasions that if Li Feng were to become the master of our Burning Sky Refining Tower, he could elevate our sect to unprecedented heights, rendering all other refining sects inconsequential." Within and beyond the mountain gates, excitement erupted as all disciples of the Burning Sky Refining sect displayed expressions of profound yearning and anticipation. Should Li Feng join their ranks, the sect's prestige would soar to unimaginable heights, and they, as disciples, would share in that honor. Meanwhile, Mo Tianxing, who was currently being held as if he were a mere ragdoll by Li Feng, found his mind utterly blank. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing all his hatred and hopes, leaving only chilling despair. The young man he had offended was, in fact, the master of the Pill Tower. Not only was he gifted beyond measure, but he also controlled the very lifeblood of alchemical substances across the multiverse, and even their Burning Sky Refining sect sought his aid in crafting weapons. Moreover, this Li Feng was the keeper of the Celestial Martial Cauldron, a true celestial artifact. It was no wonder he could effortlessly traverse the Lin family, nor that he regarded emperors as mere insects. He himself was a living legend. With a gasp, Mo Tianxing, overwhelmed by fear, spewed forth a mouthful of vital blood. His complexion as pale as parchment. What he had kicked was not merely an iron plate. It was akin to a colossal ancient divine mountain capable of collapsing the very heavens and worlds. The threats and derisive laughter from before, in the presence of someone of Li Feng's stature and strength, now appeared as nothing more than a grand jest. The proud sect background he once boasted of seemed utterly trivial before Li Feng. At that moment, deep within the furnace of heaven refining sect, a majestic aura imbued with celestial light emanated, akin to a true immortal gradually awakening, instantly stirring the ancient beings across the vast domains nearby. This overwhelming presence was imbued with an ancient and profound energy, capable of causing the 30,000 great paths to oscillate, a force that even the mightiest emperors could not withstand. All the quasi-emperor elder statesmen present found themselves instinctively bowing lower. Only Li Feng stood resolutely within the sacred domain of immortality, unperturbed by any external pressure, resembling a youthful immortal king, his gaze calm, awaiting the semi-immortal ancestor of the furnace of heaven refining sect to personally welcome him. A figure silently materialized at the end of the 1,000-mile crimson carpet, before the grand hall of the main peak. It was an elderly man clad in simple hemp robes, his face gaunt and body hunched, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet, as he stood there, he instantly became the focal point of the universe, outshining even the brilliance of the sun and moon. He was the pillar of the furnace of heaven refining sect, the alchemist elder who had spent 100,000 years in seclusion striving for the true immortal realm. In the murky depths of the elder's eyes, visions of chaotic creation and the cosmic cycle flickered. His gaze settled upon Li Feng, radiating a reverent solemnity akin to that of a pilgrimage, coupled with an unmistakable hint of awe, as he spoke with gravity. "I, the old alchemist Tian, humbly welcome Master Li." At this moment, silence enveloped the furnace of heaven refining sect. The elder, a living fossil who had traversed countless epochs and stood on the verge of the true immortal threshold, was now kneeling on one knee to greet Li Feng, his posture humbled to the dust. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. "Ancestor, how can you kneel to a mere mortal?" A young holy son exclaimed in disbelief, his voice quivering uncontrollably as he struggled to accept this reality. His faith shattered in an instant. The semi-immortal ancestor was one of the most powerful beings across the 30,000 realms, deserving of utmost reverence. Who, besides a true immortal, was worthy of such deference? Li Feng, at merely 18 years of age, younger than himself, had compelled the ancestor to bow. This was an utterly surreal spectacle for the entire Furnace of Heaven refining sect. However, he was promptly silenced by an elder beside him, who feared disrupting the elder's plans. The elder's choice to honor Li Feng at such a cost to his dignity must hold significant implications. Meanwhile, Imo Tianxing, who was being gripped by Li Feng as though he were a lifeless dog, felt a jolt run through his body, nearly collapsing to the ground as the last vestiges of vitality drained from him. He stood there in stunned silence, as if the entire world was spinning, lost in the bewilderment of existence. The once revered elder now appeared so humble before this young man. Who could possibly stand up for him now? Subsequently, the venerable ancestor of the Burning Sky refining sect knelt on one knee, beseeching Li Feng to assume the esteemed position of master of the Burning Sky refining tower. This role is one of unparalleled prestige within the craft of refining, surpassing even that of the ancestor himself. As a representative of the Burning Sky refining sect, I earnestly implore you, Master Li Feng, to take on the mantle of the Burning Sky refining tower's master and complete its construction. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The master of the Burning Sky refining tower has traditionally been a title reserved for those capable of forging celestial artifacts. All refining artisans across the realm would heed the commands of the tower's master. Li Feng, already the master of the Pill Tower, could he truly be so extraordinarily gifted? Moreover, the Burning Sky refining tower is the only semi-divine artifact of the Burning Sky refining sect, which has languished in a state of incompletion since its creation by the sect's founding ancestor. Could he be more formidable than a true celestial? Presently, Li Feng stands as the sole celestial-grade refining artisan within the 30,000 realms. Perhaps only he possesses the ability to finalize the construction of the Burning Sky refining tower. Amidst the murmurs of the assembly, Li Feng shook his head. The position of master of the Burning Sky refining tower? I am somewhat aware of the gravity of this title. To command the Burning Sky refining tower is to wield authority over the art of refining across the myriad realms, capable of issuing edicts to all artisans. However, this tower ultimately remains an unfinished semi-divine artifact bequeathed by my sect's founding ancestor. It is beyond my capacity to refine. Why should I squander my time in pursuit of fleeting fame? I, Li Feng, prefer substance over superficial accolades. I may attempt to forge the Burning Sky refining tower. Yet what tangible benefit would it yield for me? The venerable ancestor fell silent for a moment, then spoke gravely. If Master Li can succeed in refining the celestial tower, allowing our sect's legacy to endure and elevate, both myself and the entirety of the Burning Sky refining sect are willing to offer the very foundations of our sect, the seed of the seven-colored earth fire. What? Ancestor? You must not. The voices of the sect members rose in alarm. The earth fire is the lifeblood of our sect. Without it, how will the disciples refine artifacts? All members of the Burning Sky refining sect urged against this proposition, as it directly threatened their collective welfare. On either side of the crimson carpet, the venerable elders stood in solemn posture, their gazes lifting with disbelief etched upon their faces. This was a matter they found exceedingly difficult to acquiesce to. They had presumed that the ancestors' warm reception of Li Feng would inspire gratitude, leading him to voluntarily undertake the construction of the Burning Sky refining tower. They had not anticipated his audacity in demanding the seed of the seven-colored earth fire. The seven-colored earth fire serves as the foundation upon which the Burning Sky refining sect has maintained its dominance in the realm of refining. It is the core source for the sect's grand formations and the disciples' body tempering and artifact refining. The loss of this primal fire would signify a severance of their very foundation. Ancestor, you must reconsider. I and the entire Burning Sky refining sect cannot accept such terms. A particularly resonant voice suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by a towering figure clad in crimson, tearing through the void to land upon the vast expanse of fiery carpet beside the venerable ancestor. The newcomer stood tall and resolute, his handsome visage radiating a fiery defiance. Clad in resplendent crimson and gold battle attire that billowed like a tempest, emanating the formidable aura of a half-step emperor, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. He was none other than Chun Ming, the foremost prodigy of the Burning Sky refining sect. Chun Ming's eyes blazed with a fierce crimson glow. After persuading the elder who knelt before him, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Li Feng, his expression rife with unabashed hostility. Elder, the seven-colored earth fire is the foundation of our sect. It is also the final bastion for disciples to attain enlightenment and break through to the rank of emperor. After a century of seclusion, I have reached a bottleneck in my comprehension. All that remains is to utilize the sect's primordial divine fire to refine my lifelong learnings and forge my destined imperial weapon, which would enable me to shatter the imperial barrier in one fell swoop. Should I relinquish the fire seed at this moment, my path to enlightenment would be irrevocably severed. He raised his hand, pointing vehemently at Li Feng, exclaiming, "How can the elder be so certain that he can forge the celestial refinement tower? A feat that even our sect's founding ancestor could not accomplish? If he fails, would our seven-colored earth fire not be given away in vain?" Xiao Yan's words ignited an uproar among the congregation. Every voice echoed in agreement. What the young master says is indeed true. Our founding ancestor was an extraordinary talent. Yet he too could not complete this tower, leaving only an unfinished embryo behind as he ascended to immortality. Li Feng, barely 18, with all his supposed fortune, how could he possibly compare to an immortal ancestor? An elder with fiery red hair and an explosive temperament could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, directly challenging Li Feng's capabilities in artifact crafting. Indeed, the forging of celestial artifacts is no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead not only to the destruction of the tower, but also to the annihilation of our celestial refinement sect and the fire domain, with consequences too dire to contemplate. Another elder, gaunt and solemn, echoed the sentiment, his eyes brimming with concern. I implore the elder to reconsider. An increasing number of elders and disciples bowed in supplication, their collective voices rising like thunder. Their gazes towards Li Feng were laden with animosity. To surrender the fire seed would be akin to gambling the very lifeblood and future of the sect on an outsider. It was akin to carving flesh from their own bodies. Along the sides of the vast fire blanket, 18 elders remained silent, yet their silence alone spoke volumes. While they respected Li Feng's status and alchemical prowess, the stakes involving the sect's lifeline were a different matter entirely. Huh? Li Feng scoffed at the agitated crowd before him. It seems that your esteemed sect lacks confidence in my ability to forge this tower. Perhaps, old man Finchen, you should seek another to assume the role of the tower master. Chun Ming's expression hardened, his voice sharp as he retorted, "It is not a matter of lacking confidence. It is a matter of disbelief. Our founding ancestor, despite his unparalleled achievements, could not succeed. How could you, Li Feng, extraordinary though you may be, surpass an immortal? This is an act against the heavens, achievable by no mortal means. Unless you can forge the celestial tower on the spot, do not even think of touching a single fragment of our sect's fire seed. Indeed, only if you can succeed here and now, if you can forge it, we shall submit to your authority. Exactly. If you truly succeed in forging the celestial tower, not only shall we relinquish the fire seed, but we would also serve you as slaves." Under Chun Ming's lead, the dissenting elders and disciples found their outlet and erupted into fervent shouts, each one animated with emotion. Besides the old man Finchen who wished to test the waters, no one truly believed that Li Feng could succeed. 57. A semi-immortal protector? At your disposal? Do you truly look down upon me? Li Feng's brows arched slightly as he spoke with a cold smile. Are you earnest in your words? The Burning Heaven Alchemy sect is a time-honored, monumental sect renowned for its mastery in alchemy. One cannot simply retract their words once spoken. Indeed, I am earnest. Chun Ming felt his blood surge, shattering the void beneath his feet with a fiery imprint, his voice resolute. I, Chun Ming, the foremost divine son of the Burning Heaven Alchemy sect, hereby vow, if you, Li Feng, can successfully refine the Burning Heaven Alchemy Tower into a genuine celestial artifact before the eyes of our sect, I, Chun Ming, shall willingly serve as your slave, obeying your every command for a millennium. Should I breach this vow, may the heavens crumble and my soul perish. As his words echoed, a crimson rune, forged from his blood and spirit, soared into the sky, inscribing itself amidst 30,000 pathways of the void, radiating a powerful force of karmic oath. This was the most solemn blood and soul vow of a cultivator, and to violate it meant certain death. And we, the elders who had previously been the most vocal, now stepped forward, similarly drawing blood from their tongues to forge their own vow runes in the void. If the Divine Son succeeds in refining the celestial tower, we shall submit to your will. Should we breach this vow, we willingly accept death. Several blood and soul runes ignited in the void, sealing this wager irrevocably, with no chance of retreat. Li Feng, without waiting for them to turn the tables, interjected. I shall not take advantage of you. If I fail to refine it, I will grant each of you an imperial-grade elixir. In this transaction, you shall not suffer loss. Many desire to follow me but cannot attain such an opportunity. Even if you lose, regret shall elude you. The entire Burning Heaven Alchemy sect fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Did Li Feng truly agree? Did he dare accept this seemingly impossible wager? To refine a celestial artifact before the crowd at the mountain gate. Moreover, offering such a substantial number of imperial-grade elixirs as stakes, such audacity and wealth. The alchemy ancestor raised his head, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Divine Son Li, for your magnanimity in not holding our disciples accountable. Should you fail, I am willing to serve as your protector for a century, safeguarding your path until you ascend. He seemed certain that Li Feng would indeed ascend, only suggesting a century's worth of protection. No need, Li Feng replied. I require no protector. Beneath the immortals, I am invincible. His gaze swept over Chun Ming and the swearing elders, his smile vanishing, replaced by a cold indifference and absolute confidence that seemed to overlook the ages. All present exchanged glances, dumbfounded and uncertain as to the source of his confidence. It must be noted that many ancient beings at the semi-divine realm possessed celestial artifacts. How could he make such bold claims? Lin Dong and Lin Yanran gazed at Li Feng with eyes full of admiration, harboring no doubts about his words. Li Feng, undeterred by the opinions of others, raised his hand, summoning forth a tempest. Come forth. Buzz. A terrifying pressure that could rend the heavens descended abruptly, celestial light piercing through the void, emanating from beyond 30,000 realms. Behind Li Feng, the void silently split open, revealing a rift that tore through the heavens, from which a celestial aura, transcending all realms, began to permeate. Amidst the ethereal glow, a magnificent cauldron floated. This cauldron, suffused with divine radiance and inscribed with supreme runes, gradually emerged from the fissure in the void. Its ancient and weighty form rested on 3 legs with 2 ears, capable of overshadowing the sky itself. From its mouth emanated wisps of celestial essence, a mere whisper of which could collapse mountains and extinguish stars. It was the celestial martial cauldron, a true divine artifact, painstakingly crafted by Li Feng, a celestial tool under his command. At the moment of the cauldron's appearance, the 7-colored true flame of the Burning Heaven refining sect shrank into a diminutive flicker, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Although this flame had descended from the celestial realm, it was insignificant in the presence of a genuine divine instrument, easily snuffed out. Throughout the entirety of the Burning Heaven refining sect, every furnace ignited with divine fire, regardless of rank or attribute, swayed violently toward the celestial martial cauldron, signifying their submission. A convergence of myriad flames unfolded, an extraordinary spectacle only witnessed upon the emergence of an artifact possessing absolute dominance. Where was the Burning Heaven refining tower? With one hand stabilizing the tower, Li Feng used chaotic divine fire to draw forth the 7-colored earth core, true fire, raising the temperature of the celestial martial cauldron in preparation for refining, before inquiring of the ancestor of refining heaven. A flicker of excitement appeared on the gaunt face of the ancestor of refining heaven as he suddenly bit his fingertip and pointed it toward his brow. With my blood, I summon the spirit of the progenitor. With my soul, I beseech the celestial tower to manifest. Boom. Atop the highest peak of the Burning Heaven refining sect, the grand and ancient hall of refining heaven, symbolizing the sect's supreme authority, erupted with billions of blinding golden rays. The mountains spanning thousands of miles trembled violently, as if a furious dragon stirred beneath, ready to break free. Crack! The dome of the hall of refining heaven shattered, azure light soaring into the sky, dyeing the entire Burning Heaven refining sect in shades of blue. This was the embodiment of the sect's founding ancestor, the ultimate being who ascended to immortality. Having devoted his life's work to the creation of a semi-divine artifact, the Burning Heaven refining tower, which ultimately remained incomplete, adorned with moss and patina. This azure tower had existed within the Burning Heaven refining sect for several epochs, marking its second emergence. As soon as it appeared, it sensed the call of home, transforming into a streak of azure light, effortlessly bypassing all spatial barriers and instantly merging into the mouth of the celestial martial cauldron, which churned with chaotic divine flames. Buzz. The cauldron trembled violently. The dense tadpole-like runes on its surface illuminated instantaneously, completely ensnaring the burning heaven refining tower. The temperature of the chaotic divine flames within the cauldron surged 100-fold, piercing through the void, as the auras from several nearby domains resonated through the ether. Centered around the celestial martial cauldron, a colossal phantom of a void furnace began to take shape, enveloping the entire flame domain. The entire realm of the flame domain was stirred, as countless ancient, seemingly immortal titans arose from their tombs, directing their gaze toward the burning sky refining sect. The aura of a celestial artifact permeated the atmosphere, accompanied by the intense heat generated by the seven-colored primordial fire. Moreover, an ancient semi-celestial artifact had emerged. Could it be that the venerable elder of Burning Sky intended to forge the Burning Sky refining tower? But from where would he procure such an artifact? Something felt amiss. The aura of this artifact seemed strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the Tianwu cauldron recently forged by the prodigious Li Feng. Had this young man appeared at the Burning Sky refining sect with aspirations to become the sovereign of both alchemy and artifact forging? Truly, he was an unparalleled genius across the ages. Even without a celestial body, he was undoubtedly among the foremost candidates for enlightenment when the Grand Era commenced, which promised to be a spectacle. Spectral figures, reminiscent of deities and demons, loomed above the domain, gazing at the Burning Sky refining sect, their astonished consciousnesses colliding and exchanging thoughts. Li Feng paid no heed to their prying eyes. As long as he was undisturbed, he remained unfazed. Standing before the cauldron within the furnace, his robes fluttered violently in the tempestuous energy storm, yet his gaze remained tranquil and unwavering, fixed upon the Burning Sky refining tower as it melted within the celestial flames. Slowly, he raised his right hand, fingers outstretched, and gently grasped the 30,000 paths manifesting in the heavens. Thunder, come forth. Upon his words, the laws of nature responded. Boom. The thunderous paths in the sky trembled instantly, and an ancient thunder character descended, striking into the void furnace. 58. The Tower Master. Boom. Countless strands of purple lightning, as fine as hair, cascaded down, entwining around the rusted and moss-covered tower, obliterating all decayed matter. Ah, my eyes! Some disciples of lesser cultivation cried out in pain. Merely the residual echoes of the lightning's illumination caused their eyes to bleed, nearly blinding them. The patterns. The lightning was spontaneously evolving into patterns. The ancestral master of the refinement exclaimed in astonishment. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never witnessed such a method of artifact forging. The purple lightning strands, while incinerating the rust and moss, transformed into profound thunder symbols, imprinted upon the tower, becoming the foundational symbols of this celestial artifact. This was beyond mere human capability. It was the natural laws of the universe actively inscribing themselves. Chaos celestial fire meld. Li Feng's fingers spread wide, pressing toward the Tianwu cauldron from afar. Buzz. The once roiling chaotic divine fire abruptly absorbed the seven-colored primordial fire, its hue shifting from a deep golden to a brilliant white. The terrifying temperature surged exponentially in an instant. The Burning Sky refining tower, ensnared in the web of lightning, saw its bluish-black body rapidly soften in the pale flames, akin to azure glass being cast into a furnace. Yet, it was not sufficient. Li Feng's expression remained indifferent as he pointed again at the 30,000 manifested paths in the heavens. Wind, water, fire, earth. Forge your true form with a myriad of hammers. As he gestured, from the vast river of paths, the fundamental pathways representing wind, fire, water, and earth suddenly separated. Each projected distinct, uniquely shaped, and resonantly different fundamental symbols of the great paths. The runes cascaded like torrential rain, crashing into the heavenly martial immortal cauldron. My goodness! He is simultaneously harnessing myriad primal sources while forging artifacts. The principles of the Tao lay before him as meekly as domestic pets. With such prowess, what artifact could he possibly fail to create? It is no wonder he can manufacture immortal artifacts. This young man must surely be the progeny of the heavenly Tao. Even a biological son could hardly match his extraordinary abilities, unless the Tao itself were his nurtured creation. The Burning Heaven artifact forging sect and artisans across the realm gasped in astonishment. This surpassed their utmost comprehension of artifact forging, creating an entirely new paradigm. one that others could scarcely hope to replicate. Boom, 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 boom. The myriad runes struck like divine hammers from the heavens, furiously pounding the molten burning heaven artifact tower. With each impact, a thunderous roar erupted, shattering the tranquility of the stars as the tower's structure warped violently, only to be instantaneously reshaped by the searing chaos fire. Upon its remolding, the tower's essence refined, its hue transforming from a murky, deep azure to a flawless jade color, imbued with countless starlit glimmers, exuding the essence of a chaotic, immortal artifact. Condense. The light of divinity surged in Li Feng's eyes as he forcefully brought his hands together. The heavenly martial immortal cauldron emitted an unprecedented roar. The radiant light spilling from its mouth shifted from blinding gold to a primordial hue reminiscent of the cosmos in its dawn. Within, the myriad runes fully merged into the Jade Tower's form. The immortal tower suddenly shrank to a mere 9 inches, entirely translucent. Beneath its 9-tiered eaves, the Tao patterns, naturally coalesced from myriad primal sources, swayed silently, producing a mystical sound capable of cleansing the soul. A truly flawless immortal artifact, the Burning Heaven Artifact Tower, was born. The moment it emerged, the flame domain trembled, and the entirety of the 30,000 realms quaked. Countless ancient beings, roused from slumber, gazed in astonishment, their eyes piercing through the endless void toward the Burning Heaven Artifact sect. Extraordinary events of earth-shattering magnitude had transpired in succession, disrupting the rest of these venerable entities. Yet, upon recognizing that the one forging artifacts was Li Feng, they instantly felt at ease. Indeed, only a prodigy could repeatedly conjure miracles and forge immortal artifacts. Fortunately, materials capable of crafting such artifacts are scarce. Otherwise, this individual might single-handedly elevate the combat prowess of the 30,000 realms. Thud. The Grandmaster of the Forging Heavens, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed at the Burning Heaven Artifact Tower, tears streaming down his face as he looked up at Li Feng, filled with gratitude. The unworthy descendants of the Burning Heaven Artifact sect bowed in thanks for the Tower Master's act of resurrection. All disciples of the Burning Heaven Artifact sect reverently welcomed the return of the immortal artifact to its rightful place. The aspirations of the sect, spanning several epochs, were finally realized today, a feat worthy of appeasing their ancestors. Thud, thud, thud. Millions of disciples and elders of the Burning Heaven Artifact sect, including 18 supreme elders, immediately knelt before the 9-inch tower suspended in chaos-infused celestial light, before the almost ethereal Li Feng, in a thunderous display of reverence. A sea of black-clad figures spread for miles. The events of this day are destined to be recorded in history, earning eternal renown. Chun Ming's countenance turned as pale as gold paper, his body trembling like a sieve. He never anticipated that Li Feng could achieve such a feat, something even the founding ancestor of the Burning Sky Forging sect could not accomplish. Yet, an 18-year-old lad managed to do it effortlessly. I, the sinner Chun Ming, pay my respects to my master. From now on, I shall obey your commands. Chun Ming was utterly convinced of his defeat and knelt down to acknowledge Li Feng as his master. Behind him, the elder disciples who had pledged their allegiance displayed expressions of delight, collectively kneeling before Li Feng to honor him as their master. We, the old servants, greet our master. Li Feng had now proven his capabilities. As he had stated, following him was not a punishment, but rather an immense blessing. If they could learn even a fragment of his forging techniques, could they not aspire to become emperors? Li Feng, however, paid no mind to these individuals. Instead, turning his gaze towards the ancestor of Forging Heaven, a smirk playing on his lips. Old man, are you willing to wager and accept defeat? The ancestor of Forging Heaven nodded vigorously, and from this day forth, the entire Burning Sky Forging sect would be at the mercy of the Tower Master. The essence of the 7-colored true fire of the earth would also belong to you. A thunderous sound echoed from deep within the earth, as the vibrant flames slowly emerged from the depths of the earth's veins, floating towards Li Feng. With a mere gesture, the source of the 7-colored true fire vanished into his palm. He calmly stated, "Excellent. I shall plant this 7-colored true fire within the Tang dynasty. Henceforth, the entire Burning Sky Forging sect will merge into the artifact hall of the Tang dynasty, dedicated solely to the craft of forging. Your treatment will only improve compared to your days in the Burning Sky Forging sect. We shall abide by the Tower Master's decree." led by the ancestor of Forging Heaven. They all complied. Perhaps joining the Tang dynasty was indeed a more favorable path for the Burning Sky Forging sect. Now, Li Feng possessed two immortal artifacts, his talent rivaling that of an immortal body, with an incalculable future ahead. At that moment, the Burning Sky Forging Tower, suspended in the air, trembled gently, and a ripple of emerald light swept across 30,000 realms. All those who practiced the art of forging, regardless of their location or cultivation level, felt a profound imprint in their souls. The ethereal image of a 9-story emerald tower and a blurred yet majestic figure clad in blue. In all realms, every forge master, whether willing or not, sensed this and bowed in reverence towards the Burning Sky Forging sect, uniting in a chorus of congratulations. Congratulations to the Tower Master of the Burning Sky Forging Tower for reaching the pinnacle of the forging path, the Master of the Pill Tower, the Master of the Burning Sky Forging Tower. Li Feng held both supreme titles in the realms of alchemy and forging, an unprecedented achievement. 59. Snatching the fiancé Eva Jr.? Congratulations to the ancestor on becoming the Master of the Burning Sky Forging Tower. Lin Dong and Lin Yanran knelt excitedly, their faces beaming with pride. Li Feng waved his hand. Rise, as members of the Li family, there is no need for such constant kneeling. Brother Dong. Just as Li Feng basked in the glory of his supremacy across the realms, a weeping female voice pierced through the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman, her face adorned with tears, stumbling forth. Her name is Yang Tianxin, once betrothed to Lin Dong. She cast aside Li Feng after joining the Burning Sky Refining sect, and sought the favor of the esteemed Chen Ming. Upon unexpectedly witnessing Lin Dong's close proximity to Li Feng, a spark of ambition ignited within her, prompting her to leverage Lin Dong as a stepping stone to ascend to Li Feng's side. With fervent excitement, she cast aside the deity beside her and rushed toward Lin Dong. Brother Dong, it's me. I am Tianxin. She knelt before Lin Dong, fervently clasping his leg. Her tear-streaked face tilted upward as she pleaded, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Over these years, you have never left my thoughts. I was coerced by my family, and that Shin used his influence to bully me, forcing me to compromise. Her voice trembled with emotion, laying bare her genuine feelings. My heart has always belonged to you, unchanged. Now that you have endured hardship and found protection under the esteemed Li Ta, I can finally return to your side. Brother Dong, will you forgive me? Let us start anew. I promise to bring you joy and happiness. Lin Dong gazed at the once revered goddess now humbled before him, a wave of excitement washing over him. He had toiled relentlessly over the years, enduring countless humiliations and solitude, all in hopes of one day reclaiming Yang Tianxin's admiration. Little did he expect that his dream would be realized so swiftly. Tianxin, I understand you. After all, we have grown up together. Who else could you possibly trust? Lin Dong's voice choked with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he instinctively bent to assist her. Wait. Suddenly, Li Feng's voice interrupted, halting Lin Dong's movement. With a swift motion, Li Feng positioned himself before Lin Dong, casting a condescending glance at the kneeling, seemingly pitiful Yang Tianxin. Having encountered many duplicitous women before, he could not bear to witness Lin Dong being deceived. Ancestor. Lin Dong looked up in bewilderment, confusion etched on his face. However, Li Feng paid him no heed. His gaze fixed on Yang Tianxin, a playful smirk gracing his lips. You are indeed a rare beauty. I did not anticipate such a lovely presence hidden within the Burning Sky Refining sect. Would you consider becoming my concubine? Yang Tianxin's heart soared with joy, her expression remaining one of delicate fragility as she swiftly turned to Li Feng, feigning humility. Lordly, you flatter me. How could a mere girl like me possibly capture the attention of one so esteemed? Her mind raced with possibilities. If she could align herself with someone of Li Feng's stature, far surpassing that of the sect's elder, who would still care for an ordinary Lin Dong. Ancestor, what do you mean by this? Lin Dong's expression darkened, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him. Surely, the esteemed elder would not take a liking to his betrothed. With such status and power, what sort of goddess would not vie for his affection, leading him to compete for an ordinary woman? Li Feng finally turned his head, casting a glance at Lin Dong, his tone laced with impatience. What do you mean? I saved your father and nurtured you. Now, I merely request one woman as a token of gratitude, and you are unwilling? Lin Dong felt a surge of hot blood rushing to the top of his head. He stared incredulously at Li Feng, the ancestor he revered like a deity, whom he regarded as a source of support and pride. To discover that this esteemed figure was nothing more than a hypocritical lecher was utterly shocking. To think he would covet the heart of his own junior. Is this what humanity has come to? Ancestor, how could you be so ruthless? Lin Dong trembled with rage, pointing at Li Feng, his finger quaking with fury. What left Lin Dong even more incredulous was the immediate expression of ecstasy and flattery that appeared on Yang Tianxin's face. She sprang to her feet and rushed to Li Feng's side at lightning speed, her voluptuous form pressing closely against his arm. With a flirtatious smile, she cooed, "Master of the Tower, Tianxin is willing. To serve by your side is a fortune I have earned over several lifetimes. I am ready to do whatever you desire." Yang Tianxin looked disdainfully at Lin Dong, sneering, "Do you truly believe I hold any affection for you? What right do you have to compare yourself to the divine son? Were it not for your connection to the Master of the Tower, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. You are oblivious to the blessings you possess. Having severed ties with the Master of the Tower, you have rendered yourself utterly insignificant." Lin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "Were your earlier words all lies? Did you never love me?" Yang Tianxin coldly laughed, her demeanor as detached as that of a stranger. "I only admire the strong. The weak hold no interest for me. You are not even worthy of a single hair from Master Li. What basis do you have to speak of affection?" In that moment, Lin Dong's heart sank into despair. He had nearly succumbed to the beguiling words of this woman, realizing that she had never changed. She was simply a woman driven by self-interest. "You wretched creature." Lin Dong's sanity shattered completely, his eyes ablaze with fury as he hurled insults at Yang Tianxin. In a single day, he had been betrayed by two close individuals. The overwhelming sense of betrayal and humiliation left him feeling as though he could not bear to live. He abruptly turned to Li Feng, his chest heaving with emotion, and coldly declared, "Ancestor, I shall repay the debt I owe you one day. But from this moment forth, we are no longer connected. Your actions render you unworthy to be my ancestor." Li Feng, unperturbed by Lin Dong's anger, instead wore a knowing smile as he asked Yang Tianxin, "Are you truly willing to do anything for me?" "Of course. To serve Master Li is a blessing for me." Yang Tianxin purred, her eyes glimmering with allure. She assumed Li Feng was enamored with her beauty, but he suddenly turned serious, commanding, "Then kneel down now and clean Lin Dong's shoes with your tongue. As a member of the Li family, I shall not allow you to humiliate us at your whim." The look of delight on Yang Tianxin's face vanished in an instant, replaced by disbelief. How could Li Feng demand that she, a divine maiden, lick the shoes of Lin Dong, the sycophant? Just moments ago, he seemed infatuated with her. Why had he so abruptly changed his demeanor? Being forced to humiliate herself in front of so many by licking the shoes of Lin Dong was more unbearable than death itself. "The Master, I have erred. I implore you to spare me. Aside from this matter, I am capable of anything." Her teeth chattered as she pleaded for mercy. Li Feng's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the room. Did you think I was negotiating with you?" Boom. The pressure of the celestial realm descended, and Yang Tianxin instantly felt as though she were bearing the weight of the stars. With a thud, she knelt before Lin Dong. 60. The ancestor's intentions were profound. Yang Tianxin had not anticipated Li Feng's swift change of demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been captivated by her beauty, and now he ruthlessly humiliated her. It was at this moment she comprehended that she had grossly overestimated her allure. Before a powerhouse of Li Feng's stature, she was as insignificant as an ant. Yang Tianxin struggled to raise her head, to defend herself, to beg for mercy, but under Li Feng's merciless gaze, she could not so much as move a finger, let alone speak. All that remained was an abyss of fear and regret, leaving her in a state of perpetual remorse. Lin Dong was equally bewildered. Had not the ancestor just shown favor to this shameless woman? Why the sudden degradation, compelling her to lick his shoes? Amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of all present, Yang Tianxin, in a bid for survival, ultimately knelt like a dog, crawling to Lin Dong's feet. With immense humiliation, she lowered her head and extended her tongue to lick the soles of Lin Dong's shoes. Lin Dong gazed down at Yang Tianxin, who had moments before been haughty and disdainful, now reduced to kneeling at his feet. He suddenly realized that she was not so unattainable, nor was she the untainted goddess he once envisioned. His prior romanticized notions of her were merely his own delusions. Such a shameless woman was hardly worthy of being idolized or fought for. "Young Master Lin Dong, are you satisfied now?" Yang Tianxin raised her head in humiliation, offering Lin Dong a sycophantic smile. She understood that Li Feng was merely toying with her, and now her only hope for salvation lay with Lin Dong. Thus, she prepared to employ her old tricks once more, attempting to win Lin Dong's unwavering devotion. After all, this foolish boy had been her plaything for many years, long since tamed into her most loyal admirer. No matter how she mistreated him, a mere smile would suffice to keep him by her side. Yet this time, Yang Tianxin miscalculated. Lin Dong had already been enlightened by Li Feng's wisdom. How could he still harbor feelings for her? I didn't realize you were so skilled at licking. Since you excel at it, why not clean this shoe as well? Lin Dong coldly laughed, raising the other shoe to inspect it before plunging it into the mire, then placing his leg before Yang Tianxin. At that moment, Lin Dong comprehended the ancestor's profound intentions. Had Li Feng not acted thus, how could he have found his way back to clarity and seen through the true nature of this shameless woman? Yang Tianxin's sycophantic smile abruptly darkened. She glared at Lin Dong and screamed in desperation, "Men are indeed worthless. Do you now look down upon me because of your newfound lofty status? Forget the times when you, like a dog, implored me for a chance, hoping to convince me of your potential to one day achieve greatness. Now that I have placed my faith in you, you look down upon me once more. All men are hypocrites, deserving of disdain." This madwoman fails to introspect, not only cursing Lin Dong, but also condemning every man. Do you truly believe you are worthy of respect? People like you, a wretched creature. I was blind to have ever believed your deceitful words. Lin Dong swiftly struck Yang Tianxin across the face with his foot, sending her crashing to the ground. Her visage trampled beneath his soul, an utter humiliation for the once revered goddess. Meanwhile, Chun Ming observed with a calm demeanor, harboring little affection for the wretched Yang Tianxin. Deeming her unworthy of incurring Lin Dong's ire, a favored figure of authority, now wallowing in the mire, Yang Tianxin lifted her gaze to meet the scornful eyes of the onlookers, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. Regret consumed her. Had she known of Lin Dong's formidable background, she would have endeavored to secure his loyalty from the start. How had she descended to such a pitiful fate? She should have stood alongside Lin Dong, basking in the glory of Li Feng. Bang! Li Feng delivered a fatal blow to Yang Tianxin, refusing to allow the woman who insulted him to live. Observing Li Feng's serious countenance, a wave of guilt washed over Lin Dong. Had he truly misjudged and insulted his esteemed ancestor? Such ingratitude was unfathomable. Now do you comprehend? You think I am intent on stealing your woman? Li Feng smirked at Lin Dong. Overcome with shame, Lin Dong nodded earnestly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Ancestor, thank you. I have come to a profound understanding. Lin Dong relinquished his obsession with Yang Tianxin, now filled solely with boundless admiration and gratitude for Li Feng. Lin Dong's favor towards you has significantly increased, achieving eternal loyalty. You are rewarded with the celestial body of symbolic path. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Li Feng's eyes. It was rare to find a scion of fortune among his descendants, one who must not be ruined by a vile woman. The reward of the celestial body of symbolic path was merely an added bonus. Li Feng solemnly advised, remember this day, remember this wretched woman. On the path of cultivation, if you cannot even guard your heart, if you cannot discern between genuine affection and deceit, being ensnared by such a creature will render you, despite possessing heavenly destiny, ultimately worthless. As a son of the Li family, we may face defeat, we may perish, but our integrity must remain unyielded. If we lack even this modest pride, we are unworthy of the blood that flows through our veins. With the affairs of the Burning Heaven refining sect concluded, Li Feng returned to the Tang Empire, grandly accompanied by the newly acquired Burning Heaven refining tower, a celestial artifact, and the entire sect. The celestial artifact was placed in its rightful position, and the seven-colored earthly fire seed was infused into the core of the Tang Empire's foundational energies. In an instant, the spiritual energy concentration across the empire soared to new heights, with the geothermal resources becoming abundantly rich and easily harnessed, particularly suitable for refinement. The entire Burning Heaven refining sect has been merged into the Imperial Dynasty's artifact hall, with the venerable ancestor Lien Tian temporarily assuming the position of Hall Master, enjoying treatment and resources far surpassing those of the past. After concluding matters of the Imperial Dynasty, Li Feng did not linger for long. With a fleeting motion, he traversed the boundless void and returned to the ancient sacred land. The sacred land remained shrouded in ethereal mist, with divine peaks soaring majestically. Yet the moment Li Feng stepped into its domain, he keenly sensed an unusual aura. "Welcome back, divine son." Along the way, disciples, regardless of their allegiance to Li Feng, bowed deeply upon seeing him, their eyes brimming with fervor and reverence. The master of the Pill Tower and the master of the Burning Heaven Refining Tower, both unparalleled sovereigns. A feat unseen throughout history. Never has there been a divine son in the annals of the sacred land who attained such a staggering height. Li Feng inclined his head slightly and proceeded directly to his divine son peak. In the grand hall atop the peak, Lin Dong had been waiting for some time, his expression one of utmost respect. Following the events concerning the Burning Heaven Refining sect, his admiration for Li Feng had penetrated to the very marrow of his being. Even if Li Feng commanded him to meet his demise, he would execute the order without hesitation. "Ancestor," Lin Dong bowed. "During your absence, what transpired in the sacred land?" Li Feng casually seated himself and lifted the spiritual tea offered by Lin Dong. Lin Dong promptly reported, "During your time away, the most significant event in the sacred land was the return of the third divine son. 61, the indomitable child of destiny." "Oh," Li Feng responded nonchalantly, betraying little emotional fluctuation. The third divine son, renowned as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the ancient sacred land, had entered the quasi-emperor realm before the age of 100. He spent most of his time traveling the world, seeking opportunities to break through to the emperor realm, making rare appearances in the sacred land. Little did Li Feng expect that, upon resolving external matters, the prodigy would return. While an ordinary individual might be astonished by the third divine son's return, Li Feng was not among them. He had vanquished true immortals, so what was so remarkable about a mere divine son? What brings him back? Li Feng took a sip of tea, his tone even. "It is said that he encountered a bottleneck while traveling and returned to the sacred land seeking a breakthrough opportunity. Furthermore, it appears he wishes to meet you," Lin Dong carefully articulated. "He has heard of your exploits, particularly your unparalleled ranking on the Eternal Soul Power Monument, which has piqued his curiosity." And then, Li Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Were it not for the anticipation of the starry ancient paths opening in 2.5 years, which would allow him to perfect every realm, he could have already broken through to the emperor realm. Lin Dong's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He has issued a challenge, wagering himself as the stake. Should he lose, he is willing to become a warrior under your command, thus initiating a challenge against you, set for 3 days hence at the Combat God platform. A challenge? Li Feng chuckled. A mere quasi-emperor, no matter how monstrous his talent, dares to challenge him in his current state? Was it youthful bravado or some ulterior motive? "Is that all?" Li Feng set down his teacup, a flicker of divine light igniting in his eyes. "There is no need to wait 3 days, Lin Dong. Go and convey my decree. Inform him that this hall master has just returned today, in good spirits. And instruct that third divine son to come to divine son peak immediately. As for his challenge, I accept." In an instant, the entire sacred ground erupted with fervor. The third divine child had returned, ready to challenge the illustrious seventh divine child, Li Feng. This was undoubtedly a spectacle capable of igniting fervent discussions throughout the sacred realm. Countless disciples and elders hastily abandoned their tasks, flocking towards the divine child peak, eager to witness this clash of prodigies. At the foot of divine child peak, the crowd surged, their murmurs rising and falling like the tide. "Here he comes. The third divine child has arrived," a voice exclaimed. Suddenly, a brilliant divine light pierced the sky, descending upon the plaza before divine child peak. As the radiance dissipated, a young man clad in silver-white armor emerged. Tall and striking, with features chiseled as if sculpted from stone, he exuded an aura of boundless harmony, subtly resonating with the heavens and the earth, the hallmark of the quasi-emperor realm. He was none other than Ling Jiuxiao, the third divine child of the eternal Holy Land, possessing the ancient divine body at the tender age of less than 100. Such innate talent was enough to overshadow the ages. Standing there, he naturally became the focal point of the gathering, an invisible pressure radiating from him, causing many disciples of slightly lower cultivation to feel breathless. Ling Jiuxiao's gaze sharpened like lightning, instantly locking onto the grand hall atop the peak. As he called out with eager anticipation, "I, Ling Jiuxiao, the third divine child, have come as promised to seek guidance from divine child Li Feng." Yet, Li Feng did not immediately appear. He merely cast a distant, subtle glance from within his cave abode. just a single look. It rendered Ling Jiuxiao's voice abruptly silent. In that moment, Ling Jiuxiao felt as though he were but a speck of dust beneath an infinite starry sky. And the owner of that gaze was the supreme sovereign who commanded countless universes. His pride in his quasi-emperor cultivation, which would instill despair in his peers, seemed utterly insignificant before this ethereal being. Cold sweat instantly soaked the back of Ling Jiuxiao. Although he had previously heard of Li Feng's exploits and felt astonished, he had not witnessed them firsthand, and thus had assumed some exaggeration. After all, Ling Jiuxiao was also a rare genius in the ages. He could hardly believe that anyone among his contemporaries could utterly crush him. It was only at this moment, feeling the terrifying presence of Li Feng, that Ling Jiuxiao comprehended the truth behind the rumors. The chasm between them was insurmountably vast, so much so that despair took root in his heart, obliterating any thought of resistance. He even harbored an absurd notion that should he dare to strike, a mere thought from Li Feng could reduce him to ashes. Thud. Under the watchful eyes of countless disciples, the once imperious third divine child, Ling Jiuxiao, unexpectedly knelt straight before the grand hall atop the peak, demonstrating his submission to Li Feng. Ling Jiuxiao had been blind to the truth, overestimating his own abilities by daring to challenge the divine child Li. Today, he realized what it meant to be outclassed. The celestial grace of Li Feng left Jiuxiao utterly convinced. His words of challenge had indeed been the height of arrogance and ignorance. He earnestly implored the Tower Master for forgiveness. From this day forth, Jiuxiao wished to follow the Tower Master, serving him dutifully, ready to sacrifice his life without hesitation. At this proclamation, silence fell over the entire area beneath Divine Child Peak. As if a pin could be heard dropping, everyone was left in a state of astonishment. They did not expect Ling Jiuxiao to emerge victorious. Yet it seemed unreasonable for him to concede so swiftly. Even forcing out a modicum of strength from Li Feng would have been deemed a success. After all, Ling Jiuxiao was a prodigious figure on the verge of becoming an emperor, ranked third among the holy sons of the sacred land. However, to everyone's surprise, the two did not even engage in combat. Ling Jiuxiao merely met Li Feng's gaze and immediately knelt in surrender. Here was a prodigy, not yet a century old, willingly choosing to follow Li Feng. In any other context, this would have left onlookers utterly astounded. Yet, in this instance, it merely seemed commonplace, even inciting envy towards the fourth holy son, who had the fortune of aligning himself with such a titan as Li Feng. Perhaps, in the future, he might even be ushered into the realm of the immortals by Li Feng. Others would yearn to kneel, but find no opportunity. Indeed, it was no surprise that the master of the Li Tower could vanquish a would-be emperor with a mere glance. The third holy son, possessing a keen sense of timing, recognized that many aspired to follow Li Feng yet lacked the qualifications. For Ling Jiuxiao, this misfortune turned into a fortuitous blessing. His discerning eye had proven invaluable. No one felt that Ling Jiuxiao had lost face. Rather, they were filled with envy and resentment. To follow Li Feng was an immense stroke of luck for Ling Jiuxiao. Within the grand hall atop the peak, Li Feng regarded the kneeling Ling Jiuxiao with an unperturbed gaze. A follower of the quasi-emperor realm was merely a supplement to his already flourishing existence. However, the boy's ability to decisively recognize reality demonstrated a measure of insight. Rise. Li Feng's calm voice resonated. Your allegiance depends upon your future conduct. You may withdraw for now. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Ling Jiuxiao replied respectfully, rising and stepping aside, standing with hands lowered in utmost humility. Yet, within his heart, he was elated, convinced that this step was indeed a gamble well placed. Days later, a communication talisman pierced through the void, landing in Lin Dong's hands. Upon scanning it with his divine sense, Lin Dong's expression abruptly shifted, and he quickly approached Li Feng, whispering, "Ancestor, we have received urgent news regarding the surveillance of Xiaoyan." Li Feng's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor calm. "Speak. Xiaoyan is not only alive, but has acquired an extraordinary opportunity," Lin Dong exclaimed, astonished. "After being rendered powerless by you, he fell into the chaotic currents of the void and fortuitously stumbled upon a hidden space, the very resting place of the previous master of the Pill Tower. Within that tomb, Xiaoyan obtained the complete inheritance of his predecessor. Not only did he restore his cultivation, but he also ascended to the quasi-emperor realm and awakened an exceedingly rare physique known as the Pill God Body." "Oh, A genuine glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Feng's eyes, soon transforming into deeper intrigue. The protagonist's halo? A reversal of fortune? This is indeed fascinating. The classic narrative of a waste rising to prominence and receiving the legacy of an esteemed elder was unfolding before him. Truly, he was the child of destiny. His fate was undeniably formidable. Is there more? Li Feng inquired. Lin Dong continued. According to the wishes left by the master of the Dan Tower, Xiao Yin must journey to a certain bloodline, a hidden family established during his lifetime, known as the Su family, located in the ancient domain. Should Xiao Yin succeed in marrying Su Ruanyu, the current young lady of the Su family, he would thereby obtain the final portion of the core inheritance of the Dan Tower sealed within the Su family's bloodline, encompassing a lifetime of alchemical insights and a treasured alchemical furnace of celestial grade. Xiao Yin has now set forth towards the Su family in the ancient realm of Tianyao, intent on fulfilling this legacy by marrying Su Ruanyu and acquiring the complete inheritance.